She walked away, broken, but she came back stronger. He shattered her heart, but now she needs him to survive. Together, they strike a deal to save their futures. What happens when the lies they tell each other start to unravel? The Heir She Hid, a web novel, werewolf shifter romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The iron gate felt cold through Wynter's fingers. She held it a beat longer than necessary, letting the rusted latch press into her palm, grounding herself in the small pane. Below the ridge, 2 miles down the service road, Evo had the engine running, and Posey strapped into her booster seat with a tablet playing something about a singing hedgehog. 3 years old and already used to waiting in parked cars while her mother did the hard parts. Wynter pushed the gate open. The gravel drive curved through the old pines, past the boathouse where she had once let Torsten talk her into swimming at midnight, past the kitchen garden where Etta Markshan used to let her steal early strawberries. Every step felt like walking through a wound that had scarred over wrong. She had dressed for this. Dark-fitted coat, shop-collared shirt beneath, boots that cost more than her entire wardrobe had cost the last time she stood on this ground. Armor tailored to look effortless. The main house rose through the trees, gray stone and dark timber, all those narrow windows watching her approach. Lights burned in the great hall. A sentry had already spotted her. She could feel the weight of his gaze from the east turret. Let him look. She kept her pace measured, not slow enough to suggest hesitation, not fast enough to suggest fear. Each breath pulled in the familiar scents: pine, cold water, wet stone, and underneath it all, the thick animal musk of pack territory that remembered her blood and found it foreign now. The great hall door opened before she reached it. Kalen Ibarra stepped out first, young and broad, his hand already moving to the radio at his shoulder. His eyes caught her face, and his jaw went slack for half a second before he recovered. Wynter. Kalen. She let his name sit playing between them. No warmth, no weapon, just fact. He opened his mouth, closed it, tried again. You should have called ahead. I wanted to see his face. That landed. She watched Kalen's throat work as he swallowed whatever loyalty or warning he had been about to offer. Then he said, nothing at all. Chapter 2. Kalen's hand hovered over his radio for a long moment. Then he lowered it and stepped aside. Torsten's in the study, his voice had roughened. He'll want to see you. Will he? Wynter kept the thought behind her teeth and walked past him into the great hall. The space hit her exactly as memory had promised. Vaulted ceiling, fieldstone hearth, the smell of wood smoke and old leather and generations of wolves who had sat in judgment here. She had stood in this room at 19, trembling, certain she belonged. She had stood in this room at 23, silent, while Torsten told the pack she meant nothing. 3 years later, the same floorboards creaked under her boots. Kalen moved ahead, his shoulders tight. He did not announce her. He simply opened the study door and stood aside. Torsten was at the window, back to her, one hand braced against the frame. The line of his shoulders looked wrong, too rigid, as if he had been standing there a long time, waiting for something he had stopped believing would come. He turned. The mate bond hit like a fist to the chest. Wynter had prepared for it. She had spent 3 years telling herself the bond was a scar, not a living thing, that time and silence had starved it dead. She had been wrong. Torsten's wolf surged behind his eyes, dark and desperate, and she felt her own answer before she could stop it, a pull low in her ribs, a hunger that had nothing to do with choice. She let none of it show. Torsten. The single word dropped into the silence between them. His name, stripped of everything. No softness, no accusation, just the fact of her standing in his study, breathing his air, watching him try to remember how to speak. Wynter. Her name cracked on the way out. He looked thinner than she remembered. The shot lines of his face had deepened, and there was a hollow beneath his cheekbones that had not been there before. 3 years. 3 years. She closed the study door behind her. The latch clicked with finality. You let the place go to seed. The gate needs paint. The east turret has a loose slate, I counted it on the way in, and your sentries still don't know how to approach an unknown wolf without telegraphing position. Torsten blinked. Then something that was almost a laugh escaped him. You came back to critique the maintenance? I came back to offer you a deal. The word deal landed like a stone in still water. Torsten's face went carefully blank. What kind of deal? Wynter reached into her coat and pulled out the folder she had carried from the car. She laid it on his desk, untouched, and stepped back. Open it. He did not move toward it. Tell me first. He was learning caution, even if it came 3 years too late. I spent the drive here planning the exact words I would use. She kept her voice even. I rehearsed them, memorized them, the perfect speech, airtight, with every emotional angle covered. She paused. Then I got out of the car and realized you do not deserve a prepared speech. Torsten flinched. You rejected me in front of the pack, she said. You told them I was not worthy of your bond. You watched me walk out of Halligrove alone, and you did not follow. You did not call. You did not write. You let me disappear as if I had never existed. I know. The words came out raw. I know what I did. Do you? She let the silence stretch. Because I am not here for an apology, Torsten. I am not here to hear how sorry you are, or how your father pressured you, or how you have spent 3 years regretting it. I do not care about your regret. It changes nothing. He held her gaze. Then why are you here? Wynter opened folder. The first page was her terms, drafted with Sabine Meyrick's help over encrypted messages in the weeks before she arrived. Clean, cold, precise. I am offering you a fixed-term public reconciliation, she said. 6 months. We will appear before the pack as reunited mates. We will attend functions together. We will perform sufficient warmth that even Lochlan's sharpest allies believe the bond has been restored. Torsten's breath caught. You would pretend. You would pretend. She slid the page toward him. I will be convincing. I have spent 3 years learning how to hide what I feel. That skill serves me well here. His jaw tightened. And in private? Private is none of their business. We share quarters to sell the lie. We share meals when elders are watching. But this arrangement has boundaries. She tapped the second page. These are my conditions. He read them. She watched his eyes moved down the list, saw the exact moment each clause landed. Separate finances, freedom of movement, control over her own room, veto power over any public right involving the bond, a succession clause recognizing a future blood heir, unnamed, to be presented and verified at a time of her choosing. Torsten's hand stilled on the last line. A blood heir. His voice had gone flat. You want Halligrove's succession tied to a child that does not exist. The clause does not require existence. It requires recognition of possibility. She had practiced this part. The pack laws are clear. Succession can be written to include future claimants. Sabine confirmed it. And who is this future claimant? My daughter. The words pressed against her teeth. She swallowed them. Someone I will name when it is safe to name them. Her voice did not waver. That is the only answer you get. Torsten stared at her. His wolf pushed at the edges of his control, and she felt the heat of his stare like a physical weight. He was searching, trying to read the truth behind her eyes. The pack will not accept. The pack will accept whatever you tell them to accept. You are the future alpha. She let the words sharpen. Unless Lochlan has already taken that from you. The hit landed. Torsten's hands curled into fists at his sides. You do not know what you are walking into. I know exactly what I am walking into. Wynter stepped closer, close enough to see the pulse jump at his throat. Your father died 6 months ago. Halligrove is drowning in debt. The balloon marriage produced no heir, and the creditor pack is circling. Lochlan has been gathering support by whispering that you are weak, that you let your father run everything, that you do not have the spine to hold the territory. She paused. Do you want me to continue, or have I proved I did my homework? The silence that followed was the loudest thing she had ever heard. Torsten broke first. Sabine will draft the terms. It was not acceptance. It was surrender, disguised as process, and Wynter recognized the difference. She had spent too many years of her life reading Torsten Quennar's tells to miss this one. Sabine drafts them tonight, she said. I want signatures before I sleep under this roof. Tonight. I have been away from Halligrove for 3 years, Torsten. I did not come here to wait another day while you decide whether to trust me. She closed the folder and held it against her chest. You get a fixed-term reconciliation that stabilizes your claim. I get written protections that cannot be revoked by your successors, your elders, or your creditors. That is the deal. Take it or let me walk. His throat moved. And if I take it, then I will move into the main house tonight, and tomorrow we will begin convincing everyone who matters that I never stopped wanting you. The lie burned on her tongue. She held it steady. Torsten looked at her for a long, aching moment. Then he crossed to the desk and pulled a sheet of his own letterhead from the drawer. I will call Sabine. His voice was rough. She can be here in 40 minutes. Wynter nodded once. She did not let herself breathe relief. Torsten paused at the door. Wynter. She waited. I do not deserve this chance. His voice broke on the word chance. But I am going to take it, and I am going to spend every day of these 6 months proving that I am not the man who stood in the circle and let you go. She said nothing. She could not afford to say anything, because if she opened her mouth, she might tell him the truth, that she had rehearsed this moment 100 times, that she had imagined the satisfaction of watching him beg, that she had believed victory would feel clean. It did not feel clean. It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing the fall would hurt, and jumping anyway because the landing was the only way forward. Torsten left. Wynter stood alone in his study, the folder pressed against her chest, and counted her fingers one by one in the silence. She had a plan. She had terms. She had a path forward that did not require her heart. She just had to survive the part where her heart refused to follow the plan. Chapter 3. Sabine Myrick arrived 42 minutes later, briefcase in hand, and the sharp, tired look of someone who had been pulled from dinner for pack business. She stopped in the doorway of Torsten's study when she saw Wynter standing by the window, and for half a second her composure cracked into something that looked almost like recognition. You did not tell me who the client was? No, Wynter said. I did not. Sabine set her briefcase on the desk and pulled out a leather-bound notepad, a pen, and a printed copy of Halligrove's succession statutes. She moved like someone who had learned to make efficiency a weapon. Then let us begin. Torsten came in behind her, still hollow-cheeked, still carrying that raw look Wynter did not want to name. He took the chair across from Sabine's position at the desk. Wynter stayed standing. Terms, Sabine said, pen ready. From the top. Wynter had rehearsed this part until the words fell like stones in her mouth. 6 months. Fixed term. Renewable only by mutual written consent. Public reconciliation only. Private quarters separate. No bond rights, no scent claims, no pack rituals that require consummation or submission. Sabine wrote without looking up. Shared appearances? Required, Torsten said. Wynter's jaw tightened. Controlled. I approved the guest list, the setting, and the duration. No surprise elders, no ambush dinners, no sentimental speeches. You will have to be seen together, Sabine said flatly. Believable proximity is the entire point of this arrangement. If you flinch every time he touches your arm in public, Lochlan will read the lie before you finish the first course. Wynter knew the truth when she heard it. She hated the truth when it came wrapped in legal pragmatism. I might share a bedroom. Shared quarters in the main house, Torsten said quietly. Connected rooms. A door between them that can be locked from your side. She looked at him. He was not bargaining. He was offering her an exit before she asked for one. Fine. Sabine wrote it down. Finances. Separate, Wynter said. My accounts stay mine. My business stays mine. No pack oversight, no alpha audit, no questions about where I spend my money. And your contribution to the household? I am the asset in this arrangement. My presence stabilizes his claim. That is my contribution. Sabine's pen paused. She looked at Torsten. He nodded once. Accepted. Wynter kept her face still. She had expected a fight on that point. His surrender unsettled her more than resistance would have. Freedom of movement, she continued. I come and go without escort, without notification, without sentry logs. I do not answer to the beta, the gate guards, or the elder council about my schedule. That one will raise questions, Sabine said. Then let them raise questions. I am not a prisoner and I will not be treated like one. Torsten leaned forward. The pack will talk if you vanish without explanation. Lochlan will use it. Then you will have to be convincing enough that they believe I am running errands you already approved. She met his eyes. That is the performance you agreed to. Perform. Something flickered in his expression. Hurt, maybe, or respect. She could not tell which and did not trust herself to read it. Sabine cleared her throat. The succession clause. The room changed temperature. Wynter felt her spine lock into the precise posture she had practiced in front of the bathroom mirror for 2 weeks. Calm, controlled, unmovable. A future blood heir, she said, to be presented and verified at a time of my choosing. The clause must recognize that any child born to me, or claimed by me, holds full succession rights to the Quennar line, regardless of the circumstances of birth or the timing of my reconciliation with Torsten. Sabine's pen had stopped moving entirely. That is not standard. I am aware. A succession clause that applies to children born outside the reconciliation window, or conceived before it, would require the alpha to pre-acknowledge paternity without proof. Yes, that is an unusual demand. Wynter let the silence stretch. Then she said very quietly, I am an unusual woman. Sabine looked at Torsten. He had gone still, his hands flat on the desk, his eyes fixed on Wynter with an intensity that made her skin prickle. Do you know what she is asking me to sign? He said. Yes, Wynter answered before Sabine could. I am asking you to trust me with something you cannot see, cannot verify, and cannot control. That is the price of this arrangement. If you want me to save your claim, you sign that clause. Blind. Blind. Torsten's throat moved. His wolf pressed at the edges of his restraint, and she felt the heat of it, the pull of the bond that had never died, the hunger that 3 years of separation had not touched. Who is the child? He asked. Wynter held his gaze and did not flinch. Someone I will name when it is safe to name them. The answer hung between them like a blade. Sabine set down her pen. I need to be clear about what you are asking, Wynter. This clause, once signed, cannot be revoked by any future alpha, any elder council, or any succession challenge. It binds the entire pack, not just Torsten. If a child is presented and the bloodline is verified, that child becomes the primary claimant, regardless of any subsequent marriages, heirs, or political arrangements. I know. And you understand that this clause on its own could be used to challenge Torsten's position before the 6 months are up. I am aware. Then why would he sign it? Wynter turned to Torsten. She did not let herself soften. She did not let herself hope. Because he has nothing left to lose, she said. His marriage is hollow. His pack is bleeding. His cousin is circling. And the only person who can save his claim is the woman he threw away. She paused. If that woman asks for something in return, the only question is whether he is desperate enough to give it. Torsten stared at her. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked. He picked up Sabine's pen, uncapped it, and signed. The scratch of nib on paper was the loudest sound Wynter had ever heard. Send the final draft to my email, he said. I will have the elders witness it tomorrow. He stood without looking at either of them and walked out of the study, leaving the door open behind him. Wynter did not move. Sabine gathered the papers slowly. That was not a victory speech you just gave. I did not come here for victory speeches. No. You came here for leverage. Sabine closed her briefcase. But leverage is a dangerous thing to build a future on. It rusts. It cuts the hand that holds it. She paused at the door. I do not know what you are hiding, Wynter, but I know that look. I have worn it myself. She met Wynter's eyes. When you are ready to tell the truth, come to me first, before the pack tears it out of you. Sabine left. Wynter stood alone in the study, the folder pressed against her chest, the scent of Torsten's signature still sharp in the air. She had won. The thought should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt like standing in the rejection circle all over again, waiting for someone to speak, knowing no one would. Chapter 4. The hallway outside the study stretched long and cold. Torsten walked it without seeing the walls, without registering the portraits, without feeling the floor under his boots. His signature was still wet on a clause he did not understand, a clause that bound him to a child he could not name. He turned left at the east corridor, past the conservatory where his mother used to read, past the door to the library where his father had taught him pack law with a strap in one hand and a brandy in the other. Past every ghost Hellegrove had ever fed him. He did not stop walking until he reached the west wing. Marta's door was closed. He knocked. The silence on the other side lasted long enough to remind him how rarely he stood here, how rarely she expected him. "Come in." He pushed the door open. Marta Balloon sat at her writing desk in a pale gray dress, her dark hair twisted back, her hands still on the letter she had been composing. She looked up at him without surprise, without warmth, without the faintest crack in her composure. "Torsten." "Marta, you look like a man who has just signed something he cannot unsign." He closed the door behind him and leaned against it. "Wynter Renholt is back." Marta's pen did not move. Her expression did not shift, but something in the air between them tightened, a thread pulled taut by a hand that knew exactly where it led. "I heard," she said. "Kaelin told the kitchen told the east wing. By now the entire pack knows she walked through the gate in a coat that cost more than most of them earn in a month. She came with terms." "Of course she did." Marta set down her pen. "Wynter never did anything without terms. She learned that from watching us." Torsten pushed off the door and walked to the window. The lake was gray under the afternoon light, the pines dark and still. "She wants a 6-month public resignation, a fixed term, separate quarters, a succession clause for a child I cannot name." Marta was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "You signed it." "I signed it." "Without knowing who the child is?" "Yes." Marta rose from the desk. She moved with the measured grace of a woman who had spent her entire life learning to walk through rooms where no one wanted her. She crossed to the window and stood beside him, close enough that he caught the scent of her perfume, lavender and something sharp underneath. "That was either the bravest thing you have done," she said, "or the most desperate. Can it be both?" "It usually is." She looked out at the lake, her reflection faint in the glass beside his. "You know what this means for us?" Torsten's jaw tightened. "I know." "Our marriage was never a marriage. It was a contract, a bloodline bargain your father made with mine to secure debt relief and a political alliance. We both knew that when we signed." "I know. I gave you 3 years of public silence. I attended your dinners. I smiled at your elders. I let your pack believe I was your wife in more than name." "I know, Marta. And now you want me to step aside quietly so you can play devoted mate to the woman you rejected in front of everyone who matters." Torsten turned to face her. "I am not asking you to step aside. I am telling you what is happening. The arrangement with Wynter is transactional. 6 months. When it ends, you and I will dissolve the marriage however you see fit, and I will honor whatever terms you demand." Marta studied him. Her eyes were pale blue, the color of winter ice, and they held no anger. That was what unsettled him most. He had expected anger. He had expected bargaining, accusation, the cold heat of a woman defending her position. Instead, she looked at him the way a physician looks at a wound that has already begun to rot. "Torsten," she said quietly, "do you know what you lost 3 years ago?" The question hit him low in the chest. He opened his mouth, closed it. "I lost Wynter," he said. "I lost my mate." Marta shook her head slowly. "No, you lost something you never understood you had, and I think you still do not understand it even now, even with her standing in your study with a folder of demands." "What are you trying to say?" Marta turned away from the window. She walked back to her desk and picked up her pen, rolling it between her fingers. "I am saying that you are so focused on what you can see, the contract, the succession clause, the 6-month term. You think the arrangement is about leverage and politics and saving your claim, but Wynter did not come back to bargain. She came back to bury you in what you threw away. Then why offer me the deal at all? Because she wants something you cannot give her by signing a paper. Torsten's throat tightened. What? Marta looked at him. A reason to stay. The words landed like stone dropped into still water. Ripples spread outward, touching everything, changing nothing. Torsten stared at her. You know something, he said. Something about why she left. Something about what happened that night. Marta's expression did not change. I know what I observed. I know what the pack scented. I know what Etta Markin did not say when she attended me for a routine examination last winter. She paused. And I know that 3 years ago, Wynter Renholt walked out of Halligrove with more than humiliation in her blood. Torsten's wolf surged against his ribs. What does that mean? Marta held his gaze. It means you should ask yourself why a woman who hates you enough to bring a pre-drafted contract would also demand a succession clause that protects a child she refuses to name. She set the pen down and returned to her letter. You can see yourself out, Torsten. I have correspondence to finish. He did not move. Marta. Yes? If you know something, tell me now. Marta looked up from the page. I am not your ally, Torsten. I am not your enemy. I am the woman whose name you borrowed for 3 years while your real mate was somewhere else, raising something you never earned the right to know. She smiled, and it did not reach her eyes. When you are ready to ask the right question, I will give you the answer. But you are not ready yet. She dipped her pen in the inkwell. Close the door on your way out. Torsten stood in the threshold for one more heartbeat. The room smelled of lavender and secrets. Marta's head was bent over her letter, her hand moving in steady strokes, as if she had already dismissed him from her thoughts. He stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut. The latch clicked. He stood there, alone in the corridor, Marta's question burning in his chest. Do you know what you lost 3 years ago? He did not know. But he was beginning to suspect that the answer was standing in the study, with a folder pressed against her chest and a child's name locked behind her teeth. And he had just signed away his right to demand it. Chapter 5. The connecting room Sabine had negotiated smelled of cedar and cold linen, as if no one had opened the windows in months. Wynter set her bag on the floor and stood in the center of the space, hands empty, measuring the distance between the bed and the door she had locked on her side. 5 paces. The lock was new. She had checked it twice before letting her bag leave her hand. Through the wall, she heard him. Not words. Movement. The soft drag of a drawer closing, the creak of floorboards under weight that knew exactly where to step to avoid the squeak. She had forgotten he still did that, the old habit of moving through Halligrove like a ghost, even in his own rooms. Wynter pressed her palms flat against her thighs and forced herself to breathe. You chose this. You drafted the terms. You won. The walls were not thin enough to hear a heartbeat, but she felt his presence anyway. A pressure against her skin, the bond humming under her ribs like a second pulse she had spent 3 years learning to ignore. She had not succeeded. The room held a wardrobe, a narrow desk, a lamp with a shade the color of old honey. No personal belongings, no trace of anyone who had lived here before. She was meant to be the first occupant, or the last one had scrubbed every sign of existence clean. She crossed to the window. The grounds stretched below, dark and sprawling. Pine shadows. The silver glint of lake through the trees. Sentry lights flickered at the eastern tree line, marking the patrol route Kylan would walk in another hour. Somewhere down that service road, Ivo was reading Posey a story in a car that still smelled of fast food and hand sanitizer. Posey would be tucked into the travel cot in the back, clutching the stuffed otter she refused to sleep without, her thumb wedged between her lips like a cork. Wynter's chest cracked. She pressed her forehead to the cold glass and let herself feel it for exactly 3 seconds. Then she straightened, turned, and unpacked her bag. The clothes went into the wardrobe, spaced apart like she was marking territory. The charger into the outlet by the desk. The folder with the signed contract into the bottom of her empty suitcase, under the false panel she had installed herself. She did not look at the connecting door. But she knew it was there. The dinner tray arrived at 7. A kitchen girl Wynter did not recognize carried it in, eyes down, mouth tight. She set it on the desk, murmured something about breakfast at 6:30, and retreated before Wynter could ask her name. The tray held roasted chicken, new potatoes, a small dish of peas, and bread still warm from the oven, a glass of water, a cloth napkin folded into a triangle. Wynter ate standing up, watching the window, because sitting at that desk felt too much like belonging here. The food was good. She hated that she noticed. At 9, the house went quiet. Wynter had finished eating, washed the dishes in the small bathroom sink, and was sitting on the edge of the bed in the dark, wearing the loose shirt she slept in, her back against the headboard, her knees drawn up. She had turned off the lamp an hour ago. Sleep would not come. The room was too still. The air too still. Her wolf prowled under her skin, restless and alert, picking up scents that should have been meaningless. Old wood, floor wax, the faint mineral trace of lake water through the cracked window, and beneath it, him. She closed her eyes and let herself feel it. Chapter 6. She heard him breathe, not through the wall, not with her ears. The bond carried it through the wood and plaster and the careful distance she had measured in her head, and she felt the rise and fall of his chest as if it were her own. Wynter pressed her palms flat on the mattress and counted to 10. You chose this. The house had been dark for hours. The sentry lights had stopped their sweep. Somewhere down the service road, Posey was asleep with her thumb in her mouth and her otter pressed to her cheek, and Ivo would be half awake in the driver's seat, one hand on the ignition, listening for wolves. She should be sleeping. She was not sleeping. She was sitting in the dark with her wolf pushing against her ribs, wanting out, wanting him, wanting the thing she had come here to deny. The knock on the connecting door was soft, 3 taps, spaced apart, deliberate. Like he was giving her time to say no. She did not answer. You do not owe him your voice. You owe him nothing. A pause. Then his voice, low through the wood. I know you're awake. Wynter closed her eyes. Breakfast is at 6:30, he said. The elders will want to see us together. It was my father's rule. The alpha and his mate take the first meal in the dining hall. His mate. The words landed like a slap she refused to flinch from. I'm not your mate. Silence. No, he said, and the word was strange, like a wound he had learned to carry. But you're here, and they need to believe. She heard him step away, the soft drag of his weight on the floorboards, the click of his own door closing. Wynter sat in the dark until the sky began to gray, and she did not sleep. The dining hall was too large. Wynter had forgotten how large, how the ceiling rose into chef, how the table stretched like a scar through the center of the room, polished oak that reflected the chandelier's light in cold, rippling bands. 18 chairs, 12 were full. She stood in the doorway and let them look at her, the elders, the household wolves. Sabine Merrick at the far end with a cup of tea and watchful eyes. Kaelin near the window, shoulders tight. And Torsten. He was already standing at the head of the table, his hand resting on the back of the chair beside him. The empty chair, the one he had left for her. Perform. She crossed the room in the fitted gray dress she had packed for this exact moment, her boots silent on the wood, her spine straight, her face a mask of calm that cost her nothing because she had been wearing it for 3 years. Torsten pulled out the chair. She sat. He settled beside her, close enough that she caught the clean scent of soap and the darker undertone of his wolf beneath it. The bond flickered, a warm pull low in her chest, like a thread tugging. She ignored it. Good morning, he said, loud enough for the table. Good morning, she answered, and the lie tasted like honey. The meal arrived in courses, fruit, eggs, bread still steaming from the kitchen, a carafe of juice that a white-haired elder poured himself, his eyes on Wynter the whole time, measuring her, weighing whether she belonged in this chair. She ate, small bites, chewed slowly. Let them watch her hands remain steady. Across the table, a woman with iron-gray braids spoke. We had heard you were back, Miss Renholt, though not the circumstances. Circumstances change, Eldris Vassiliv. And your return is permanent? Wynter set down her fork. That depends on the company. A ripple around the table. Not laughter, not offense. A calculation, passing from face to face like a note. Torsten did not look at her, but his hand moved. He reached for the butter dish at the same moment she did, his fingers brushing her wrist. The touch was nothing. A staged accident. The kind of casual intimacy they were supposed to sell. But the bond caught it like a spark in dry grass. Heat flooded through her arm, up her shoulder, into her chest. Her breath locked. Her wolf surged, recognition flooding through her veins, and she felt him feel it too. The shock in his fingers, the way his hand stilled. 1 second. 2. She pulled back first. But half the table had already seen. Eldris Fasalip's eyes had narrowed, Kylan's head had turned, and Sabine Myrak was watching her with something that looked like pity dressed up as patience. Wynter picked up the butter dish with her other hand and set it between them. "Sorry," she said, her voice flat. "I didn't see you reaching." Torsten's jaw tightened. "My fault." And the meal continued. But beneath the table, where no one could see, Wynter pressed her nails into her own palm and did not let the tremor reach her face. Chapter 7. The meal ended in stages. First, the plates cleared, then the tea cooled in unguarded cups. Then the elders began to push back their chairs, one by one, each pause a verdict delivered in silence. Eldris Fasalif was the last to stand. Her iron-gray braids caught the chandelier light as she turned, her eyes on Wynter for a moment too long. "Welcome home, Miss Renholt." The words were correct. The tone was not. Wynter smiled. "Thank you, Eldris." Fasaliev left. The door clicked shut behind her, and the stillness she left behind was louder than the meal had been. Sabine rose without a word, gathering her notepad, her gaze flicking once to Wynter before she followed the elders out. Kalen lingered near the window, his broad shoulders tight, and then he too was gone. The dining hall emptied. Wynter waited until the last footstep faded down the corridor. Then she turned. Torsten was still seated. His hands rested on the table, palms flat, as if he was bracing himself against the polished oak. He was looking at the empty chair where Eldris Fasilov had sat, but he was not seeing it. "That," Wynter said, her voice low, "cannot happen again." His head came up. "What?" "The touch, the butter dish, whatever that was." "We were supposed to look convincing." "You looked convinced?" She stepped closer, 1 pace, 2, close enough to see the muscle jump in his jaw. "There is a difference between believable and hungry, Torsten. Half the table saw it. Vasiliev saw it. Sabine looked at me like she already knew the contract was a joke." He did not look away. "I wasn't pretending." The words landed in the space between them, raw and unguarded, and Wynter felt them like a hand pressed against her sternum. She folded her arms. "Then learn. I know what I signed." He stood, and the movement brought him too close, his height casting a shadow over her. "I know the rules. I know you do not owe me anything. But when you touch me, even by accident, the bond is irrelevant." "It is not irrelevant." His voice cracked on the last word, and he stopped, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "I felt you. Through the bond. When my fingers brushed your wrist, I felt you. Not the mask. Not the performance. You." Wynter's throat tightened. She did not step back. "The bond," she said, each word deliberate, "does not give you permission. It does not give me a reason to trust you. It is a chemical reaction, a biological reflex. It means nothing if the choice behind it is empty." "Is that what you tell yourself?" The question hit her like a blade slipped between ribs. She held his gaze. "It is what I know." Torsten's jaw worked. He looked down at his hands, at the fists he was still making, and slowly, deliberately, he opened them. "I am sorry," he said. The words were quiet, no defense behind them, no deflection. "For the breakfast, for the touch, for letting the bond carry me further than I meant to go. I signed a contract, and I meant to honor it, but I did not realize how hard it would be to feel you this close and pretend I did not want more." Wynter's chest rose and fell. She counted her fingers inside her folded arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You do not get to want more, she said. You get the 6 months. You get the performance. You get the chance to prove the pack can trust you again. That is what you signed for. And you? I get what I came for. He looked at her, and something in his face shifted. Not hope, not hunger, something quieter. A door opening onto a room he had not entered yet. What did you come for, Wynter? The question hung in the air. She could answer with the contract. She could answer with the succession clause. She could answer with Posey's name, with the truth that would unravel everything, with the daughter sleeping in a car down the service road who had never seen her father's face. But she did not. I came for what was taken from me, she said, and I intend to leave with it. She turned. She walked toward the dining hall door, her boots steady on the floor, her spine straight, her face a mask of calm that cost her nothing because she had been wearing it for 3 years. Behind her, Torsten said, Wynter. She stopped. The bond, he said. When you pulled away, I felt that too. Her hand rested on the doorframe, the way it snapped back into silence, the way it went cold, like you had slammed a door between us. She did not turn around. I am not trying to track you, he said. I am not trying to use the bond to make you stay. But if we are going to perform this for 6 months, I need to know you can look at me without flinching. Because right now, every time you pull away, it tells every wolf in this house that we are lying. Wynter's fingers tightened on the wood. He is already here. The words came out before she could stop them. She heard Torsten's breath catch. Who? She turned. Her face was still calm, her hands were steady, but her eyes, she knew, were not. Lochlan. He arrived during breakfast. I saw him through the window while you were apologizing to the table. He walked past the dining hall and he smiled at me through the glass. The color drained from Torsten's face. He is not supposed to be here until the council meeting next week. He is here now, Wynter said, and he saw us. He saw the whole performance, the touch, the bond flare, the way Faisali watched us like we were specimens under glass. Torsten moved past her, toward the window that faced the drive. Wynter followed his gaze. Lochlan Drummerick stood on the gravel below, pale hazel eyes, light brown hair cropped neat, a thin white scar under his chin. He was looking up at the dining hall windows, and he was smiling. Chapter 8. The window framed him like a portrait painted in cold morning light. Lochlan Drummerick stood on the gravel with his hands in his coat pockets, his pale hazel eyes fixed on the dining hall windows. The smile never wavered. It was polite. It was patient. It was the smile of a man who had already read the ending and was waiting for the pages to catch up. Wynter's hand stayed on the doorframe. Behind her, Torsten's breathing had gone shallow. He saw, Torsten said. He saw everything. Then he knows. Wynter turned from the window. He knows we touched. He knows Vasiliev watched. He knows the timing looks like a play. What he does not know is whether it is real. And we are about to prove it one way or the other. Before she could answer, footsteps sounded in the corridor below. Measured, unhurried, the kind of footsteps that announced themselves without apology. Lochlan was coming up. Wynter moved away from the door. She did not sit. She stood at the far end of the table, her spine against the carved wood, her hands loose at her sides. She had learned 3 years ago that sitting made her look smaller. Standing made her look ready. The door opened. Lochlan stepped into the dining hall with the ease of a man entering his own study. He was broader than Torsten. Not taller, but built like someone who had never had to prove his strength because the shape of it spoke first. The thin white scar under his chin caught the light as he smiled at Wynter. Miss Renholt. His voice was warm. His eyes were not. Lochlan, you look well. He let the pause stretch. Halligrove agrees with you. It is a house, Wynter said. I have slept in worse. Lochlan's smile flickered at the edges, appreciating the blade. He turned to Torsten. Cousin. Lochlan, you are early. I finished my business in the city sooner than expected. Lochlan walked to the sideboard, poured himself water from the carafe and took a slow drink before turning back. And I heard interesting news on the drive up. Whispers about a reconciliation, about terms and conditions and a contract drafted before Miss Renholt even set foot on pack ground. The silence in the room sharpened. Torsten said, "The terms are between Wynter and me." "Of course." Lochlan set the glass down. "But the pack will want to see them. The elders, especially. You understand how these things work. A reunion is a beautiful story, but stories need witnesses to become truth." Wynter felt the trap opening beneath her feet. She said, "The elders saw us at breakfast. They saw you eat toast." Lochlan's smile did not waver. "They saw you reach for the same dish. They saw Eldris Vasiliev sharpen her claws on your welcome. But they did not see a bond restored. They saw a performance." "Careful," Torsten said. "Cousin, I am being careful. That is why I am here a week early. To help you." Lochlan spread his hands, the picture of reasonable concern. "The pack is nervous. The creditors are circling. Your marriage to Marta Balloon is a closed door, and now Miss Renholt returns from nowhere with a signed contract and a very convenient timeline." "Convenient?" Wynter repeated. 3 years. You left 3 years ago. You return 3 years later, the week before the succession council meets, just as Torsten's claim begins to fracture. You offer him a public reconciliation that stabilizes his position overnight." Lochlan tilted his head. "Forgive me if I wonder whether the reunion is genuine or strategic." Wynter felt the words land like stones in her chest. She said nothing. Torsten stepped forward. "You do not get to question her presence here. I question the circumstances. There is a difference." Lochlan's voice did not rise. It stayed warm and patient, the voice of a man who had already won and was being generous with the loser's time. "If the bond is truly restored, then prove it, publicly, before the pack." Lochlan, slicey CS silent wild man which made the Kriya speeder spokes from Lexi, certain models as would Dressaby. "A scent claim right." Lochlan said it as if offering a gift. "Simple, clean. You claim her before the pack. Your wolf marks her throat, her pulse, her scent. Every witness sees the bond flare. No more whispers, no more doubt." Wynter's blood turned cold. She knew what a scent claim right meant. Torsten's hand on her throat, his wolf rising. The pack watching while he pressed his scent into her skin, claiming her as his mate before every elder, every sentry, every wolf who had watched him reject her 3 years ago. It was the one thing she had explicitly excluded from the contract. "No," she said. Lochlan's gaze shifted to her. "No? The contract does not include scent claim rights. We agreed to shared appearances, public meals, joint presence at council meetings. Nothing intimate." "Then the contract is the problem." Lochlan's tone never sharpened. It stayed smooth as oil. "Because the pack will not believe a reunion built on legal clauses and butter dish touches. They need to see the bond. They need to feel it." Wynter's fingers found each other inside her folded arms. 1, 2, 3. The count steadied her. "You want a ritual," she said. "You want to watch him put his hands on me so you can decide whether the performance passes your inspection. I want Halligrove to survive. And if I refuse?" Lochlan smiled. The smile was kind. It was the kind of smile that had already considered every answer she could give and found each one useful. "Then the elders will wonder why you are hiding, and so will everyone else." He turned to Torsten. "I am not your enemy, cousin. I am the man who is giving you a chance to prove that your return to strength is real. Take it, or let the pack draw its own conclusions." The room held its breath. Torsten's hands were white-knuckled at his sides. His wolf bled through his eyes, amber flickering in the gray, and Wynter felt the bond pulse under her ribs like a second heart beating in the wrong rhythm. She watched him fight for control, and she watched him lose. "The right," Torsten said. Wynter went still. "Torsten, it is the only way." His voice was rough, scraped clean of pretense. "If we refuse, he wins. He takes the doubt and feeds it to every elder, every sentry, every wolf who still remembers the rejection circle. We give them nothing to hold, and they tear us apart with what they imagine." "You signed a contract." "I signed a contract to keep you safe." Torsten's eyes met hers, and for a moment the mask slipped. "This is not about the contract. This is about survival." Lochlan watched them both with the patient stillness of a wolf who had already scented blood. "When?" Wynter asked. Her voice was flat. It cost her everything to keep it flat. "Tomorrow evening," Lochlan said. "The Eastern Hall. Elders, witnesses, full pack attendance. 12 hours to prepare." He walked to the door. At the threshold, he paused and looked back. "I am glad you came home, Miss Renholt. Halligrove has been quiet without you." The door closed behind him. Wynter stood in the silence, her hands still folded, her fingers still counting. She did not look at Torsten. She looked at the window where Lochlan had stood, watching them, smiling. Tomorrow evening, 12 hours to decide whether the performance would save them or destroy her. Chapter 9. The door clicked shut behind Lochlan. Silence settled into the space he had left, cold and patient as lake water seeping through cracked stone. Wynter stood with her arms folded, her fingers pressed into her own sleeve. She could feel the rhythm of her pulse in her throat, the place where Torsten would press his scent tomorrow evening. She did not lower her hands. Sabine was the first to arrive. She came through the side door from the administrative corridor, leather notebook tucked under her arm, her heels sharp against the floorboards. She had not been in the dining hall during Lochlan's performance. Someone must have fetched her, or she had heard the news through whatever quiet network of information she maintained in this house. "Tell me he did not agree to a scent claim, Rite." Wynter said nothing. Sabine read the answer in her silence. She set her notebook on the table, opened it, and pulled a pen from her collar. Her face was calm. Her hands were not. "Sit down," Sabine said. "Both of you." Wynter did not sit, neither did Torsten. They stood on opposite sides of the table, the width of polished wood between them, the same distance they had kept since the day she returned. Sabine looked at them both. The pity was gone from her expression. What remained was a sharp, tired clarity. "Do you understand what a scent claim right means under pack law?" she asked. "Legally, I mean, not emotionally, not symbolically." Torsten's voice came rough. "I know what it means." "Then say it aloud, so we are all working from the same reality." He dragged a hand across his jaw. His wolf was still close beneath the surface, amber bleeding at the edges of his eyes. "It is a public declaration." The male wolf sensed the female stirred, her pulse, her skin. "The bond is witnessed. The claim is recorded." "Recorded how?" "Before the elders, in the pack ledger." "Correct." Sabine's pen moved across the page. "And once it is recorded, it becomes a legal fact, not a performance, not a gesture. A fact that every elder, every creditor, every future claimant can point to and say, this bond was publicly verified. Do you understand what that means if tomorrow night goes wrong?" Wynter's fingers found each other again. 1, 2, 3. "It means the false claim becomes grounds for challenge," Sabine continued, answering her own question. "If the pack decides the rite was staged, that Lochlan was right to suspect, it voids Torsten's standing to claim the alpha seat through a mated bloodline. It gives Lochlan everything he needs to call for a formal challenge. It does not just damage you, it ends you." The words hung in the air. Wynter's voice came flat. "And if we do it well?" "Then the opposite. It secures you." That silence is doubt. It puts Lochlan in a position where pressing further looks like jealousy rather than strategy. Sabine closed her notebook. "That is the map. That is the only map. You do not have another option." Wynter turned to the window. The grounds stretched out in the gray afternoon light. Pine trees, the edge of the lake, the service road where Ivo was waiting with her daughter 2 miles down, reading stories to a child who had never seen her father's face. She thought about Pawsey. She thought about what it would mean if Torsten's hands were on her throat tomorrow night and the bond flared the way it had at breakfast. She thought about whether she could survive that without breaking. "I want conditions," she said. Sabine looked up. "What conditions?" "The rite happens, but Torsten's wolf does not bite. He scents my throat. He does not mark. No permanent claim, no bond sealing. The contract still stands." She turned from the window and looked at Torsten. "You do what is necessary to convince the pack, nothing more." Torsten's jaw tightened. "If my wolf scents you, it may not stop at what you want. then you control it. I may not be able to. Then you learn. Her voice did not rise. It dropped, quiet and cold. You told me you wanted to change, that you were trying. Here is your chance. Control your wolf tomorrow night, or the whole performance collapses and we both lose. The room held its breath. Sabine watched them both, her pen still, her face unreadable. Kalen appeared in the doorway. His broad shoulders filled the frame, and his eyes went immediately to Torsten. He had heard. Of course he had heard. Wolves in this house heard everything. Torsten? Torsten did not turn. A word. They stepped into the corridor. The door swung partly closed, but not enough. Wynter heard every word through the gap. Hesitation will kill you, Kalen said. His voice was low, rough cut. You stand in there looking like a man walking to execution, and that is exactly what Lochlan is counting on. He wants them to see you hesitate. He wants them to wonder if you want her back, or if you are being forced into it. I am not hesitating. Your wolf is bleeding through your eyes. Your hands are shaking. You call that confidence? Silence. Torsten's voice came quieter. I rejected her. I stood in the circle and told the pack she was nothing to me. And now I am supposed to claim her in front of the same wolves, with her standing there knowing exactly what I did, knowing I do not deserve to touch her. Then do it anyway. Caton, do it anyway. Kalen's voice did not soften. You do not get to earn her trust between now and tomorrow night. You do not get to undo 3 years of silence in 12 hours. But you can stand up there and do what needs to be done. You can keep her safe by making the pack believe. That is your job right now. That is the only job. Footsteps. The door opened wider and Kalen stepped back into the dining hall. He looked at Wynter. Something passed across his face. Not apology, not pity. Recognition. Miss Renholt. Kalen. He nodded once, then he was gone. The door clicked shut behind him. Wynter stood alone with Sabine. The clock on the wall ticked. The house settled around them, old wood and cold air and the weight of watchers. I need a lawyer present tomorrow, Wynter said. Already arranged. I need it recorded that I entered the Rite under protest, as part of a contractual obligation, not as a voluntary bond acknowledgement. Sabine's pen moved again. Done. And I needed clear that the Rite does not constitute a permanent mate claim. It is a public performance for political survival. Nothing more. Sabine looked up from her notebook. Wynter? What? I will write whatever you want. I will file it with the pack record clerk tonight. It will be legally binding. But I want you to understand something. Sabine's voice was quiet, carrying no judgment. When Torsten's wolf touches your throat tomorrow night, every wolf in that hall is going to feel what happens between you. If the bond flares, they will know. If it does not, they will know that too. Wynter said nothing. Pack law will record the Rite as a performance if you file it that way. But pack memory will record the truth. And pack memory is what matters when the elders sit in judgment. Sabine closed her notebook. I am not telling you not to do this. I am telling you to be ready for what happens after. The clock ticked. The shadows lengthened. Wynter stood in the cold light of the window and measured the distance between herself and the night that was coming. 12 hours until his hands found her throat. 12 hours until the pack saw what she had been hiding since the day she walked through the gate. And she still did not know whether the bond would save her or betray her. She did not know whether Torsten would control his wolf or let it rise. She did not know if she would survive the night intact, or if the pack would see something in the way his scent hit her skin that no contract could explain away. Sabine's voice echoed in the silence. You know what the pack will believe after they see a claim like that? They will believe it is real. Wynter pressed her palm flat against the cold glass. Tomorrow evening, and she would walk into that room with Torsten's wolf at her throat and the truth burning between them, pretending it meant nothing. The lie tasted like ash. Chapter 10. The eastern hall was packed. Wynter felt the weight of them before she saw them. 24 wolves pressed into the narrow pews, their breath fogging the cold air, their eyes fixed on the doorway where she stood. Elders in the front row, household wolves packed behind them. Sentries at the walls, arms crossed, jaws tight. Lochlan sat in the second row, center aisle, pale, hazel eyes bright with patience. Sabine stood near the ledger table with a woman Wynter did not recognize. Sharp-suited, a stranger with a pen already uncapped. The lawyer. The pack advocate caught Wynter's gaze and gave nothing away. Torsten waited at the front of the hall, standing beside the elder who would witness the rite. His back was to her. She could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands hung loose at his sides like he had forced them there. She walked forward. Her boots were quiet on the old boards. She had dressed in simple dark clothes, no jewelry, her hair tucked behind her ears, nothing to hide behind, nothing to grab. The elder who would conduct the rite was a woman Wynter barely remembered, gray-haired, thin-lipped, with the flat gaze of someone who had witnessed too many bonds to be moved by one more. She held a leather-bound book, the pack ledger, open to a fresh page. "Wynter Renholt," the elder said, "do you enter this rite of your own will?" "I enter it under legal protest, recorded with the pack advocate as fulfillment of a contractual obligation." A murmur ran through the pews. The elder's mouth tightened. She looked at the lawyer. The lawyer nodded once. "Noted," the elder said. "The pack record will reflect your statement." She turned to Torsten. "Torsten Quennar, do you enter this rite of your own will?" "I do." No hesitation, no qualification. His voice was steady, but she heard the roughness underneath, the wolf pressing close to the surface. The elder closed the book. "Then approach your mate." Torsten turned. His eyes met hers, and she saw it immediately, the amber bleeding at the edges of his irises, the heat building beneath his skin. His wolf was already rising, already reaching for her. He crossed the space between them in 3 steps, close enough that she could smell him, cedar and pine and the sharp metal scent of a predator holding itself back. "Wynter." His voice was barely a whisper. "I need you to stay still." "I know." Her heart hammered against her ribs. She locked her knees. She kept her hands at her sides, her spine straight, her chin lifted. He raised his hand. The hall went silent. His fingers touched her throat. The contact was light at first, barely there, the pads of his fingers resting against the pulse point where her blood beat fastest. She felt the warmth of his skin, felt the tremor running through his hand. Then his wolf recognized her. The change was instant. His pupils blew wide, the amber flooding his irises until his eyes were nearly gold. A sound came from his chest, low and rough, almost a growl, but not quite. Something deeper, something raw. His fingers pressed harder against her throat. She did not move. The bond detonated between them. It slammed through her chest like heat through glass, cracking her open from the inside. She felt him in her blood, in her bones, in the spaces between her ribs where she had tried to keep herself hollow. Every wall she had built, every year of distance, every night she had trained herself not to want, it all meant nothing against the force of his wolf claiming what belonged to him. Her knees trembled. She did not submit. She held his gaze, her jaw tight, her breath coming short and sharp through her nose. She would not bow. She would not look away. She would stand here and let the pack see her resist, even as the bond screamed through her and made a liar of every gold word she had spoken. Torsten's hand slid from her throat to her jaw, tilting her face up. His thumb traced the line of her pulse. His head dipped toward her neck. She felt his breath against her skin. The hall held its breath. He inhaled. The sound he made, the low, broken sound of a wolf breathing in its mate's scent for the first time in 3 years, cut through the silence like a blade. His whole body shuddered, his forehead pressed against her temple, and for one terrible moment, she felt him shake. "I remember," he breathed. "I remember every part of you." She closed her eyes. The bond blazed. It poured off them both, heat and want and 3 years of starvation. She felt it hit the front row of elders like a wave, felt their wolves respond, shifting in their seats, scenting the truth of it, felt the weight of pack memory opening around them like a wound. Lochlan's jaw tightened. She saw it in her periphery. His eyes went flat, calculating. But his allies did not move. No one moved. Torsten's hand was still against her throat, his thumb resting on her pulse, his breath warm against her skin. The rite was complete. The elder should have called it. The book should have closed. But Torsten did not let go. His fingers lingered, tracing down the column of her throat, featherlight, possessive. His wolf was still in his eyes, still starving, still unwilling to release what it had finally touched. "Torsten," her voice came out rough. "Step back." He did not move. "Torsten." His hand tightened. The hall watched. Lochlan leaned forward in his seat, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Not amusement, interest. He had seen it, the hesitation, the hunger, the crack in the performance. Wynter's hand shot up and caught Torsten's wrist. She did not pull him away. She held him still, her fingers circling his forearm, her nails pressing just hard enough to sting. "You have made your point," she said. "The pack has seen what they came to see. Step back." The amber flickered. Torsten blinked. His wolf retreated slowly, painfully, the gold draining from his eyes like water through sand. He looked at her, really looked, and she saw the moment he understood what he had almost done. He let go. His hand fell to his side. The elder cleared her throat. "The scent claim right is complete. The pack ledger will record it as witnessed." The lawyer wrote something down. Sabine's pen moved across her notebook, and Wynter stood in the center of the hall with Torsten's scent still burning on her skin, and 24 wolves watching her like she was a thread about to snap. She turned. She walked toward the door. She did not run. She did not hurry. She made every step measured and calm, her spine straight, her hands loose, her face a mask of cold composure. The door closed behind her. The corridor was empty. She made it 6 steps before her knees gave out. She caught herself against the wall, one palm flat against the cold stone, her breath coming in ragged gasps that she could not control. The bond was still blazing, still screaming, still pouring through her like fire through dry timber. She pressed her forehead to the wall and closed her eyes, and behind her, she heard the hall door open again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming toward her. She did not turn around. "I know you felt it," Lochlan said. His voice was soft, almost gentle. "Every wolf in that room felt it. You cannot file a protest against pack memory, Miss Renholt, and that was not a performance." Her nails scraped against the stone. "Whatever deal you made with my cousin," Lochlan said, "whatever contract you signed, it does not matter anymore. You are his mate. The pack knows. And now the only question is whether you will let that truth bury you or whether you will use it to survive." She stayed silent. He waited. Then his footsteps retreated, and she was alone in the cold corridor with the bond still burning in her chest, and the knowledge that every word he had spoken was true. Chapter 11. The corridor stretched empty in both directions. Cold light fell through the high windows, cutting pale rectangles across the stone floor. She stayed pressed against the wall, her palm flat against the mortar, her breath still too loud in her own ears. The bond thrummed under her skin like a second pulse. She counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Her fingers curled against the stone. The numbers anchored nothing. The bond was still there, still burning, still singing Torsten's name through her blood in a frequency she could not silence. She pushed off the wall, her legs held. She walked toward the east stairwell, her heels clicking against the stone, each step deliberate. The corridor smelled of dust and old wood, and the faint pine resin that bled through the window cracks. She kept her spine straight, kept her hands loose, kept her face empty. She made it to the stairwell door before her thirst wolf found her. A woman she did not recognize, middle-aged, gray at the temples, wearing the household colors of Halligrove's kitchen staff. She stopped when she saw Wynter. Her eyes flicked down to Wynter's throat, where Torsten's scent still clung like oil on water. "Miss Renholt," the woman dipped her head. "We did not expect you back." Wynter said nothing. The woman's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "Welcome home." She stepped aside. Wynter walked past her. The woman's gaze stayed on her back, a physical weight between her shoulder blades, and she felt the weight of what that look meant. Not suspicion, not challenge, acknowledgement. The pack had smelled the right. They had felt the bond pour off the hall like heat from a kiln, and they had decided she was Torsten's mate again. The truth of it closed around her like a trap. The east wing was quiet. Most of the household had gathered near the main hall, rehashing the Rite over coffee and speculation. She heard their voices through the walls, low and rapid, the cadence of wolves picking apart a fresh scent trail. She kept walking. The stairwell door swung shut behind her. The steps spiraled up through the old stone, narrow and worn in the center from generations of feet. She climbed. She did not know where she was going. Her room, the connecting door, a locked bathroom where she could press her back against tile and breathe until the bond stopped screaming. She reached the second-floor landing. Torsten stood at the top of the stairs. He had changed his shirt. The collar was still loose, 2 buttons undone, and his hair was damp at the temples as if he had splashed water on his face. His hands hung at his sides. His chest rose and fell too fast. He looked at her. The bond lurched between them, hungry and alive. "I need a minute," she said. "Not with you, alone." He did not move. "The elders are calling a gathering tonight. They want to formalize the reconciliation now that the Rite is witnessed. Sabine is drafting the announcement." "Good." "Wynter." She stopped. He took a step toward her, then another. He did not reach for her. He stopped an arm's length away, close enough that she could smell the soap on his skin and the deeper scent beneath it, the one the Rite had burned into her throat. "I did not know it would feel like that," he said. "I thought I remembered. I thought the 3 years had prepared me, but I did not remember. Not really. Not the way it actually feels to have you close enough to touch." She said nothing. "I missed you." His voice cracked on the last word. "I missed you so badly I could not breathe some nights. I told myself it was guilt. I told myself I deserved the hollow feeling. But it was not guilt. It was you. It was always you." The words landed in her chest like stones dropping into deep water. She watched his face, the hollow beneath his cheekbones, the lines around his mouth that had not been there 3 years ago, the way his hands stayed open at his sides, palms exposed, as if he was showing her he held nothing, wanted nothing, asked for nothing. "Don't," she said. "Don't what?" "Don't stand there and tell me you missed me. Don't look at me like that. Don't make this about what you feel." Her voice came out flat and hard. "We have a contract. We have 6 months. We have a performance to maintain. That is all we have." "I know." "Then act like it." He held her gaze. Something moved behind his eyes, not anger, not hurt, something quieter and worse. Acceptance. "I am trying," he said. "I am trying to figure out how to be the man you need me to be instead of the man who hurt you, but I do not know how to do that without telling you the truth. And the truth is, I missed you. I missed you every day. I missed you so badly I forgot what it felt like to be whole." She did not let her face change. She did not let her hands shake. She looked at him standing in the cold light of the stairwell landing, his hands open, his voice raw, his eyes full of something that looked like hope and fear in equal measure. And she felt the bond pull at her like a current, dragging her toward him. She stepped back. "The announcement is tonight," she said. "I will be there. I will play the role. That is what I agreed to. That is all I agreed to." She turned and walked toward her door. "Wynter." She did not stop. "Wynter, please." Her hand closed around the handle. The wood was cold against her palm. The lock clicked when she turned it. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, and closed it behind her without looking back. The room was quiet. The bond was still blazing. She crossed to the window and pressed her forehead against the cold glass and watched the pine trees sway in the wind. Her reflection stared back at her, pale and hollow-eyed, a ghost wearing her face. She pressed her palm against the glass. "Breathe," she breathed. "Breathe." She pressed her other hand against her chest, where the bond burned hottest, and she felt the shape of it like a wound that had never closed. 3 years. She had spent 3 years learning to live without him. 3 years building walls high enough to keep out the memory of his voice. 3 years telling herself she did not need him. The bond did not care. The bond remembered everything. A knock sounded at the connecting door. She did not turn. "Wynter!" His voice came through the wood, low and rough. "I know you do not want to hear it. I know I do not have the right. But I need you to know that I see you. I see what this is costing you. And I am sorry." She stayed silent. She stayed still. She stayed pressed against the glass until his footsteps retreated, and the silence settled back around her like snow. Her hand trembled. She looked down at it, at the fine tremor running through her fingers, and she remembered counting to 5 in the corridor below. She remembered the way Lochlan had watched her crack. She remembered the weight of 24 wolves reading her like a book and finding the truth she had tried to bury. The contract was still in her suitcase, hidden, signed, legally binding. She had won. She had secured her daughter's future. She had walked out of that hall with her dignity intact and her daughter's inheritance locked in ink and witnessed law. But her heart was not following the plan. Her heart was standing on the other side of that door, waiting for her to break. She closed her eyes, and in the silence of the empty room, with Torsten's scent still burning on her throat and the bond still singing in her blood, she pressed her palm against her chest and let herself feel the shape of everything she had sworn she would not want. The knock came again. Not the connecting door, the main door. She turned. The handle moved. The door swung open. Ivo stood in the doorway, a jacket over his arm, his fox-sharp eyes scanning her face in a single sweep. He did not speak. He did not need to. He crossed the room in 3 steps and pulled her into his arms, and she let herself fall against him, just for a moment, just long enough to feel the solid weight of someone who had never hurt her. "The car is 2 miles down," he said. "Posey wants you." She pulled back. He held her gaze. "Tell me you are okay," he said. "Tell me you are still in control of this." She opened her mouth to answer, and the bond flared so hard she doubled over, her hand flying to her throat, her breath catching in a sound she could not name. Ivo caught her arm. "Wynter." She could not speak. She could feel Torsten, not through the wall, through the bond. He was in the corridor. He was walking toward her door. She could feel him coming, feel the urgent pull of him, feel the desperation bleeding through the connection like heat through a thin wall. The handle turned. The door opened. Torsten stood in the doorway, his chest heaving, his eyes fixed on Ivo's hands on her arm, and the silence between the 3 of them sharpened into something that drew blood. Chapter 12. The pine shadows stretched long across the service road when Wynter finally slipped out of Hollogrove's side gate. She had waited until the house settled into its afternoon quiet, until the corridor voices faded and the kitchen clatter died to a low rhythm. She had told no one. Not Torsten, not Sabine, not Kaelin. The announcement was tonight, and she would be there, playing her role, wearing her mask. But first, she needed air that did not carry his scent. The gravel crunched under her boots. She walked fast, keeping to the tree line, her breath fogging in the cold air. The bond pulled behind her like a thread she had not cut, but she pushed it down, pushed it away, focused on the rhythm of her feet on the earth. 2 miles down the service road. She had walked it a dozen times in her head before she ever set foot in Hologrove. She had mapped the turns, the cover, the places where the trees thickened enough to hide a car. She had planned for every scenario except the one where the bond burned through her chest and made her want to stay. The sedan was parked in the same hollow where Ivo had left it, tucked behind a screen of young pines, its engine cold. Wynter's steps quickened. The back door opened before she reached it, and a small body launched out, dark hair flying, arms already reaching. "Mama!" Wynter caught her, lifted her, pressed her face into the soft curve of her daughter's neck. Posey smelled like sleep and apples and the faint sweetness of the oatmeal Ivo must have made her. She was warm, solid, real. "I missed you," Posey said, her small hands gripping Wynter's collar. "You were gone forever." "I know, baby. I know." Wynter held her tighter, felt the tiny heart beating against her chest, and for a moment the bond, the contract, the pack, all of it fell away. There was only this, only her daughter, only the fierce, simple truth that she would burn every bridge, every plan, every carefully constructed wall before she let anyone take this from her. Ivo stepped out of the driver's side, his fox shop eyes scanning the tree line before they settled on her. "You made it," he said. "Barely." He did not ask what that meant. He walked around to the trunk and opened it, pulling out a folder and a tablet. "I brought the quarterly reports and the cover documents for the trust, and snacks because Posey informed me that cough food is essential to morale." "Snacks are essential," Posey said, nodding with 3-year-old gravity. Wynter laughed despite herself. The sound felt foreign, scraped out of her chest, but it was real. She sat Posey down and let her run a small circle around the car, chasing a leaf that skittered across the gravel. The light was fading, the shadows growing longer, and the cold bit through her coat. But she let herself breathe. "The money is clean," Ivo said, his voice dropping. "I routed it through 3 accounts, all under the names we agreed on. If anyone digs, they will find a consulting business with steady income and no connection to Halligrove." "And the trust?" "Filed. Sealed. Untouchable without a blood order from the council, and even then, the challenge window closes in 60 days. He met her eyes. "Posey is protected, no matter what happens tonight." Wynter nodded. She had known this, had confirmed it before she ever walked through Halligrove's gate, but hearing it again steadied something in her. "The cover story still holds," Ivo continued. "You were in the city, building a career, keeping your head down. No one has connected you to Posey. No one has come looking. Yet. She looked at her daughter, who was now crouched over a beetle making its slow way across a stone. Posey's hair was the same dark shade as Torsten's. Her eyes, when she looked up, carried the same gray. The same quiet intensity that had once made Wynter's heart ache. She had known, from the first moment she held Posey, that the truth could not stay hidden forever. She had just hoped to choose the moment. "Mama, look!" Posey pointed at the beetle. "He is going somewhere." "So are we, baby." Posey looked up, her small brow furrowed. "Where?" Wynter crouched beside her. "Home, soon, I promise." She said it knowing she could not keep the promise yet, but she said it anyway, because some lies were softer than the truth. Ivo checked his watch. "You have maybe 20 minutes before the light goes completely, and you have an announcement to get back for." Wynter stood. She knew. She could feel the time slipping through her fingers, could feel the weight of Halligrove pulling at her like a tide. She pulled her phone out of her pocket. No messages, no missed calls. But the bond hummed at the edge of her awareness, steady and patient, waiting for her to come back. She ignored it. "Show me the trust documents," she said. Ivo handed her the folder. She flipped through it, scanning the pages she had already memorized, checking the signatures, the seals, the notary stamps. Everything was in order. Everything was legal. Everything was a weapon if the wrong hands got hold of it. The sound came from the east, footsteps in the dry leaves, deliberate, unhurried, moving through the trees with the confidence of someone who knew the terrain. Wynter's hand shot out and grabbed Posey's sleeve. She pulled the child behind her, her body going rigid, her wolf rising in her chest with a low, guttural warning. Ivo's eyes snapped to the tree line. He did not speak. He did not move, but his hand drifted toward the door handle, ready to pull Posey inside. The footsteps stopped. The silence stretched. And then a figure emerged from between the pines, broad-shouldered, young, his hand resting on his belt where a radio hung. Kaylin Ibarra. He stopped when he saw her. His gaze moved from her face to the small shape behind her legs, and something shifted in his expression. Surprise, recognition, a question he did not voice. Wynter did not breathe. "Wynter," he said. His voice was careful, neutral. "The announcement is in 2 hours. Torsten is looking for you." She said nothing. He looked at Posey again, longer this time. His jaw tightened. "I did not see anything," he said. "I was not here." Wynter's heart slammed against her ribs. Kaylin held her gaze for a beat longer. Then he turned and walked back into the trees, his footsteps fading, the silence closing behind him like water over a stone. Ivo let out a slow breath. Wynter did not move. She stood frozen, her hands still gripping Posey's sleeve, her pulse hammering in her throat. The trees swayed. The light kept fading. And somewhere in the depths of Halligrove, Kaylin Ibarra walked away carrying a secret that could destroy everything she had built. Chapter 13. The exhale came out of her like a wound, releasing air. Ivo's hand was still on the door handle, his body braced for motion that had not come. He did not look away from the spot where Kaylin had vanished. "He will not speak?" Ivo said. It was not a question. Wynter's hand was still clamped around Posey's sleeve. Her fingers ached. She forced them open, one by one. "He will not speak," she repeated, "but he will remember." Behind her, Posey tugged at her coat. "Mama, who was that?" "No one, baby. Just a man who walks in the woods." Posey considered this, her gray eyes tracking the empty space between the pines. "Does he have a beetle too?" Wynter's throat closed. She pulled Posey against her hip and pressed a kiss into her dark hair. "Probably," she said. "The woods are full of them." Ivo chopped the tree line again. His fox-sharp eyes scanned the shadows, reading what she could not see. "We need to move. If he was on patrol, there could be others. He was not on patrol. He was following me." The words sat between them, cold and heavy. Ivo did not argue. He opened the rear door of the sedan and reached for the booster seat. "Then we definitely need to move." Wynter crouched in front of her daughter. She took Posey's small face in her hands, feeling the warmth of her skin, the steady rhythm of her breathing. "Listen to me," she said softly. "I need you to go with Ivo for a little longer, just a little longer, and then I will come back and we will go home. Do you understand?" Posey's lower lip pushed out. "You said soon." I know I did." Wynter's voice cracked, just barely. "And I meant it, but I need you to be brave for me. Can you do that?" Posey studied her face with the solemn intensity of a child who already knew when adults were lying. She had her father's eyes. She had Wynter's stubborn jaw. "Yes," she said finally, "but I want the purple blanket tonight." "Done. And the otter." "Done. And a story about the fish." Wynter kissed her forehead. 3 stories, about the fish's friend, and the fish's secret treasure. Posey nodded once, satisfied, and let Ivo lift her into the car. Wynter watched him buckle her in, watched Posey's small hands reach for the stuffed otter on the passenger seat, watched her settle against the cushions with the patient resignation of a child who had learned that adults always needed just a little longer. She hated that her daughter had learned that. Ivo closed the door and turned to her. His face was unreadable, but his voice carried an edge she had not heard before. 60 days, he said. That is how long we need. Then the challenge window closes, and no one can touch the trust. Not Torsten, not the elders, not Lochlan Drumerick with all his teeth and claims. 60 days, she agreed. Can you survive that long inside those walls? She looked past him, at the darkening ridge, at the lights beginning to glow in Halligrove's windows. She thought of Torsten's confession through the connecting door, the bond's pull, the weight of the pack's eyes. I will survive it, she said, because she had to. Ivo held her gaze for a moment longer, then he nodded and rounded the hood. The sedan's engine turned over, the headlights cut through the dusk, and Wynter stood alone at the edge of the service road, watching the taillights shrink into the distance, carrying her daughter away from a place that still did not know she existed. She counted to 20. Then she turned and walked back toward Halligrove. She was halfway up the ridge path when the bond flared. It snapped through her chest like a hot wire, sudden and electric, carrying a spike of urgency that had nothing to do with desire. Torsten was nearby, moving fast, coming toward her from the direction of the main house. She stopped. The bond pulsed again, sharper now, closer. He was not looking for her in a casual way. He was tracking her. Wynter's wolf surged beneath her skin, protective and sharp. She scanned the tree line, the path ahead, the slope dropping away to her left. The sedan's taillights had already disappeared around the curve. Ivo was gone. Posey was gone. But the scent would still be here. Ivo's scent, sharp and unfamiliar. The trace of a child, clean and warm. The residue of a handoff that Torsten's wolf could read like a map. She started moving downhill, not toward the house, but across the slope, intercepting the path where the ridge narrowed between two outcroppings of granite. If she met him head-on, she could control the conversation. She could steer him away from the spot where the car had been parked. She could lie. She broke through the tree line onto the lower path, just as Torsten emerged from the pines 20 yards ahead. He stopped when he saw her. His chest was heaving. Not from exertion. His wolf was close to the surface, amber, bleeding at the edges of his eyes, his hands half curled at his sides. He looked at her like she was something he had been hunting. "There you are," he said. His voice was rough, wrong. "I needed air." She kept her tone flat. "The announcement is in 2 hours. I was not going far." "You were not in your room." "I just said I needed air." He took a step closer. The bond tugged between them, insistent and hungry, but she locked her knees and held her ground. "I felt you," he said, "through the bond. You were farther than the grounds. You were past the ridge." "I walked 2 miles. She did not flinch. She did not ask how he knew the distance. The bond had told him. It told him everything she did not want him to know. "Your heart rate was elevated," he continued, his voice dropping. "It spiked. Then it leveled. Then you started walking back." "You are monitoring my heartbeat now?" "I do not have to monitor it. I feel it." He touched his chest, above his ribs. "It is in here. All the time." The words landed somewhere deep and unwanted. She pushed them away. "I walked," she repeated. "I came back. There is nothing else." Torsten's gaze moved past her, up the slope, toward the ridge when the service road curved out of sight. His nostrils flared. "There is a scent," he said, "on this path. Someone else was here." Wynter's pulse kicked, but she did not let it show. "Ivo came to check on me. He left." "From where?" "There is no access road here. The only way in is through the main gate, and Kalen did not log a visitor. He walked. He parked down the service road and walked up." "Why?" "Because I asked him to." Torsten's eyes snapped back to hers. The amber in them deepened. "You asked him to come out here, to meet you in the dark, alone." "I asked him to bring me documents I forgot in the car." The lie slid off her tongue, smooth and practiced. "The trust papers. I wanted to go over them one more time before the announcement." "Where are they?" "I left them with him. I do not need them tonight." He stared at her. The bond hummed between them, carrying something she did not want to name. Suspicion, hurt, the raw edge of a man who had been lied to too many times. "Your hands," he said. She looked down. She was counting her fingers. She stopped. "You do that when you are lying," he said. "You did it at breakfast the day I signed the contract. You did it when Lochlan cornered us about the Rite. You always count when you are building a wall." The silence stretched. Wynter let it. She looked at him with the cold steadiness she had perfected over 3 years of being alone. "There is nothing beyond that ridge that concerns you," she said. "I came back. I am standing here. The announcement will happen. The pack will see what they need to see. That is all you need." Torsten's jaw tightened. He knew she was lying. She could see it in the way his wolf surfaced behind his eyes, in the tension pulling through his shoulders, in the way his hands opened and closed at his sides, fighting the urge to push. But he did not push. He held her gaze. "I will go back to the house first," he said, "so no one sees us coming in together and thinks it was staged." He turned and walked up the path without waiting for her answer. Wynter stood alone in the dark, the bond still pulsing, the lie still burning in her throat. He knew. He did not know what she was hiding, but he knew there was something, and he was going to tear Hellegrove apart to find it. Chapter 14. The kitchen was dark when Torsten came through the service door. He had taken the long way, circling past the boathouse and the empty kennels, letting the cold air strip the edge off his wolf before he faced anyone. The house was settling into its pre-announcement hush. Staff moved through the halls with the careful quiet of people who knew something important was coming. He stopped at the sink and gripped the counter's edge. His hands were still shaking. The bond had not settled. It never settled. It sat in his chest like a second heart, beating Wynter's rhythm, feeding him fragments of her state, the measured calm she had forced onto her breathing, the lie she had wrapped around herself like armor. She had looked at him like he was a threat, not an enemy. A threat. Something to be managed, diverted, kept away from the truth. He pressed his palms flat against the granite and watched his reflection in the dark window above the sink. Hollow cheekbones, eyes that still held the amber bleed of his wolf. He looked like the kind of man who hunted women through the trees, because he had. He had tracked her by her heartbeat. The door behind him opened. He did not turn. "Rough walk?" Kylan's voice. Torsten let out a breath. "You knew I went after her. I knew you felt her leave. The whole house felt it." Kylan stepped into the kitchen and leaned against the prep table, arms crossed. "What did you find?" "Nothing." "That bad?" Torsten turned. Kylan's face was unreadable in the low light, but his posture said he already knew more than he was asking. "She was past the ridge," Torsten said. "She met Ivo out there. He brought her papers," she said. "Trust documents." "And you do not believe her?" "I smelled him on the path. Not just his scent trail. He had been close to her. Standing close." The words came out tighter than he meant. She lied about where she was. She lied about why she went, and she counted her fingers while she did it. Kylan did not react. He just watched, waiting. "You know what I think?" Torsten said. "I think she brought him here to help her hide something. I think every time she goes quiet, every time she locks that door and counts her breathing, she is building a wall between us that I will never tear down." "And you want to tear it down?" "Yes." "Why?" The question landed like a blade. Torsten opened his mouth, closed it. The answer was too large to fit into words. The bond, the daughter-shaped absence he'd felt for 3 years without understanding it. The way Wynter's scent pulled something primal out of him that he could not name and could not control. "Because she is mine," he said. Kylan's expression did not change. "That is the wrong answer." The words hit harder than they should have. Torsten's wolf surged beneath his skin, defensive and hot, but he forced it down. "Explain," he said. "Guilt is not a claim." Kylan straightened, his voice carrying the blunt edge of someone who had earned the right to speak hard truths. "You think because you feel it, because you want to fix it, that gives you access to her? It does not. Feeling guilty is the cheapest currency there is. It costs you nothing. It changes nothing." "I am trying to change." "Trying is not doing." Kylan took a step closer. "You tracked her through the bond tonight. You cornered her on a path in the dark. You questioned her like she owed you an explanation. And now you are standing in a kitchen asking why she looked at you like a threat." Torsten's jaw tightened. "From her point of view," Kylan said, "you earned that reaction, every piece of it. You rejected her publicly. You married someone else. You let 3 years pass without a single word, and now you want her to trust you because you feel bad about it?" The silence stretched. "I do not know what she is hiding," Torsten said, "but I know it is important. I know it is something she does not want me to find." "Then maybe you should stop looking." The words were quiet, final. Torsten stared at him. "You do not mean that." "I mean it exactly." Kylan's eyes held his. "If she is hiding something, she has a reason. She has been here less than a week. She has walked into a house full of people who watched you humiliate her. She has performed a scent claim right under legal protest. She has done everything you asked, and she has done it without breaking. Because she wants something. The succession clause, the legal protection. That is why she came back." "Does it matter?" Torsten opened his mouth. "Yes," Kylan said before he could speak. "It matters, but not for the reason you think. It matters because you keep treating her motives as a problem to solve instead of a boundary to respect. She does not owe you the truth. She does not owe you access. She owes you exactly what the contract says, and nothing more." The words carved through Torsten's chest. He thought of Wynter's face on the path, the way she had locked her knees and held his gaze, the way her pulse had steadied when she decided to lie. She had not looked afraid. She had looked ready, ready to fight him, ready to hold her ground against whatever he threw at her. She had come back to Halligrove armed with ink and strategy, and she had never expected him to be anything but an obstacle. "You think I am the enemy," Torsten said. "I think you are the man who broke her." Kylan's voice dropped. "And I think you have not yet accepted that being sorry does not make you safe for her." You want her to trust you. You want her to stop hiding. But you have not asked yourself what she would need from you to feel like she could. Torsten's hands curled against the counter. Then what do I do? Kalen held his gaze for a long moment. Stop hunting her, he said. Stop treating her like a mystery to be solved. Start proving that you can be trusted with the truth, even if you never learn what it is. He turned and walked to the door. Your announcement is in an hour, he said without looking back. Show up, do your part, and for once, let her come to you. The door closed behind him. Torsten stood alone in the dark kitchen, the bond still pulsing in his chest, the weight of Kalen's words settling into his ribs like something he would carry for a long time. He did not know what Wynter was hiding, but for the first time, he wondered if the answer mattered less than whether she ever felt safe enough to tell him. The kitchen door opened again. Marta stepped inside, her silk robe pulled tight around her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked at him with the cool assessment she always wore, but something flickered beneath it. The announcement, she said. You look like you were about to walk into a battle. I am, she studied him. Then you should know something before you face the elders. Torsten's chest tightened. What? I found a letter in my rooms tonight. Her voice was carefully flat. It was pushed under the door while I was at dinner. No return, no signature, just a single line. She held out a folded piece of paper. Torsten took it. Read it. Someone is already inside her accounts. The words blurred. Whose accounts? He asked. Marta's gaze held his. I think you know. Chapter 15. The sedan pulled through Halligrove's gate at 9 in the morning, dust rising from the gravel like smoke. Wynter stood at the study window and watched Ivo park beside the main house steps. He wore a charcoal jacket over an open collar, a leather satchel looped across his chest, and the easy posture of a man who had never been told he did not belong somewhere. Torsten came up behind her. She felt him stop at the threshold, felt the weight of his attention settle on her spine. Your financial advisor, he said. My financial advisor. You did not tell me he was coming. I did not know I had to. She turned. The contract gives me freedom of movement. Ivo handles the accounts the trust runs through. He cannot do that from 2 miles down a service road forever. Torsten's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. The study door opened. Cleland escorted Ivo inside with the careful neutrality of a wolf who had seen too much to be surprised by anything. Wynter. Ivo's voice carried the warmth of someone who had said her name 1,000 times. He crossed the room and pulled her into a brief hug, one arm around her shoulders, the satchel pressing against her hip. You look like you have not slept in a week. I have not. That tracks. He released her and turned to face Torsten, extending his hand. Ivo Perumal. I handle the accounts for the consulting firm Wynter runs out of the city. Torsten took the hand, shook it. His grip held a beat longer than necessary. Torsten Quennar. I know, Ivo smiled. Your reputation precedes you. Something flickered in Torsten's eyes. I am sure it does. The silence stretched. Kalen cleared his throat. I can bring coffee. That would be excellent, Ivo said. Black, no sugar. Kalen glanced at Torsten, who gave a short nod and left. Wynter moved to the desk and pulled out the chair she had used during the contract negotiation. The accounts are clean. Ivo brought the quarterly statements and the audit trail for the last 12 months. Clean like the trust you filed? Torsten asked. Clean like money that has never touched Halligrove's ledgers. She met his gaze. You wanted transparency. This is it. Ivo set the satchel on the desk and pulled out a folder. I have run everything through 3 separate holding structures. There is no link to the pack, no paper trail that connects Wynter to the capital, and no signature that any elder could question. Torsten did not look at the folder. He looked at Ivo. How long have you known Wynter? 6 years, Ivo said it easily. We met at a conference in the city. She needed an accountant who understood how to move money without attracting attention. I needed a client who did not ask too many questions. And you have been her advisor ever since. Friend, Ivo said. The advising is professional. The friendship is not. Torsten's hands curled against his sides. Wynter watched the shift in his posture, the way his shoulders drew tight, the amber bleed at the edge of his irises. She had seen that look before, on the path, in the corridor after the rite, the wolf rising beneath the skin. "Ivo and I have a working relationship," she said. "That is all." "Is it?" Ivo tilted his head. "Alpha Quennar. I am a fox shifter from a city pack that dissolved 10 years ago. I have no territory, no claim, and no interest in challenging anyone for anything. I am here because Wynter asked me to look at the books before the trust becomes irrevocable. If that threatens you, we can do the review from the sedan at the gate." The words were polite. The edge beneath them was not. Torsten held his gaze. The clock on the mantel ticked. "Stay," Torsten said. "We will do the review here." He turned toward the door. "I will have the pack ledgers brought up." He left without looking back. Wynter exhaled. She had not realized she had been holding her breath. "Subtle," Ivo said. "He is jealous. He has no right to be." "I know." She pressed her palm against the desk. "But knowing does not change what he feels." Ivo studied her. "And what do you feel?" The question landed like a blade between her ribs. She thought of Torsten's hands on her throat during the rite, the way the bond had blazed, the way he had held her gaze and said, "I missed you unbearably." She thought of 3 years of silence. "Nothing I can afford." Ivo nodded, accepting the answer the way he always did, without pushing. He opened the satchel and spread the documents across the desk. "Then let us look at the numbers before the rest of the house wakes up." The review took 2 hours. Ivo walked her through the quarterly reports, the audit trails, the proof that the trust was clean and the money was untraceable. He had routed everything through a consulting firm registered in a borough whose name Wynter could barely pronounce. 3 accounts, 2 holding companies, no paper trail that led back to Halligrove or to Posey. "You are sure?" she said. "I am sure." Ivo closed the last folder. "The 60-day window is the only vulnerability. If someone challenges before that, the trust can be opened. After that, it is iron. Then we survive the next 60 days. That is the plan." He hesitated. "Wynter, there is something else." She looked up. "I am not saying this to worry you, but I tracked someone poking around the secondary account last week. No access, no breach, just a query. It came from an IP in the same region as this territory." Wynter's blood chilled. "Halligrove. Maybe, maybe not." Ivo's voice stayed steady. "But someone is curious, and I do not know how they found the trail." She counted her fingers. 1, 2, 3. "Lock everything tighter," she said. "I already did." The study door opened. Torsten stood in the frame, a stack of leather-bound ledgers in his arms. His gaze swept the desk, the spread documents, the way Ivo leaned close to point at a line on the page. "Am I interrupting?" "Yes," Wynter said. "No," Ivo said at the same moment. The silence curdled. Torsten walked to the desk and set the ledgers down hard enough to rattle the coffee cups. "These are the pack finances for the last 5 years," he said. "If you are going to review anything, you should see the full picture." Ivo looked at the ledgers, then at Torsten. "Thank you." Torsten's eyes met Wynter's. "You could have told me he was coming. And you could have told me your father was in debt to a creditor pack before I signed the contract." She held his gaze. "We are even." The words struck. Torsten's throat worked. He looked at Ivo, at the ease with which the other man sat beside Wynter, at the way her shoulder had relaxed an inch since he walked into the room. "Wynter," his voice dropped. "I need to speak to you. Alone." Ivo rose without being asked. "I will get that coffee." He slipped past Torsten and closed the door behind him. Silence pressed in. Wynter did not move. "He calls you by a name I have never heard," Torsten said. "He touches you like he has a right to. He looks at you like he knows things I will never learn." "That is because he does." Torsten flinched. I spent 3 years away from this place, Wynter said. I built a life. I built a business. I built friendships with people who never asked me to perform or pretend or prove I was worth keeping. Ivo was part of that. He stayed. He showed up. He did not make me beg for his loyalty. And I did. Yes. The word hung between them. I am not asking you to forgive me, Torsten said. I am asking you to let me try. You are asking me to trust you. Yes. Then stop treating my life like a mystery you are entitled to solve. She rose. Ivo is here for the books, nothing more. If you cannot accept that, we have a much larger problem than the numbers. Torsten's eyes held hers. The bond pulsed between them, electric and aching, demanding things neither of them was ready to give. I will try, he said. Wynter did not answer. She picked up her coffee and walked to the window, her back to him, her reflection staring back at her from the glass. Torsten stood in the silence for a long moment. Then he left. The bond pulled through the door after him, a thread she could not cut. Ivo returned a minute later, a fresh cup in his hand. He looked at her face and did not ask. He set the coffee on the desk and sat down. 60 days, he said. Wynter pressed her palm against the cold glass. 60 days. Chapter 16. The click of the door settled behind Torsten like a held breath released. Wynter stayed at the window. The glass was cold against her palm, the morning light thin and gray over the pine line. Behind her, Ivo set down the fresh coffee he had brought and pulled the stack of leather-bound ledgers toward him. You did not tell me he would bring the full pack accounts. I did not know he would. Ivo opened the first ledger. The pages were dense with columns, dated in a hand that had grown tighter over the years. His finger traced a line, then another. Wynter. She turned. Ivo's face had gone still. The kind of stillness that meant he had found something he was not ready to name. Come look at this. She crossed the room and stood at his shoulder. The page was marked for the year she had left Halligrove. Quarterly projections, operating costs, and a line item she did not recognize, labeled with an acronym she had never seen. What is BHL? I do not know, Ivo said, but it appears in every quarter for the last 4 years. The amounts are not large enough to trigger auditor attention, but they are regular, consistent, like a subscription. Wynter's fingers found each other. 1, 2. Can you trace it? I can try. Ivo pulled out his phone and photographed the page. But I need the earlier ledgers to see when this entry first appeared. The study door opened. Torsten stood in the frame. He had changed his shirt. His jaw was tight, but his eyes held something other than anger now. Wariness, perhaps the beginning of understanding. Ivo stays, Torsten said, for as long as the books take. Wynter said nothing. Torsten walked to the desk and pulled out the chair across from Ivo. He sat. The move was deliberate, a man choosing the harder seat. Ask what you need. Ivo studied him for a moment. Then he opened the second ledger. The review took 3 hours. Ivo worked methodically, tracing lines, cross-referencing figures, asking questions that Torsten answered with the same clipped precision. Wynter sat at the corner of the desk, watching them, feeling the bond pulse beneath her ribs like a second heartbeat. Your operating costs are 12% higher than revenue projection for this quarter alone, Ivo said. I know. You are burning capital from my father's final year. He took out a series of loans to cover the gap between the balloon dowry and the debt schedule. Torsten's voice was flat. I have been trying to restructure ever since. Ivo looked up. The balloon dowry was meant to clear the debt. It was meant to buy time. Silence. Wynter's fingers moved. 3, 4. Your father was betting on something that did not arrive, Ivo said. It was not a question. Torsten's eyes met Wynter's. My father was betting on an heir. The air in the room changed. Ivo set down his pen. And when the heir did not come, then the debt rolled forward. The interest compounded, and Lochlan started whispering that a stronger leader could negotiate better terms. Wynter heard what Torsten was not saying. The heir had come. She had been carrying it when she walked through Halligrove's gate 3 years ago. The debt had not paused. The interest had not stopped, and Torsten had been paying for his father's gamble with every hollow month of a marriage that never produced what it was meant to. Ivo opened the third ledger. BHL appears here too, he said. Same amount, same interval. Every quarter for the last 4 years. Torsten leaned forward. What is BHL? I was hoping you would tell me. Torsten took the ledger and ran his thumb over the entry, his brow furrowed. I have never seen this code before. It is not in any of the summaries Sabine prepared. Then it was deliberately buried, Ivo said. Wynter's blood chilled. Who prepared the summaries? Pack accountants, my father's men. I replaced most of them after he died, but the ledgers were already compiled. Torsten's voice hardened. Someone kept this off the official record. Ivo pulled a fourth ledger from the stack. The spine cracked as he opened it. I need to go back further, to the year before you took over. That would be 2 years before I became acting alpha. Then we need access to your father's archive. Torsten's jaw tightened. That room has been sealed since his death. I've not opened it. Then we open it now. The archive room was at the end of a narrow corridor Wynter had never entered. Torsten unlocked the door with a key from a chain he wore beneath his shirt. The hinges complained. Inside, the air was cold and still. Filing cabinets lined the walls, their drawers labeled in the same hand that had marked the ledgers. A desk sat in the center, covered in dust and the weight of years untouched. Ivo moved to the cabinets without hesitation. He pulled a drawer, scanned the tabs, pulled another. Torsten stood in the doorway. His hand rested on the frame, knuckles white. Wynter watched him. You have not been in here since he died. No. Why? He turned to her. The bond flickered, raw and close to the surface. Because I was afraid of what I would find. You found it anyway. Not all of it. Ivo stopped at a file drawer near the far wall. He pulled a folder, opened it, and went still. Wynter. She crossed to him. Torsten dawdled. The folder contained a single sheet of paper. A memorandum, dated 4 years ago, typed on letterhead Wynter did not recognize. It was addressed to Torsten's father. The subject line read, BHL obligations current status. Below it, a single line in handwriting. Balloon bloodline heir remains the only exit. Delay is not an option. Torsten read the words. The color drained from his face. They knew, he said. Before the rejection, before any of it. They knew what my father was asking, and they wrote it down. Wynter looked at the date again. 4 years ago. A year before Torsten had stood in the circle and told the pack she was not his mate. Ivo folded the memorandum carefully and tucked it into his jacket. We need to know who wrote this, he said, and how deep the obligations go. Torsten's eyes stayed on the empty folder. I think I already know. Chapter 17. The archive door clicked shut behind them. Torsten did not move toward the main hall. He stood in the narrow corridor with the memorandum still burning in his mind, the handwriting he recognized, the date that proved his father had known before the rejection circle. Wynter walked past him. His hand caught her arm. She stopped, did not pull away, did not turn. You were going to tell him, Torsten said. His voice was low, scraped clean of composure. Ivo, you were going to tell Ivo what you found before you told me. You showed him my father's archive before you showed me. Ivo found the memorandum, not me. You let him touch it first. Wynter turned then. Her face was calm, the same calm she had worn at the gate 3 years ago, the calm she wore like armor forged in a fire he had started. He has been inside my life for 6 years, she said. He knows where the bodies are buried because he helped me dig the graves. You do not get to be offended that I trust the man who stayed. The words hit like a blade between his ribs. Torsten released her arm. Stayed. He repeated the word like it tasted of ash. That is what you call it. He stayed. I was here, Wynter. I was standing in the same spot while you rebuilt yourself somewhere else. That is not leaving. That is being told to stay gone. You were told to reject me. There is a difference. The corridor went silent. The bond pulsed between them, raw and bleeding. Wynter's jaw tightened. She had not meant to say it. He saw the flicker of regret cross her face before she smoothed it away. I did not come here to fight about 3 years ago, she said. Then what did you come here for? She met his eyes. You know what I came for. Paper. Leverage. A signature on a clause you will not explain. You sit closer. The bond pulled taut. You came back with a plan and a countdown and a wall I cannot see through, and I let you. I signed it. I gave you everything you asked for because I thought maybe, if I gave you enough, you would let me back in. Her throat moved. I am not keeping you out because I want to hurt you, she said. I am keeping you out because I learned what happens when I let you inside. He flinched like she had struck him. You let Ivo in. Ivo never threw me away in front of 100 wolves. The words hung between them, final and unanswerable. Torsten's hands opened at his sides. He looked at her the way a man looks at a door he knows he closed himself. You are right, he said. I did. And I have spent every day since knowing I earned every scar you carry because of it. His voice cracked. But I am standing here now, in the corridor where my father kept his secrets, holding proof that I was manipulated into losing you, and you still will not look at me like I am anything other than the man who hurt you. Wynter's fingers curled at her sides. 1, 2, 3. How do you want me to look at you? Like I could be something else? You could have been something else 3 years ago. I did not know. You knew enough. Her voice rose, the calm cracking at the edges. You knew your father was drowning in debt. You knew the Balloonaire marriage was a lifeline. You knew I was standing in that circle with nothing but the clothes I had worn that morning and the hope that you would choose me anyway. And you chose politics. You chose survival. You chose to let them tell you what a mate was worth. She stepped forward. Torsten did not retreat. I built a life where I do not have to beg for scraps, she said. I built a business. I built a home. I built a family with my own hands and my own rules, and no help from anyone who ever told me I was not enough. Her voice dropped. And I will not let you rewrite that into a tragedy where you are the victim. The silence that followed was absolute. Torsten's chest rose and fell like he had run a mile. I am not asking you to forgive me, he said. I am asking you to see that I am trying. Trying to what? Trying to become someone who deserves to know what you are hiding. The bond flared between them, fierce and undeniable, hungry for a closeness neither of them knew how to give. Wynter's breath caught. She looked at his hands, the hollows beneath his cheekbones, the way his wolf bled amber into his eyes. She looked at him like she was reading a language she had once spoken fluently and had spent 3 years trying to forget. I am hiding a child, she said. The words came out flat, clinical, as if she were reading a line from a contract. Torsten went still. A child. Yours. The air left his lungs. He did not move, did not breathe. The bond between them shuddered, and Wynter felt the moment it landed, the moment the weight of what she had said collapsed onto his chest. You were pregnant, he said, the night of the circle. You were already carrying my child. I was. His hand came up to his mouth. He pressed his knuckles against his lips like he was holding something in. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. Where is she? Wynter's heart hammered against her ribs. Safe, away from Halligrove. Away from me. Yes. The word landed like a door closing. Torsten lowered his hand. His eyes were wet. Her name, he said. At least give me her name. Wynter held his gaze. The bond pulled. The grief in his voice was not performance. It was not leverage. It was a man learning the shape of something he had lost before he ever knew it existed. Posey, she said. Her name is Posey. Chapter 18. The silence in the corridor stretched like a held breath. Wynter stood with her back against the archive door, the word Posey still hanging between them like smoke. Torsten had not moved. His hands hung open at his sides. His chest rose and fell too fast like he was drowning on dry land. Posey, he said again, as if tasting the shape of it. Don't what? Don't make it into something it is not. Her voice came out raw. You know her name. That is all you get tonight. I am not asking for more. Then why are you still standing here? The bond pulsed between them, hungry and aching. She felt him through it, the grief and shock and a longing so desperate it scraped against her ribs. She wanted to step back. She wanted to step closer. Her body did not know which betrayal to choose. Torsten took one step forward. "I spent 3 years telling myself the bond had gone dead," he said. "That what I felt for you was guilt, not hunger. That if I just kept moving, kept paying for what I did, I would eventually stop wanting you." His voice broke on the last word. "I was wrong every single day." Wynter's throat closed. "Torsten, you do not have to forgive me." He stopped an arm's length away. "You do not have to stay. You do not even have to let me near her. But I need you to know that I see you. Not the contract, not the leverage. You, the woman who builds walls because she had to, not because she wanted to." She stared at him. Her fingers twitched at her sides. 1, 2. She stopped counting. "You do not get to say that and expect me to fall into your arms. I do not expect anything." "Then what do you want?" He looked at her for a long moment. The amber bleed in his eyes softened. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "I want you to choose to stay in this room with me for 5 more minutes. Not because of the bond, not because of the contract, because you want to." The air thickened. Wynter felt the pull in her chest, the thing she had been fighting since the moment she walked through Halligrove's gate. It was not the bond. It was something older, something she had buried under paperwork and plans and the cold arithmetic of survival. She did not step back. "I am staying because I want to," she said. "Not for 5 minutes, for as long as I decide." Torsten's breath caught. She reached out. Her hand touched his chest, palm flat over his heart. It hammered beneath her fingers like a trapped animal. He did not move, did not breathe, just stood there, letting her decide. "I am choosing this," she said. "If you push, if you take, if you make this into something I did not agree to, I will walk out and I will not look back." "I understand." "Say it. I understand." His voice shook. "I will not push. I will not take. This is yours to decide." She held his gaze. Then she stepped forward and kissed him. It was not gentle. It was not desperate. It was the kiss of a woman who had spent 3 years telling herself she did not want what she was finally allowing herself to have. Her fingers curled into his shirt. His hands came up slow, hesitant, hovering at her waist like he was afraid she would shatter if he held too tight. She pulled back. "Touch me," she said. "I told you I am choosing this. Now choose me back." Something broke in his eyes. His hands settled on her hips, careful and warm. He kissed her again, slower this time, like he was learning the shape of her mouth. She felt the bond pulse between them, not hungry, not demanding, but alive in a way she had never let herself feel before. She pulled him toward the connecting door. His room smelled like him, cedar and cold linen and the sharp edge of grief. The bed was unmade. A glass of water sat on the nightstand. She did not look at any of it. She turned and faced him. "Take off your shirt." He did. The hollows beneath his cheekbones were deeper than she remembered. The scar across his ribs from a challenge he had won 3 years before she left. She traced it with her fingers and felt him shiver. "I thought about this," she said. "In the city, when I was alone. I told myself I was imagining a stranger because the man I remembered did not exist anymore." "Did I?" She looked at him. "I do not know yet." She stepped closer. Her hands found his chest, his shoulders, the line of his jaw. He stood still beneath her touch, letting her map him, letting her decide how much to take. She kissed him again. This time he answered. His hands slid up her back, slow and deliberate, pulling her against him. The heat of his body seeped through her clothes. The bond flared, not overwhelming, not drowning, but warm and steady, like a pulse she had forgotten how to feel. They moved to the bed without hurry. Every touch was a question, every breath an answer. She felt him hold back, checking, waiting, and she pressed closer until he understood that she was not going to break. When he whispered her name, it was not desperation, it was wonder. Afterward, they lay in the dark. Her head rested on his chest. His hand traced slow circles on her shoulder. The bond hummed between them, quiet and steady, like something that had finally stopped bleeding. "This does not fix anything," she said. "I know." I am still leaving when the 6 months are up if I decide to. I know. Posey is still mine. She stays with me. You do not get to claim her through this. His hand stilled. I know. When you decide, I have earned it. She closed her eyes. I will think about it. She felt him nod, felt the way his chest rose and fell beneath her cheek, slow and steady, like a man who had been running for years and had finally stopped. She did not know what this meant, did not know if it was progress or surrender or the beginning of another wound. But for the first time since she walked through Halligrove's gate, she did not feel the need to count. She woke before dawn. The room was gray with early light. Torsten's arm was wrapped around her waist, his face pressed against her hair, his breathing deep and even. She lay still, feeling the weight of him, the warmth of his body against hers. Then, in his sleep, his hand tightened. He pulled her closer. A soft sound escaped his throat, something between a breath and a name. Wynter. She felt the word through the bond before she heard it, a reflex, an instinct. A man reaching for her even when he did not know he was doing it. Her heart cracked. She lay awake in the breaking dawn, his arm around her, his body warm against hers, and she understood with terrible clarity that pretending had become impossible. The question now was what came after. Chapter 19. She woke to the weight of his arm still around her, his breath warm against her hair, the gray dawn pressing against the windows. She did not move. For a long moment she let herself feel it, the steady rise of his chest, the bond humming between them like a wire that had stopped sparking and started conducting something steadier. His fingers curled against her ribs, loose and trusting, like he had fallen asleep holding her and had not once considered letting go. Then she slipped out of his grip. The cold air hit her skin. She found her clothes on the floor, pulled them on in silence, and stood at the window with her back to the bed. The lake was flat and gray beneath the morning sky. Frost clung to the glass at the corners. She heard him stir, a beat of silence, then his voice, rough with sleep. You are still here. She did not turn around. I did not say I was leaving. The bed creaked as he sat up, and she felt his gaze on her back, careful and questioning, like he was reading the set of her shoulders for the answer he was afraid to hear. Last night, he said slowly. Did you mean it? She finally turned. Torsten sat at the edge of the bed, shirtless, his hair tangled, the scar across his ribs pale in the morning light. He looked raw, unarmored, like a man who had forgotten how to protect himself and was only now remembering he might need to. She met his eyes. I meant every second. She let that land, watched the hope flicker through his expression like light through a crack. But it does not change the contract. It does not change the 6 months, and it does not change Posey. His jaw tightened, but he did not argue. I know. I need to hear you say it. He held her gaze. I hear you. She waited for the but, for the plea, for the moment he would reach for more than she had offered and force her to draw another line. It did not come. He stood slowly, found his shirt on the floor, pulled it over his head. He moved past her toward the bathroom and paused at the threshold. I am going to shower, he said. There is coffee in the kitchen. Kylan will be in the East office by 7 if you need anything. She blinked. You are not going to push. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile, something more careful. You told me last night what you needed to hear. I am not going to make you say it again this morning. He stepped into the bathroom and closed the door. She stood alone in the gray light, the bond pulsing warm and steady beneath her ribs, and she felt the ground shift beneath her feet. She had spent 3 years preparing for his demands, his anger, his desperation. She had not prepared for his patience. She found the coffee exactly where he had said it would be. The kitchen was empty. A pot sat on the warmer, a mug beside it. Someone had left a plate of bread and butter under a cloth, and she stood at the counter with the mug in her hands, letting the heat seep into her fingers, trying to find her footing. The door swung open. Marta Balloon walked in. She stopped when she saw Wynter. Her gaze traveled over her with the quiet precision of a woman who noticed everything and forgave nothing. Good morning, Marta said. Wynter lifted the mug. There is coffee. I see that. Marta moved to the counter, poured her own cup, and leaned against the opposite counter. She did not sit. She did not leave. The silence stretched. And then Marta said, I know about Posey. Wynter's hand froze. The world tipped sideways. She set the mug down slowly, carefully, keeping her face blank, but her heart had stopped and started again in the wrong rhythm. I do not know what you mean. Marta's eyes held hers, cool and unblinking. Yes, you do. And before you decide whether to threaten me or flee, you should know that I am not your enemy. I was never Torsten's, and I have been holding information that could destroy both of you for longer than you have been back in Halligrove. The room was very quiet. Wynter counted her fingers beneath the counter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do you want? She asked. Marta took a sip of her coffee. I want to show you what Torsten's father did to all of us. And then I want you to decide whether you are willing to burn the old Halligrove to the ground to protect your daughter. She set the mug down. Because I have the papers that prove your child was the target of a bloodline contract before she was even conceived, and I have the name of the person who wrote the BHL memorandum. Wynter's pulse hammered. Who? Marta held her gaze. The man who is standing in the East Drive right now. The one who arrived before dawn and asked to see Torsten alone. The door behind her opened. Torsten stood in the frame, wet-haired, his shirt buttoned wrong, his face pale. Wynter, he said. His voice was flat. Lochlan is in the East office. He has a witness with him. He says he has proof that the heir Torsten's father was betting on already exists. The morning light slanted through the windows. Wynter set her coffee down with a hand that did not shake. She had walked into Halligrove with a contract and a secret and a plan that relied on time she no longer had. And now, Lochlan Drummerick was standing in the East office with proof of her daughter's existence, and she had done nothing to prepare for this moment. Chapter 20. The kitchen tilted around Wynter. Lochlan had a witness. Proof. The heir already exists. Torsten stood in the doorway with his shirt buttoned wrong and his face the color of bone. Marta had not moved. Her coffee cooled in her hands while she watched both of them with the patience of someone who had already calculated every outcome. Who is the witness? Wynter asked. Torsten shook his head. He will not let me see them until the full council is present. Then we have time. No, Marta set her cup down. He is already calling the council. Kalen stopped him in the hall and forced a delay, but it will not hold past noon. Wynter's mind raced through options, exits, counters. The trust was sealed. The succession clause was signed. But none of that mattered if Lochlan exposed Posey before she could present her on her own terms. She needed to reach Ivo. I need to go. Torsten stepped forward. You cannot leave the grounds. If he is watching, then I will not use the gate. She was already moving past him, through the corridor, her boots silent on the old wood. The side door opened onto gravel that crunched under her weight, but she did not slow. The woods swallowed her. She ran. The cold air bit her throat. Pine needles carpeted the path she had memorized on her night walks. The route that curved down toward the ridge where Ivo had parked every time. The bond pulled at her ribs, Torsten's presence trailing her at a distance. But she did not stop. She broke through the tree line near the old fire road and saw the sedan. Ivo was leaning against the hood, phone in hand. He looked up when she emerged. His face told her everything. He knows, Ivo said. Who told you? Kalen. He called from the estate line. Said Lochlan brought a woman from the Territory Records Office. She has access to birth filings, property trusts, anything registered under assumed names within 100 miles. Wynter's stomach dropped. The trust is sealed. The names are clean. Clean enough for normal review, Ivo said. Not clean enough for a territorial archivist with a warrant request and a claimant who wants her found. He opened the passenger door. Posey is safe. I moved her to the cabin 3 miles west, but I need to get back before Lochlan notices I am gone, or he will have a sentry on every road. Wynter nodded. She reached for the door handle, then stopped. Behind her, someone stepped on a branch. She turned. Lochlan Drummerek stood at the edge of the trees, not running, not advancing, just standing there with his hands in his pockets and his pale hazel eyes fixed on the sedan, on her, on the open passenger door. He had not come alone. A woman in a gray coat weeded behind him, holding a tablet. The archivist. Wynter's blood turned to ice. "Miss Renholt," Lochlan's voice carried across the clearing. "Taking a morning drive?" She did not answer. Ivo's hand was on her arm, steady, grounding. Lochlan took a step closer. His gaze swept over the sedan, the open door, the empty car. Then he looked at her again, and his smile was thin and knowing. "I hope your friend enjoys the woods," he said. "He will not have long to enjoy them." He turned and walked back into the trees. The archivist followed. Wynter stood frozen, her heart slamming against her ribs, the morning light sharp and cold around her. Ivo pulled her toward the car. "We need to move, now." But she was not looking at him. She was looking at the trees where Lochlan had stood, at the spot where his gaze had lingered a moment too long on the empty passenger seat, and she knew. He had not seen Posey, not yet. But he had seen enough, and the war she had been planning for in paperwork and trust structures and signed clauses had just become a war of teeth and dirt and running. "Wynter." Ivo's voice was urgent. "Get in the car." She climbed in. The engine turned over. Gravel spat beneath the tires as Ivo swung them onto the fire road, heading deeper into the pines. She did not look back. But she felt Lochlan's smile like a blade pressed against her throat, and she knew that by the time they reached the cabin, every trail leading to her daughter would already be watched. Chapter 21. The sedan bounced over the fire road ruts, pine branches scraping the roof, and Wynter kept her eyes on the tree line. Ivo drove with one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the dash, his fox-sharp eyes flicking between the rear view and the path ahead. No headlights behind them. No sound except the engine and the tires chewing gravel. 3 miles west. That was all the distance between Posey and Lochlan's archivist. 3 miles of forest that suddenly felt like inches. "You should have told me he brought a records woman," Wynter said. "I did not know until Kalen called." Ivo's jaw tightened. He stopped her at the gate. "She has a territorial seal on her credentials. Means she can pull filings across 3 counties without a warrant." "Then the trust is not safe." "The trust is safe. The names are clean. But if she starts looking at property transfers near Halligrove, she will find the cabin within a week." Wynter's hands curled in her lap. A week. She had planned for 60 days of legal cover, for the challenge window to close, for the succession right to lock everything in place. Lochlan had collapsed that timeline with a single morning move. She pressed her palm flat against the window. The glass was cold enough to sting. "I need to see her. She is asleep. I left her with the purple blanket in the otter." "Then I need to see her asleep." Ivo said nothing. He took the next turn at an angle that threw her against the door, and the cabin materialized through a break in the pines, a low, gray structure with a tin roof and smoke curling from the chimney. Wynter was out of the car before it stopped moving. The door was unlocked. She pushed inside, and the cabin breathed warmth at her, wood smoke and coffee and the faint sweet smell of the lavender soap Posey liked. A fire crackled in the stone hearth. A small figure was curled on the fold-out couch, dark hair spilled across a pillow, one hand tucked under her cheek and the other clutching the stuffed otter. Wynter's knees gave. She crouched beside the couch, close enough to feel Posey's breath on her skin, and she did not touch her. She just watched. The small rise and fall of her daughter's chest, the way her lips parted slightly in sleep, the gray eyes closed, hiding the Quennar stamp that would mark her as soon as anyone looked too long. 3 miles and a locked door. That was all that stood between Posey and the war coming for them. Behind her, Ivo entered quietly. He set a canvas bag on the table and began pulling out things. A thermos, a folded map, a burner phone. "I pulled the cash from the secondary account this morning," he said. "Enough for 3 months if you are careful." Wynter did not answer. "The burner has 1 contact programmed. If you call it, I will answer within 2 rings. If I do not, it means I am compromised." She turned. "Compromised how?" "Lochlan has a witness. He has an archivist. He will have a narrative by noon. If he convinces the council I am part of a conspiracy to defraud Halligrove, I become a legal target. That means I cannot help you from inside the packhold." "Then do not go back." "I have to." If I vanish, he will know he is right. He will seal every road. Wynter looked at the map on the table. 2 routes marked in pen, one heading east toward the highway, one looping north through reserve land. Both ended at the same junction 100 miles away. He will be watching the cabin within hours, Ivo said. You need to move before he does. I know. She looked at Posey again. The otter had slipped half out of her grip. Wynter reached out and eased it back into her daughter's fingers, and Posey stirred, made a small sound, then settled. Wynter's chest cracked open. She had planned for everything: paperwork, leverage, a 6-month timeline that gave her room to maneuver. She had not planned for Lochlan to find the trail before she could even light the fuse. Ivo. He looked up from the map. Thank you. Something flickered across his face, too fast to read. Then he nodded once and turned back to the canvas bag. Pack light. I will be at the car. He left. Wynter stayed beside the couch, her hand resting on the edge of the pillow, not quite touching her daughter's hair. The fire popped. The clock on the mantel ticked. Outside, the wind moved through the pines like something hunting. She had to wake Posey. She had to get her into the car and drive toward the highway before Lochlan's people reached this road. But for one more minute, she let herself sit in the warmth of the cabin and watch her daughter breathe. Then she stood. Posey. The small body stirred. Gray eyes blinked open, blurry and confused. Mama? Hey, love. Wynter's voice came out steady. That was the trick. Keep it steady. We are going on a trip. Posey sat up slowly, the otter pressed to her chest. In the car? In the car right now. Is Ivo coming? He is already outside. Posey looked at her with the solemn curiosity that made Wynter's heart seize every time. Is it a secret trip? Yes. Like the other trips? Yes, like the other trips. Posey slid off the couch without complaint. She did not ask why. She did not ask where. She just took Wynter's hand and walked toward the door in her bare feet, the stuffed otter tucked under her arm, trust so complete it was almost unbearable. Wynter swept her up and carried her to the car. Ivo had the engine running. The back door was open. She settled Posey into the seat, buckled the belt around her, pressed the otter into her hands. Close your eyes if you want, Wynter said. I will wake you when we stop. Posey leaned her head against the window. Okay, Mama. Wynter shut the door. The forest was silent. No birds, no movement, just the green dark where any shadow could be Lochlan's. She climbed into the passenger seat. Ivo pulled away without speaking. The cabin shrank in the mirror. The trees swallowed it, and Wynter held her daughter's name in her mouth like a prayer. Chapter 22. The cabin shrank in the mirror. The trees swallowed it, and Wynter held her daughter's name in her mouth like a prayer. The fire road unspooled beneath them, gravel crunching under the tires. Ivo drove with both hands on the wheel, eyes scanning the tree line, jaw set. He did not speak. Neither did she. Posey had fallen asleep again in the back seat, the otter pressed to her cheek, her breath slow and even. The purple blanket was bunched around her shoulders, and she looked so small against the dark leather that Wynter's chest tightened until she could barely inhale. 3 miles. 2. The headlights caught the junction ahead, the turn that would take them toward the highway. Ivo slowed, his gaze flicking to the rearview mirror. No lights behind us, he said. Not yet. Wynter nodded. Her hands were steady on her knees. That was the trick. Keep everything steady on the surface. Ivo took the turn. The highway opened before them, empty and dark, and for a long moment there was only the hum of the engine and the rush of wind through the cracked window. Posey shifted but did not wake. Then the burner phone buzzed against Wynter's thigh. She looked down at the screen. Unknown number. One word in the message preview. Torsten. Her thumb hovered over the screen. The car hummed. Posey breathed. She opened the message. I know you left. I need to hear your voice. Please. The phone was warm in her hand. She could feel the mate bond pulsing beneath her ribs, steady and insistent, telling her exactly how far away he was, telling her he was standing still while she was moving away from him. She did not reply. The phone buzzed again. I am not going to demand anything. I just need to know you were safe. Both of you. Ivo glanced at her. Torsten? Yes. Are you going to answer? She looked at the screen. The cursor blinked in the message field, waiting for her to type something that would either close the door or leave it open a crack. He asked if we are safe, she said. Are you going to tell him? Wynter's fingers moved before she decided. She typed 3 words. We are safe. She sent it before she could change her mind. The reply came within seconds. Where? She did not answer that. The highway stretched ahead. The fuel gauge read 3/4 full. The map showed an exit 20 miles ahead with a motel that took cash and did not ask questions. The phone buzzed again. Wynter, please. She closed the message without reading the rest. 20 minutes later, they pulled into the motel lot. It was the kind of place that existed in the hollow spaces between towns. Neon sign with 2 dead letters, cracked asphalt, a row of doors painted the color of dust. The office window glowed yellow behind a Venetian blind. Ivo killed the engine. I will get the room, he said. Keep Posey in the car until I signal. He was gone before she could argue, crossing the lot with the easy, unremarkable stride of a man who had learned to disappear into plain sight. Wynter turned in her seat to look at Posey. Still asleep. The otter had slipped to the floor. She reached back and picked it up, pressed it into her daughter's small hands, and Posey's fingers closed around it instinctively. That trust again. Complete, unconditional, unearned. Wynter had done everything she could to build a life where Posey would never have to run. She had filed the right papers, paid the right people, kept her head down and her hands clean. And still, somehow, the past had reached out and pulled them both into the dark. The window of the office door opened. Ivo gestured once. She got out of the car. The room was small, 2 beds with thin quilts, a lamp with a flickering bulb, a bathroom with a shower curtain that smelled of bleach, the kind of room that was designed to be forgotten the moment you left. Wynter carried Posey inside and laid her on the far bed. Her daughter stirred, murmured something unintelligible, and sank back into sleep. Ivo locked at the door, checked the window, drew the blinds. I will take first watch, he said. You need to sleep. I need to make sure you get through tonight. Sleep after. She wanted to argue. She was too tired to win. She sat on the edge of the other bed, her boots still on, her coat still buttoned. The burner phone was in her hand again. The last message from Torsten was still unread. She opened it. Please, I need to know you did not run because you think I will fail you. I need to know I still have a chance to earn it. Her thumb hovered. She typed, You need to stop the council. Lochlan will force a succession ruling. If you do not stop him, none of this matters. She sent it. The reply came in less than a minute. I will stop him. I will buy you time. But I need to ask you something first. She waited. Is she mine? The words sat on the screen, simple and devastating. 3 years of silence collapsed into a single question. She looked at Posey. The dark hair, the gray eyes, closed now but unmistakable. The face that was half Torsten's, half hers, and wholly their own. She typed, Yes. His reply came almost immediately. Then tell me what she needs, not what you think I can give, what she actually needs. Wynter stared at the screen. She had prepared for demands, for accusations, for the fight that would follow the revelation. She had not prepared for him to ask her to tell him what their daughter needed, as though her answer would determine whether he pushed or stepped back. Her fingers moved. Safety, time, a future that does not depend on a pact that already failed her. A long pause. Then I will make sure she has it, even if it costs me everything. Wynter read the words twice. The mate bond pulsed, warm and steady, a thread that connected her to a man 3 hours away who was offering to burn his own claim to the ground for a child he had never held. She did not know whether to believe him. She did not know whether she wanted to. She must have fallen asleep because the next thing she knew, Ivo was shaking her shoulder and the light outside the blinds was gray with dawn. Something is happening, he said. She sat up, heart hammering. What? He held out the burner phone. A new message was on the screen, not from Torsten, but from an unknown number. She opened it. Emergency council session called for 9 this morning. Topic: succession transparency. Lochlan requested it directly. He has the archivist with him. Her blood went cold. Lochlan is forcing the issue, she said. He is going to try to name Posey in front of the full council. Evo's face was unreadable. Can Torsten stop it? She looked at the phone. No new messages from Torsten. He said he would try. And if he fails? Wynter looked at Posey, still sleeping, still trusting, still unaware that a room full of wolves was about to learn her name and decide whether she was a threat or a prize. Then we run farther, she said, and we do not stop running until there is nowhere left to go. Chapter 23. Sabine Maria arrived at the motel before the coffee finished brewing. Wynter opened the door to find her standing in the gray dawn light, leather briefcase in hand, coat buttoned to the throat. She looked like she had driven through the night and had not stopped to question whether the trip was worth making. Lochlan called the session for 9, Sabine said, stepping past Wynter into the room. I have 3 hours to make sure you are bulletproof before he opens his mouth. Evo rose from the chair by the window. How did you find us? Torsten told me. Sabine set the briefcase on the small table and snapped the latches. He called 40 minutes ago. Said you were on the move and that I should bring everything. Wynter watched her pull out a stack of papers, printed and tabbed, each page crisp and ready. Everything? The stronger version. Sabine spread the documents across the table. Trust structures. Autonomy clauses. A separate binding declaration that places any verified blood heir under direct council protection rather than alpha discretion. Torsten asked me to draft it before I left. Wynter's fingers found each other, counting. He asked you to draft it. When? Last night, after you sent him the text about Posey. Sabine's voice was neutral, but her eyes held something close to approval. He said you needed more than paper promises. He said he wanted to give you something that could survive whatever Lochlan threw at it. Ivo moved closer, scanning the first page. This is ironclad if the council signs it. It is ironclad regardless. The council's signature is a formality. Sabine tapped a clause near the bottom. Alpha signature alone is binding for trust protections. The council can challenge, but they cannot undo what is already recorded and witnessed. Wynter read the language. The words were precise, surgical. They carved out a space for Posey that no political shift could close. A trust that vested immediately. A guarantee of autonomy for the child's guardian. A revocation clause that required unanimous elder consent. Who witnessed the draft? Wynter asked. No one yet. Torsten wanted you to see it first. That stopped her. She had expected him to sign whatever Sabine put in front of him, to act fast and ask forgiveness later. She had not expected him to wait. Where is he now? On his way, Sabine said. He left Halligrove 20 minutes after I did. He will be here within the hour. Evo made a low sound. If Lochlan finds out he left before the session, then Lochlan finds out Torsten values his daughter more than the optics of sitting in the council room waiting to be challenged. Sabine's voice was flat. Let him know. Wynter looked at Posey, still asleep on the far bed, the purple blanket pulled to her chin. The otter was tucked under her arm. She had no idea that a room full of wolves was gathering her name like stones for a sling. Show me where I sign, Wynter said. Sabine flipped to the last page. You are not the only one. The car pulled into the motel lot at 6:47. Wynter watched from the window as Torsten got out, alone, no escort, no sentry. He looked like he had not slept. His shirt was wrinkled, his jaw was tight. But when he walked toward the room, his steps were steady. He knocked once. Ivo opened the door. The two men looked at each other. The old jealousy was still there. Wynter could feel it through the bond, a flicker of something territorial that Torsten swallowed down before it reached his eyes. Ivo, Torsten said. Torsten, I need to see Wynter, and I need to sign what Sabine brought. Ivo stepped aside. Torsten entered. His gaze found Wynter first, then moved to the bed where Posey slept, and stopped. His breath taut. The sound was small, barely audible, but Wynter heard it. That is her, he said. Yes. He did not move closer. He stood at the edge of the room, hands at his sides, as though approaching would break something he had no right to break. She is beautiful. She is asleep. I know. He turned back to Sabine. Show me where to sign. Sabine guided him to the table. He read each page, not rushing, not skimming, reading with the attention of a man who had learned that words on paper could ruin everything if you did not look closely enough. He signed the first page, the second, the third. At the bottom of the final page, he paused. There is a clause here about autonomy for the guardian, he said. It says I cannot override decisions about Posey's upbringing, residence, or education without a formal mediation process. Sabine nodded. It does. I am asking if that is what you need. Wynter's fingers were still. She had not noticed them moving. Yes, he signed. Then he set the pen down and looked at Ivo. I want you to review every page, the trust structures, the clauses, the witness chain. If there is a hidden trap, I need you to find it before the council session. Ivo's eyebrows rose. You trust me to look for holes in your own contract? I trust you to look for holes, period. If they exist, I want to know before Lochlan does. A long silence. Then Ivo walked to the table, picked up the stack, and sat down in the chair by the window. The sound of paper turning filled the room. Wynter stood at the foot of Posey's bed, watching a man she had spent 3 years learning to distrust put his daughter's future in the hands of the person he had the most reason to resent. The mate bond pulsed, warm and steady. She did not know what to do with that. Torsten walked to the edge of the bed, stopped, and looked at Posey again. He did not reach out. He did not touch. He just stood there, breathing, as though the sight of her was enough to keep him standing. I will stop the council session, he said quietly. I will make sure Posey's name is protected before any of them can use it. And if you cannot, then I will burn the seat before I let them take her from you. He said it without hesitation. Wynter's hand found the headboard. She gripped it to steady herself. The paper rustled behind them. Ivo spoke without looking up. The trust is clean. The autonomy clause holds. The revocation language is sound. He paused. Who drafted the council protection term? Sabine. I did. It is elegant. Thank you. Wynter looked at the three of them. The fox shifter who had kept her secret for 6 years, the lawyer who had written her a shield, the man who had once broken her and was now signing his name to everything she needed to stay whole. She had come back to Halligrove with a contract and a plan. She had not planned for this. Torsten's phone buzzed. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and his face went still. What? Wynter asked. Kaelin. Torsten read the message. Lochlan moved the session up. It starts in 90 minutes, and he has already put the archivist on the stand. Chapter 24. The drive back to Halligrove took 23 minutes. Torsten spent them staring at the road, hands locked on the wheel, jaw set so tight Wynter could see the muscle jumping in his cheek. She sat in the passenger seat with Ivo's burner phone in her palm, waiting for it to ring with news from the cabin. No one spoke. Marta would be in her rooms. That was the calculation. She had the correspondence, the papers that tied Torsten's father to the balloon bargain, and if Torsten could get her to hand them over before the council session, they might have something stronger than the archivist's testimony. The car crested the ridge above Halligrove. The lake glowed gray under the dawn. The main house sat quiet, windows dark, as though nothing was burning inside. Torsten pulled into the back drive and killed the engine. I go alone, he said. Wynter turned to face him. No, she will not talk with you there. Marta and I have a history of silences that only work when no one else is in the room. You want me to wait in the car? I want you to wait in the car because if I walk in there with you, she will see an ambush and lock everything down before I get a single word out. Wynter's fingers moved, counting, stopping. She saw him notice. I will be 2 minutes ahead of the council session, he said. If I am not out in 15, come find me. He got out before she could argue. The side door to Marta's wing had a lock that had not worked in years. Torsten turned the handle and stepped into the narrow hallway where the wallpaper curled at the seams and the radiators ticked in the cold. Marta's sitting room was at the end. Light bled under the door. He knocked. A pause. Then her voice, low and precise. "Come in." She was seated at her writing desk, the same desk where she had written the note that Kaelin delivered to the kitchen 3 days ago. Her hair was pulled back. She wore a gray dress with a high collar, no jewelry, no makeup. She looked like someone who had already dressed for a funeral. "Marta." "Torsten." She did not turn around. "You left the estate before dawn. You took Sabine Marak with you. I assume you went to see her." Wynter and Posey. At the name, Marta's hand stilled on the paper she was folding. "Our daughter," Torsten said. "Mine. Wynter's. The one I did not know existed until 3 days ago." Marta set the paper down. She turned slowly, and her face was not angry. It was not sad. It was the face of someone who had already known and was waiting for the confession to catch up. "I know," she said. Torsten's chest went tight. "You knew." "I knew before Wynter walked through the gate. I knew the night Etta Marchand came to my rooms last winter and told me what she had sent it on the rejection circle." He stared at her. Marta rose from the desk. She walked to the window, arms crossed, spine straight. "Your father came to me 3 months before the rejection," she said. "He told me Halligrove was drowning in debt. He told me the only way out was a bloodline bargain with the balloon pack. They would cover the debt if the heir carried balloon blood. Your blood. My blood." She turned to face him. "I was not told there was already a child. I was not told Wynter was pregnant. I was told you would reject your fated mate, marry me, and produce an heir that would satisfy both packs. Your father lied to everyone." Torsten's hands curled at his sides. "You married me knowing I was manipulated." "I married you knowing I was collateral." Her voice did not waver. "I was 22. My family owed your father's debts. I had no vote, no leverage, no way out. I made the best of a bad contract, the same way Wynter is making the best of hers." The room went quiet. Marta walked to a drawer in her desk, pulled out a stack of papers bound with twine, and held them out. "Here, the correspondence. Letters between your father and the balloon executor dated before the rejection. They proved the bargain was already in place before Wynter ever stood in that circle." Torsten took them. His hands shook. "Why did you not give me this sooner?" "Because I needed to know what kind of man you would become when you had something to lose." She looked at him without pity. "You failed Wynter once. I needed to see whether you would fail your daughter the same way." He opened his mouth to answer, and then he heard it. A creak. Wood. Footsteps in the hallway beyond the sitting room. Marta's head snapped toward the door. "That is not staff. Staff do not come to this wing before 8. Torsten moved. He crossed the room in 3 strides, pressed himself against the wall beside the door, and listened. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then the handle turned. Chapter 25. The door handle turned. Torsten moved before thought caught up. He crossed the sitting room in 3 strides, pressed flat against the wall, and grabbed Marta's wrist as she reached for the drawer. She went still. The door opened. A woman's voice, low and rough with sleep. "Marta, I saw the light." One of the household nurses. The night rotation, still making rounds before dawn. Marta's shoulders dropped. "Go back to bed, Elise. I could not sleep, that is all." A pause. Then the door clicked shut. Footsteps retreated down the hallway. Torsten exhaled. He released Marta's wrist. The bound correspondence was still in his other hand, the twine cutting into his palm. Marta did not look at him. "You have what you need. Go." He went. The side door groaned as he pulled it shut. Dawn was breaking gray over the pines, frost on every blade of grass, the cold biting through his jacket. He crossed the drive in long strides, and when he reached the car, Wynter was already out of it, standing against the door, arms crossed. 13 minutes, she said. "I found the papers." She looked at the bound stack in his hand. Her jaw tightened. "Marta gave them to you." She was waiting for me to ask the right question. He opened the passenger door. "Get in. We have less than 90 minutes before Kaelin's countdown runs out." She got in. They did not go to the council hall. Torsten drove past the main house, past the sentry post, past the gravel turnaround where the elders' cars were already gathering, and pulled up behind the east wing where a service door led to the archived corridor. The same corridor where, 3 days ago, he had opened his father's sealed room for the first time since the funeral. Wynter followed him through the narrow hallway without speaking. The archive room was still unlocked, the door ajar, the dust undisturbed from their last visit. Kalen was already inside, crouched beside a stack of ledgers, a coffee cup cold beside him. "You texted," Kalen said without looking up. "I came." Torsten dropped at the bound correspondence on the table. "Marta had these letters between my father and the balloon executor, dated before the rejection." Kalen straightened. He picked up the stack, ran his thumb across the twine, and set it down again without opening it. "What do they say?" "That my father made the bargain before Wynter ever stood in the circle, that he knew she was pregnant and hid it from everyone, including Marta, that the bloodline deal was already signed before I opened my mouth." The words hung in the cold air. Kalen's jaw worked. He did not speak for a long moment. Then he turned and pulled the ledger from the bottom of the stack, the spine cracked, the leather worn at the corners. "Then we need to see what else he buried." They worked in silence. Kalen had already pulled the estate's final records from the archive's deeper shelves. 3 ledgers, a binder of correspondence, and a loose folder marked "Discretionary Obligations" in his father's clipped hand. Torsten opened the folder. The first page was a summary of payments. Irregular transfers quarterly to an entity listed only as Central Holdings in the first year, then CF Group in the second, then BHL in the third and fourth. Torsten's throat tightened. The BHL payments, they start here. Kalen leaned over his shoulder. Quarterly, same amount each time, no variation. He was paying them off, every quarter like clockwork, or paying interest on a debt that was never going to clear. Torsten turned the page. The next sheet was a handwritten note, his father's handwriting, dated 3 months before the rejection. CF has agreed to extend the schedule on condition that the balloon heir clause is embedded in the succession terms. The child, if born, will satisfy the bloodline requirement regardless of the mother's status. Inform Marta before the rite. Torsten read it twice. Regardless of the mother's status. Before the rejection, he said. He was writing about Posey before she was even born. Kalen's voice was quiet. He knew. He knew Wynter was pregnant, and he built a contract around your daughter before she had a name. Torsten looked at Wynter. She had not moved from the doorway. Her face was unreadable, but her hand was pressed flat against the doorframe, fingers spread, as if she needed the wood to stay upright. "Your father," she said, "bet on a child he intended to steal from me before I even knew I was carrying her." Torsten could not answer. The words would not form. He turned back to the folder. The deeper pages were worse. Invoices, legal drafts, correspondence with a law firm Torsten did not recognize, based in a city 3 territories east, specializing in bloodline contract enforcement. A memorandum from the same firm, dated 2 years before the rejection, outlining the terms under which a creditor pack could claim control over an heir's upbringing and inheritance if the alpha failed to produce a qualified child within a specified window. If no living heir of Quennar blood and balloon maternal lineage is presented within the trust window, the creditor retains the right to claim the estate through compensatory transfer. Compensatory transfer, Torsten read aloud. They were going to take Halligrove if I did not produce the right child. Kalen's face was stone. But you did produce the right child, Wynter's daughter, Posey, which means my father's entire plan worked. He forced me to reject Wynter, forced me into a marriage with Marta, and forced a child into existence that would satisfy the debt. Torsten's voice cracked on the last word. He used my own daughter as collateral for a loan he had already spent. Wynter stepped into the room. The ledgers, the first year of BHL payments. Show me. Torsten slid the folder across the table. She flipped through the pages, her fingers moving fast, scanning dates and amounts. Then she stopped. Here, she said. The first payment, 4 years ago, 8 months before the rejection. Torsten leaned in. The entry was small, buried in a column of operational costs, marked only as outside advisory with no further detail. 8 months before. he repeated. That means the deal was in play before I ever met with the balloon representatives. Kaelin's voice was low. It means your father was already paying the piper before he ever came to you with the plan. Torsten stared at the ledger, the numbers blurred. He blinked and forced his vision to focus. And then he saw it. A gap in the spine, a page cut free, leaving a thin strip of torn paper where the binding had held. He turned the ledger sideways. There, between the 4th and 5th pages of the section, someone had removed a page, cleanly, with a blade, not a tear. Torsten's wolf surged. He felt the growl building before he could stop it. Someone removed a page. Kaelin came around the table. He looked at the gap, the torn edge, the clean cut. Old house access, he said. This was not done recently. The paper around the cut has yellowed the same as the rest. This was removed weeks, maybe months ago. Torsten's blood went cold. Who has keys to this archive? 3 people, Kaelin said. You, the head of household, and one other. He met Torsten's eyes. Lochlan's mother. She held the estate records before your father died. Chapter 26. The cold of the archive seeped through Wynter's coat as she stared at the cut page. The missing entry. The blade work that had happened weeks or months ago while she was still in the city, still believing she had time. Lochlan's mother, she said. She held the records before your father died. She could have taken anything. Kaelin's jaw tightened. That is not proof she took this page. It is proof someone did. Someone with keys. Someone who knew what was coming. Torsten closed the ledger. The sound of the cover meeting the leather was final, like a door shutting on a room full of ghosts. We need to move, he said. If Lochlan's mother has that page, she has already given it to him. He will use it at the council session. Wynter's pulse kicked. She thought of Posey, the cabin, the trust documents locked in Sabine's briefcase. I need to see Edda Markshan. Torsten looked up. Now? Sabine told me Edda scented pregnancy on me the night of the rejection. If anyone can testify that your father knew before the circle, it is her. He will not let her testify. The elders will not let a midwife speak against the dead Alpha's word. Then I need to hear what she says first, before the council session, before Lochlan seals every road. They moved through the east wing in silence. Kaelin peeled off to intercept the head of household, to confirm the key log, to buy them time. The corridor narrowed as they passed the kitchens, then opened into the older part of the house where the floors sloped and the windows were smaller. Edda Mahana lived in a ground-floor room off the herb garden. A single lamp burned behind the curtain. Sabine stood at the door, her briefcase still in hand, as if she had been waiting for them. I called ahead, Sabine said. She is awake. She knew you would come. Wynter stepped past her into the room. The old midwife sat in a wingback chair near the fire, her hands folded in her lap, her iron-gray braids loose over her shoulders. She looked smaller than Wynter remembered, frailer. But her eyes were sharp, and they fixed on Wynter with the kind of clarity that came from having held a secret too long. Sit down, child. You look like you have been running. Wynter did not sit. You knew, she said. The night of the rejection. You scented pregnancy on me. Edda's hands stilled. For a long moment she said nothing. Yes. Then you knew I was carrying his child when he stood in that circle and told the pack I meant nothing to him. I suspected. Edda's voice was low. The scent was faint, too faint to be certain, but I knew what I smelled, and I knew what it meant. Wynter's throat closed. And you did nothing? I spoke to Marta last winter. I finally understood the shape of what had happened. Edda's eyes flickered with something old and tired. I told her what I scented, what I saw, what I believed. She held the truth because she had her own reasons for waiting. And Torsten's father. Edda's face changed. A shadow passed across it, something between grief and memory. I saw him corner Torsten before the circle, in the side passage behind the hall. Your father-in-law had his hand on Torsten's shoulder and he was speaking low, fast, with the kind of pressure that did not leave room for no. Wynter turned. Torsten stood in the doorway, his face pale, his hands at his sides. You saw him, Torsten said. You saw him press me, and you said nothing. I did not know what he was saying. I could not hear the words. Edda's voice cracked. But I saw your face. I saw the way your wolf went still, the way you stopped fighting. And I knew in that moment that whatever he had told you had already won. Silence filled the room. Wynter felt the truth settle into her bones. She had carried the rejection like a scar, believing it was Torsten's choice, believing he had looked at her and decided she was not worth the fight. But there had been a fight before the fight. A man with his hand on his son's shoulder, speaking words she would never hear. If I am called to testify, Edda said, I will tell the council what I saw, what I scented, what I believe about that night. That is not enough, Wynter said. Your testimony places him at the scene, but it does not prove he knew about the bloodline contract. It does not prove he planned to use my daughter. No, Edda's voice was steady. But it proves he was not acting alone, and it proves the woman who carried his grandchild was publicly humiliated while he stood by and let it happen. Wynter stared at her. The elders will not like that, Sabine said quietly. They prefer to believe the old Alpha's hands were clean. They were not. Edda's gaze did not waver. I have known since that night. I have carried it like a stone in my chest, and I will set it down now, whether the pack is ready or not. Wynter's hand found the doorframe, the same gesture as in the archive, the same need for something solid. You should know, Edda said, her voice dropping. Once her name is spoken aloud, once she is named in that hall as the blood heir, Halligrove's enemies will come for her. The law will protect her inheritance, but the law cannot guard her every step. There are packs in this territory who have been waiting for a child like Posey, a child who can settle a debt, a child who can be claimed. Wynter's blood turned cold. A child who can be taken, she said. Edda did not answer. She did not need to. The fire popped. The lamp flickered. Outside, the first gray light of dawn was beginning to push through the curtain. Then we make sure she is untouchable, Sabine said. Before the council session, before Lochlan's archivist names her, before anyone else learns her face. Wynter turned from the door. Her heart was hammering, but her voice was flat. You have until the session. We have 90 minutes, Sabine said. Then we make it count. She looked at Torsten. He had not moved from the doorway. His face was carved from the same stone as the archive walls, but his eyes were raw, and she saw in them the shape of a man who was running out of chances to prove he was not his father's son. Will you stand beside her? Wynter asked. When the council names her, when Lochlan challenges the bloodline, when the creditors arrive. Torsten's wolf bled through his eyes. I will burn every desk in that hall before I let them touch her. The floor above them creaked. The sound was soft, deliberate, like a foot placed with care to avoid detection. Wynter's gaze snapped to the ceiling. Someone was listening. Chapter 27. The floor above them creaked again, lighter this time, as if the listener had shifted weight deliberately. Torsten moved before Wynter could speak. 3 long strides took him to the stairwell door, and he took the steps 2 at a time, his boots landing hard enough to rattle the old wood. Wynter heard the upper landing groan, then silence, then a door clicking shut somewhere distant. He came back down with nothing in his hands. Gone, he said. Side passage. They knew the layout. Sabine was already packing her briefcase. Then we move now, not in 90 minutes. Now. Wynter did not argue. She grabbed Edda's arm, helping the old woman rise from her chair, and they filed out of the cottage into the gray dawn. The cold hit her face like a slap, clearing the fog of adrenaline from her thoughts. They walked fast. The estate grounds were waking up, lights flickering on in the east wing, a groundskeeper raking leaves near the kitchen entrance. Everyone they passed looked ordinary. None of them met Wynter's eyes. The main hall smelled of old wood and coffee. Voices carried from the council chamber at the far end, the heavy doors propped open to let the morning light in. Wynter stopped at the threshold and counted the heads inside. 14 elders seated in a half-circle. The archivist at a side table with her records spread like a fan. Lochlan standing near the front, his pale hazel eyes already tracking the doorway as if he had been waiting for her. Torsten came up behind her. She felt his presence before she heard him, the bond pulling taut between her ribs. "Do not let him separate us in there," she said. "I will not." She walked in. The chamber went quiet. Elders turned, assessed, returned to their neutral positions. Lochlan did not stop watching her. He waited until she had taken a seat near the back, Torsten beside her, Sabine settling to Wynter's left with her briefcase open. "Good," Lochlan said, his voice carrying easily across the room. "Now we can begin." The archivist stood. She was a thin woman with steel-rimmed glasses and a manner that suggested she had done this 100 times before. She read from a prepared statement about territorial filing laws, assumed name registrations, and the legal definition of a blood heir under pack code. Her voice was flat, professional, unhurried. Wynter listened with half her attention. The rest of her was tracking the room, the elders' faces, the way Lochlan's hands rested on the back of a chair as if he already owned it. When the archivist finished, Lochlan stepped forward. "What we have learned this morning is that an heir exists. A child, hidden from this pack for 3 years while Halligrove bled, while contracts were signed in ignorance, while the future of this territory was wagered on a secret." He let that settle. "I am not here to accuse anyone of malice. I am here to ask a question this pack has not had the courage to ask. Why was this child hidden? Who decided that Halligrove's stability was less important than one woman's privacy?" Wynter's fingers found each other in her lap. She forced them still. "If the heir is legitimate," Lochlan continued, "she should be recognized, protected, placed where the pack can ensure her safety and her future. If the heir is a tool of leverage, a bargaining chip brought out only when the terms were favorable, then this pack has a right to know that too." He turned, his gaze landing on Wynter with precision. "I propose formal scrutiny, full documentation of the child's lineage. Send testimony from witnesses unaffiliated with either party. And until the succession is confirmed and the inheritance secured by council review, any minor claimants should remain under the council's protective oversight." The word oversight landed like a blade. Wynter felt the room shift. Elders Fosilev's fingers tightened on the arm of her chair. 2 other elders exchanged glances, considering. "Council oversight," Sabine repeated. Her voice was calm, precise. "You are suggesting that a 3-year-old child be removed from her mother's custody." "I am suggesting that a child who may determine Halligrove's future be protected from the conflicts of interest that currently surround her." Lochlan's tone did not waver. "Her mother is also a signatory to a private contract with the acting alpha. That is not a neutral arrangement." Wynter rose. She did not plan it. Her body moved before her mind caught up, and she was standing, her hands flat on the table in front of her, her pulse a hard drum in her throat. "Say it plainly," she said. Lochlan's eyebrows lifted. "I beg your pardon?" "Say what you mean. Do not dress it in procedure and protective language. Say that you want to take my daughter." The chamber held its breath. Lochlan's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a fractional straightening, a bracing. "I want what is best for Halligrove." "No." Wynter's voice cut through the room like a blade drawn across stone. "You want what is best for your claim, and you will use my daughter's safety as the knife to carve it out." She stepped around the table. The elders watched her. Torsten did not move from his seat, but she felt his attention like a hand at her spine. "Let me be clear," Wynter said. "If anyone in this room believes they will place my child under council supervision for her own good, they will learn exactly how far Mother is willing to go." Lochlan's smile did not reach his eyes. "That sounds like a threat." "It is a promise." The silence stretched. Somewhere in the back of the chamber, a chair scraped against the floor, and then the archivist cleared her throat. "I have additional documentation," she said, her voice cutting through the tension. "Property records, trust filings, a consulting firm registered to a woman matching the defendant's description." Wynter's blood turned to ice. The archivist pulled a single sheet from her folder. "The cabin 3 miles west of the main estate, purchased through a holding company with no direct link to Halligrove, but the transfer date aligns with the child's age. The assumed names on the trust filed 2 months ago matched the same financial signature." Lochlan turned to the elders. You see, secrecy upon secrecy. The child was not hidden for protection. She was hidden for leverage. Wynter's throat closed. She heard Etta shift behind her, heard Sabine start to speak, but the archivist was not finished. There is one more thing, the woman said. The trust filing includes a clause requiring the child to be physically presented within 60 days for scent verification, or the claim expires. That deadline is in 48 hours. The room erupted. Elders spoke over each other. Hands gestured. Voices rose. Wynter stood at the center of it, the blood roaring in her ears, and she understood in that moment that Lochlan had not been trying to win the argument. He had been trying to force them into the open. And now Posey had a deadline. Torsten rose from his seat. His voice cut through the noise with the weight of command. Then the child will be presented. The chamber fell silent. Torsten met Wynter's eyes. His jaw was set, his hands steady. 48 hours. At the succession rite, she will be named, scented, and recognized before this council and every elder in this hall. Lochlan's smile sharpened. Excellent, he said. Then we have a date. Wynter stared at Torsten. Her heart was a cold stone in her chest. He had just walked their daughter into the trap. Chapter 28. The council chamber emptied in waves. First, the archivist, sliding her folder into a leather case with the careful precision of someone who had delivered exactly what she was paid to deliver. Then the elders in clusters, their voices low and sharp as they passed through the doorway. Eldris Vasiliev paused at the threshold, her iron-gray braids catching the light, and looked back at Wynter with something that might have been pity or warning. Wynter did not move. She stood where she had risen, her hands still flat on the table, the grain of the wood pressing against her palms. The room was colder now. The windows faced east, and the gray dawn had not yet broken into morning. Behind her, she heard Sabine gather her papers, heard Etta's slow footsteps retreating toward the door, heard the soft click of the latch as someone pulled it closed. Then she was alone with Torsten. He stood at the head of the table, his hands at his sides, his face unreadable. The amber in his eyes had banked low, but she could feel his wolf moving beneath his skin, restless and waiting. "Do not," she said, "tell me that was necessary." Her voice came out flat, controlled, the kind of control she had spent 3 years perfecting. Torsten did not answer immediately. He walked around the table, his steps slow and deliberate, and stopped 3 feet from her, close enough that she could smell the cold air still clinging to his coat. "It was the only move left," he said. "The archivist had the filing requirement on record. If I had not committed to the presentation, she would have read the deadline into the minutes, and Lochlan would have called it refusal to comply. Then you should have asked me before you answered. I had seconds. You had 48 hours. Torsten's jaw tightened. Warner. No. She heard her voice crack at the edges, and she pulled it back, sealed it shut. You stood in front of that council, and you offered them my daughter on a schedule I did not agree to. You did not consult me. You did not warn me. You gave Lochlan exactly what he wanted. I gave him a date. Torsten's voice was low, steady. Not the outcome. He forced us into the open. I chose the ground. Chose. She let the word hang. You chose for both of us. The silence stretched. Wynter felt her fingers begin to count against her thigh, the old habit surfacing before she could stop it. She pressed her palm flat against her leg to still them. Torsten saw it. She watched him see it, the way his gaze dropped to her hand and then lifted again, and she hated him a little for noticing. You stood in that room, she said, and you promised them that I would bring my daughter to a succession rite where half the elders are already wondering if council custody would be cleaner. You put her name on their agenda. You made her real to them in a way I have spent 3 years preventing. I know. Do you? Wynter stepped closer. She was close enough now to see the hollow beneath his cheekbones, the fine tremor in his jaw. Because if you think for one moment that I will walk Posey into that hall and hand her to a scent reader while Lochlan watches for his moment to take her, you have not understood a single thing I have told you. Torsten held her gaze. I understand that the trust filing had a verification clause. I understand that if we do not present her, the claim expires and everything we signed becomes worthless. And I understand that Lochlan will use any delay to argue that we are hiding her because she is not mine. She is yours. Prove it. His voice broke on the last word, just slightly, just enough to reveal the crack beneath the surface. Prove it in front of the council, in front of the elders, in front of every wolf in this pack who still believes I am the same man who stood in that circle 3 years ago. Wynter's throat closed. Because I am not, Torsten said. I am not the same. And the only way they will believe that is if I stand in front of them with my daughter, and I do not let her go. You do not even know her. I know. The words came rough, raw. I know I do not have the right to call her mine. I know I have not earned a single moment with her. But I am standing here telling you that if it comes to a choice, if this council tries to take her from you, I will burn this seat before I let them. She had heard him say it before, at the motel, in the gray hours before dawn, when he had signed the documents and looked at Posey sleeping and promised the same thing. But hearing it again, in this cold room, after he had just walked their daughter into the open, felt different. It felt like a test. Words, she said. Then watch me. Torsten reached into his coat. His hand came out holding a folded sheet of paper, cream-colored, sealed with plain wax. He held it out to her. What is that? My resignation, signed, dated, witnessed by Sabine this morning before she came to the motel. Wynter stared at the paper. If the succession right goes wrong, Torsten said, if Lochlan moves to take Posey or the elders try to place her under council oversight, that letter goes to the full pack. I step down, the seat passes to the next claimant, and the claim on Posey dissolves with it. You would give up Halligrove. I would give up everything. His voice was steady now, the crack sealed. The pack, the title, the name, every piece of leverage I have ever held. I will walk away from all of it before I let them take her from you. Wynter's hand moved before she told it to. She took the letter, felt the weight of it, the faint impression of the wax seal against her fingers. She did not open it. You drafted this before the council session, she said. Yes. Before you knew what Lochlan would force. Yes. She looked up at him. The gray light through the windows caught his face, the sharp lines, the hollows, the exhaustion carved deep into his bones. He looked like a man who had already made his peace with losing everything. Why? Torsten's gaze held hers. Because I learned too late what it costs to choose wrong. I am not choosing wrong again. The words sat between them, heavy and raw. Wynter's fingers tightened on the paper. She wanted to believe him. The wanting was the worst part, because it meant she was not as armored as she pretended, because it meant part of her was already leaning toward him, already hoping. 48 hours, she said. I know. If you fail, if this goes wrong, I will take Posey and I will disappear so thoroughly that no pack in this territory will ever find us. I know. And I will not look back. Torsten's throat moved. I know. Wynter turned toward the door. The letter was still in her hand, the wax seal warm against her palm. She did not know if she believed him. She did not know if she could afford to. But she was still holding his resignation when she walked out of the empty chamber. Behind her, she heard him exhale, a long breath that sounded like relief or fear, and she was not sure which one scared her more. Chapter 29. The motel room smelled of stale coffee and regret. Wynter sat on the edge of the bed with Posey's purple blanket folded across her lap, and Torsten's resignation letter tucked inside her coat. The paper had not left her side since the council chamber. She had read it twice. Each time, the same words. Signed, dated, witnessed. He had meant it. That was the part she could not outrun. Posey was coloring at the small table by the window, her tongue caught between her teeth in concentration, the stuffed otter propped beside her like a supervisor. She had not asked why they were here. She never did. The trust in that silence cut deeper than any accusation. Wynter's phone buzzed. Ivo. He's asking again. She stared at the screen. Ivo. Says he'll wait at the trailhead until you decide. No pressure. His words, not mine. No pressure. As if any of this existed outside pressure. Wynter looked at Posey. The dark hair, the gray eyes, the stubborn set of her jaw when she concentrated. All Torsten. All proof of a night neither of them had chosen freely, and a child who deserved better than their wreckage. She typed, the Lakeside cottage, 30 minutes. He comes alone. The reply came instantly. He's already on his way. The cottage sat at the edge of Halligrove's smallest lake, a weathered structure of gray wood and mossy shingles that Wynter had discovered during her first months back. She had chosen it for the sightlines. Open water to one side, clear meadow on the other, no cover for anyone who wanted to watch without being seen. She arrived first. Posey held her hand and carried a pine cone she had found on the path, a fat brown thing with scales that caught the light. "Mama, is this a secret place?" "Yes." "Like the other secret places?" "Yes." Posey nodded as if this explained everything. She set the pine cone on the cottage's wooden porch and studied it with the seriousness of a curator. Wynter's chest ached. She heard him before she saw him, the crunch of boots on pine needles, the rhythm of a stride she had once known in her bones. She turned and watched Torsten emerge from the tree line, alone, his hands empty and visible at his sides. He stopped at the meadow's edge. 30 minutes, she said. "I know." "Supervised. You speak to her first. You do not touch her until I say so." His throat moved. "Okay." She watched him take in Posey, the small figure on the porch, the dark hair, the focused stillness. Something passed across his face that she could not name. Grief, wonder, fear. Posey looked up. She studied Torsten with the same solemn attention she had given the pinecone, her gray eyes tracking his face, his hands, the way he stood without moving. "You are the man from Mama's window," Posey said. Torsten's breath caught. "Yes." "You look tired." A sound escaped him, half laugh, half pain. "I am, a little." Posey considered this. Then she picked up the pinecone, walked across the porch, and held it out to him with both hands. "This is for you. It is a good one." Torsten looked at Wynter. She nodded, just once. He knelt. His hands trembled as he reached for the pinecone, as if it were made of glass, as if he were terrified of breaking it. "Thank you," he said. "It is a very good one." Posey nodded. "I found it." "You found it for me." "You looked like you needed it." Torsten's jaw tightened. He held the pinecone like it was the first gift he had ever received, like he had never held anything worth more. Wynter's throat closed. "Can I tell you something?" Torsten said, his voice rough. Posey tilted her head. "I have wanted to meet you for a very long time." "Have you?" "Yes." Posey considered this. "Mama said you were far away." "I was." Torsten's voice cracked. "I should not have been." The silence stretched. A bird called from the reeds. Wind moved across the lake, carrying the smell of water and pine. Posey stepped closer. She put a small hand on Torsten's cheek, her fingers spread wide against his stubble, studying his face like she was memorizing it. "You are sad," she said. "I was. Are you still sad?" Torsten closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. "No," he said. "Not right now." Posey nodded. She dropped her hand and turned back toward the porch, her attention already shifting to a beetle crossing the gray wood. "Okay," she said. "You can stay." Wynter stood in the cottage doorway and watched Torsten watch his daughter. He had not moved from his kneeling position. The pinecone was still in his hands, cradled like something precious, like he could not bear to put it down. "How long?" he said, his voice low. 3.5 years. "Every day?" "Every day." He closed his eyes. His shoulders shook once, almost imperceptibly, then stilled. "I missed everything," he said. "Yes. I missed her first word, her first step, the first time she laughed. Yes." His hands tightened on the pinecone. "I do not know how to live with that." Wynter watched him. The raw honesty of it, the absence of excuse or deflection. He was not asking her to fix it. He was not asking for absolution. He was just holding the weight. "Neither do I," she said. He looked up at her. His eyes were red, but his gaze was steady. "Teach me." The words hit her in the chest. "What?" "Teach me how to know her, how to be someone she can trust." He paused. "I will learn. I swear to you, I will learn." Wynter's heart slammed against her ribs. She had prepared for anger, for deflection, for the old Torsten who would demand instead of ask. Not this. Not him kneeling in the dirt with his daughter's pinecone in his hands, asking to be taught. 30 minutes, she said again, her voice thinner than she wanted. I know. You do not get more until I decide you have earned it. I know. Posey looked up from the beetle. Mama, can he stay for snack? Wynter's chest cracked open. We will see, she said. The watcher meant nothing at first. A flicker at the edge of Wynter's vision, movement through the cottage window, something dark shifting between the birch trunks. She went still. Torsten saw it in her face before she spoke. He rose, the pinecone still in his hand, his body sliding into a protective stance without conscious thought. What? Window, she said. Tree line. Something moved. Torsten turned. His eyes scanned the birch grove, the shadows, the spaces between trunks where light did not reach. Nothing. But Wynter's wolf had gone quiet in that particular way, the silence of prey scenting a predator. It was there, she said. Torsten's hand found her arm. Posey, inside. Posey looked up from the beetle. Why? Because I am asking you, Torsten said, his voice gentle but firm. Please. Posey studied him for a moment. Then she stood, picked up her otter, and walked into the cottage without argument. Wynter's blood ran cold. She had taught Posey that obedience, the quiet compliance of a child who knew that questions meant delay, and delay meant danger. Torsten had not taught it. He had not been there, but he understood it. The grief in his eyes when Posey walked inside told her he understood exactly what that silence cost. He looked at the tree line. Stay with her, he said. Torsten, I will find what was there. You cannot go alone. He turned to her, and she saw it, the wolf in his eyes, amber bleeding through, sharp and protective and absolutely certain. I am not losing either of you again, he said. Then he walked toward the trees. Wynter stood in the cottage doorway, one hand on the frame, the other reaching for the resignation letter still in her coat. The birch trunks swallowed him. Behind her, Posey's voice rose in a quiet song, the tune she hummed when she was scared. Wynter did not look away from the trees. Chapter 30. The birch grove swallowed Torsten. Wynter stood in the cottage doorway and counted. 1 breath. 2. 3. The resignation letter pressed against her ribs through her coat pocket, the paper warm from her body heat. Behind her, Posey's song curled through the quiet room. The tune for Scared, the one she hummed when the dark pressed in. Wynter did not turn around. She kept her eyes on the trees, on the spaces between trunks where Torsten had vanished, on the silence that settled after he passed through it. Nothing moved, no sound of struggle, no voice calling out, just the wind across the lake and the rustle of birch leaves and Posey's small, steady hum. Wynter's fingers found the edge of the resignation letter. She pulled it out, unfolded it, read the words she already knew by heart. I, Torsten Quennar, acting Alpha of Halligrove Pack, hereby resign my claim to the seat and all authority vested in me by blood and right. Signed, dated, witnessed by Sabine before the council session, before he knew whether he would need it. She folded it again and pressed it back into her pocket. The trees broke open 5 minutes later. Torsten emerged from a gap between 2 birches, his breathing even, his hands empty. He walked toward the cottage with the measured pace of a man who had found nothing and was trying to decide what that meant. Wynter met him on the porch steps. Nothing, he said before she could ask. Tracks heading east toward the main road, fresh, 1 person, moving fast. He was watching us. Yes. From the tree line. Yes. Wynter's jaw tightened. Lochlan? Probably. Torsten looked past her into the cottage, where Posey had stopped humming and was watching them through the window, her small face pale and still. He knows where she is now. He has known since the archivist pulled the trust filings. He knew before that. Torsten's eyes met hers. What? Your mother held the records, the sealed room, the cut page. Wynter's voice was flat, controlled, the voice she used when she was turning fear into calculation. If Lochlan's mother had access before your father died, She could have told him about the trust terms years ago. He has been waiting for the right moment to strike. Torsten's face went hard. He did not argue. He knew, Wynter said again, her voice dropping. He knew about Posey before I ever stepped through Halligrove's gate. The silence stretched between them. Then the tree line broke again. Wynter's body locked, her hand reaching for Torsten's arm before she could stop herself. But the figure emerging from the birches was familiar, broad-shouldered and young, moving with the controlled urgency of a man who had been running. Kalen. He crossed the clearing in long strides, his eyes scanning the cottage, the windows, the lake, cataloging threat points the way a beta learned to do. Found your watcher, he said. Torsten's hand found Wynter's wrist. Where? East Drive, heading for the main road. Kalen stopped at the porch steps, his chest rising and falling. I chased him to the tree line, but he had a vehicle waiting. Silver sedan, no plates I could read. Lochlan security? Lochlan's or someone he contracted. Kalen's jaw worked. 3 of them on rotation, I think. I found tracks near the old boathouse, the generator shed, and the path you took from the cabin last night. Wynter's blood went cold. They've been watching her for days, mapping her movements, her patterns, the places she went when she thought no one was looking. They are building a case, she said. Kalen nodded. Lochlan is gathering evidence for the succession right. He wants to show that you have been operating in secrecy, that you hid Posey for 3 years, that you cannot be trusted to steward Halligrove's bloodline. He wants to prove I am unfit, or that Torsten was complicit in hiding the heir. Kalen's eyes flicked to Torsten. He can argue that you knew about Posey before you signed the succession clause, and that she was indeed used as leverage to secure the estate. Torsten's hand tightened on Wynter's wrist. I did not know. I know that, Kalen said. Lochlan does not care. Wynter's fingers found the resignation letter again. The paper felt heavier now, weighted with possibilities she did not want to consider. How long until the Rite? She asked. Kalen checked his watch. 36 hours. Sabine is working on the legal framework, but she needs more time to build the case, to gather witnesses, to prove Torsten was manipulated by his father and that the succession clause was signed in good faith. We do not have more time. No. Kylan's voice was grim. Lochlan will not give it to you. He wants the right to proceed on schedule, with his evidence in place and yours incomplete. The cottage door opened. Posey stood in the frame, her otter clutched to her chest, her gray eyes moving between the 3 adults with the stillness of a child who had learned to read danger in silence. Mama, she said, is the bad man gone? Wynter's heart cracked open. She crossed the porch in 2 steps and knelt, pulling Posey into her arms, feeling the small body press against hers, smelling the lavender soap from the cabin, the scent of her daughter's hair. Yes, she said, he is gone. Posey's hand found Wynter's jaw and pulled, forcing her mother to meet her eyes. You are lying, Posey said. The words hit Wynter in the chest. She stared at her daughter, at the gray eyes that saw too much, at the steady way Posey held her gaze, at the 3-year-old who had learned to recognize the shape of a lie before she could tie her shoes. I am trying to protect you, Wynter said. I know. Posey's voice was small, but it did not waver. But you are still lying. Wynter stood at the dock 10 minutes later while Kalen swept the property with Torsten, checking for any trace of the Watcher's return. The lake stretched gray and still, the sky low with clouds that promised rain before nightfall. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Sabine answered on the second ring. We have a problem, Wynter said. Tell me something I do not know. Lochlan has watchers, 3 of them, mapping our movements, building an evidence trail. Kylan chased one off, but there will be more. Sabine was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was sharp and focused. He is accelerating his timeline. He wants to force your hand before the Rite, make you react, make you run. He already knows I will run if he tries to take Posey. That is what he wants. Sabine's voice hardened. If you run, you admit guilt. If you stay, he has time to build his case. Either way, he controls the narrative. Wynter's fingers found the resignation letter again. The paper was getting soft at the edges from being handled. Then we control it first, Wynter said. We accelerate the Rite. To win. Tomorrow morning. before he can finish building his case. Sabine was quiet again, longer this time. "It gives us 24 hours to assemble everything. The signed documents, Edda's testimony, the correspondence from Marta, the financial records you found in the archive. It is possible, but it will be tight." "Do it." "And Torsten?" Wynter looked back at the cottage. Torsten stood on the porch, his eyes on her, the resignation letter in her pocket, a weight between them that neither of them had named. "He will do what needs to be done," Wynter said. She hung up. The wind shifted across the lake, carrying the smell of rain and pine and something else, something sharp and metallic that made her wolf stir beneath her skin. She turned to the trees. The watcher was back. She saw him this time. A shape between two birches, still and patient, his pale eyes fixed on her with the calm focus of a hunter who had found his prey. He did not run when she met his gaze. He smiled. Then he melted back into the shadows, leaving Wynter alone on the dock, with the resignation letter in her pocket, and the certainty that the hunt had already begun. Chapter 31. The cottage kitchen smelled of coffee and old wood. Wynter stood at the counter with Sabine's laptop open, the screen lighting her face in the gray morning, while Sabine worked through a legal checklist on a yellow pad, her handwriting tight and precise. "Birth records," Sabine said, not looking up. "I have the hospital file from the city, signed by the attending midwife, time-stamped with the cord blood match already notarized. That is iron." Wynter's fingers found the edge of the counter. She remembered that room, the fluorescent hum, the way the nurse had asked if she wanted to call anyone, and Wynter had said no because there was no one to call. "Sent testimony," Sabine continued. "Edda will testify that she scented pregnancy on you the night of the rejection. That places the conception window before Torsten's denial, which means no one can argue you conceived after your return to trap him." "She already agreed to testify." "I know, but we need it in writing, witnessed and filed with the pack recorder before the Rite opens. Verbal testimony can be challenged. A sworn affidavit with a scent reader's seal requires a formal rebuttal from another scent reader of equal standing, and Lochlan does not have one." Wynter watched Sabine's pen move. The woman worked like a machine, each stroke deliberate, each category checked. "Contractual precedent," Sabine said. "Torsten signed the succession clause before he knew Posey's name or age. That document is our strongest shield. He cannot claim he was coerced into recognizing a child he had already tried to hide, because he signed the protection before he knew the child existed. He signed it blind." "Exactly. And I have the meeting notes from that negotiation. Your request was for an unnamed blood heir. His consent was for an unnamed blood heir. The legality is unassailable." Wynter's throat tightened. She had walked into that room with divorce-level calm and a contract she had drafted with Evo over 3 months, never expecting Torsten to sign without knowing who the child was. He had signed anyway. She pushed the thought down. "What about the financial records?" she asked. "Ivo is working on that side." Sabine glanced at her watch. "He is running the trust documents through the holding companies now, making sure the assets are structured so that even if Lochlan challenges the succession, the money cannot be frozen or attached." The kitchen door opened. Ivo stepped in with a leather satchel under his arm, his eyes red-rimmed, his jacket damp from the rain that had started falling at dawn. "Trust is solid," he said. 3 layers of separation between Posey's name and any Halligrove account. Even if the council tries to freeze pack assets, her money is untouchable. Wynter exhaled. "But," Evo said, setting the satchel on the table, "there is a problem." Sabine's pen stopped. "The trust filing the archivist found," Ivo said. "The one with the 60-day scent verification clause. Lochlan has a copy. He is going to argue that the clause itself proves you were hiding Posey deliberately, that you structured the trust to keep her secret until the last possible moment, which makes you look like someone who planned to extort Halligrove from the beginning." "That is what I did," Wynter said quietly. Ivo and Sabine both looked at her. "I planned it," Wynter said. "I came back with a contract and a hidden child and a timeline that benefited me. I am not going to pretend I was innocent." Sabine set her pen down. "Innocence is not the question," she said. "Legitimacy is. You had a right to protect your daughter from a pack that rejected you. The law recognizes that right. The question is whether Lochlan can convince the elders that your protection crossed into manipulation. Can he? Sabine was quiet for a moment. If he has the cut page from the ledger, yes. If he can prove that you or Torsten removed evidence of the old Alpha's debt, he can argue you have been coordinating to conceal the full scope of Halligrove's financial collapse. That makes you complicit in the very scheme you are claiming to expose. Ivo opened his satchel and pulled out a thick folder. That is why we need Marta's correspondence, he said. The letters from Torsten's father to the balloon executor. They are the only documents that prove the old Alpha knew about Posey before the rejection and planned to use her as collateral. Without them, the timeline looks like Wynter hid the child for leverage. With them, it looks like the old Alpha was running the same scheme and she was trying to escape it. Wynter's phone buzzed. She looked down. The message was from Marta. I have the correspondence. I will hand it over in person, before witnesses, at the East Gate. Come alone. Wynter read it twice. She wants to meet, Wynter said. Alone, before witnesses, at the East Gate. Sabine's jaw tightened. That is a risk. She has been holding these papers for months, Wynter said. She could have burned them. She could have given them to Lochlan. Instead, she is offering them to us at the last possible moment. Or she is baiting a trap, Ivo said. Wynter looked at the message again. The letter, the meeting, the witnesses. She already tested Torsten, Wynter said. She held the papers to see if he would fail Posey the same way he failed me. He did not fail. She told us where the BHL memorandum author was. She has been moving pieces on her own board this entire time. And you trust her? Wynter thought about Marta's face in the car, the way she had said, I am trying to end something, not start it. No, Wynter said, but I believe she wants Halligrove to survive. And I believe she knows that the only way to stop Lochlan is to bury him in enough truth that even his allies cannot look away. She pushed back from the counter and grabbed her coat. I am going to the East Gate. Sabine stood. I will have a witness ready. Kalen, positioned in the trees, out of sight. If anything goes wrong, he pulls you out before Marta finishes speaking. Wynter nodded. Ivo stepped toward her. Be careful, he said. I am always careful. That is what worries me. Wynter met his eyes. There was no teasing in them, no easy warmth. Just the hard, steady concern of someone who had spent 3 years watching her survive alone and did not want to watch her walk into something she could not talk her way out of. I will be back, she said. She walked out into the rain. The East Gate stood open when she arrived, the iron wet and gleaming, the gravel path leading into the trees where Marta waited in a dark coat, her hands at her sides, a leather satchel at her feet. She was not alone. A man stood behind her, tall, silver-haired, with the bearing of someone who had spent decades in rooms where decisions were made. He held an umbrella over Marta's head, his eyes fixed on Wynter with an expression she could not read. Wynter stopped at the gate. You said alone, she said. Marta's smile was thin. I said before witnesses, she said. This is my father. Chapter 32. The rain had soaked through Wynter's collar by the time she reached the gate. Marta's father did not lower the umbrella. He held it steady over his daughter's head, his gaze fixed on Wynter with the patience of someone who had spent decades watching other people show their hands before he showed his. Marta stepped forward. This is Andreo Bilun, she said. My father controls the executor trust that holds the original bloodline contract. Wynter's fingers found her palm beneath the coat cuff. She counted. Thumb to forefinger, thumb to middle. I thought you were bringing letters, not witnesses. I am bringing both. Marta's voice stayed even. But my father does not hand over decades of family leverage without understanding what happens next. Andreo spoke for the first time. His voice was low, unhurried, the kind of voice that had ended arguments before they started. 3 years ago, Torsten Quennar's father approached the Balloon family with a proposal. He needed debt relief and a bloodline guarantee. We provided both. In exchange, we were promised that any heir born to the Quennar line would carry Balloon maternal blood through Marta's legal claim. Wynter's palm was wet. Rain or sweat, she could not tell. I know what the contract promised, she said. I have seen the ledger entries. I know my daughter was collateral before she was born. Andre inclined his head. Then you also know that the old Alpha concealed your pregnancy from us. If we had known a Quennar blood heir already existed, conceived outside the balloon arrangement, the contract terms would have shifted. We would have renegotiated. We might have withdrawn entirely. Marta's jaw tightened. He used us, she said. He used me. He told my father that Torsten had no heir and no prospect of one, that the balloon marriage was the only way to save Halligrove's line. He knew Wynter was pregnant. He knew he was selling us a future he had already stolen. Wynter let the silence hold. Behind her, the wet gravel shifted. She did not turn. She knew the weight of that footstep, the particular way Torsten's presence changed the air pressure around her. He had come anyway. Despite her telling him to stay at the cottage, despite every reason he had to keep distance between himself and anyone named Balloon. He stopped at her shoulder. Not quite touching, close enough that she felt the heat coming off his soaked shirt. I should have been told, he said. 3 years ago, I should have known what my father was doing to your family. Andrew's eyes moved to Torsten. The quiet evaluation was thorough. You were 23, Andrew said. Your father managed Halligrove secrets. You managed the public face. That is not an excuse. No, but it is an accurate description of how the pack was run. Andre lowered the umbrella a fraction. The question is whether you intend to run it differently. Torsten did not answer immediately. The rain filled the space between them. I will not offer you a renegotiated bloodline contract, he said. I will not bind my daughter to a deal she did not choose. But I will make sure the Balloon family is not left carrying the legal cost of my father's manipulation. If the council comes for anyone, it will be me and the dead man who started this. Marta's breath caught. A small sound, barely audible. Wynter watched her. Marta's hands were steady, but her throat moved when she swallowed. There is one more thing, Marta said. When I leave Halligrove, I need to leave clean. You will, Torsten said. Marta's eyes flicked to Wynter. I need to hear her say it. Wynter understood. Marta had spent 3 years in a marriage that was never real, surrounded by wolves who watched her like she was a placeholder. She was asking for the one thing no contract could guarantee. You will not be scapegoated, Wynter said. When the truth comes out, it will come with your name attached as the person who exposed it, not the person who profited from it. You will walk away from Halligrove with your family's standing intact, and your hand in the record is the one who chose to end the bargain. Marta held her gaze for a long moment. Then she knelt in the wet gravel, opened the satchel, and pulled out a bundle of letters bound in waxed canvas. The edges were soft, the paper worn from repeated folding and unfolding. She stood and held them out. These are all of them? She said. The correspondence between Torsten's father and the Balloon executor, dating from 18 months before the rejection to 3 weeks after you left. Dates, demands, promises. Every word. Wynter took the bundle. The weight was heavier than she expected. There is a letter in here from the old Alpha to my father, Marta said, dated 5 months before the rejection, in which he explicitly states that Torsten's fated mate has been identified, and that steps are being taken to prevent a natural pairing from interfering with the bloodline contract. He knew. He planned the rejection before Torsten ever stood in that circle. Wynter's hand tightened on the canvas. He did not tell me, Torsten said. His voice was flat, but Wynter heard the edge beneath it. He told me to end it, or lose every chance I had to save Halligrove. He did not tell me why. Of course he did not. Marta's voice was quiet. You would have fought. You would have chosen her. He needed you to believe there was no choice at all. Torsten said nothing. His face was stone, but his hand moved. Just a fraction. Just enough that Wynter felt the tremor in his arm where it hovered near hers. Andre stepped forward. One more matter, he said. The Balloon family has no interest in pursuing the bloodline contract now that we understand its origin. But we also have no interest in becoming a target of Lochlan Drummerich's investigation. If the council asks, we will confirm that the old Alpha approached us with a false representation of Halligrove's succession status. We will provide sworn affidavits if needed. Wynter nodded. We can do that. Andre looked at his daughter. Something passed between them, a look that said what words could not, and then Marta turned to Wynter. "There is one thing no letter will tell you," Marta said. "The Balloon family knows that Posey exists. My father knew before I did. The old Alpha's correspondence was copied to the Balloon Council. They have been waiting for her to be declared." Wynter's blood went cold. "How many people know?" "Enough." Marta's voice was tired. "When you present her at the succession rite, every ear in the room will belong to someone who has been waiting for this moment. Some of them will want to protect her. Some of them will want to use her. You will not know which is which until they speak." She stepped back, under the umbrella again. "And when the Balloon ears hear that Halligrow has a true heir, they will send someone to collect on the debt your daughter was meant to settle. The letters will prove you were not part of the bargain, but they will not stop the claim. Only the Rite can do that, and only if you win." Wynter clutched the bundle against her chest. "Thank you," she said. Marta's smile was thin. "Do not thank me until you survive tomorrow." She turned and walked with her father down the gravel path, their footsteps fading into the rain. The umbrella swayed once, then disappeared through the tree line. Wynter stood at the gate with the letters in her arms, and Torsten at her back, the wet canvas pressed against her ribs, and the weight of every word Marta had spoken settling into her bones like a cold tide she could not outrun. The heir had been declared, and someone was already coming to collect. Chapter 33. The rain had stopped by the time Wynter reached the cottage door, but the wet clung to everything. The grass, the porch boards, the air itself, heavy and cold against her skin. She set the waxed canvas bundle on the kitchen table and stood there, dripping onto the floor, while Posey slept in the back room with her otter pressed against her cheek. The letters could wait until morning. They had to wait until morning. She was too tired to read them and too wired to sleep, and that combination meant she would misread every word, or read them too clearly, and spend the night inventing disasters that had not yet arrived. She turned from the table. Torsten stood in the open doorway, his jacket dark with damp, his hands empty at his sides. He did not step inside. He did not ask. "I need to be here," he said. "That is not a demand. I am not asking for anything. I need to be near her tonight, and I need to be near you. And I will stand on this porch until dawn if that is what you allow." Wynter's hand found the edge of the table behind her. "The couch pulls out," she said. "There are blankets in the hall closet." He did not smile. He nodded once and stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He took the couch without argument, sat on the edge of it with his forearms on his knees, and stared at the floor while Wynter moved through the cottage, checking locks, banking the fire, leaving the door to Posey's room open a crack so the hall light fell across her daughter's sleeping face. When she came back to the main room, Torsten had not moved. "Read the letters yet?" he asked. "No, neither have I." She sat in the chair by the window, the same chair she had used to watch the tree line, and pulled her knees up under her. The resignation letter was still in her coat pocket, edges soft from handling, and she could feel it there like a second heartbeat. "Tell me what you need tomorrow," Torsten said. His voice was low, careful. "Tell me what you need me to say, what you need me not to say, where you need me to stand. Tell me once, and I will not ask again." Wynter watched him in the dim light. "I need you not to speak over me. Done. I need you to follow my lead, even if you disagree, even if you think you see a better move. If you override me in front of the council, they will see a fracture, and Lochlan will drive a blade into it. I understand. And if anyone tries to take Posey from that room tomorrow, I need you to stop them by any means necessary, regardless of what it costs you." He met her eyes. "I was going to do that whether you asked or not." She believed him. The silence stretched between them. Not comfortable, not hostile, just present. Two people in a small room with a sleeping child between them and a war waiting at dawn. "Wynter." She looked up. "I loved you before the bond," he said. "I loved you before fate named you. I loved you when you stole strawberries from Edda's garden and pretended you had not, when you argued with the elders about pack tithes at 18, when you fell asleep against my shoulder on the dock, and I sat there for 3 hours because moving would have woken you." Her throat tightened. "I knew you were mine before the circle ever confirmed it," he said, "and I still chose cowardice. I still stood in that ring and said the words that made you a stranger. I cannot undo that by loving you now. I cannot undo it by loving Posey. But I need you to know that what I threw away was not fate. It was you. It was always you." The fire popped in the stove. Wynter did not answer. She could not answer, because the words she had ready were the wrong ones, defensive and sharp, and the words she wanted did not exist yet. She sat in the chair with her knees pulled up and watched the man who had broken her try to become someone who could hold the pieces. She did not send him away. That was all she had tonight. Dawn came gray and thin through the window, and Wynter woke in the chair with a blanket over her that she did not remember taking. Torsten was already standing, his jacket back on, his face set toward the door. "I made coffee," he said. "There is milk in the refrigerator. Posey likes milk with breakfast." Wynter sat up slowly, the blanket sliding to her lap. "How do you know that?" "I asked Ivo last night, before I came here." She stared at him. He did not look away. "I am learning, Wynter. I am learning what she likes and what she fears and what she needs before she has to ask. I started late. I will spend the rest of my life catching up, but I am starting." The kettle whistled in the kitchen. Wynter stood, folded the blanket and set it on the chair. "We leave in an hour," she said. "Sabine will meet us at the hall with the documents. Etta will be there. Marta's affidavits will arrive through her father. We bring Posey, we present her, and we do not let Lochlan turn the room against us." Torsten nodded. "And after?" he asked. Wynter walked past him toward the kitchen. "After, we find out if surviving the Rite was the easy part." She stopped at the doorway and looked back. He was still standing where she had left him, watching her with an expression she could not name. "Thank you," she said, "for the coffee." His jaw tightened. "You do not have to thank me for that." "Maybe not, but I did." She went into the kitchen and poured 2 cups, and when she came back he was kneeling in the hallway outside Posey's door, listening to the sound of his daughter breathing on the other side. Wynter set his coffee on the table and did not interrupt. The dawnlight grew stronger. The hour was coming. Chapter 34. The estate rose through the windshield like a wound reopening. Wynter drove with both hands on the wheel. Posey buckled in the back seat with her purple blanket and the stuffed otter. Torsten sat in the passenger seat, silent, his jaw tight as the iron gates swung open and the gravel drive curved toward the main house. Halligrove was full. Cars lined the drive, dark sedans and polished SUVs with plates from 3 territories. Wolves stood on the porch and the lawn, not speaking, just watching as the cottage car rolled past. The elders had summoned every claimant, every witness, every wolf with a vote or a voice or a grudge. Wynter parked where the line of cars ended and killed the engine. The silence was absolute. "Stay behind me when we go in," she said. "Keep Posey covered until I tell you." Torsten turned to look at her. "And if Lochlan forces the reveal before you are ready, then you hold the line until I am." He held her gaze, then nodded. They got out together. Posey's hand found hers immediately, small and warm, clutching with the trust of a child who did not yet know what a room full of wolves could do. "Mama?" "I am right here." "Is the man with the smile in there?" Wynter's blood stopped moving. "What man?" "The one from the trees. He smiled at me yesterday when you were on the phone." I waved back. "The Watcher." He had gotten close enough for Posey to see his face. Wynter knelt and took Posey's shoulders, keeping her voice steady with an effort that cracked her ribs. "If you see that man in the hall, do not point. Do not look at him for long. You come to me or Torsten and you stay close. Do you understand?" Posey nodded, her gray eyes solemn. "Good girl." Wynter stood and walked toward the great hall with her daughter pressed to her side, and the man who had broken her walking at her back. The hall was packed. Wynter had expected hostility. She had prepared for suspicion, for cold stares, for the weight of a room that had once watched her be unmade. What she had not prepared for was the hunger. Elders lined the raised benches in their formal gray. Claimants and their seconds stood along the side walls, and in the center, at the long table where the succession documents would be verified, sat Lochlan Drummerick, with the archivist at his right hand and a stack of papers at his left. He did not stand when she entered. He smiled. "Wynter Renholt," he said, and his voice carried to every corner of the hall. "I was beginning to wonder if you would come at all." She walked to the center of the room with Posey tucked behind her thigh and Torsten a step behind. "I signed the succession notice. I am here." "Barely." Lochlan's smile did not waver. "And I see you have brought a child." How convenient that she appears on the morning of the rite, after 3 years of careful absence. The room shifted. Whispers rose. Torsten stepped forward. "You will not speak to her as though she is the one on trial." "No?" Lochlan spread his hands. "Then tell me, cousin, why your daughter's trust filing contains a 60-day scent verification clause that would have expired before this rite if the archivist had not caught it. Tell me why the cabin was purchased under an assumed name. Tell me why the mother of your child slipped out of Halligrove in the dead of night rather than present her evidence like an honest petitioner." Each word landed like a stone. Wynter felt the room tilt toward him. She kept her voice flat. "I hid because Torsten's father made a bloodline bargain with the balloon pack before I even knew I was carrying an heir. He planned to use my child as collateral on a debt he never told his son about. I did not hide to extort Halligrove. I hid to keep my daughter from being sold." She pulled the waxed canvas bundle from her coat and set it on the table. "These are letters between the old Alpha and the balloon executor. They prove he knew I was pregnant before the rejection. They prove he knew Torsten was my fated mate and engineered the break to protect his deal. Every document is dated and signed." Lochlan's hand paused over the papers. For half a second, something flickered behind his eyes. Uncertainty. Calculation. Then the archivist reached for the bundle. "Wait!" Eldris Vasiliev's voice cut through the murmur. She rose from the elder bench, iron-gray braids heavy over her shoulders, and walked to the table with slow, deliberate steps. The room fell silent. "These documents should be examined by the council, not by the archivist alone." Lochlan's jaw tightened. "The archivist is a neutral party." "The archivist answers to the territorial registry," Vasiliev said, "and the registry answers to your mother's seal. She will examine the letters with the council present, or they will not be entered at all." Wynter's chest unlocked by half a degree. An ally, an unexpected one. She kept her face still. "That is fair," she said. "Let the council verify the dates and the handwriting. Let them confirm what my daughter's existence already proves." Vasiliev took the bundle without looking at Wynter, but her fingers brushed Wynter's as she lifted it, a touch that said nothing and everything. She turned back to the bench. The elders gathered around the table, heads bent over the letters as Vasiliev opened the first seal. Wynter stood in the center of the room with the whole pack watching and did not let herself breathe. Beside her, Posey tugged at her sleeve. "The man is here," Posey whispered. "The one from the trees. He is wearing a gray coat and standing by the door." Wynter did not turn her head. She felt Torsten shift behind her, felt the wolf rise in his stance. "I see him," Torsten murmured. The watcher stood against the far wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. He was not looking at Wynter. He was looking at Posey, and he was smiling. Chapter 35. The council bent over the letters like surgeons over a wound. Vasiliev held the first page to the light, tracing the old Alpha's seal with a fingertip. The room had gone so quiet Wynter could hear the fire in the hearth at the far end of the hall. She kept Posey pressed against her thigh, one hand resting on the small curve of her daughter's shoulder. The man in the gray coat had not moved. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the proceedings with the patience of someone who already knew how the story ended. Lochlan leaned back in his chair. "The letters are an interesting diversion, Miss Renholt, but they are not a succession claim." "I know what a succession claim requires," Wynter's voice carried. "That is why I brought more than letters." She looked at Sabine. Sabine stepped forward and set her briefcase on the long table. The clasp opened with a sound like a bone breaking. She pulled out a folder, then another, then a slim leather binder with a seal pressed into the cover. "Birth records from St. Anne's Hospital," Sabine said, laying the first folder flat. "Signed by the attending physician and notarized within 72 hours of delivery. The cord blood match is included, establishing biological parentage beyond any scent-based dispute." She placed a second folder beside the first. "Sworn affidavit from Etta Markin, pack midwife and certified scent reader for 37 years. Her testimony confirms she detected pregnancy on Wynter Renholt the night of the public denial, and that she witnessed the old alpha cornering Torsten Quennar in a side passage immediately before the circle ceremony. The room stirred. Whispers climbed the walls. Sabine did not pause. She pulled out the leather binder and opened it to a page marked with a red tab. In it, a signed succession clause, executed by Torsten Quennar on the third day of Wynter's return to Halligrove, witnessed by myself and filed with the Territorial Registry. The clause recognizes an unnamed blood heir of Quennar descent and grants full inheritance and protection rights. It predates any public knowledge of Posey Renholt's existence. She stepped back. The silence stretched, then broke. She planned this, someone said from the claimant benches. She walked in here with a contract already signed. Because she knew what this pact does to women who come without papers, another voice answered, sharp and female. Or have we forgotten the rejection circle? Lochlan raised a hand. Let us not mistake preparation for virtue, he said. The question is not whether the documents exist. The question is whether they were obtained through legitimate means or manufactured to serve a scheme. A child hidden for 3 years, a contract signed before the bloodline could be verified, a mother who fled in the night rather than submit to open inquiry. He turned his pale, hazel eyes on Wynter. You ask us to believe you acted in good faith, but every move you made was designed to limit scrutiny, to control the narrative, to present us with a finished story we could only accept or reject. I did not flee, Wynter said. I prepared. There is a difference. Is there? Lochlan stood. His chair scraped back and the sound was loud in the charged air. You kept a blood heir hidden from the pack that needed her. You negotiated protections in secret. You arrived at this right with a stack of documents so complete it suggests you never intended to negotiate at all. That is not the behavior of someone seeking fairness. It is the behavior of someone executing a takeover. Torsten moved before Wynter could answer. He stepped around her and faced his cousin with the amber bleed of his wolf already rising in his eyes. She hid because my father made a deal to sell her child before it was born. She hid because your mother sat on the archive keys while that deal was being struck. She hid because every wolf in this room who could have helped her stayed silent. His voice dropped. So do not stand there and call her scheme when you have been waiting 3 years to use this child as a reason to take the seat that should never have been yours. Lochlan's smile thinned. Sentiment, he said. You have always led with sentiment. That is why Halligrove is bleeding. A sound cut through the tension, small, precise. Posey had stepped out from behind Wynter's leg. She stood in the center of the hall, in full view of every elder, every claimant, every witness from 3 territories. Her dark hair was still carrying the lake damp from the morning. Her gray eyes, Torsten's gray eyes, moved across the room with the solemn curiosity of a child who had not yet learned to be afraid of grown men who smiled too long. She looked at Lochlan. You are the man who put watchers in the trees, she said. My mama told me not to talk to strangers, so I am talking to you now. I do not like you. The room went absolute. Then Eldris Vassiliv laughed. It was a dry, rolling sound, like stones shifting in a riverbed. She set the first letter down and looked at Posey with something that might have been approval. The child has Quennar blood, Vassiliv said. I do not need the document to tell me that. I can smell it from here. She looked at the other elders. Can you? They stirred, nods, murmurs of assent. Lochlan's hand tightened on the back of his chair. Scent alone is the foundation of every succession right in pack law, Vassiliv finished. You know that, Drumerik. You have argued it yourself in 3 separate council sessions. Wynter kept her face still, but inside, something was cracking open. Not relief. Not yet. A thin, dangerous hope she had been starving for 3 years. She knelt beside Posey and spoke low. You did well, baby, but stay close now. Posey nodded and pressed back against Wynter's side. Wynter straightened. She looked at Lochlan, then at the elders, then at the watcher in the gray coat who had not stopped smiling. The proof is here, she said. The witnesses are here. The contract is signed. Recognize my daughter as Halligrove's blood heir, as the law requires, or explain to every elder in this room why you are so afraid of a 3-year-old who has already forgotten your name." Lochlan's jaw worked. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the Watcher in gray uncrossed his arms and took a single step forward. His voice was quiet, unhurried, and carried the weight of someone who had been waiting for precisely this cue. "Before the council votes, there is a matter of older law to consider. A covenant held under balloon seal. You may find your daughter's protections are not as absolute as you believe." He reached into his coat. Torsten moved, fast. He put himself between the Watcher and Posey, and the growl that came out of him was not human. "One more step, and I will remove your hand before you finish pulling it free." The Watcher stopped, but he was still smiling, and Wynter understood, with a cold drop in her stomach, that the victory she had just won was not the end of the fight. It was the beginning of a worse one. Chapter 36. The hall had not yet settled when Heir Marchen rose. She moved slowly, her iron-gray braids catching the light from the high windows, her hands braced against the chair in front of her. She was the oldest wolf in the room. Every elder knew it. Every elder had been delivered by her hands, or held in her arms as a squalling pup. She walked to the center of the floor and stopped beside Sabine's table. "I have something to say," Edda said, her voice carried. Age had not dulled it. "And I will say it here where the council can hear me, because I have held it too long and my bones will not let me hold it longer." Lochlan's face went still. "Eldris Marchen, you are not on the witness list." "I am not on your list," Edda agreed. "But I am on the list of wolves who were standing in this hall on the night Halligrove broke its own bloodline." She turned to face the elders. Her back was straight. Her eyes found Wynter's for a single heartbeat before she looked away. 3 years ago, I stood in the rejection circle," Edda said. "I was not there to witness the denial. I was there because I had been summoned. The old Alpha sent for me before the ceremony and told me to stand close. He wanted me to smell her." A murmur rippled through the hall. "Smell what?" an elder asked. Edda's jaw tightened. "Pregnancy. He wanted to know if the rejection had taken yet, if the bond was still carrying life." Wynter's breath stopped. She had known Edda scented her that night, but she had not known the old Alpha had ordered it. She had not known he was standing close enough to watch the test happen. Edda kept speaking. "I told him what I smelled. A new life, barely there, no more than a week or two from the joining. He told me to keep silent. He said if I spoke, he would have me removed from Halligrove, and my granddaughter would never set foot on Packland again." She looked down at her hands, the hands that had delivered half the wolves in this room. "I kept silent," she said. "I have kept silent for 3 years, and I have watched that silence rot inside me like spoiled meat." Lochlan stepped forward. "Eldris Marchen, with respect, you are describing a scent you detected in a moment of stress and memory 3 years old. That is not evidence." "It is evidence of what he knew," Torsten said, "and when he knew it." He was still standing between the Watcher and Posey, but his voice carried the same weight as Edda's. "My father sent Edda to the circle to confirm Wynter was pregnant. He did it so he could factor that child into his deal with the balloons before anyone else knew it existed." Lochlan's smile returned, thin, precise. "Convenient that we are only hearing this now, from a woman who admits she remained silent while Halligrove bled." "I remained silent because I was afraid," Edda said. The admission cracked through the room. "I am not afraid anymore. I am old. I have delivered pups and watched them grow and buried the ones who did not make it. I have served this pack for 60 years, and I will not carry this lie into my grave." She turned to the elders. Torsten Quennar did not know his father's plan. He stood in that circle believing he was making a choice, but he was a stag driven into open ground by dogs. His father cornered him in the side passage before the ceremony. I saw it. I was close enough to hear the old Alpha's voice, though not his words. But I saw Torsten's wolf go still. I saw him stop fighting. Her voice dropped. He did not know what his father had already done, and he could not have stopped it even if he had. The hall was silent. Wynter felt Posey's small hand tighten on her coat. She looked down. Posey's gray eyes were fixed on Edda, watching the old woman with the solemn attention of a child who understood more than she should. Then Lochlan spoke. Moved, he said. That is a moving story, Eldris Marchen. But it does not change the fact that Miss Renholt spent nearly 4 years hiding an heir from a pack that could have protected that child, fed that child, secured that child's future. Instead, she waited until Halligrove was desperate, until the succession was contested, until the moment of maximum leverage. He turned to the elders. She did not come back because it was right. She came back because hiding an heir is only valuable when you can trade it at the right moment. And this is that moment. Sabine rose. That is speculation, not evidence. It is pattern, Lochlan said. She filed a trust with a 60-day verification clause. She negotiated protections before anyone knew the child existed. She brought documents that were drafted months ago, ready to deploy the instant the pack was weak enough to accept terms. He looked at Wynter. That is not the behavior of a wronged woman seeking justice. That is the behavior of a strategist executing a long game. Wynter felt the room shift. Some elders were nodding, others were watching her with new suspicion. The truth of Edda's testimony had cracked something open, but Lochlan was already pouring his own shape into the break. She kept her face still, but her hand found Posey's shoulder and she held on. Chapter 37. The silence stretched like a blade drawn slow. Wynter felt the room's attention shift back to her, the weight of 30 wolves measuring her against Lochlan's words. Some elders had folded their arms. Others were watching with the flat, careful gaze of wolves who had learned to wait before choosing a side. She kept her hand on Posey's shoulder, kept her breathing even. Miss Renholt, Eldris Vasiliv said, her voice carrying no judgment yet. You heard what Edda testified. You heard the letters read. Is there anything you wish to add before the council deliberates? Wynter felt Posey shift beside her, small body pressing closer. She wanted to look down. She wanted to tell her daughter it would be all right. But she had spent 3 years learning not to promise what she could not guarantee. I came back to Halligrove because hiding my daughter was not a strategy, she said. It was survival. I did not trust this pack to protect her, and nothing I have seen since my return has convinced me I was wrong. She let that land. I kept Posey's secret because I knew what would happen if she was discovered before I had protections in place. She would become leverage, a bargaining chip, a target. She looked at Lochlan. I was right. Lochlan's smile did not waver. You are describing a pack you have not lived in for 3 years. A pack that was bleeding under debts you knew nothing about. A pack whose future you now hold hostage to your child's recognition. Hostage, Torsten said. The word was quiet, flat. You used that word deliberately. Because it is accurate. Lochlan turned to face him fully. She waited until Halligrove was desperate, until the succession was contested, until the moment when denying her would tear the pack apart and granting her terms would bind every hand in this room. That is not a mother seeking protection. That is a player who waited until she held all the cards. Sabine opened her mouth. Lochlan raised a hand. Let me finish. He walked to the center of the hall, positioning himself between Wynter and the elders. He looked at each of them in turn. I am not arguing that the child is not Quennar blood. The scent evidence is clear. The midwife's testimony, however late, corroborates the timeline. The letters from the old Alpha prove that he knew, that he planned, and that he acted to conceal the pregnancy from the pack and from the balloons. He paused. All of that is true, and none of it answers the question before us. He turned to face Wynter directly. But the question is whether a woman who hid a blood heir for 3 years, who returned only when the pack was at its weakest, who negotiated protections before she revealed the child's existence, can be trusted to raise that heir within Halligrove's structure. A murmur moved through the elders. Wynter felt the floor tilt beneath her feet. She did not show it. I did not hide her for leverage, she said. I hid her so she would survive. Survive what? Lochlan asked. The pack that raised you? The pack that fed you? The pack that watched me stand in a rejection circle and did nothing, Wynter said. Her voice did not rise, but the hall went still. The pack that accepted the old Alpha's lies because it was easier than asking questions. The pack that let Torsten's father bleed Halligrove dry while wrapping it in tradition and duty. She looked at the elders. You did not protect me then. You did not protect Posey. You did not even know she existed. And now you want me to trust you with her future? Eldris Fasuliv's fingers tapped once against the arm of her chair. "Those are fair points," she said, "but they are about the past. I am asking about the present. Will you raise Posey within Halligrove if the council recognizes her claim?" Wynter felt the trap. If she said yes, she was bound to this pack, to its politics, to the danger that came with being the mother of a named heir. If she said no, she gave Lochlan the argument that she could not be trusted with the pack's future. She opened her mouth. "Miss Renholt does not need to answer that tonight," Torsten said. His voice cut through the hall with the weight of command. He had not moved from his position between the Watcher and Posey, but his attention was fixed on the elders now. The succession rite is about the child's bloodline, not about where she will live, not about whether her mother will stay or go. Those are separate questions. "Are they?" Lochlan asked. "Because the blood heir's safety is directly tied to where she is raised, who guards her, and who controls access to her. And right now, the only person with legal authority over that child is a woman who spent 3 years making sure no one in this pack even knew she existed." He turned to the elders. "I am not questioning the legitimacy of the claim. I am questioning whether the person holding that claim has the pack's best interests at heart." The elders stirred. Wynter saw it. The shift. Some of them were nodding now. Lochlan spoke again, softer this time. "I propose a temporary solution, a middle ground that protects the child and the pack while we determine the best path forward." He looked at Wynter. "Temporary council fostering. The child remains at Halligrove under elder oversight. Visitation rights for Miss Renholt are guaranteed. Boundaries for access and custody are set by neutral parties. The succession stands, the protections hold. But the daily authority over the heir's upbringing is shared until we can be certain that placing her solely in her mother's care does not repeat the mistakes of the past." The hall went electric. Wynter heard it. The sharp intake of breath from Sabine, the scrape of a chair somewhere behind her, the low rumble of voices that had been held too long. She felt Posey's hand tighten on her coat, and she felt Torsten rise. He did not speak. He did not need to. The motion alone was enough to pull every eye in the room. He stepped around the Watcher. He stepped past the elders. He walked until he stood between Wynter and Lochlan, facing his cousin with the stillness of a wolf who had stopped measuring consequences. "Council fostering," Torsten repeated. The words came out flat. "You want to take my daughter out of her mother's hands and put her under your supervision?" "Under elder supervision," Lochlan said. "Neutral oversight, the protection of the pack." "You want to take my daughter," Torsten said again, "because you cannot win this argument on evidence. I am trying to protect. You are trying to find a crack." Torsten's voice dropped lower. "And you will not find one in her mother." He turned to face the elders. "I signed a succession clause before I knew Posey's name, before I knew her age, before I knew anything except that Wynter had a child who needed protection. I signed it because I trusted her judgment, and I have spent every day since learning how much I should have trusted it sooner." He looked at Wynter. "If she says Posey stays with her, Posey stays with her. If she says Halligrove does not get to decide how she raises her daughter, then Halligrove does not get to decide." Lochlan's smile thinned. "That is not how pack law works." "Then change the law." Torsten's voice did not waver, or find a new alpha. The room went silent. Wynter stared at him. His back was to her now, broad and unyielding, a wall between her and the wolves who wanted to take her daughter. She had not asked him to do this. She had not expected him to do this, and she did not know what it would cost. But she knew, with the same certainty that had carried her through 3 years of hiding, that the cost would be measured before the night was over. Because behind Torsten by the door, the Watcher in gray reached into his coat again, and this time he pulled out a folded document stamped with a seal she did not recognize. Chapter 38. The hall had not yet settled from Torsten's words when he turned to face the elders fully. His back was no longer to Wynter. She could see his face now, the hollow beneath his cheekbones, the amber bleed at the edges of his eyes. He looked at Eldris Fasuliv. "You asked who I would be as Alpha. I will answer that question. But first, I need to answer a different one. He let the silence stretch. 3 years ago, I stood in a circle with the woman I loved and told the pack she meant nothing to me. I used the words, no bond and no claim. I watched her face change when I said them, and I did not stop. His voice held steady. Some of you have wondered why. Some of you have assumed I was cruel or weak, or that she had done something to deserve it. He shook his head. The truth is simpler and worse. My father cornered me in the side passage before the ceremony. He told me that if I did not reject her, the pack would not survive the year, that the creditors would call in their notes and Halligrove was be dismantled before the snow melted, that my mother's legacy, the house she had built, the land she had held, would be sold to strangers. The elders shifted. Someone whispered. He told me, Torsten said, that Wynter would survive a rejection, that she was young and strong and would find another life, that the pack would not survive without the balloon deal. He stopped. I believed him, because I wanted to believe him, because the alternative was facing the truth, that my father had been sinking Halligrove into debt for years, and I had been too afraid to look at the ledgers. The hall was utterly still. I let a girl I had loved since I was 18 stand in a circle and hear me say she was nothing because I was too much of a coward to tell the truth. Wynter's throat tightened. She had heard his confession at the cottage. But this was different. This was before the pack, before the elders, before the wolves who had watched her walk out the gate alone. Torsten, Lochlan said, this is a touching performance. It's not a performance. Torsten's voice cut sharp. It's a statement of fact. And you will let me finish, cousin, because you have had the floor all night, and I have never once spoken this truth in this hall. He turned back to the elders. I signed the balloon marriage contract because my father told me it was the only way to save Halligrove. I did not know he had already made a separate deal with the balloons. I did not know he had promised a child I had not fathered and a mate I had not yet rejected. His jaw tightened. I did not know he had told Edda to send Wynter for pregnancy. I did not know he planned to use my own child as collateral on a debt he had hidden from me for years. He looked at his hands. I knew nothing, because I had chosen to know nothing. I had chosen to let my father run the pack while I grieved the woman I had thrown away. He lifted his head. I am not telling you this to earn your sympathy. I am telling you because for 3 years, Lochlan has been building a case that I am unfit to lead, and he is right about that. A murmur rippled through the hall. I was unfit. I let my father destroy my mate bond and my pack's future because I was too afraid to ask the right questions. I married a woman who deserved honesty and gave her silence. I fathered a child I never held. I missed 3 years of her life because I could not face what I had done. He met Lochlan's gaze. But I am not the same man who stood in that circle. And if this pack cannot tell the difference between a man who failed and a man who refuses to keep failing, then maybe Halligrove does not deserve to survive either. The silence that followed was absolute. A chair scraped. Marta Balloon rose from her seat near the back of the hall. Her face was pale, but her hand was steady as she walked forward. She held a waxed canvas bundle. Eldris Vasilif, she said, her voice carrying clear. I have letters, signed by the old Alpha, dated and sealed. They prove everything Torsten has just said. Lochlan turned. Marta. I have kept these, she said, ignoring him, because I needed to know what kind of man I had married. I needed to know whether Torsten was complicit in his father's scheme. She reached the elder's table. He was not. She placed the bundle before Eldris Vasilif. These letters show that the old Alpha approached my father 4 years ago, before I ever met Torsten. He offered a bloodline guarantee, a future heir, half Quennar, half Balloon, to secure Halligrove's debts. She opened the bundle herself, pulled out the top letter. This one is dated 4 years and 7 months ago. It references a plan to ensure Torsten did not form a natural mate bond before the contract could be finalized. She placed it on the table. This one is dated 3 years and 2 months ago. It confirms the old Alpha had identified Wynter Renholt as Torsten's fated mate and was taking steps to prevent the bond from interfering. Another letter. This one is dated 6 weeks before the rejection. It references an expected pregnancy. She looked at the elders. The old Alpha knew. He knew Wynter was Torsten's mate. He knew she might be carrying his child, and he engineered the rejection anyway, to protect a debt deal he had hidden from everyone. Lochlan stepped forward. These letters could have been written at any time. There is no chain of custody. Andre Balloon rose from his seat near the east wall. There is. His voice carried the weight of decades. I held the counterpart copies in the Balloon Trust archive. I matched the signatures myself. Those letters are authentic. He looked at the elders. I am the executor of the Balloon Trust. I held the original contract. I can confirm that the old Alpha approached us with this plan before I ever allowed my daughter to enter a marriage contract. He paused. I can also confirm that when I learned a child existed, I demanded the truth, and when I was refused, I held the letters as leverage to ensure my daughter was not used as a shield for a conspiracy she had no part in. Lochlan's face had gone still. The hall murmured. Wynter felt Posey's hand in hers, small and warm and clutching. She looked down at her daughter, who was watching the adults with wide, serious gray eyes. Eldris Vasilev, Marta said, you have the letters, you have the testimony. You have a child who carries Quennar blood and a mother who never asked for this war. She stepped back. I have nothing more to hide. Vasilev picked up the top letter. She held it to the light. The hall held its breath, and behind Torsten, by the door, the Watcher in gray unfolded the document in his hands and took one step forward. Chapter 39. The Watcher in gray stepped forward, and the document in his hands caught the hall's light like a blade drawn from its sheath. Eldris Vasilev, he said, his voice low and carrying. I have a covenant, sealed under Balloon's seal, dated 4 years and 3 months ago. The hall went still. Wynter felt Posey's hand tighten around hers. She watched the Watcher place the document on the elder's table, his gray coat brushing the edge of Marta's letters. This covenant, he said, was signed by the old Alpha and the Balloon executor. It grants the Balloon Council the right to oversee the upbringing and marriage of any Halagrove heir produced under the Bloodline Alliance. He stepped back. It supersedes any succession clause signed after its filing date. Vasilev eps this follows. Please bear the job back. His mouth keeping air. She read it in silence, her iron-gray braids catching the light as she turned the page. Wynter's breath stopped. She had come with letters, with testimony, with a signed clause that Torsten had filed before Posey was publicly known. She had believed paper could protect her daughter. She had not anticipated older paper. Marta, Lochlan's voice was controlled. Did you know about this? Marta's face had gone pale. I knew my father held the executor trust. I did not know the covenant had been filed. Andre Balloon rose again from his seat near the east wall. His voice was measured. The covenant was filed, he said, but it was never activated. It required presentation of the heir at a formal rite before it could be enforced. He looked at the Watcher. That rite has now occurred. The hall murmured. Torsten turned to face the elders, his shoulders squared, his voice cutting through the noise. Then I will make it simple. He walked to the center of the hall, away from Wynter, away from the Watcher, until he stood alone before the elders' table. The old model of Alpha rule in Halagrove is dead. My father ran this pack like a private treasury, hiding debt, selling futures he had no right to sell, and using bloodline as collateral for deals no one else knew existed. He looked at Vasilev. I will not govern that way. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper. This is my resignation letter, signed, dated, witnessed by Sabine Myrick. He placed it on the table beside the covenant. I drafted it before this rite. I meant it then, and I mean it now. If the price of protecting my daughter is my seat, I will pay it. Wynter's throat tightened. But I am offering something else. He looked at the elders, one by one. I am offering to accept permanent council oversight on all pack finances. Every ledger, every payment, every debt agreement, reviewed quarterly by a committee of elders chosen by vote, not by blood. Lochlan's jaw tightened. And I am publicly binding Halagrove to protections for Posey Renholt and Wynter Renholt that no future Alpha can revoke without a full pack vote. He turned to face the hall. Posey will be raised by her mother. Her autonomy will be protected by law. Her inheritance will be held in trust beyond the reach of any Alpha who comes after me. His voice dropped. "And if any alpha tries to override those protections, they will answer to the same council that now holds my resignation in their hands." The silence that followed was absolute. Then Eldris Vasiliv spoke. "You are offering to surrender power to save the child." Torsten met her gaze. "I am offering to trade the old model for a better one. The child is the reason, but the change is for the pack." Vasiliv looked at the document in her hands, then at the resignation letter. She turned to the other elders. The hall waited. Wynter felt Posey shift beside her. She looked down at her daughter, who was watching Torsten with wide, serious eyes, as if she understood something the adults had not yet said. "Mama," Posey whispered, "is he going to leave again?" The question hit Wynter harder than any legal blow. She did not answer. She could not, because she did not know. The elders conferred in low voices. The hall pressed in from every side. Wynter felt her pulse in her throat, her hand clammy around Posey's, her mind running through every contingency she had planned and finding none of them adequate for this. Vasiliv rose. The hall held its breath. "Torsten Quennar," she said, her voice carrying to every corner. "You have confessed publicly to failure. You have surrendered your father's model of rule. You have offered binding protections to the mother and child who were wronged by this pack." She paused. "And you have placed the child's safety above your own standing." She looked at the elders. "I believe you have proven what you are willing to sacrifice." She turned to face Wynter. "But the question is not whether the alpha has changed. The question is whether the pack can accept the cost of that change." She lifted the covenant. "This document grants the Balloon Council rights over any Hologrove heir. Those rights are enforceable, and they were filed before any of us knew a child existed." She placed it back on the table. "The covenant does not expire. It does not dissolve. It can only be challenged by a full bloodline tribunal." Wynter's stomach dropped. "So even if we recognize Posey as the true blood heir," Vasiliva continued, "even if we accept Torsten's new terms, even if we bind Hologrove to protections, the covenant still stands." She looked at the hall. "The Balloon Council has a claim, and they will come to collect it." The Watcher in gray stepped forward again. "They are already here." Location. Chapter 40. The Watcher in gray did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "They are already here." The words settled into the hall like frost creeping through a window crack. Wynter felt them in her chest before her mind caught up. Already here. The Balloon Council had not waited for the rite to conclude. They had come ahead knowing what would be triggered. Eldris Vasiliv set the covenant down. Her hands moved slowly, deliberately, as if the paper might burn her. "Then we have no time for deliberation." She looked at the elders on either side of her. "I call the vote. All those who recognize Posey Renholt as the true blood heir of Hologrove, bound by Quennar blood and presented in lawful succession, raise." 6 hands went up, then 7, then 9. Vasiliv raised her own. "The claim was recognized." The hall exhaled. Wynter heard it as a single breath, the pack releasing something it had been holding since the moment she walked through the gate. 3 years of secrets, of silence, of the old Alpha's rot buried in ledgers and letters, all of it breaking open in a single vote. Lochlan stood motionless. "The covenant," he began, "is active," Vasiliv finished. "But it does not nullify the succession. It creates a competing claim, one that must be resolved by bloodline tribunal." She turned to the Watcher in gray. "Tell your council that Hologrove recognizes its heir. If they wish to press their covenant, they will do so through proper channels, not through watchers in the trees, not through documents carried in coat pockets." The Watcher inclined his head. His smile did not waver. "They will be delighted to hear it." He folded the covenant and stepped back. Wynter pulled Posey closer. Her daughter's small hand was warm in hers, the fingers curled tight around her own. "Is it over?" Posey whispered. Wynter looked at the elders, at Torsten standing alone before the table, at Lochlan's clenched jaw. at the watcher who had already begun moving toward the side door. "No," she said quietly, "but we won this part." Torsten turned to face her. His eyes were red around the edges, the kind of red that came from holding back something too big for the body to contain. He did not speak. He simply looked at Posey, at the way her hand fit inside Wynter's, at the shape of her face that carried pieces of him he had never seen. "Mama," Posey said, tugging at Wynter's sleeve. "Can I go talk to him now?" The question hit Wynter low in the chest. She had prepared for legal battles, for custody hearings, for the long, grinding work of keeping her daughter safe from a pack that had already failed her once. She had not prepared for this, for Posey asking permission to meet her father like it was the simplest thing in the world. "Yes," she heard herself say. "Yes, you can." Posey let go of her hand. She walked across the hall floor, small boots clicking against the stone, past the elders who still held their positions, past the empty chairs where the watcher had stood. She stopped a few feet from Torsten and looked up at him. He did not kneel. He did not reach for her. He waited. "You are very tall," Posey said. A sound escaped Torsten's throat. Not a laugh, not a sob, something caught between them. "So are you," he said. "For your age." Posey considered this. "Mama says I am average." "Your mama is wrong about that." Posey's head tilted. "Are you going to leave again?" Wynter's throat closed. Torsten's face did not break. He held himself still, the way a man does when he knows the wrong answer will cost him everything. "I have to go talk to some people," he said. "Bad people. The kind who want to take things that do not belong to them." Posey's gray eyes, the exact shade of his, narrowed. "Will you come back?" "Yes. How do I know?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pinecone, small, dried, the scales rough and cracked. "You gave me this, yesterday, on the porch." Posey studied it. Then she studied him. "Okay," she said. "You can come back." She turned and walked back to Wynter, slipping her hand into her mother's as if she had never left. Wynter felt the tears before she saw them. They blurred the edges of the hall, the elders, the papers on the table. She blinked them back and looked at Torsten. He was still holding the pinecone. Sabine appeared at Wynter's elbow, her briefcase already closed, her coat on. "I have drafted the binding protections," she said quietly. "Council oversight, trust lock, autonomy clauses. If you sign now, they are filed before the balloons can file a challenge." Wynter looked at the papers Sabine held out. The ink was still wet in places. She had come to Halligrove for this. Paper. Leverage. Legal walls so thick no alpha could breach them. She signed. Then she looked at Torsten, who was still standing where Posey had left him, the pinecone in his hand. "Sign them," she said. He crossed to the table without hesitation. He took the pen Sabine offered and signed every page, his name filling the lines at the bottom, binding himself and his future alpha seat to protections that would outlast him. The moment the last signature dried, Sabine tucked the documents into her briefcase. "I will file these myself, before sundown." She was gone before Wynter could thank her. The hall began to empty. Elders filed out in small groups, their voices low, their glances lingering on Posey, on Torsten, on the covenant still lying on the table like a trap that had not yet sprung. Vasiliev stopped beside Wynter. "You have won what you came for," she said. "The child is recognized. Her future is protected. You can leave Halligrove tonight and never return, and she will still be the heir." She paused. "But the covenant will not wait. The Balloon Council is here, and they did not come to negotiate." Wynter met her gaze. "I know." "Good." Vasiliev walked away. Wynter stood in the emptying hall with Posey pressed against her side and the taste of victory sour in her mouth. She had won. Every legal protection she had bled for was now signed, filed, irrevocable. Posey was Halligrove's true blood heir. Lochlan's bid for control had crumbled in the face of sent testimony and signed documents, and a 3-year-old girl who had looked him in the eye and told him she did not like him. She had won. And yet the victory felt like glass, thin, sharp, ready to break. Because the Balloon Council was already here, and they had come for her daughter. The main doors swung open. A woman in a long coat stepped through, flanked by 2 wolves in dark suits. She was tall, silver-haired, with the kind of face that had been beautiful for so long it had forgotten how to be anything else. "Eldris Fasiliv," she said, her voice carrying the polished weight of old money and older authority. "I trust the rite is concluded." Vasiliv turned. "It has." "Good." The woman's gaze found Posey. "Then I am here to collect on a debt that was promised to my family 4 years ago." She smiled. "By the father who signed the covenant." Wynter's blood turned cold. She looked at Torsten. He had gone still. The pinecone was still in his hand. His face was the color of ash. "Who are you?" Wynter heard herself say. The woman's smile widened. "My name is Celestia Balloon, matriarch of the Balloon Council, and I have come to meet my granddaughter." The word hit Wynter like a blade between the ribs. Posey looked up at her. "Mama? Who is that lady?" Wynter stepped in front of her daughter. "She is no one," she said. "She is leaving." Celestia Balloon laughed. It was a beautiful sound, cold and musical and utterly wrong. "I am not leaving, Miss Renholt. I am staying." She turned to the elders. "The covenant is active. The heir has been presented at a formal rite. The terms are enforceable." She looked back at Wynter. "Hollygrove owes the Balloon Council a bloodline guarantee, and that guarantee has a name." She paused. Posey Renholt. The hall fell silent. Wynter felt her wolf rise, the fur bristling along her spine, the growl building in her chest. She had won the succession. But the war was only beginning. Chapter 41. The main doors swung open. A woman in a long coat stepped through, flanked by 2 wolves in dark suits. She was tall, silver-haired, with the kind of face that had been beautiful for so long it had forgotten how to be anything else. "Heldres Fasiliv," she said, her voice carrying the polished weight of old money and older authority. "I trust the rite has concluded." Fasiliv turned. "It has." "Good." The woman's gaze found Posey. "Then I am here to collect on a debt that was promised to my family 4 years ago." She smiled. "By the father who signed the covenant." Wynter's blood turned cold. She looked at Torsten. He had gone still. The pinecone was still in his hand. His face was the color of ash. "Who are you?" Wynter heard herself say. The woman's smile widened. "My name is Celestia Balloon, matriarch of the Balloon Council, and I have come to meet my granddaughter." The word hit Wynter like a blade between the ribs. Posey looked up at her. "Mama? Who is that lady?" Wynter stepped in front of her daughter. "She is no one," she said. "She is leaving." Celestia Balloon laughed. It was a beautiful sound, cold and musical and utterly wrong. "I am not leaving, Miss Renholt. I am staying." She turned to the elders. "The covenant is active. The heir has been presented at a formal rite. The terms are enforceable." She looked back at Wynter. "Hollygrove owes the Balloon Council a bloodline guarantee, and that guarantee has a name." She paused. "Posey Renholt." The hall fell silent. Wynter felt her wolf rise, the fur bristling along her spine, the growl building in her chest. She had won the succession. But the war was only beginning. The silence stretched. Celestia Balloon took a step forward. "I understand this is unexpected," she said. "But the covenant was signed in good faith. Your mate's father promised us influence over the upbringing of any heir produced under the bloodline alliance. That promise is now enforceable." "He is not my mate," Wynter said. The words came out flat, cold, precise. Celestia's eyebrows rose. "The succession rite says otherwise. The child carries Quennar blood. The Alpha signed the recognition. The bond is documented in territorial records." The bond was rejected. "Rejected bonds do not vanish, Miss Renholt. They scar. But the covenant does not require a bond. It requires blood. And the child has that." Posey's hand tightened on Wynter's coat. "Mama, I want to go home." The small voice cut through the hall's rigid air. A few elders looked away. Someone shifted their weight. Wynter knelt, keeping her body between Posey and the balloon matriarch. "We will," she said softly. "Soon." She stood and faced Celestia. "You have no claim on my daughter." The covenant was signed by the old Alpha under terms that were never disclosed to either parent. Posey is recognized by Hollogrove's elders. She is protected by binding legal documents filed with the territorial registry, and she is 3 years old. She let the last words hang. "Whatever your covenant says about her future, it does not say you can take her from me tonight." Celestia's smile did not waver. "I have no intention of taking her tonight, Miss Renholt. I am here to establish a relationship. The covenant grants the Balloon Council input on the heir's upbringing and education, a voice in decisions that affect her welfare. Nothing more, for now." For now. For now. Celestia's silver eyes held Wynter's. The covenant was written broadly. That was intentional. It allows for flexibility as circumstances change. Wynter hid the threat beneath the polite words. Flexibility meant interpretation, and interpretation meant legal war. "We will contest it," she said. "You may try." Celestia tilted her head. "But the covenant was filed 4 years ago, witnessed by 3 Balloon elders, and signed by the Hologrove Alpha. It predates every document you have filed since your return. Territorial law is clear on precedents." "Precedents requires disclosure," Wynter said. "The covenant was never presented to the pack. It was hidden. Concealment does not invalidate the signature of a sitting Alpha. It does if the signer was coerced." Celestia's smile thinned. "Prove coercion." Wynter felt the trap close around her. She had the letters, Edda's testimony, Torsten's confession, but coercion was a higher bars, one that required witnesses willing to testify against the old Alpha, witnesses who had known and stayed silent, witnesses whose own complicity would be exposed. She looked at the elders. Vasiliev's face was unreadable. The others had drawn back, giving space to the confrontation, their loyalty divided between the new heir and the old covenant. Torsten moved. He crossed the floor, his steps measured, his face still ashen but his eyes clear. He stopped beside Wynter, not touching her, but close enough that the message was unmistakable. "The covenant was built on a lie," he said. "My father hid the debt. He hid the pregnancy. He hid the fact that he was trading a child that had not yet been conceived." Celestia regarded him with cold amusement. "Your father's sins are not my concern. The covenant is a legal document. It does not require moral purity to be enforceable." "Then we will take it to a bloodline tribunal." "That is your right." Celestia inclined her head. "But tribunals take time, months, years, and in the meantime the covenant grants the Balloon Council a standing interest in the heir's welfare." She looked at Posey. "I would like to meet her properly, not tonight, tomorrow perhaps. A short visit, here at Hologrove, with witnesses present." "No," Wynter said. Celestia's gaze sharpened. "You cannot refuse a legitimate request for introduction under the covenant's terms, Miss Renholt. You can delay it, you can demand conditions, but you cannot deny it entirely. And if I do, then you force the tribunal to rule on your obstruction before they rule on the covenant itself. That will not favor you." Wynter felt the walls closing in. She had won the succession. She had secured the protections. She had done everything Sabine had advised, everything the law allowed, and still it was not enough. Because the covenant had been waiting, coiled like a snake, hidden in the foundation of the pack's old debts and older compromises. "Mama?" Posey's voice was small but steady. "Is the pretty lady going to stay for dinner?" The question hit the hall like a stone dropped into still water. Celestia Balloon laughed again, warmer this time, almost genuine. "What a charming child." She looked at Wynter. "Posey is clearly clever. That will serve her well in the years ahead." Wynter said nothing. She was counting. 1, 2, 3. The numbers spread through her fingers, grounding her in the rhythm of a habit she could not stop. When she reached 5, she spoke. "Tomorrow. Here. 1 hour. With Sabine Mirek present as my legal representative. No touching. No private conversations. No gifts." Celestia's smile returned. "I accept your terms." She turned and walked toward the doors, her wolves falling into step behind her. At the threshold, she paused. Miss Renholt. Wynter did not answer. Welcome to the Balloon family. I do hope we will become closer. The doors closed behind her. The hall was silent. Wynter stood with her daughter pressed against her side, Torsten's presence a breath away, and the taste of ash in her mouth. She had won the succession, but she had not won the war. She had just agreed to let her daughter sit down with a predator who had already started learning how to smile. Chapter 42. The great hall emptied in waves, elders first, their faces closed and careful, carrying the weight of what they had witnessed. Then the household staff, silent as they cleared the ceremonial table. Then the witnesses from the other territories, their curiosity satisfied, their allegiances unspoken. Wynter did not move. She stood in the same spot where Celestia had left her, one hand on Posey's shoulder, the other pressed against her own ribs where her heart was trying to escape. Torsten was still beside her, close enough that she felt the heat of him through the cold air between them. That was not a negotiation, he said quietly. That was a survey. A survey? She came to measure us, to see what she is dealing with. His jaw tightened. She will be back tomorrow with more than a smile. Wynter turned to look at him. The hollows in his cheeks seemed deeper than they had an hour ago. The amber in his eyes was dim, banked, as if his wolf had retreated to conserve strength. You knew, she said, when she walked in. You knew what she was going to say. I knew the covenant existed. I did not know she would come herself. He met her gaze. I should have told you everything the night I found out. Yes, you should have. The words came out flat, without anger, and somehow that was worse. Posey shifted against Wynter's side. Mama, I am tired. Wynter looked down at her daughter's gray eyes, so like Torsten's that it made her chest ache, and felt the hard shell around her heart crack just enough to let the exhaustion through. I know, she said. We will go soon. Sabine appeared at her elbow, a slim folder in one hand. I need 10 minutes. The covenant text, the elder review schedule, the hospitality protocol for the balloon delegation. She glanced at Torsten. They will want to be housed here, under your roof. That gives them access to the grounds, the hall, the common spaces. We can refuse them housing, Torsten said. We can, but refusal will be noted at the tribunal. Sabine's voice was clipped, efficient, a blade dressed in professional calm. Hospitality refusal suggests hostility. Hostility suggests the heir's guardian is unwilling to cooperate. That gives the covenant's claim more weight. Wynter closed her eyes. She had been counting since Celestia left. 9, 10, 11. She opened her eyes. Let me put Posey to bed first, then I will read the covenant. Sabine nodded. I will be in the east study. She walked away, her heels sharp on the stone floor. Wynter knelt beside Posey, brushing a strand of dark hair from her daughter's face. Come on, small one. Let's find your toothbrush. Posey wrapped her arms around Wynter's neck. Will the pretty lady be here when I wake up? Wynter carried her out of the hall without answering. Torsten watched them go. Then he turned and walked toward the doors where Celestia Balloon had vanished, toward the delegation waiting in the outer courtyard, toward the guests with teeth who had come to take what was not theirs. The balloon delegation was smaller than expected. 3 of them. Celestia had already left, her work done for the night, her parting shot delivered. In her place stood a lean gray wolf in an expensive suit, his eyes the color of iron, and 2 younger wolves who flanked him like sentinels. Torsten met them on the front steps of the great hall. The cold air bit through his shirt, but he welcomed it. Pain was clearer than anything else tonight. Halligrove extends formal hospitality to the balloon delegation, he said, the words ritual thick on his tongue. You are welcome to shelter, food, and the protection of our walls for the duration of your business. The gray wolf inclined his head. Elder Remy Vasquez, I speak for the Balloon Council in matters of contract and covenant. His voice was smooth, unhurried, the voice of a man who had never needed to raise it to be heard. Torsten gestured toward the house. The east wing has been prepared. Your wolves will be quartered in the gatehouse. Vasquez's thin smile did not reach his eyes. Hospitable. For a man whose father signed away his heir's future. Torsten held his gaze. My father is dead. I am not. Indeed. Vasquez stepped past him, his wolves falling into step behind. "We shall see what you are tomorrow, Alpha." The word landed like a slap. Torsten let it. He stood on the steps as the delegation was led inside, as the heavy doors closed behind them, as the cold lake wind came up off the water and cut through him like a blade. Then he followed them in. Sabine had already spread the covenant across the study table. Pages of dense legal script, seals at every signature point, notations in 3 different hands. Wynter sat across from her, Posey's nightgown still wrinkled at the collar, a cup of tea untouched at her elbow. Marta stood by the window, arms crossed, face pale. "I know one of them," she said. Wynter looked up. "Which one?" "Vasquez. He attended my father's estate council meetings for 3 years. Always quiet, always watching." Marta's jaw tightened. "He specializes in contested bloodlines. He has never lost a tribunal." "That is comforting," Sabine said dryly. "It gets worse." Marta turned from the window. "He does not take cases he cannot win. If he is here, the Balloon Council believes they have an airtight claim." Wynter's fingers found the edge of the covenant. "Then we make it not airtight." Sabine shook her head. "I have been through the text twice. The drafting is meticulous. Every clause anticipates challenge. The succession clause, the trust protections, all of it was filed after this covenant was signed. Territorial precedence is clear." "Then what do we do?" Sabine was silent for a long moment. "We find the weakness. There is always a weakness. It may not be in the covenant itself. It may be in the people who signed it, the circumstances of its creation." She looked at Marta. "Who else was in that room when the covenant was drafted?" Marta's face went paler. "My father." "Your father?" She nodded at Torsten, who had just entered the study. 3 bone elders, and 1 other. A woman. I only saw her twice, but I remember her because she never spoke. She only watched." "Do you know her name?" "No." The room was silent. Then Wynter spoke. "We find her." Torsten moved to the table, his shadow falling across the covenant. "If she is still alive, if she will speak." "One thing at a time." Sabine pulled a pen from her briefcase. "I will start tracing the witness list through the territorial registry. It will take time." "How much time?" "The supervised meeting with Celestia Balloon is tomorrow. That gives us hours, not days." Wynter looked at Posey's empty chair. She had put her daughter to bed believing the pretty lady would not be there when she woke up. And Wynter had lied. Not about the pretty lady, about everything else. "Then we do not sleep tonight," she said. Torsten's eyes met hers across the table. For a moment, the rest of it fell away. The covenant, the delegation, the war that was coming. There was only him, watching her, the hollows in his face catching the lamplight. "Where do we start?" he asked. Wynter picked up the covenant. "At the beginning." But the beginning would have to wait. A knock came at the study door. Kalen's voice, low and urgent. "Alpha, the Balloon Elder is asking for a word with you, alone." Torsten's expression did not change. "Tell him I am occupied. He says it is about the covenant, that he has information the council does not know." Wynter's blood went cold. Marta's head snapped up. "Do not trust him," she said. Torsten was already moving toward the door. "I will not." He paused at the threshold, looking back at Wynter. "Stay here. Do not let anyone near Posey." Then he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him, and the study was suddenly too quiet, too still, too full of the shape of a trap no one had seen coming. Chapter 43. The study door had barely closed behind Torsten when Wynter was on her feet. "No." Sabine looked up from the covenant. "Wynter, I said no." Her voice cut through the lamplight. "They do not meet Posey. Not tonight, not tomorrow, not while I am standing." Marta crossed the room, her heels sharp on the floorboards. "You cannot refuse the delegation hospitality without cause. Territorial law. I do not care about territorial law." "You will have to." Marta's face was pale, but her voice held steady. If you deny them access and they take it to tribunal, the covenant becomes the least of your problems. Obstruction carries penalties, loss of custody standing, fines that could drain the trust. Wynter's hand found the edge of the table. The wood was cold, solid, the only thing in the room that felt real. I did not win the succession so a balloon elder could walk into my daughter's bedroom. You won the succession so your daughter would be recognized. Sabine set down her pen. That recognition gives you standing. It does not make you untouchable. The word hung in the air. Untouchable. Wynter had spent 3 years making herself just that. Paper walls. Distance. A life built in the spaces between addresses. She had taught Posey not to be seen, not to be scented, not to exist where wolves could find her. And now, they were in the great hall, asking for her. Then I meet them. Wynter's voice was flat. Alone, without Posey. I give them nothing but my refusal, and they can take it to whatever hell they like. Sabine was already shaking her head. That is not how delegation etiquette works. Vasquez requested a private audience with Torsten. If you walk in uninvited, you escalate. Good. Wynter. She met Sabine's eyes. I am done letting wolves decide when I'll allow to protect my child. The silence stretched. Then Marta moved toward the door. If you are going to make a scene, make it in the hall where the elders can see, not in a side room where they can spin it as hysteria. Wynter did not answer. She followed. The great hall was colder than she remembered. The fires had been banked for the night, leaving the high windows black with lake dark. A single chandelier burned over the center table where Elder Remy Vasquez sat with his 2 wolves standing behind him like matched furniture. Torsten stood across from him, his back to the door. He turned when he heard her footsteps. Wynter, I am not here for you. She walked past him, stopped at the edge of the table, and looked directly at Vasquez. You do not meet my daughter. The gray wolf's smile did not reach his eyes. It probably never had. Miss Renholt, I was hoping we could discuss this with more privacy. I was hoping you would leave. Vasquez set down the glass of water he had been holding. The gesture was unhurried, deliberate, the kind of calm that came from absolute certainty. I understand your protectiveness, truly. Any mother would feel the same. He folded his hands on the table. But the covenant your mate signed 4 years ago gives my counsel a standing interest in the heir's welfare. That is not a negotiation, it is a fact. The covenant was filed under false pretenses. Prove it. Wynter's fingers tightened at her sides. I will. I am sure you will try. Vasquez leaned back. In the meantime, the Balloon Council has requested a dawn review before the elders. A formality, really. We present the covenant, you present your objections. The elders decide whether the covenant's terms are enforceable pending tribunal. No. Miss Renholt. His voice did not rise. This is not a trial. It is a procedural review. You will be present. You will have counsel. The child will not be required to attend. I said no. Vasquez looked past her, to Torsten. Alpha, perhaps you can explain to your mate what happens when a pack refuses a good faith request from a council that holds territorial precedence. Torsten's jaw tightened. It means the council can petition for emergency oversight. Correct. Vasquez turned back to Wynter. And emergency oversight means the child is removed from the parent's custody pending review. You do not want that. I do not want that. But I will use the tools available to me if you force my hand. The room was very still. Wynter could feel her wolf pressing against her ribs, a low hum of rage that wanted to become teeth. She held it. What time? Dawn. Then be ready to explain to the elders why you waited 4 years to activate a covenant you claim is so urgent. Vasquez's smile flickered. We were waiting for the heir to be presented, as the covenant requires. And now she has been. Convenient timing. The timing is what it is. He stood. His wolves stepped forward in unison, a choreographed threat that told her exactly how practiced this family was at intimidation. I look forward to tomorrow, Miss Renholt. I hope you sleep well. He walked past her, his wolves falling into step, the heavy doors of the great hall swinging open to admit the lake wind. Wynter did not watch him leave. She stood at the table, her hands flat on the wood, her breath coming slow and even, and she counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Torsten's voice came from behind her. Wynter, he just threatened to take my daughter. I know. Tell me he cannot. Silence. She turned. Torsten's face was carved from stone, but his eyes betrayed him. They held the amber bleed of his wolf rising. I do not know. The truth landed like a blow. You are the alpha. I am the alpha of a pact that has been outmaneuvered by paperwork my father signed before I knew what a bloodline covenant was. He stepped closer. I can challenge him. I can fight him. I can tear the balloon delegation apart with my bare hands. But none of that stops the covenant. Wynter's throat tightened. Then what does? Finding the weakness, his voice dropped. And finding it before dawn. He reached out, did not touch her, let his hand hang in the air between them, an offering she could take or leave. Come back to the study. Marta has already started tracing the witness list. Sabine is pulling territorial records. We have hours. Wynter looked at his hand. She thought of Posey asleep in her bed, the small face peaceful, the gray eyes closed, the dark hair spread across the pillow. She thought of what she had promised herself 3 years ago, standing in the rejection circle, that no one would ever make her beg again. She took his hand. Then we work. They walked together through the cold corridor, past the darkened portraits, past the windows where the lake whispered against the dock, past the door behind which her daughter slept, unaware that strangers had already begun to draw the shape of her future in ink and seals. And in the great hall behind them, the chandelier swayed gently in the draft from the door Vasquez had left open, sending shadows skating across the empty floor, like the ghost of a claim no one had yet named. Chapter 44. The study smelled of old paper and exhaustion. Wynter sat at the long oak table with the covenant spread before her, the seals catching the lamplight like dried blood. Torsten stood by the window, his back to the room, one hand pressed flat against the glass as if he could feel the lake through it. Sabine had not stopped moving since they entered. She pulled books from shelves, cross-referenced dates, scratched notes on a legal pad with the frantic precision of someone racing a deadline she could not see. Marta came through the door with a fresh stack of correspondence. This is everything my father's office held. She set it down. But I think he held something back. Explain. Sabine's pen paused. He mentioned a ledger. Marta's brow furrowed. When we spoke after the Rite, he said the covenant had a separate accounting, that the balloons kept their own records. I thought he meant the trust filings. Now I am not sure. Wynter looked up. A ledger of what? Payments, obligations, terms. Marta's voice tightened. The covenant requires the heir to be supported from funds held outside Halligrove's control. To guarantee Balloon influence over her education and marriage, the money cannot come from PAC accounts. Torsten turned from the window. My father agreed to that? Your father agreed to everything. Marta's tone carried no cruelty, only fact. He was drowning. The balloons held the rope. Sabine set down her pen. If the covenant funds are held off-site, under Balloon's seal, then the ledger is the only record of what those funds require, and it would be separate from Halligrove's books, meaning we cannot audit it. Wynter's voice went flat. Meaning we cannot even find it unless we know where to look. Silence settled over the study like frost. Ivo had been quiet since he arrived, leaning against the far wall with his arms crossed, watching the exchange with the stillness of a fox reading a trap. He spoke now. I might know. Everyone turned. Whatever the ledger contains, it would need a physical location, a bank vault, a private archive, somewhere territorial enough to hold PAC legal weight. He pushed off the wall. I have been tracing the Balloon Council's financial footprint since Warsaw. They use a network of private trust companies, shell entities layered deep enough that even a territorial audit would miss them. And you found one of them? I found a reference. He pulled a folded page from his inner pocket. A freight document I intercepted 2 years ago, when I was still trying to map the balloon web. It mentions a covenant ledger held at a facility in Glassmere. Marta's face went pale. Glassmere. Yes, my father's archive. Her voice dropped. He has a storage house there. I thought it was only correspondence, old records, things he kept for sentiment. Your father knew. Ivo's eyes met hers. He did not tell you, but he knew. The ledger is there. The room contracted. Wynter felt her wolf stir, a low vibration under her ribs. Can we get to it before dawn? Glassmere is 3 hours north. Torsten's voice came rough. We would not make it back in time for the review. Then we send someone. Who? Ivo. Ivo shook his head. They will expect me to move. I am the one who found the reference. If I disappear tonight, Vasquez will know. Then we split. Wynter's mind was already calculating. You and Kalen go. He knows the territory. You know what to look for. If the ledger is there, you copy everything and get back before the review concludes. And if it is not, then we stall. Torsten stepped forward. The review is procedural. The elders will hear Vasquez present the covenant, then hear our objections. We can stretch that for hours if we have to. Marta was already writing. I will give Kalen the address and my authorization to access the storage unit under my father's account. That should get them past the first lock. Ivo met Wynter's gaze. If I do this, Vasquez will know I was involved. He will come for me. Then do not let him catch you. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. I have been outrunning wolves longer than this pack has known my name. He took the address from Marta, folded it into his pocket, and was gone before anyone could answer. The door clicked shut. Sabine exhaled. 3 hours north, 3 hours back. Dawn is in 5. He will make it. Wynter said it with more certainty than she felt. Sabine picked up her pen. Then we prepare for the review as if the ledger is already here. The hours passed in a haze of paper and ink. Wynter read the covenant line by line, marking every clause that could be challenged, every phrase that could be twisted. Sabine drafted objections in tight legal script, building a case on coercion, concealment, and the old alpha's documented bad faith. Torsten brought coffee that went cold, and later, tea that tasted of nothing. At some point, Wynter looked up and found him watching her. What? Nothing. You are staring. I am trying to memorize how you look when you are fighting. The words landed soft but heavy. Wynter did not look away. I have been fighting for 3 years, Torsten. There is nothing special about tonight. Tonight you are fighting for her. His voice dropped. I have never seen anything more beautiful. Her throat tightened. Help me read the section on penalties. He did not argue. He pulled his chair closer and bent over the document, his shoulder brushing hers. And for a moment, Wynter let herself feel the warmth of someone who had not yet given up. The rap on the door came at 3:20. Kylan entered, his coat wet with lake mist, a canvas satchel slung over his shoulder. Glassmere was empty. Wynter's heart stopped. What? The storage unit. He set the satchel on the table. The ledger was there, but someone had already been through it. He opened the satchel. Inside were files, folders, and a single black binder with a balloon seal on the cover. This is all that was left. The rest was taken. Wynter reached for the binder. Taken by who? The storage manager said a balloon representative collected a box of records yesterday afternoon, less than an hour after Vasquez arrived at Hologrove. They had known. They had known Ivo would come looking. They had already removed what mattered most. Wynter opened the binder. The pages inside were numbered, but there were gaps where pages had been cut out, leaving only frayed edges and the ghosts of words she would never read. She turned to the final entry. It was a single line, written in a hand she did not recognize. Covenant ledger, full terms, held by executor Balloon. Pending review, transfer of heir education rights. Enforcement date, sunrise. Chapter 45. The knock came at 5:20. Wynter did not look up from the binder. If that is Vasquez, tell him sunrise is not for another hour. It is posse. Her head snapped up. Marta stood in the doorway, one hand still on the knob. She woke. She asked for you. I told her you were working, and she sent you anyway. Marta's mouth curved. She said she would come find you herself. I thought it wiser to deliver the message. Wynter's eyes went to the window. The sky was still black, just the first thread of gray showing over the lake. Dawn was coming whether they were ready or not. I will go. I can watch her. Torsten's voice came low. The room went still. Sabine's pen stopped. Marta's hand dropped from the door. Even Kalen, half asleep in the corner, opened his eyes. Wynter turned. "She does not know you. Then let her know me." The words carried no demand, no edge, just the flat honesty of a man who had stopped pretending he had rights he had not earned. Wynter's hand tightened on the binder edge. "She is scared. She has been through too much tonight to meet someone new. Then sit with us. Stay in the room. I will not push." Sabine cleared her throat. "We have 40 minutes before I need you both dressed and presentable. If you are going to do this, do it now." Wynter held his gaze. 5 minutes. If she says no, you leave." "Agreed." She led him up the back staircase, past the darkened portraits, past the narrow window where the first pale light was starting to bleed across the lake. Posy was sitting up in the guest bed, the blanket pulled to her chin, her gray eyes wide in the dim lamp glow. "Mama?" "I am here, baby." Posy's gaze slid past her to the figure in the doorway. Torsten had stopped at the threshold, his hands loose at his sides, his weight on his heels, as if he knew better than to step forward uninvited. "Hello, Posy." Posy studied him with the solemn gravity of a child who had learned to read adults before she could read words. "You came back." "I said I would." She considered this, then she looked at Wynter. "Can he stay?" Wynter's throat closed. "If you want him to." Posy patted the bed beside her. "You can sit, but not too close." Torsten crossed the room slowly, as if approaching a deer, and lowered himself to the edge of the mattress with the care of a man who had forgotten what it felt like to be allowed near something precious. "Are you scared?" Posy asked. "No." "You look scared." A beat of silence. Then Torsten let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "I am scared of doing this wrong," he said. Posy tilted her head. "Mama says doing things wrong is how you learn. Your mother is very smart." "I know." Wynter pressed her fist against her mouth. Posy reached under her pillow and pulled out a pinecone, smaller than the one she had given him before, tighter in the scales. "I found this one yesterday. It is prettier." She held it out. Torsten took it like it was made of glass. "I will keep it safe." Posy nodded, satisfied. "Do you have a mama?" The question landed soft but heavy. Torsten turned the pinecone in his hands. "I did. She died when I was young." "That is sad." "It was, but I remember her." "What do you remember?" He was quiet for a moment. "She smelled like wood smoke and lavender, and she laughed louder than anyone in the room. She did not care if people stared." Posy smiled. "Mama laughs loud too, when she forgets to be quiet." Torsten's eyes flicked to Wynter. "I would like to hear that." Wynter's heart cracked open and she did not know how to close it. Posy yawned, her small body sagging against the pillows. "Are the people downstairs still here?" The question changed the air. Torsten's hand stilled on the pinecone. "Yes." Posy looked between them. "Are they here to take me away?" Wynter crossed the room before the child finished speaking, her hand finding Posy's, her body blocking the space between her daughter and the door. "No." "Then why are they still here?" Wynter did not answer. She could not. Because the truth was she did not know if she could stop them. Because the sun was rising outside the window and a balloon delegation was gathering in the Great Hall with a covenant that said they had rights to her daughter. Because for all her planning, for all her paper and ink, she had not found the loophole before dawn. Posy's small fingers curled around hers. "Mama, you are shaking." "I am fine." "No, you are not." Posy looked past her at Torsten, her gray eyes holding the weight of too many quiet nights, too many hurried escapes, too many times her mother had lied to keep her safe. "Are you going to let them take me?" The question was not for Wynter. It was for him. Torsten met the child's gaze. "Never." The word was iron. "I will burn every covenant in the territory before I let anyone take you from your mother." Posy held his eyes for a long moment. Then she nodded, as if she had found something she was looking for, and tucked herself against Wynter's side. "Okay." Wynter felt the child's breath slow against her ribs. The first light of dawn spilled through the window, pale and cold, and somewhere below, the great hall was waking to hear a claim no one knew how to break. Chapter 46. The first light spilled across the floor like cold water. Wynter stood at the window of Posey's room, her hand still pressed against her ribs, where her daughter's small body had been tucked moments ago. Posey was asleep again, her breathing even, her fingers loosened from Wynter's sleeve. Torsten had gone downstairs to face the delegation. She should be with him, she knew it, but her legs would not move. A soft knock at the door. Wynter turned. Marta stood in the threshold, her pale hair pulled back, her face stripped of the careful composure she usually wore. 5 minutes, Marta said. Before they notice we are both missing. Wynter looked at Posey, at the door, at the light growing harder beyond the glass. Sabine is watching the hall, Marta added. She will signal if Vasquez moves. Wynter crossed to the bed and smoothed the blanket over Posey's shoulder. Then she followed Marta into the corridor. They did not go to the study. Marta led her past the family wing, past the gallery where Torsten's ancestors watched from oil and canvas, into a narrow room Wynter had never entered. A desk, a dead fireplace, stacks of ledgers that had not been touched in years. Marta closed the door. The balloons will not try to take Posey at the review, she said. They do not need to. Wynter's spine went rigid. What do they need? Marta pulled a folded paper from her sleeve. She did not hand it over immediately. She held it against her chest as if it cost her something to produce it. The covenant language my father mentioned, the missing page from the ledger. I had a copy made years ago, before I understood what it meant. She held it out. Wynter took it, unfolded it. The handwriting was her mate's father. The language was dense, legal, and buried in the middle of a paragraph. She almost missed it. Any heir produced under this alliance may be bound by betrothal agreement to a balloon-adjacent line at the discretion of the Balloon Council in settlement of outstanding blood debt, should the primary heir's guardian be deemed unable to fulfill the terms of education and upbringing. Wynter read it twice, a third time. This is a marriage clause. A betrothal clause, Marta corrected, drafted to look like debt security. It does not say when. It does not say to whom. It only creates the possibility. The Balloon Council decides when to invoke it, and if they decide Posey is not being raised according to their terms, they can claim she is unstable, unprotected, or improperly housed, and activate the betrothal as an alternative to full custody. Wynter's fingers crushed the edge of the paper. She is 3 years old. I know. You are telling me they wrote a marriage contract for a child who was not even born yet. Marta's jaw tightened. My father let it happen. He watched your mate's father sign it. He did not stop him because the debt was real, and this was the only way the Balloon Council agreed to keep Halligrove solvent. He told me after the succession right. He thought I had a right to know what my marriage had been used to secure. Where is this clause in the ledger? Cut out, the missing page, so no one can prove it exists. Marta held her gaze. Someone already went to retrieve the proof. Wynter's blood went cold. Who? My contact in Glassmere, a clerk who worked for my father's estate manager. She kept copies of everything that passed through the records room. She knew the covenant was dangerous. She made duplicates before the original was moved. When? Last night, before Ivo reached the storage house. Wynter stared at her. You had a backup, and you did not tell us. I had a possibility, not a guarantee. I did not know if the copy still existed until I received a message 30 minutes ago. She pulled her phone from her pocket and showed Wynter the screen, a single line of text from an unknown number. Retrieved. Bringing south. ETA 90 minutes. Wynter read the message. Then she read it again. Who retrieved it? Her daughter, a young woman who works the early ferry shift across the lake. She took the copies before the balloon team arrived at the archive. She has been holding them for 3 years, waiting for someone to ask. 3 years? Etta was not the only one who saw what was coming. Wynter pressed her fist against her mouth. Her mind was moving too fast, a cascade of calculations, timelines, risks. Where's the rendezvous? South Landing, where the old logging road meets the water. How do I know this is not a trap? Marta's face did not flinch, because if I wanted to trap you, I would have let Vasquez take the stand this morning without warning you. Because I spent 4 years in a marriage that was built on this lie. Because I am done being collateral. The silence stretched. Somewhere in the house, a door opened and closed. Footsteps crossed the hall below. Torsten cannot know, Marta said. Not yet. Why? Because Vasquez will read him the moment he walks into that hall. If Torsten knows there is evidence coming, he will hold himself differently, speak differently, and Vasquez will see it. The only way to win this is to look like you have already lost. Wynter's wolf stirred beneath her skin. How long until the review? 20 minutes. The elders are assembling. Vasquez has already taken his seat. 20 minutes. 90 minutes until the copies arrived. She had to walk into a room full of wolves who thought they had already won and let them believe it. Love. The podcast waits us. Falled blackly a fichet osting me. One more thing, Marta said. She reached into her coat and pulled out a slim envelope, unsealed. Do not open it until you are alone. It is the name of the woman who witnessed the covenant signing. The silent one. She is still alive, and she is terrified. Wynter took the envelope. Who is she? Marta shook her head. Not here, not now. But if the copies do not arrive in time, she may be the only card you have left. The footsteps in the corridor grew louder. Someone was coming. Marta straightened. Her mask slid back into place, the cool, elegant wife who had spent years learning how to survive a house full of teeth. One more thing, Marta said softly. Wynter waited. When this is over, I am leaving Hollygrove. My father has already made arrangements. But I need you to know that I am not leaving because I lost. I am leaving because I finally found something worth keeping. She met Wynter's eyes. My name. The footsteps stopped outside the door. A knock. Miss Renholt, Sabine's voice, low and urgent. They are asking for you in the hall. Wynter folded the paper, slipped the envelope into her coat. She did not look at it. She looked at Marta. Thank you. Marta's mouth curved, just barely. Don't thank me yet. The copies still have to arrive. The knock came again. Wynter turned and opened the door. Sabine stood in the corridor, her briefcase in hand, her face unreadable. Vasquez has called the review to order. He is requesting your presence. And Posey's. Wynter's stomach dropped. Posey is asleep. It does not matter. He wants her in the room. The trap was already closing, and the evidence was still 40 minutes across the lake. Chapter 47. The narrow room still smelled of Marta's perfume when Wynter stepped into the corridor. Sabine stood with her briefcase pressed against her chest, eyes tracking the movement of elders past the far window. He wants Posey in the room, Wynter said, not a question. He is within his rights. The covenant grants the Balloon Council standing interest in the heir's welfare. They may request her presence during any proceeding that determines that welfare. And if I refuse? Then he petitions for emergency oversight, and we lose before we speak. Wynter's hand went to her coat pocket, the envelope Marta had given her, the paper with the witness name. She could feel the weight of it, thin as a breath, heavy as a grave. Where is Torsten? Already in the hall. He tried to delay the start. Vasquez overruled him. Of course he did. Wynter looked down the corridor toward the great hall. She could hear the low murmur of voices, the scrape of a chair, the particular silence that fell when a room full of wolves was waiting for someone to walk into a trap. She had 20 minutes until the copies arrived. She had to walk in there and pretend she had already lost. Sabine. Yes? Buy me 10 minutes. Sabine's eyes sharpened. What are you planning? Something Marta forgot to mention. It was not a lie. Marta had told her about the copies, about the witness. But there was one thing Marta had not said. One possibility Wynter had seen flicker across her face when she mentioned Glassmere. There was more than one hiding place. Wynter turned and walked the other way. She found Kalen in the side passage that led to the kitchen, his radio crackling low against his shoulder. He straightened when he saw her. Miss Renholt, the hall, can wait. She kept walking. He fell into step beside her without being asked. Where are we going? South Landing, then Glassmere. Kalen's stride hitched. The review will still be waiting when I get back. And I need a driver who knows the back roads. He did not argue. She had known he would not. They took the service exit, past the generator shed, past the tree line where the gravel gave way to dirt. Kaelin's truck was parked where he had left it, engine still warm. Wynter climbed into the passenger seat and pulled out her phone. No messages. The copies were still 38 minutes away. Drive. The road to Glassmere ran along the lake for the first 6 miles, then cut inland through pine forest so dense the light turned green and underwater. Kaelin drove fast, one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the dash. What are we looking for? A storage house. Marta's father held more than one archive, but the balloons already raided the main one, which means they think they have everything. Kaelin glanced at her. His jaw worked. You think Marta held something back? I think Marta spent 4 years married to a man who was not her mate, living inside a lie her father helped build. I think she learned how to keep pieces of herself hidden in places no one thought to look. The truck swayed as they took a turn too fast. Wynter's phone buzzed. She looked down. Marta. He knows I'm gone. He sent men to Glassmere. Wynter's stomach dropped. How fast can you get us there? Kaelin pressed the accelerator. Faster. The storage house sat at the end of a gravel lane that had not been graded in years. A single-story structure with a corrugated roof and a door that hung slightly crooked on its hinges. No vehicles in sight, no footprints in the dust. Wynter was out of the truck before Kaelin cut the engine. The lock on the door was new. Brass, shiny against the weathered wood. She stopped. Someone has been here? Kaelin came up beside her, a crowbar in his hand. Recently? The lock is clean. The rest of this place has been rotting for years. He looked at the door, then at the tree line. Could be a trap. Probably. She reached for the lock. It gave way with a single twist. The door swung inward. Inside, the storage house was dim and cold, smelling of old paper, dust, and something metallic that Wynter did not want to name. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with boxes, binders, and ledgers, but the floor was wrong. A trail of disturbed dust led straight to the back corner where a cabinet stood, with its doors hanging open. Papers were scattered across the floor, pages torn, bindings broken. Someone had been through everything. Wynter crossed to the cabinet and crouched. The papers at her feet were mostly receipts, old invoices, shipping manifests, nothing that looked like a covenant ledger, nothing that looked like a hidden clause. She was too late, Kaelin said. Wynter did not answer. She was looking at the floor, at the scuff marks that did not match the frantic search pattern. One set of marks led to the cabinet, but another set, fainter, led to the wall. She stood and followed them. The wall at the back of the storage house was lined with shelves that looked bolted to the studs, but the scuff marks stopped at the third shelf from the left. She ran her fingers along the edge. The shelf did not move. The bracket holding it did. She pressed. Something clicked. The shelf swung outward on a hidden hinge, revealing a narrow gap between the wall and the back of the unit. Inside, pressed flat against the framing, was a waxed canvas satchel. Wynter pulled it out. It was heavier than it looked. She opened the flap. Inside were documents, handwritten, sealed with wax. She did not need to read them to know what they were. The real ledger, the page that was supposed to be cut, and something else, a photograph. She pulled it out, a woman she did not recognize standing beside a man she did. Torsten's father, the old Alpha, both of them holding a document with a balloon seal. The woman's face was familiar in the way a ghost was familiar. The silent witness. Wynter's phone buzzed again. Marta. They are at the south landing. The copies are gone. Wynter's blood turned to ice. Then she heard it. Footsteps, crunching across the gravel outside. Kaelin's hand went to his waist. Wynter closed the satchel and pressed it against her chest. The footsteps stopped. A voice, low and calm, from just beyond the door. Miss Renholt, I thought you would be at the review. Wynter recognized the voice, Elder Remy Vasquez. He was standing between her and the truck, and he knew exactly where she was. Chapter 48. Wynter's fingers tightened around the satchel, the photograph pressed against her palm through the waxed canvas, A woman she did not know holding a document that should not exist. "You should not be here, Miss Renholt." Vasquez's voice came from beyond the door, calm, almost conversational. Kalen moved toward the window, checking the sightline. His hand stayed at his waist. Wynter did not answer. She looked at the satchel, the real ledger, the page that was supposed to be cut, the photograph, all of it in her hands, all of it useless if she could not get it back to Halligrove. "Come out," Vasquez said. "We can discuss this like reasonable adults." Wynter looked at Kalen. He shook his head once. No exit through the front. She turned toward the back of the storage house. There was a door, old, painted shut. She crossed to it and pressed her shoulder against the wood. It groaned, but did not give. Kalen was at her side in an instant, the crowbar wedged into the seam. He leaned. The frame splintered. Cold air rushed in. Behind them, the front door creaked open. "Running will not help you," Vasquez said. Wynter did not look back. She slipped through the gap, Kalen behind her, and they were outside. The reeds started 10 feet from the back wall, frozen, brown, taller than her head. They stretched toward the lake, a narrow corridor of dead vegetation that would hide their movement and slow their progress in equal measure. Wynter plunged into them. The frozen stalks cracked against her coat. The ground beneath was soft, half-frozen mud that sucked at her boots. She kept moving, the satchel pressed against her chest, the photograph safe inside. Behind her, she heard Kylan's heavier steps. Further back, voices, orders being given. They would be hunted. She pushed harder. The reeds thinned at the waterline. The look stretched before her, gray and flat under the low sky. Ice had formed along the edges, thin crusts that broke apart in the shallows. Beyond that, open water. Cold, deep, impossible to cross. Wynter stopped at the edge. Kalen came up beside her, breathing hard. "We cannot go back." "I know. Can you swim?" She looked at the water. The temperature was below freezing. The wind cut through her coat like a blade. "No, neither can I." They stood at the edge of the lake, the reeds behind them rustling with the sound of approaching men. Wynter looked at the satchel. Then she looked at the ice. It was thin, but it extended further than she expected, a fragile bridge to a point 50 yards out where a fallen tree broke the surface. "If we run," she said, "we can reach the tree before the ice breaks." "That is insane. Have you got a better idea?" Kalen looked at the reeds, at the voices drawing closer. "No, then run." She stepped onto the ice. It cracked beneath her weight. She kept moving. The ice held, barely. She felt it flex and groan with every step, a living thing protesting her presence. The satchel bounced against her chest. The photograph pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Behind her, Kalen's weight made the ice scream. She did not look back. The fallen tree loomed ahead, black against the gray water. Close. Almost there. The ice beneath her feet shattered. She plunged. Cold hit her like a wall. It was not the cold of Halligrove's winter. It was the cold of water that had not seen sunlight in months, the cold that stopped breath and slowed blood and made the world go quiet. She gasped. The satchel floated. She grabbed it. Her boots found mud. The bottom. She pushed up, broke the surface, and dragged herself onto the fallen tree. Kylan was behind her, chest deep in the water, his face white with shock. She reached down. He grabbed her arm. She pulled. They lay across the tree, gasping, shivering, while the ice behind them continued to crack and the voices on the shore grew louder. From the tree, the water was waist deep. They waded toward the far shore, past the fallen trunk, through the reeds on the other side. The ground rose. Trees closed in. The storage house disappeared behind them. Wynter collapsed onto a bed of pine needles, her body shaking too hard to stand. Kalen crouched beside her, his radio in his hand. It was dead. "The water," he said. Wynter looked at the satchel. She opened the flap. The documents were dry. The photograph was dry. She had not lost them. They walked for an hour. The land rose and fell, wooded and empty. No roads, no houses, no sign of pursuit. Wynter's clothes froze against her skin. Her boots squelched with every step. The satchel stayed pressed against her chest, the only warmth she had. Kylan found a track eventually. Gravel, fresh tire marks. "Which way is Halligrove?" He pointed east. "How far?" 10 miles, maybe 12. She looked at the road, at the trees, at the sky, which was darkening faster than it should. "We are not going to make it before nightfall." No. She thought of Posey, of the review hall, of Torsten standing alone against Vasquez's delegation. "They will send someone," Kylan said, "once they realize we did not double back." "When?" He did not answer. She started walking. The headlights caught them 3 miles later. Wynter shielded her eyes, her hand going to the satchel. The vehicle slowed. A truck, not Halligrove's. The door opened. Marta stepped out. Wynter's knees nearly buckled. "You are alive," Marta said. Her voice was flat, but her eyes were not. "The copies are gone," Wynter said. "I know. I found something else." Marta looked at the satchel, at the state of Wynter's clothes, at Kylan, blue-lipped and silent. "Get in," she said. "We have 40 minutes before Vasquez files a motion to strip Torsten of Alpha authority pending investigation." Wynter climbed into the truck. The satchel stayed in her lap. The photographs stayed pressed against her heart. She did not know the woman's name, but she was going to find out. Chapter 49. The truck's heater blasted against Wynter's frozen clothes, but she could not stop shaking. Marta drove with her hands tight on the wheel, eyes fixed on the dark road ahead. "Tell me what you found." Wynter looked at the satchel in her lap, at the photograph pressing against her ribs. A woman, standing with the old Alpha, holding a document with a balloon seal. Marta's jaw tightened. "Her name?" "I do not know yet." The truck hit a rut. The satchel bounced. Wynter pressed it flat against her chest. Kylan sat in the back seat, his teeth chattering, his skin the color of ash. He had not spoken since they climbed in. "We need to get him dry," Wynter said. "We need to get to Halligrove," Marta said. "Vasquez will file that motion the moment he confirms we slipped him." "How long?" 35 minutes now." The headlights caught movement a mile later. Marta slowed. 2 figures stood in the middle of the gravel track, dark shapes against the trees. "Keep going," Wynter said. "I cannot run them over." "Then go around." Marta swung the wheel. The truck lurched onto the shoulder, tires spinning in the soft earth. One of the figures stepped into the headlights. Gray coat, iron-colored eyes. Vasquez. He did not move. He simply stood there, watching them pass, his hands at his sides. The truck bumped back onto the track. Wynter looked through the rear window. Vasquez was already on his phone. "They will have someone at the middle road." Marta's voice was tight. "We can take the logging trail. It adds 15 minutes. Then we lose the window." "I know." Wynter looked at Kylan in the rear view. His eyes were closed. His breathing was shallow. "Take the logging trail," she said. The trail was barely a track. Branches scraped the truck's sides. The headlights bounced over ruts and stones. Marta drove like she knew every inch of it, which she probably did. Wynter held the satchel and watched the trees. "They knew," she said, "at Glassmere. They knew I was coming." "Of course they knew," Marta said. "Vasquez has someone inside your circle." "Who?" "I do not know, but he knew your route before you did." Wynter thought of Sabine, of Ivo, of everyone who had been in the study when the plan was made. She counted them on her fingers. 5 people. One of them was feeding Vasquez. The truck broke through the tree line. Halligrove's lights were visible in the distance, pale yellow against the dark lake. 2 minutes, Marta said. Wynter's phone buzzed. A text from Sabine. "Where are you?" "Vasquez is in the hall. He is calling the vote in 20 minutes. Wynter typed back. "Almost there. I have something." The truck crested the ridge. Below them, the main house was lit like a ship on a dark sea, and between them and the house, a line of figures stood across the drive. Marta swore. "Hold on!" She accelerated. The figures did not move. Wynter recognized the gray coats. Balloon enforcers. 4 of them spread across the gravel, arms crossed. Marta did not slow. "Are you going to hit them?" "If I have to." At the last second, the enforcers parted. One of them slammed a hand against the truck's rear panel as they passed. The truck fishtailed on the gravel. Marta corrected. They were through. The main house doors opened before the truck stopped. Sabine was there, Torsten behind her. Wynter climbed out. Her legs nearly gave. The satchel stayed pressed against her chest. Torsten crossed the gravel in 3 strides. "You are wet." "I fell in a lake." "You fell in a Hoffy." "I have it. I have the ledger." His eyes went to the satchel, then to Kaelin, who was climbing out of the back seat, white-faced and shaking. "Get him inside," Torsten said. "Now!" Marta took Kaelin's arm. He flinched. Wynter looked down. Blood was seeping through Kaelin's coat just below his ribs. "When did that happen?" "Tree branch," he said. "Let me see." She lifted his coat. The cut was deep, a clean slash, not a tear. Blade work. "That is not a branch." Kaelin's jaw tightened. "One of them got close when we passed. Quick! I did not even feel it." Marta's face went pale. "Inside," she said. "Now." The hall was quiet. Elders stood in clusters near the hearth. Vasquez was not visible, but his presence hung in the air like smoke. Sabine guided them to a side room off the main corridor. "There is a medical kit," she said, "and a change of clothes in the east wardrobe. 10 minutes. Then we have to move." Wynter set the satchel on the table. Torsten watched her open the flap. The photograph came out first, the real ledger second, the uncut page third. Torsten picked up the photograph, his hand stilled. "Who is this?" "I was hoping you would know." He stared at the woman's face, at the document she held, sealed with balloon wax. "I do not recognize her." "Look again." He looked. His face did not change. "I have never seen her." Wynter turned to Marta. "Your father? Would he know?" Marta was already on her phone. Kaelin sat on the edge of a chair, his coat peeled back, the wound exposed. Sabine pressed gauze against it. He did not make a sound. "You need stitches," she said. "Later." "Now." "Later." He looked at Wynter. "What is on the page?" Wynter spread the uncut page across the table. The handwriting was small, precise, old alpha script. She read the first line. Her blood went cold. "In the event of the heir's mother's incapacitation, removal, or death, full educational and residential authority transfers to the Balloon Council until the heir reaches majority." Torsten read over her shoulder. "They already wrote the script for taking Posey from you," he said quietly. "They just needed the right excuse." Wynter's hands were shaking. "They do not need an excuse. They just need to make me disappear." The room went silent. Marta's phone buzzed. She looked at the screen. "My father says the woman in the photograph is Etta Markin's sister." Wynter's breath stopped. "Etta's sister?" "She was a midwife, too. She attended the old Alpha's birth. She signed the covenant because she was told it was a medical consent form." Torsten's voice went flat. "She was lied into it." "Yes." Sabine looked up from Kaelin's wound. "Then she can testify, if we find her before Vasquez does." Marta's face was grim. "My father says she died 3 years ago." The room went still. "Then who is holding the copy of the covenant she signed?" No one answered. Chapter 50. The side room was cold. Wynter's wet clothes clung to her skin, the fabric stiffening as it cooled. She stood at the table, the photograph still in her hand, the uncut page spread beside it. Kaelin breathed through his teeth, while Sabine pressed fresh gauze against his ribs. The wound wept. Not arterial, but deep enough to need closing. "I need to see the full ledger," Sabine said without looking up. "Not just the page, the spine, the binding. I need to know how many pages were cut." Wynter pulled the ledger from the satchel. The cover was plain, dark leather, unmarked. She laid it open at the seam where the cut pages had been removed. 3 signatures of thread visible, 2 full gatherings missing, not one. "There were more than 3 pages removed," she said. Sabine's hand stilled on the gauze. "How many?" 2 gatherings, maybe 8 pages. The room went quiet. Torsten moved to the table. His fingers traced the exposed thread where the gatherings had been sliced free. "They did not just cut the betrothal clause. They cut everything that linked the covenant to specific conditions." Sabine straightened. Her face had gone pale beneath the lamplight. If I can see the outer pages of what remains, and I know the Covenant's registered length from the territorial filing, I can reconstruct the missing sections by inference. But I need the filing. Evo has it, Marta said from the doorway. She had not entered. Her hand stayed on the frame. He copied the territorial filing before Vasquez arrived. It is in his room. Sabine was already moving. I will be back. She left. The door clicked shut. Wynter looked at the photograph again. Edda Marner's sister. Dead. 3 years. Edda had never mentioned a sister. Not once in the years Wynter had known her. Not in any of the conversations, the checkups, the quiet moments after Posey was born. Torsten spoke first. Edda did not tell us because she did not know, or because she was protecting the sister even in death. Wynter looked up. Which one? I do not know. Kylan shifted in his chair. His jaw was tight. Edda Marken did not just hold the pregnancy secret. She held this too. The sister. The signing. She held it the whole time. Because she did not know, Marta said quietly. Or because she was waiting to see which way the wind blew. Wynter set the photograph down. I will ask her. After. After what? Kylan asked. After we survive the next 20 minutes. Sabine returned with a folder. She spread its contents across the table beside the ledger. The territorial filing was thin, only 4 pages, but the top page held a table of contents for the full covenant. The registered covenant listed 12 articles, she said. We have 7 accounted for through the remaining pages and the uncut sheet. That leaves 4 articles entirely missing. Torsten leaned over the spread. Can you reconstruct them? Partially. Sabine traced the table of contents with her finger. Article 8, Heir Education Oversight. That is the one they kept in the ledger. Article 9, Residential Authority. Also kept. Article 10, Betrothal Provision. Cut. Article 11, Contingency Transfer. Cut. Article 12, Arbitration Jurisdiction. Cut. She looked up. Contingency transfer is the one that matters. It defines what happens if the primary arrangement fails. If the heir cannot be raised under the agreed terms. If the pack is deemed unstable. If the mother is removed. Like the clause we found, Wynter said. Yes, but the clause we found is a firmament. The full article would define who decides, who makes the determination. What standard of evidence triggers it? Torsten's voice was flat. And who physically holds the heir? Sabine nodded. The door opened. A Halligrove wolf in sentry gray stood in the corridor. Alpha, Lochlan Drummerick is at the north entrance. He requests a private meeting. He says he has something you need to see. Torsten's face did not move. How many wolves with him? None. He is alone. Kylan tried to stand. Sabine pushed him back down. You cannot, she said. You are bleeding through the gauze. I am not letting him walk in here alone. Torsten looked at Wynter. I will meet him in the study. Stay here. No. He might talk more freely if you are not present. Or he might come here instead, she said. And I want to see his face when he shows us whatever he brought. Torsten held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. Stay behind me. Lochlan stood in the corridor with a folded document in his hand. He was alone. No sentries, no aides. His pale hazel eyes moved across the room, taking in the table, the spread of papers, the photograph, the uncut page. Good, he said. You already know. Torsten stepped forward. Know what? That the covenant is incomplete without the contingency transfer clause, and that I have it. He held up the document. Wynter's chest tightened. You had it the whole time? No, I found it this morning. In my mother's private papers. She kept a copy of the full covenant before the balloons cut the articles. Lochlan's voice was calm, controlled, the voice of a wolf who had already run the numbers. She did not give it to me, he continued. She left it in a box with her marriage certificate and a lock of my father's hair. I found it after the succession rite. She was waiting for me to look. Torsten's hands stayed at his sides. His wolf was close to the surface. Why are you bringing it to us now? Because the contingency transfer clause names the alpha as the sole arbiter of whether the heir's environment is stable. If Halligrove is deemed unstable, residential authority transfers to the Balloon Council, but the alpha can petition for a stay if he demonstrates that the heir's primary guardian is fit. Lochlan unfolded the document. Vasquez does not know this clause exists. He thinks it was cut entirely, but it was not cut. It was hidden. Wynter stepped forward. Why are you showing us? Because I want the same thing you want. The covenant voided, the balloons out of Halligrove, and I want Torsten to understand that I am not his enemy. Torsten's laugh was short and cold. You spent the last month trying to take my seat. I spent the last month trying to stabilize a pack that was bleeding out under your leadership. There is a difference. Lochlan held the document out. Read it, then decide if you want my help or Vasquez's motion. Wynter took the document before Torsten could move. The handwriting matched the old alpha's. The seal at the bottom was balloon, cracked and faded. She read the clause. The alpha shall determine, within 14 days of any petition, whether the heir's continued residence with the mother poses a risk to the heir's safety, education, or bloodline integrity. Should the alpha determine that such a risk exists, residential authority shall transfer to the Balloon Council for a period not to exceed the heir's majority, unless the alpha petitions for reconsideration on the grounds of materially changed circumstances. She looked up. This gives Torsten the power to block the transfer. Yes, or to trigger it. Lochlan's face did not change. If he determines the environment is unstable, he can sign Posey away with his own hand. Torsten took the document from Wynter. He read it once, then again. When he looked up, his eyes were amber. What do you want, Lochlan? Lochlan's smile was thin. I want you to step aside, voluntarily. A Regency Council under my leadership for 2 years. You remain alpha in name. I run the pack. When the covenant is voided and the balloons are gone, I step down. And if I refuse? Then Vasquez files his motion, the covenant stands, and Posey Renholt becomes collateral in a fight that will take years to resolve. Wynter's voice cut through. Why would we trust you? Lochlan looked at her. Because I am the only one in this room who has not yet lied to you. The room went still. Torsten's hands were white-knuckled around the document. Wynter felt the weight of the photograph in her pocket, the uncut page on the table, the real ledger with its sliced threads. And now this, a clause that gave Torsten the power to save their daughter or hand her over. She looked at Lochlan, and she knew, with cold certainty, that he had been planning this from the moment he found the document, that he had walked in here knowing exactly what he would offer and what it would cost them to refuse. 2 years, she said, and then you step down. Yes. Who holds the copy of the covenant your mother left? I do. Then we need that copy, now. Lochlan's smile widened. I thought you might ask. He reached into his coat and pulled out a second document. The copy was old, the ink had faded, but the seal was sharp. I had it authenticated this morning, territorial registry stamp and all. Torsten took it. He did not look at Lochlan. He looked at Wynter. If I sign this Regency agreement, I am handing Halligrove to him. Or you are buying us time. Time for what? Wynter touched the photograph in her pocket. Time to find out who Eda's sister gave her copy to, and what else the old alpha buried. The room held its breath. Lochlan waited. Torsten stood motionless, the document in his hand, the weight of the choice pressing down on all of them. Wynter looked at Posey's photograph, tucked behind the uncut page on the table. Her small face, her gray eyes. Show him the clause, she said quietly. The one about stability. If Torsten is the arbiter, then Torsten decides what stable means. Lochlan's eyes narrowed. Go on. Vasquez cannot challenge a determination made by the alpha under the contingency transfer clause, not without a separate tribunal, and a tribunal takes months. Torsten followed, which means we have months to find the sister's copy, to prove the covenant was built on fraud, to void the whole structure. Lochlan's smile faded. That is risky. Everything is risky. Wynter stepped closer, but it is the only play where Posey stays with me while we fight. Torsten looked at the Regency document in his hand, then at the covenant clause, then at Wynter. I will not let him have the pack. Then do not give it to him. Use the clause. Make the determination. Challenge Vasquez head on. Lochlan's voice stayed calm. If you lose that challenge, you lose everything. The pack, the child, the mate. Torsten met his cousin's gaze. Then I will win. The room went silent. Wynter felt the bond pulse between them. Steady, unbroken. Lochlan looked at them both. Then he folded his copy of the covenant and tucked it back into his coat. I will give you 24 hours, then I file my regency petition. He turned. 24 hours, Torsten. Choose wisely. The door closed behind him. The room was quiet. Wynter's hands were shaking. Torsten did not move. The clause is the play, she said. It is the only play. He looked at her. And if I fail, then we will fail together. Torsten looked at the table, at the document, at the photograph of Edda's sister. Then he picked up a pen. I will not fail. Chapter 51. The door had not finished closing behind Lochlan before Torsten's hand flattened on the table. 24 hours. Wynter watched his jaw work. The amber in his eyes had not faded. He planned this. I know. Before the Glassmere run, before the photograph. He came in here with the copy already authenticated. Wynter stepped closer. The bond pulsed between them, hot and steady. She did not push it away. Lochlan is not stupid. He would not walk in here without knowing exactly what he wanted. And what he wants is my seat, your authority, and control over the Covenant's resolution. Torsten looked at the Regency document still lying where Lochlan had set it down. His hands stayed white-knuckled at his sides. If I sign that, he runs Halligrove for 2 years. If you do not sign it, Vasquez files his motion by morning. The Covenant stands, and we fight the tribunal from a position where you have already been investigated for instability. Wynter did not soften the words. They needed the truth. Torsten's wolf bled through his gaze. I will not hand him the pack. Then do not hand it to him. Use the contingency transfer clause. Make the determination. Void the covenant yourself. She touched the uncut page on the table. The ink was faded but legible. Article 11. Full text. The Alpha as sole arbiter. Torsten read it again. If I rule the environment stable, Vasquez has no grounds to petition for transfer. But Lochlan will still file for regency. Let him. The regency challenge takes weeks. The determination takes days. We buy time. Torsten looked at her. The amber in his eyes softened, just slightly. You have thought this through. I have had 3 years to learn how to win. You are not the only one who changed. The words hung between them. Then Torsten's mouth moved, almost a smile. No, I suppose I am not. Marta found them an hour later. She had changed out of her travel clothes. The news of her father's involvement with the missing witness sat heavy in her eyes. Lochlan is in the East Conservatory. He is sent for a territorial registrar. Wynter turned. Why? He wants the regency filed as a formal petition before dawn. If you refuse, he wants it on record that he offered. Torsten's hands tightened on the document. He is boxing us in. Yes. Marta's voice was still. That is what he does. Wynter looked at the photograph on the table. Edda's sister. The midwife who signed the covenant thinking it was a consent form. If they could find her copy, they could prove fraud. If they could not, they were fighting blind. How long until the registrar arrives? 90 minutes. Then we have 90 minutes to decide. Wynter found Lochlan alone in the conservatory. The glass walls looked out onto the dark lake. Frost had gathered on the panes. He stood with his back to her, hands in his pockets, watching the water. I thought Torsten would come. He is reading the full covenant text, article by article. Lochlan turned. His pale hazel eyes caught the low light. And you came instead. I have questions. You always do. Wynter stepped closer. The conservatory was cold. The lake beyond was black and still. You claim you never wanted Posey harmed. I never did. Then why is she the leverage in every move you have made? Lochlan's face did not change. She is the leverage because she is the only thing that matters. The succession, the covenant, the balloon claim, all of it runs through one child. If I had wanted her harmed, I would have let Vasquez take her this morning. Wynter's wolf stirred beneath her dead. You knew Vasquez was coming for her. I knew the covenant would be activated. I did not know he would demand her presence in the room. There is a difference. Is there? Lochlan's jaw tightened. I spent 3 years watching Torsten fail this pack. I watched him marry a woman he did not love. I watched him sink further into debt. I watched him hide from the truth of what his father had done. When you came back, I saw the chance to force a reckoning, not a custody battle. Wynter held his gaze. And the Regency? Lochlan was quiet for a long moment. I do not trust Torsten to make the hard choice. Which hard choice? The one that saves Halligrove, even if it costs him something he loves. Torsten came through the conservatory door before Wynter could answer. His footsteps were measured. His face was stone. Lochlan. Cousin. Torsten stopped 3 feet from where the other man stood. The bond pulled through Wynter's chest, heavy and alert. I have read the covenant, all of it. Lochlan did not look away. Then you know what it offers. I know what you are offering. A regency, 2 years. Void the covenant, remove the balloons. Yes, and in return, I step aside. Publicly, voluntarily. You remain Alpha in name. Torsten's eyes held amber. And Posey? Lochlan's hesitation was barely a beat, but Wynter caught it. Posey stays with Wynter. The covenant is voided. The balloon claim dies. Torsten heard it too. You hesitated. I did not. You hesitated. The room went colder. Lochlan's jaw set. What balloon gets in return? Torsten's voice was low. That is what you were calculating. What they get. What you promised them. Lochlan said nothing. Wynter felt the floor drop beneath her. You made a deal with them. I made a negotiation. Torsten stepped forward. You were willing to trade access to my daughter for the Alpha seat. That is what the hesitation meant. You already promised Balloon something in exchange for supporting your regency. Lochlan's face went still. I promised them nothing. Then why did you hesitate? The question hung in the air. Lochlan's hand came out of his pocket. He held a folded document. The seal was Balloon. Torsten looked at it. Then he looked at his cousin. You already filed the agreement? I filed a letter of intent. It is not binding unless I choose to execute it. Torsten's voice was barely a whisper. You were willing to trade my daughter? No. Lochlan's eyes were hard. I was willing to guarantee that if you failed, Halligrove did not fall. The Balloons get a seat on the advisory council for 2 years. Nothing more. No custody, no transfer, no access to Posey. Wynter's voice cut through. And if you decide later that they needed more? If the pack was still unstable? If Torsten's investigation damaged the covenant beyond repair? Would you have given them more? Lochlan did not answer. The silence was worse than any confession. Torsten picked up the Regency document from the table where Marta had placed it. He held it in both hands. Then he looked at Wynter, and she saw the choice in his eyes. He could sign, accept the Regency, buy time, keep the pack from Balloon hands. Or he could refuse. Let Lochlan file his petition. Let Vasquez bring his motion. Fight both battles at once. Wynter touched the photograph in her pocket. Eda's sister. The missing copy. The only proof that the covenant was built on fraud. They needed time to find it. But time was what Lochlan was using to tighten his hold. Torsten looked at the document. Then he looked at Lochlan. If I sign, I want one change. Lochlan's eyebrows rose. The Regency lasts 1 year, not 2. And after 1 year? After 1 year, you step down, and I step back up. Lochlan considered. Accepted. Torsten reached for a pen. Wynter's throat tightened, but she did not stop him, because she saw what he was doing. Buying them the year they needed, and giving Lochlan exactly what he thought he wanted. The pen scratched. The document was signed. Lochlan took it with a thin smile. I will have the registrar file it before dawn. Vasquez will be informed in the morning. He turned. At the door, he paused. 1 year, Torsten. Use it wisely. The door closed behind him. The conservatory was quiet. Wynter looked at Torsten. He had just handed his pack to the man who had tried to take his daughter. but his eyes were steady, and the bond between them had never felt stronger. He will use that year. I know. Then we have to move faster. Torsten looked at her. The lake was black beyond the glass. But Wynter felt the weight of the photograph in her pocket, and the promise of a sister's copy still out there, waiting to be found. Chapter 52. The conservatory door settled into its frame. The click of the latch was the only sound. Wynter stood where Lochlan had left her, the photograph still pressed against her ribs through her coat pocket. Torsten had not moved from the table where he signed. His hand still rested on the wood beside the dried ink. She should say something. She should tell him he did the right thing, that buying the year was the only move left, that giving Lochlan the regency was not surrender, but strategy. But the truth was sitting in her throat like a stone. He was right about one thing. Torsten looked up. Wynter kept her voice flat, clinical, the way she used to sound in negotiation rooms when she needed the other person to believe she felt nothing. Secrecy endangered Posey. I built a wall around her so high that when the threat came, she had no protection except me. One wolf, one woman with a false-bottomed suitcase, and a plan that assumed silence was safety. Torsten did not defend himself, did not point out that her secrecy had kept Posey alive for 3 years, that the covenant predated her return, that the danger came from his father's deals, not her choices. He just stood there, and his silence was worse than any argument because it meant he understood what she was really saying. I would have agreed with him once, Wynter said, 3 years ago. If someone had told me a hidden heir could destabilize a pack, I would have nodded and said the child should be secured, the mother should cooperate, the bloodline should serve the whole. I would have been reasonable. I would have been logical. I would have handed my daughter over without ever knowing whose daughter she was. Her voice cracked on the last word. Torsten's face went pale. You would not. I would have. Wynter's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. I was raised in that system. Pack before person, lineage before love. I left Halligrove believing I was the problem, that my presence had caused trouble, that the rejection was something I brought on myself by wanting too much. If someone had told me keeping my child hidden was selfish, I would have believed them. She stopped. The bond between them was raw and open. She could feel his heartbeat through it, fast and uneven. That is what he was counting on, she said. Lochlan. He thought if he could make me see myself through Halligrove's eyes, I would fold. I would agree that Posey belonged to the pack, not to me. Torsten's voice was rough. But you did not fold. No, because I learned the lesson he has not learned yet. The pack does not love you back. It cannot. A pack is a structure, a system, a set of rules that outlive the people inside. It will sacrifice any single wolf to save itself. That is what your father did to you. That is what Lochlan was willing to do to Posey. She looked at him. And that is why I will never let Halligrove decide what happens to my daughter. Torsten's hand moved, not toward her, just a shift on the table, as if he needed to ground himself in something solid. You are not wrong, he said. I know I am not wrong. That is not what I meant. She waited. His eyes held amber. She could see the wolf moving beneath his skin. You are not wrong about the pack, or about what Lochlan was counting on, or about any of it. But you are wrong about one thing. What? Torsten's voice was quiet. You said secrecy was your failure, that you built the wall alone, but you did not build it alone. I built the wall with you. Every day I stayed silent about what I knew. Every time I chose fear over truth. I give you every reason to believe that trust was a trap and love was a weapon you had to keep pointed away from yourself. Wynter's throat tightened. I am not defending myself, he said. I am telling you that if you are going to blame someone for the 3 years Posey spent hidden, blame me. I was the one who made the rejection circle. I was the one who let the pack believe I had chosen. I was the one who signed the covenant without reading the clauses that would come for my own daughter. He stopped. Blame me. I can carry it. Wynter stared at him. The bond hummed between them, raw and honest. And she realized that was the difference. The old Torsten, the one who had rejected her, would have deflected, would have made excuses. would have told her she was being unfair. This one stood still and let her put the weight on him. She did not know if that made it better or worse. The door opened before she could answer. Sabine stood in the threshold, her face drawn tight, a leather folder clutched against her chest. Vasquez forced a motion through the Elders' Council. Wynter turned. "He cannot file until morning," Torsten said. "He is not filing. He is summoning." Sabine stepped into the conservatory. "Balloon has requested an emergency elder review. Sunrise. They are bringing a territorial witness who was present at the covenant signing." Wynter's blood went cold. "The sister is dead." "She is not the witness." Sabine's jaw worked. "The witness is someone else. Someone who claims to have seen the old Alpha explain the terms to Posey's future guardian before the covenant was sealed." Torsten went still. "Explain the terms," he repeated, out loud, in detail, to a Balloon family member who was designated as the heir's foster guardian if the mother became unfit. Wynter's knees locked. "What family member?" Sabine's hands were shaking. "Celestia Balloon's youngest daughter, a woman who has not been seen in Halligrove since the covenant was filed. But Vasquez has produced a sworn affidavit stating she was present when the old Alpha described the betrothal clause, the education transfer, and the residency requirement to her." Torsten's voice dropped to something barely audible. "That affidavit named Celestia's daughter as the designated foster guardian." Sabine nodded, "And the territorial registrar arrived 20 minutes ago. He will authenticate the affidavit at sunrise. If he does, Vasquez can petition for immediate temporary custody under the covenant's contingency clause, bypassing the full tribunal." Wynter's hand found the photograph in her pocket. Edda's sister, dead 3 years, but someone else had been in that room, someone who heard everything. And that someone was coming to Halligrove by dawn. The photograph was not their only lead, but it was their only proof that the covenant was built on fraud. And Vasquez had just found a way to make it irrelevant. The lake was black beyond the glass. The sun would rise in hours, and Wynter realized they had already lost the timing war. Chapter 53. The great hall filled before the sun cleared the trees. Wynter stood at the side door with Torsten beside her, watching the elders take their places along the curved bench. Sabine had her leather folder open, pen in hand, her jaw set in a line that meant she was already 3 arguments ahead. Vasquez entered at the head of the Balloon delegation. He moved like a man who had already won. Gray suit, iron-colored eyes that swept the room once, cataloging every face, every weakness. Behind him walked 2 enforcers and a woman Wynter did not recognize. The woman was young, early 20s, brown hair pulled back tight. She carried a sealed envelope and did not meet anyone's gaze. Celestia Balloon's youngest daughter, the designated foster guardian. Wynter's wolf stirred beneath her skin. She pressed her palm flat against her thigh and held still. The lead elder was a wolf named Thorburn, old enough that his voice carried the weight of decades. He had been the one who certified Torsten's succession and the one who had watched in silence while the rejection circle formed 3 years ago. He did not look at Wynter now. "This review is called at the request of Elder Remy Vasquez, representing the Balloon Council, under the emergency provisions of the Territorial Covenant Code," Thorburn's voice carried. "The petition concerns the stability of Halligrove's financial and residential environment as it pertains to the welfare of the recognized blood heir, Posey Renholt." Wynter felt the name land in the room like a stone. "Present your claim," Thorburn said. Vasquez stepped forward. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "The Balloon Covenant, filed 4 years and 3 months ago, grants this council standing interest in the heir's upbringing and education. The covenant was activated at the moment of the heir's formal presentation during the succession rite. Since that activation, Halligrove's Alpha has signed a regency transfer to a rival claimant. The pack's debt burden remains unaddressed, and the heir's mother has admitted she kept the child hidden for 3 years out of distrust for this pack." He paused. "That is not stability. That is a house on fire. And the Balloon Council is asking this body to recognize that the Covenant's contingency provisions were written precisely for this moment." Sabine rose before he finished. "Objection!" Thorburn's eyes shifted to her. "On what grounds?" "On grounds of coercion, concealment, and fraud in the Covenant's execution." Sabine's voice was steady. "The Balloon Covenant was signed under duress. The old Alpha concealed the terms from his own son and heir. The document was presented to a witness who believed she was signing a medical consent form. The Balloon Council removed pages from the ledger before territorial review. She set her folder down. The covenant is not a valid instrument. It is a trap dressed in legal language, and this body should not enforce a contract that was built on lies. The hall murmured. Vasquez smiled. It did not reach his eyes. The advocate raises interesting questions, but questions are not evidence. She speaks of missing pages and a dead witness. She does not produce the pages. She does not produce the witness. He turned to Thorburn. What she produces is a delay, and delay serves only one purpose: to keep this child in an unstable environment while the adults argue about what the old Alpha may or may not have done. Wynter's fingers found the photograph in her pocket. Edda's sister. The covenant she had signed, the proof that the document was built on fraud. But the sister was dead, and the photograph was not testimony. Thorburn's voice cut through the murmur. The advocate's objection is noted, but the covenant is a filed instrument. It carries territorial precedence. This body cannot set it aside on the basis of unproven allegations. Sabine's hand tightened on her folder. Then allow us to prove them. Give us time to produce the witness testimony and the original covenant pages. The Balloon Council removed those pages. We can show the court exactly what they were trying to hide. Vasquez tilted his head. Time. He let the word hang. The advocate asks for time, but the child does not have time. Every day she remains in a contested environment is a day the covenant's protections are not active. He turned to Thorburn. We're not asking for permanent custody. We are asking for interim residential transfer until a full tribunal can examine the evidence. The heir will reside with her designated guardian. She will attend Balloon Council-approved schooling. She will be safe. Safe. Wynter's throat closed. Torsten's hand found hers beneath the table. She did not pull away. Thorburn was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke. The petitioner raises a valid concern about stability. The advocate raises a valid concern about the covenant's execution. He looked at Sabine. You say you can produce evidence of fraud. I can. Live testimony? Documents that directly contradict the filed covenant? Yes. Then produce it. Sabine's voice did not waver. I need time to secure the witness. The woman who can testify to the covenant's fraudulent execution is not in this territory, but she can be brought here within days. Thorburn's eyes narrowed. Days, not weeks. Days. He turned to Vasquez. And the petitioner's witness, Celestia Balloon's daughter. She is here now. Vasquez nodded. She will testify today, under oath. She heard the old Alpha explain the covenant terms. She will confirm that the betrothal clause, the education transfer, and the residency requirement were all disclosed before signing. Thorburn's expression did not change. Then here is my ruling. The hall went silent. The petitioner's request for interim custody is denied pending the submission of a complete evidentiary record. However, the advocate's request for a full delay is also denied. He looked at Sabine. You have until nightfall to produce live testimony or documented proof that the covenant was executed under fraud. If you fail, temporary restrictions will be imposed on the heir's residence and education pending a full tribunal. Sabine's face went pale. Nightfall is 8 hours. Thorburn's voice was final. You have 8 hours to find your witness or your proof. He rose. This review is adjourned until sunset. The elders began to file out. Wynter stood frozen, Torsten's hand still gripping hers, the photograph in her pocket suddenly useless. Edda's sister was dead. The silent witness was dead. And they had 8 hours to find someone who was not. Chapter 54. The great hall emptied around her like water through a sieve. Wynter stood at the table with the photograph still in her pocket, the weight of it useless, the image of Edda's dead sister burning against her thigh. Torsten's hand had not left hers. Sabine stood frozen, her folder clutched to her chest, the color drained from her face. 8 hours, Sabine said. Her voice cracked on the second word. She's dead. The witness is dead. Then we find another one. Wynter heard herself speak before she knew she was going to. The words came out flat, cold, the voice she used when the world was collapsing and she needed to sound like it was not. Torsten turned to her. "Who?" She pulled the photograph from her pocket. Edda Marching's sister, frozen in time, holding a document that should not exist. But it was not the sister she was looking at anymore. It was Edda. "Edda Marching," Wynter said. "She knew what her sister signed. She knew what my scent meant. She has been holding pieces of this for 3 years. If anyone knows where that copy went, or what was really in that covenant, it is her." Sabine's jaw tightened. "She has been cooperative. She has been careful. There is a difference." Torsten was already moving toward the door. "Then we do not ask. We go." Edda Marchin's cottage sat at the edge of the birch grove, the same cottage where she had examined Wynter 3 years ago, where she had kept the secret of a pregnancy that would have rewritten everything. The door was unlocked. Edda sat at her kitchen table, iron-gray braids loose over her shoulders, a cold cup of tea in front of her. She looked up when they entered, and her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. "I heard," Edda said. "The hall talks. They said the witness is dead." Wynter set the covenant draft on the table in front of her. "The uncut page, the missing articles, the balloon seal. Then you need to tell us what you have not been saying." Edda's hands trembled as she reached for the document. She read it slowly, her lips moving over the words like a prayer. Then she stopped on a single phrase near the bottom of the uncut page. Her breath caught. "This," she said. "This is not standard covenant language. It is an old scent-marking clause, from before the territorial compacts." Torsten leaned in. "What does it mean?" Edda's finger traced the faded ink. "It means the balloons did not just want the heir. They wanted the bloodline rights, the female line, the jewelry, the rights, the furniture. It was all tied to this clause." She looked up. "Your grandmother wore balloon heir jewelry, a pendant. It was given to her as a bride. If the bargain had truly ended, that pendant would have been returned to the balloon vault. It was not." Wynter's pulse quickened. "Where is it now?" "On the portrait." Edda's voice was barely a whisper. "In the old gallery. Your grandmother's portrait. The pendant is painted into it." Sabine stepped forward. "A pendant proves nothing." Edda shook her head. "It proves the bond was never closed. The scent-marking clause requires a physical token, an heirloom passed to the daughter. If that pendant is still in Halligrove, the balloons never released the female line. They kept the contract open." "Why did you not say this before?" Wynter's voice came out sharper than she intended. "Because I did not see the full covenant until tonight. I did not understand how deep the roots were." Edda's eyes met hers. "My sister believed she was signing a medical consent form. She was there that day. She saw them take out a velvet box. She heard the executor say, 'This secures the female line.' Where is that box now?" "I do not know, but I remember the portrait. The old gallery was in the east wing, cold and darkened, the air thick with dust and the ghosts of dead Quennars." Torsten forced the lock with a shoulder, and the door groaned open. Oil paintings lined the walls, stern-faced wolves in aged frames, the history of Halligrove staring down at them. At the far end, Torsten's grandmother. She was young in the portrait, her dark hair pinned high, her face sharp and unsmiling. At her throat, a heavy gold chain with a pendant of emeralds cut to catch the light even in paint. Wynter approached it slowly. "That is balloon work." Torsten stood beside her. "Yes. If this is here," she breathed, "we have proof they kept the contract open while pretending it was settled." Torsten stepped forward. His hands went to the frame, tracing the carved wood along the edges. "There is a hidden latch my father showed me once." He pressed it. The portrait swung open, revealing a wall safe set into the stone behind it. Sabine's breath caught. "Can you open it?" Torsten tried the combination. His mother's birthday. Nothing. His father's. Nothing. The date of the pack founding. Nothing. Wynter stepped closer. "Try the date of the rejection." Torsten's hands paused. He looked at her. She held his gaze. "He planned everything. He would have used it as a key." Torsten dialed the numbers. A click. The door swung open. Inside was not just the pendant. There was a stack of letters, a sealed envelope, and a small leather-bound ledger matching the one from Glassmere. Sabine reached for the ledger. "This is the complete ledger." Torsten pulled out the sealed envelope. It was addressed in his father's handwriting. "To the Alpha, who would be free." Wynter stared at it. He knew. He left a confession. Torsten's hand shook as he tore the seal. From the doorway, a footstep, a voice, cold and smooth. "I thought you might find your way here, cousin." Lochlan stood in the doorway, a pistol in his hand, aimed at Torsten's chest. "That letter does not leave this room." Chapter 55. "Lower it." Wynter's voice sliced through the frozen air before Torsten could speak. She stepped between him and the pistol, her hands raised, her body a shield he had not asked for. Lochlan's jaw tightened. "Move aside, Wynter." "No. You do not understand what that letter contains." "Then tell me." She did not back down. "Shoot through me or put the gun down and talk." The pistol did not waver, but Lochlan's thumb shifted on the grip, a micro-adjustment that told her he was calculating, not committed. Torsten spoke from behind her. "The letter is addressed to the Alpha who would be free, not the Alpha who holds power. The Alpha who would be free. That means my father wrote it for someone he expected to break the cycle, not you, Lochlan." "Your father was a debtor and a liar." "And you made a deal with the people he owed." Torsten's voice was steady. "You sat in this house and told me the balloon covenant was leverage, not custody. Then you signed an advisory council seat for them without telling me. How is that different from what he did?" The pistol lowered by an inch. Sabine's footsteps approached from the corridor. "I sent word to the territorial registrar. If I do not check in within 15 minutes, she files a preservation motion on everything in this room." Lochlan's eyes flicked to her. "You are bluffing." "Am I?" The silence stretched. Then Lochlan lowered the pistol completely. He did not holster it, but the barrel pointed at the floor. "I am not your enemy," he said. "You have a very strange way of showing it," Wynter replied. "I came here to stop you from destroying evidence that could end this cleanly." He stepped forward, past them, toward the open safe. "If that letter contains what I think it does, the territorial courts will seal it for a decade. The balloons will have standing to challenge every move you make. You will not free Halligrove. You will just trade one leash for another." Torsten held up the envelope. "You have not read it." "No, but I knew your father. He did nothing without a contingency." Lochlan's gaze settled on the pendant still resting in the safe's velvet compartment. "That heirloom was meant to disappear. If it survived, then the old Alpha wanted someone to find it. The question is why?" Wynter looked at the pendant. The emeralds caught the gallery's dim light, still brilliant after decades. "Because he wanted us to follow the trail," she said slowly. "Not to the pendant, to whoever made it." Lochlan's expression flickered. Sabine stepped closer. "What do you mean?" "The jeweler." Wynter reached for the pendant, lifting it carefully. "If the balloons claim this secured the female line, then the jeweler who made it would have recorded the transaction, the hallmarks. The buyer." She turned it over in her palm. "There is an inscription on the back." Torsten moved to her side. "What does it say?" She read it aloud. "For the daughter who belongs to no house." The words hung in the air. Lochlan's face went still. "That is not a balloon inscription." "No," Wynter agreed. "It is a Quennar one." Torsten reached for the pendant. His fingers brushed hers, and the bond flared warm and immediate between them. He did not pull away. "My grandmother," he said quietly. "She had this made after the marriage, to claim it back." Lochlan stared at him. "You knew?" "I suspected. She told me once that the balloons thought they owned her, but she owned herself." He looked at the pendant. "I did not understand until now." Wynter turned the pendant again, searching for a hallmark. "There, near the clasp, a maker's mark." She angled it toward the light. "A and V." "And V," Sabine repeated. "There is a jeweler in the territorial records with those initials. He worked for the old families before the compacts. I pulled his file when I was tracing the balloon shell entities." "Where is he now?" "Dead, but his ledgers are archived in the county registry." Lochlan's jaw worked. If those ledgers confirm the pendant was Quennar property, not balloon collateral, then the scent marking clause never legally activated. The Covenant's female line provisions are void. And Edda's sister's testimony would have proven it, Torsten said. Except she is dead. Wynter looked at the pendant in her hand. We do not need her testimony. We need the registry ledgers. Sabine pulled out her phone. I can call the clerk. She owes me a favor. Do it. While Sabine stepped into the corridor, Wynter turned back to the safe. The sealed letter sat beside the complete ledger, waiting. She reached for it. Wait. Torsten's hand covered hers. We open that together, when we know what we are dealing with. She wanted to argue, but he was right. The letter could contain anything, a confession, a curse, a trap. Lochlan watched them. You are trusting each other now. I am trusting her, Torsten said. That is all that matters. Wynter's throat tightened. She pulled her hand back, leaving the envelope in the safe. Lock it, she said. We take the pendant and the ledger. The letter stays until we have the registry confirmation. Torsten closed the safe door and spun the dial. Wynter tucked the pendant into her coat pocket. The weight was heavier than it looked, decades of secrets compressed into gold and stone. Let us check the portrait backing, she said. If the pendant was hidden in the frame, there might be more. Torsten moved to the portrait, running his fingers along the edges. The canvas is loose at the bottom. He lifted the frame's lower edge. A small seam had been cut into the backing recently, the edges still curled. Wynter knelt beside him. Someone has been here before us. Not recently enough. He reached into the gap and pulled out a folded piece of paper, yellowed and brittle. He unfolded it carefully. A single line of text, written in a hand that shook. The jeweler kept a second book. Ask for the daughter's copy. Below it, a set of initials. H.M. Wynter stared at them. H.M. Your mother's initials, Lochlan said quietly. Helene Markin, Edda's sister. The name settled into the room like ash. Before anyone could speak, the lights went out, complete black. Then the sound of running feet, heavy and urgent, filling the hall from both ends. Chapter 56. The blackout swallowed the room whole. Wynter's hand closed around the pendant in her pocket, the weight grounding her as footsteps hammered from both ends of the hall. Not one runner? Two, maybe three? The packet, Lochlan said. Where is it? Still in my hand. Torsten's voice came from her left, low and steady. Wynter, get behind me. She did not move. The sound split, one set of feet veering left toward the service corridor, another pounding straight down the main hall. A diversion. Someone wanted them guessing. The ledger, Sabine said. If they take it, they won't. Wynter pulled the pendant free and pressed it into Sabine's palm. Get that to the registry clerk. Now. Through a blackout? Through the dark. You know this house better than they do. Sabine's fingers closed around the pendant. What about you? I'm going after the one in the service corridor. Wynter. Torsten's hand found her arm in the dark. You cannot see. I do not need to see. I need to move. She pulled away. Cut off the main hall runner at the conservatory doors. They will funnel through there if they want the east wing exit. She did not wait for his answer. Her fingers found the wall, rough plaster beneath her touch. The service corridor ran parallel to the main hall, a narrow passage meant for servants to move unseen during formal dinners. She had memorized its layout her first week back. Every turn, every door. The footsteps ahead were gaining. She pushed forward, counting paces. 15 to the first junction, hard left at the linen closet, then a straight run to the kitchen wing. Behind her, she heard Torsten's voice order Lochlan to cover the main entrance, then the sound of heavier footsteps moving in the opposite direction. The blackout pressed against her eyes. No light, no moon through windows. Someone had cut the house power completely, not just tripped a breaker. She found the first junction by touch and turned hard left. A door slammed somewhere ahead. Closer now. She ran faster, her boots silent on the worn stone floor. 3 years ago she had learned these passages to avoid Torsten after the rejection. Now she was using them to hunt his enemy. The service corridor ended at a heavy oak door that opened into the mudroom behind the kitchens. Beyond that, the conservatory, and beyond the conservatory, the lower terrace. If the thief reached the terrace, they could drop into the gardens and vanish into the tree line. Wynter hit the oak door at full speed and shoved it open. The mudroom was empty. Cold air poured through a broken window, the glass shattered inward, and a shape was already moving through the kitchen beyond. She followed. Pots clattered as she rounded the prep table. The thief was fast, dressed in dark clothes that absorbed what little ambient light bled through the windows. Tall, lean, moving with the practiced silence of someone who knew the house. Not a balloon enforcer, a Halligrove wolf. The kitchen door swung shut ahead of her. She caught it with her shoulder and burst into the dining hall. The thief was 10 feet ahead, nearly at the conservatory entrance. Wynter lunged. Her fingers caught fabric, a jacket, and she pulled hard. The thief stumbled, twisted, and threw an elbow that caught her collarbone. Pain flared white-hot down her arm. She did not let go. "You will not get her," Wynter said, her voice low and raw. "Not tonight. Not ever." The thief answered with a blade. The silver glint was barely visible in the dark, but she felt the air shift as it arced toward her throat. She dropped low, felt the blade slice through the air where her neck had been, and drove her shoulder into the thief's chest. They went down together. The packet hit the floor and skidded. Wynter scrambled for it, but the thief recovered first, grabbing her ankle and yanking her back. She hit the stone hard enough to rattle her teeth. "Let go!" she snarled and kicked free. The thief rolled upright and bolted through the conservatory doors. Wynter hauled herself up, the packet forgotten. She was not letting them escape. Not with whatever information they had gathered, not with a clear path to Posey. She crashed through the conservatory doors into a maze of glass and shadow. The moon had not risen. The glass walls let in nothing but cold and the distant sound of lake water. Potted ferns and wrought iron furniture created blind corners that slowed her. The thief was heading for the terrace doors. Torsten needed to be there. He had to be. She pushed harder, her lungs burning. The terrace doors loomed ahead, standing open, cold air pouring through. The thief was 3 strides from freedom. Then Torsten stepped through the doorway. He was silhouetted against the dark sky, broad and immovable, and he caught the thief by the collar and slammed them against the glass wall. The impact cracked the pane. "Give me one reason," Torsten said, his voice barely above a whisper, "not to break you where you stand." The thief laughed. It was a woman's voice, low and cold and familiar. "You think this ends with me, Alpha?" Torsten's hand tightened. "Who sent you?" "The one who has always owned Halligrove. You just never had the courage to see it." The thief moved fast. A blade flashed not toward Torsten but toward her own wrist. Silver cut through leather and skin. Torsten released her as she twisted, dropping into a roll that carried her through the terrace doors. She hit the stone balustrade, vaulted over, and disappeared into the dark. Wynter ran to the edge and looked down. Nothing. No sound of impact, no shape in the gardens below. She turned to Torsten. She dropped something. He was already crouching, lifting a small object from the terrace floor. A signet ring, heavy gold, set with a deep green stone, balloon green. Torsten turned it over. The inner band was engraved with a single initial, C. Wynter's stomach dropped. C for Celestia, or C for the daughter who carries the covenant, Torsten said. Celestia's youngest, the foster guardian. Yes. He held the ring out to her. A folded piece of paper was wedged beneath the band. Wynter took it, unfolded it. One line, handwritten. Secure the heir before terre for rights expire. Sunrise threshold. No signature, no seal. Just the words, stark and final. She read them twice, then she looked at Torsten. She is not after the packet, Wynter said. She was not trying to steal evidence. Then what? Distraction. She felt the words settle like ice in her chest. They were buying time, splitting us up, making us chase what we thought was important, while the real move happened somewhere else. Torsten's face went still. Posey. The name hung between them, sharp as a blade. Chapter 57. They ran through the dark manor, Torsten's hand gripping Wynter's wrist, pulling her past the shattered conservatory door and into the main corridor. The pendant was cold against her chest, The note was still folded in her palm. "Which room?" Torsten's voice was raw. "The East Nursery. Second floor." They took the stairs 2 at a time. The emergency lights had not kicked in. Someone had cut more than the main breaker. Wynter's heart was a fist in her throat. The nursery door was open. She pushed past Torsten and entered the dark room, her wolf rising, ready to tear apart whoever had gotten here first. The bed was empty. "Posy." Her voice cracked on the name. A small sound came from the wardrobe. The door creaked open. Posy sat inside, knees drawn to her chest, her gray eyes wide and wet in the dark. "Mommy." Wynter crossed the room in 3 steps and dropped to her knees. She pulled Posy out of the wardrobe and held her, one hand on the back of her daughter's head, the other checking her limbs, her face, her breathing. "Are you hurt?" Posy shook her head. "Did someone come in here?" A nod, small, trembling. Wynter's blood turned to ice. "Who?" "I do not know." Posy's voice was barely a whisper. "A lady. She opened the door and looked at me. She said," she stopped, her small face crumpling. Torsten knelt beside them. He did not touch Posy. He just lowered himself to her level and waited. "Sweetheart," Wynter said, her voice steady despite the shaking in her hands. "What did the lady say?" Posy's chin wobbled. She looked at Torsten, then back at Wynter. "She said I belong to another house now." The words landed like a blade between Wynter's ribs. "Did she touch you?" "No. Oh, she just looked. And then the lights went out and she left." Wynter pulled her daughter close again, pressing her lips to Posy's hair. The child's small body was rigid with fear she was trying not to show. "I belong to you," Posy said, her voice cracking. "I told her. I said I belong to my mommy." "Yes," Wynter said. "You do. No one else." Posy's brave composure finally broke. She buried her face in Wynter's neck and sobbed. Wynter held her, rocking slightly, feeling the small body shake against hers. Torsten stayed on his knees. His hands were clenched on his thighs, knuckles white. His jaw was hard enough to crack stone. "The lady also said something else," Posy whispered, lifting her head. "She said the one who sent her has always owned this house, and my mommy will learn that soon." Wynter went still. "I do not want to go to another house," Posy said. "I want to stay with you." "You will." She said the sunrise makes it true. Wynter's chest tightened. The note, the line, the transfer rights. She wanted to promise Posy the sun would never rise, that she would fight every dawn until the world forgot how to turn. Instead, she said, "I will never let anyone take you. Do you hear me?" Posy nodded, but her eyes were too old for her age. Torsten reached into his pocket. He pulled out a Pinecone. It was the smaller, tighter one Posy had given him. "I still have this," he said. Posy looked at it, then at him. "I promised you," he said. "I meant it." "Promise again," Posy whispered. Torsten did not hesitate. "I swear on my mother's memory, no one will move you anywhere without your mother's yes. Not Balloon, not any house, not anyone." Posy studied him for a long moment. Then she reached out and touched his hand. "I believe you," she said. Wynter's throat closed. Torsten's eyes went bright. He did not blink. He just nodded once, holding Posy's small hand like it was the only real thing in the dark room. "Wynter." She looked up. Sabine stood in the doorway, a phone in her hand, her face pale in the faint light from the corridor. "What?" "Balloon just filed a motion for an immediate covenant hearing. They have requested regional witnesses. Territorial. 3 counties. "When?" "Now. They want it convened in the Great Hall within the hour." Wynter's arms tightened around Posy. "They cannot do that," she said. "Thorburn gave us until nightfall." "He did. But Balloon is arguing the covenant supersedes standard procedural timelines, and the regional witnesses are already en route. Thorburn has no choice but to convene." "The hearing is about the full covenant," Torsten said. "Not a question. The full covenant." Sabine's voice was flat. "If Balloon can prove the covenant was lawfully executed and that Hellegrove failed to meet its obligations, the regional witnesses can vote to seat the foster guardianship immediately." Immediately, Wynter repeated. Before dawn. Posey looked up at her mother. The sunrise, she said. Wynter held her daughter tighter. She looked at Torsten. He was already rising, his face carved from stone, his wolf bleeding through his eyes. We have an hour, he said. We use it. Wynter stood, Posey in her arms. She did not know how to fight a covenant that had been written before her daughter was born. She did not know how to fight a system that had already decided which house owned a child. But she knew one thing. She would burn Halligrove to the ground before she let them take Posey through those doors. Let them convene, she said. Sabine's phone buzzed. She looked down. Her face went pale. The regional witnesses, she said. They have arrived. Chapter 58. Evo was already at the study desk when they came down. The power had come back in patches, half the chandeliers still dark, but a single banker's lamp burned over a spread of papers. Evo did not look up when Wynter entered with Posey still in her arms and Torsten a step behind her like a second shadow. Sabine closed the study door. The lock clicked. Evo, Wynter said, we need you to find the jeweler's second book before the hearing starts. I know. He did not look up. His finger traced a line across a photocopied page, then another. I already called the county clerk back, got the territorial jeweler registry for the compact era. And, Evo finally raised his head, the initials on your pendant, A and V. That combination appears in the balloon trust filings from 6 years ago, in a debt transfer document. Torsten went still. What debt transfer? Evo slid a page across the desk. His face was pale, and there was a tension in his jaw that Wynter had never seen on him before. The one that shows Balloon loaned Halligrove $750,000 through a shell entity. The repayment was structured as a preferred claim on the Alpha's future bloodline assets. The room seemed to contract. Wynter set Posey down carefully, keeping the child's hand in hers. Explain it like I am not a lawyer. Sabine took the page before Ivo could answer. Her eyes moved fast, then stopped. It is not the A and V on the pendant, she said. Close, Ivo said. The jeweler who made the pendant was Aldrich Varn. His mark appears on territorial records for 30 years of compact-era commissions, but Varn died before the covenant was signed. Then whose initials are on the balloon filing? The trustee who managed the shell entity. Ivo pulled out a second page. Anton Vogel. V-A-R-N and V-O-G-E-L. But the registry abbreviates both as A and V. Same initials, different craft. The line made no sense to Wynter until it did. The jeweler and the trustee have the same registry abbreviation, she said slowly. So when the covenant references a second ledger with matching initials, it could be either Varn's commission book or Vogel's trust records. Vogel's, Sabine said flatly. Because Varn is dead and his workshop was closed and inventoried before the covenant was even drafted. The second book is not a jeweler's artifact. It is a creditor's ledger. Posey tugged at Wynter's sleeve. Mommy? One moment, sweetheart. But Torsten was already moving. He crossed to the desk and pulled the insurance copy of the covenant from his coat. He flipped to the signature page. The underwriter's counter-signature, he said. I always assumed it was a balloon notary. Evo leaned back. It was not. The counter-signature matches the abbreviation protocol for Vogel's trust office. The air in the room changed. Wynter felt it shift like pressure before a storm. A commercial trust had underwritten a bloodline covenant. A creditor had signed off on a child's future as if it were a balance sheet. They wrote the covenant as a loan instrument, she said. They wrote it as collateralized debt, I said, and no one in the room argued. Chapter 59. Ivo pulled out a second page. The trustee who managed the shell entity, Anton Vogel, V-A-A-R-N and V-O-G-E-L, but the registry abbreviates both as A and V. Same initials, different craft. The line made no sense to Wynter until it did. The jeweler and the trustee have the same registry abbreviation, she said slowly. So when the covenant references a second ledger with matching initials, it could be either Varn's commission book or Vogel's trust records. Vogel's, Sabine said flatly. Because Varn is dead and his workshop was closed and inventoried before the covenant was even drafted. The second book is not a jeweler's artifact. It is a creditor's ledger. Posey tugged at Wynter's sleeve. Mommy? One moment, sweetheart. But Torsten was already moving. He crossed to the desk and pulled the insurance copy of the covenant from his coat. He flipped to the signature page. The underwriter's countersignature, he said. I always assumed it was a balloon notary. Ivo leaned back. It was not. The countersignature matches the abbreviation protocol for Vogel's trust office. The air in the room changed. Wynter felt it shift like pressure before a storm. A commercial trust had underwritten a bloodline covenant. A creditor had signed off on a child's future as if it were a balance sheet. They wrote the covenant as a loan instrument, she said. They wrote it as collateralized debt, Ivo agreed. The silence stretched. Then Marta spoke from the doorway. Then I will testify. Wynter turned. Marta stood with one hand braced against the doorframe, her face pale but composed. She had changed into a dark dress, severe and plain, and her hair was pulled back so tightly that it pulled at the corners of her eyes. Whatever the hearing demands, Marta said, I will stand before the elders and the balloon witnesses and state that my family knew the covenant was a debt instrument, that my father's trust was used to conceal the commercial structure, that I was told, in confidence, that the Balloon Council never intended to raise a Halligrove heir, only to hold the child as collateral until the debt was paid or the assets transferred. Marta, Wynter's voice caught, your family will never forgive you. My family already considers me a traitor. Marta's jaw tightened. My brother arrived this morning. He is in the lower hall now, waiting for me to withdraw my cooperation and return with him before sunset. Torsten went still. Your brother is here? He demanded a private meeting. I refused. Marta's hands were steady at her sides. He told the steward that if I did not come down by the evening bell, he would come up, with balloon sentries. Wynter felt her throat tighten. This was not a legal maneuver. This was a woman burning her last bridge. Marta, she said carefully, if you testify, the balloons will strip your name from the family register. You will have no standing, no inheritance, no territory claim. You will be alone. I have been alone in that marriage for 3 years, Marta said. I chose to stay because I believed loyalty to Halligrove meant enduring the contract my father made. But the contract was a lie. The marriage was a lie. And the balloons have been using my silence to threaten a child. She looked at Posey. The girl was watching her with those serious gray eyes, the ones that saw too much. I will not be the woman who stood by while a 3-year-old was traded for a debt payment, Marta said. I will testify. Wynter crossed the room. She did not plan the movement. Her body moved before her mind caught up, and when she reached Marta, she stopped with barely an inch between them. Thank you, Wynter said, and it was not the clipped, formal gratitude she had offered in negotiations. It was raw. I did not trust you when I came back. I thought you were part of the balloon machinery. I thought you would protect your family's interest before anything else. I did protect it. For too long, not anymore. Marta's composure cracked, just slightly, a flicker in her eyes, a tightening at the corner of her mouth. No, she said, not anymore. Posey slipped free of Wynter's hand and walked to Marta. She looked up at the tall woman in the dark dress with the same unblinking assessment she had used on Torsten. Are you scared? Posey asked. Marta's breath caught. Yes, she said, but I am angrier. Posey nodded as if that made perfect sense. Then she reached out and pressed something into Marta's palm, a small pinecone. Wynter's chest ached. Marta stared at it, then closed her fingers around it. The hearing convenes in 40 minutes, Sabine said quietly. Regional witnesses are already seated in the Great Hall. Thorburn will call order as soon as the Balloon Council finishes their preliminary statement. Then we have 40 minutes to find Vogel's ledger, Torsten said. Ivo shook his head. We do not know where it is. Vogel could be dead. The ledger could be in a territorial archive or a private vault or burned in a fireplace 10 years ago. Then we go in without it, Marta said. We go in with what we have. The pendant, the photographed woman, my testimony. the old Alpha's sealed letter. "The letter is still in the safe," Torsten said. "Then we open it." The room went quiet. Wynter looked at Torsten. The letter was meant for him, addressed to the Alpha who would be free. His father had written it, knowing what he had done, and hidden it behind his mother's portrait like a stone in a wall. "We open it," Wynter said. "If the courts seal it for review, we have nothing," Sabine warned. "Once opened, it becomes evidence. If it contains anything exculpatory toward the balloons, we hand them the case." "It won't," Torsten said. His voice was low, certain in a way she had rarely heard from him. "My father was a coward. He did what he was told and let others pay the price. But he left that letter for me. He knew I would find it." "Or Lochlan," Marta said. "Lochlan found the safe because he was tracking us, but the letter was addressed to me. The combination was the date of the rejection." Torsten's jaw tightened. He wanted me to know what he did. He just did not have the courage to say it while he was alive. Posey slipped her hand into Wynter's. "Can we go now?" she asked. "I do not like this room. It smells like old paper and worry." Evo let out a sound that was almost a laugh. Wynter squeezed her daughter's hand. "Yes," she said. "We are going to the gallery, and then we are going to the Great Hall." "To fight?" "To win." Posey nodded, satisfied, and pulled Wynter toward the door. As Wynter followed her daughter out, she heard Marta fall into step beside Torsten. "When my brother comes," Marta said quietly, "do not let him take me alone." "He won't," Torsten said. Wynter looked back. Marta met her eyes. There was fear there, real and raw, but beneath it was something harder. A woman who had chosen which side she belonged to. The corridor stretched ahead, dark at both ends, half the chandeliers still dead. Somewhere in the Great Hall, the witnesses were already waiting. The Balloon Council was laying their foundation, and in the lower hall, Marta's brother was counting the hours until sunset. Wynter kept walking. She had 40 minutes to read a dead man's confession, face a creditor's legal machinery, and keep her daughter out of a trust that had already pressed her like livestock. 40 minutes. And then the hearing would begin. Chapter 60. The corridor stretched ahead, half-lit, the chandeliers still dead in patches. Wynter walked with Posey's hand in hers, Torsten at her shoulder, Marta a step behind. They were halfway to the gallery when a steward appeared from the side passage. "Miss Balloon, your brother is at the front entrance. He asks for a word before the hearing convenes." Marta stopped. Her face did not change, but her fingers tightened around the pinecone Posey had given her. "Tell him I am occupied." The steward hesitated. "He says it concerns the trust filings, and that he will not leave until he speaks with you. He is already on the porch." Marta's jaw shifted. A muscle jumped beneath her skin. "Then I will speak with him on the porch," she said. "Not inside, not in front of the witnesses." Torsten turned. "Marta, you do not have to do this alone." "I know." She looked at him, and there was something raw in her expression. "But I need to do it first, before the hearing. So there is no question which side I stand on." Wynter understood. She had faced her own family's judgment in rooms like this one. The only way out was through, and the only way through was alone. "I will wait at the gallery door," Wynter said. 5 minutes. Marta nodded. Then she walked toward the front of the house, her heels steady on the marble, her spine straight as if she were marching into a battlefield. The porch was wide and stone-flagged, flanked by iron lanterns that had not yet been lit. André Balloon stood at the top step, a man in a dark coat with the same sharp cheekbones as his sister, the same controlled stillness. He was younger than Marta by a few years, mid-20s maybe, with hair the color of wet stone and eyes that assessed everything without seeming to move. 2 wolves waited behind him on the gravel drive. Not sentries, witnesses. Marta, his voice was pleasant, warm even, the voice of a man who had come to collect a debt and intended to be thanked for his patience. "I was beginning to think you would not see me. I am seeing you now." Marta stopped at the top of the steps, 3 feet between them. "Say what you came to say." André tilted his head. "You look tired. The air here does not suit you. Neither do your games. Speak plainly or leave." A smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. "Plainly then, You have been making statements to Hollygrove's council, statements that contradict family interest, statements that, if repeated before the tribunal, could damage the balloon position in the covenant hearing. I am aware of what my statements do, and yet you continue. Marta did not answer. André stepped closer, not threateningly, the movement of a man adjusting his stance, nothing more. I am not here to argue with you, Marta. I am here to offer you a way back. Withdraw your cooperation. Return to Glassmere before the hearing concludes. No one will ask why you changed your mind. The family will absorb the cost. And if I do not? His smile thinned. Then I am instructed to remind you of your obligations under the balloon trust. The properties, the accounts, the standing you hold as a daughter of the house, all of it contingent on continued good standing with the council. Threatening me with my own inheritance, reminding you of reality. Marta's hand opened. The Pinecone sat in her palm, small and tight. Here is my reality, she said. I spent 3 years in a marriage that was never a marriage. I watched my father trade my future for a debt he never told me about. I watched the old alpha destroy his son to protect a covenant that was written to price a child like livestock. She closed her fingers around the Pinecone. I have decided that I am done being collateral. André's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes went flat. You are making a mistake. I am making a choice. You are choosing strangers over blood. I am choosing a child over a trust that wanted to own her. The silence stretched. The 2 wolves on the drive did not move. The iron lanterns cast long shadows across the stone. André took a breath, let it out. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. The pendant, Marta. The balloon emerald pendant that was given to the Quennar bride. It is family property. You will surrender it before the hearing. Marta shook her head. It was never balloon property. The inscription proves it. The pendant belongs to the daughter who belongs to no house, and I will see it entered into evidence before I hand it to you. André's composure cracked. Just for an instant, a tightening around his eyes. Then you have made your position clear, he said. I have. He turned to go, then stopped. The child, he said, without looking back, is an asset in transit. She will be collected one way or another. The only question is whether you survive the transfer. Marta said nothing. André walked down the steps. His wolves fell in beside him. The gravel crunched under their boots as they crossed the drive toward the waiting car. Marta stood on the porch, the Pinecone still in her hand, until the car's taillights disappeared past the gate. Then she turned and walked back inside. Wynter was waiting at the gallery door. She had heard enough. The corridor carried sound. I am sorry, Marta said. I did not expect him to. You stayed. Marta looked at her. You stayed on the porch, Wynter said. You refused him, in front of his witnesses. You chose Posey. Marta's throat worked. I chose myself. He was right about that. I'm done being collateral. Posey tugged at Wynter's sleeve. Is the scary man gone? Yes, Wynter said. He is gone. Posey looked at Marta. Then she walked over and took Marta's hand. You can hold my hand, Posey said, if you want. Marta's breath caught. She knelt, one knee on the cold floor, her tall frame folding down to Posey's height. Thank you, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. The Pinecone was still in her palm. Posey reached out and closed Marta's fingers around it. Keep it, she said, for the hearing. Torsten appeared at the end of the corridor. He had been watching from the gallery doorway, giving them space. Now he walked toward them, his steps measured. The safe is open, he said. The letter is waiting. Wynter looked at him, at Marta, at Posey, who had pressed her small body between 2 women who had no reason to trust each other. Then let us read it, she said. The gallery door swung open, and from somewhere deeper in the house, a bell began to ring. 20 minutes until the hearing convened. Chapter 61. The great hall had transformed while they were gone. Where the succession rite had been warm with bodies and breath, the room now sat arranged like a courtroom. 3 long tables faced the hearth, each draped in dark cloth. Elders Thorburn and Vasilev occupied the center table, flanked by 2 regional witnesses Wynter did not recognize. 2 stenographers sat at a smaller table to the left, their pens already moving. The balloon delegation filled the right side. Elder Vasquez sat at its head, iron eyes fixed on the door as Wynter entered. Beside him, a woman she had never seen, late 20s, dark hair coiled at her nape, hands folded still on the table. The youngest daughter, the one who had been in Posey's nursery. Posey tightened her grip on Wynter's hand. "That is her," Posey whispered, "the woman who said I belonged to another house." Wynter pulled Posey closer and kept walking. Torsten moved to her left. Marta fell in behind them, her steps measured. Sabine was already at the advocate's table, her briefcase open, papers arranged in precise stacks. Ivo stood at the back wall, arms crossed, eyes scanning the room like a man counting exits. Sabine met Wynter's gaze and gave a single nod. "We are ready." Wynter did not believe her. Thorburn rose. The room went still. This hearing is convened under territorial covenant law to examine the Balloon Council's petition for interim guardianship of the minor Posey Renholt, presented blood heir of Halligrove. The petition claims that the original bloodline covenant, executed 4 years and 3 months ago, grants the Balloon Council residential and educational authority over any Halligrove heir produced under its terms. The petitioner further claims that Halligrove has defaulted on its obligations under that covenant, triggering the guardianship clause. Thorburn's voice carried no emotion. He might have been reading a grocery list. The respondent, Halligrove PAC, represented by acting advocate Sabine Myrick, disputes the covenant's validity on grounds of coercion, concealment, and fraud. The burden of proof rests with the petitioner. Sabine rose. "Elder Thorburn, honored witnesses, the covenant before you was written not as a family agreement, but as a loan instrument. It was underwritten by a commercial trust managed by one Anton Vogel, whose initials appear on the signature page alongside the balloon seal. The Balloon Council never intended to raise a Halligrove heir. They intended to hold that child as collateral against a $750,000 debt that Halligrove's old alpha signed in desperation." Vasquez's smile did not waver. "The advocate is creative," he said. "I will give her that." Sabine ignored him. The old alpha was coerced into signing. He was told his PAC would not survive without balloon credit. He was given terms he could not refuse, and those terms priced his future grandchild like livestock. "I have witnesses who will testify that the covenant was signed under duress, that its true nature was concealed from the old alpha's son, and that the Balloon Council has spent 4 years preparing to enforce a contract built on fraud." Thorburn turned to Vasquez. "The petitioner may respond." Vasquez stood. He took his time, adjusted his cuff. Let the silence build. "The advocate speaks of coercion and concealment," he said. "She speaks of a dying alpha manipulated into signing away his PAC's future. It is a compelling story. It is also incomplete." He gestured to the dark-haired woman beside him. "This is Lenore Balloon, youngest daughter of the Balloon Council and designated foster guardian under the covenant's terms. She is here to testify under oath about a conversation she witnessed 4 years ago between the old alpha of Halligrove and her mother, Celestia Balloon." Lenore rose. She was calm, composed. Her dress was plain, her hands steady. She looked at Thorburn, then at the witnesses, then at Wynter, and then she spoke. "I was 18 years old when my mother brought me to Halligrove for the signing. I did not understand the full weight of the document, but I remember what the old alpha said." She paused. "He told my mother, 'This secures the female line. My granddaughter will be raised under balloon oversight, educated in balloon traditions, married to a balloon-adjacent line. She will be the heir Halligrove needs, bound to the family that saved it.'" The room went cold. Wynter felt Posey's hand tighten in hers. He said, "I do not care what my son wants. He will marry Marta, and she will give me a granddaughter, and that child will belong to both houses. That is the price of survival." Lenore looked directly at Thorburn. "I heard him say those words. I was there. I have carried them for 4 years. Sabine's pen had stopped moving. Vasquez turned to the elders. "The old alpha did not sign under duress. He negotiated. He chose. He traded exactly what he intended to trade. And now Halligrove wants to pretend the covenant never existed because the current alpha does not like the terms his father agreed to." He smiled. "That is not fraud, elders. That is regret." The room was still. Wynter felt her pulse in her throat, felt Posey's small body pressed against her side, felt the weight of every eye in the hall. Thorburn cleared his throat. "The advocate may cross-examine." Sabine rose, but her hands were shaking, and Wynter understood, with a cold certainty that settled into her bones, that the balloons had come prepared for everything, every argument, every witness, every piece of evidence. They had been waiting 4 years, and they had already won. Chapter 62. The cross-examination hung in the air like smoke. Sabine stood at the respondent's table with her hands pressed flat against the leather folder, her fingers white at the knuckles. She had asked one question, just one. "Can you describe the room where the signing took place?" Lenore Balloon had described it in perfect detail: the oak table, the green-shaded lamp, the portrait of Torsten's grandmother above the fireplace, the way the old Alpha had poured whiskey with his own hand before he signed. She had been there. Sabine had no follow-up. Vasquez rose again, smooth as oil on water. "Let us be clear about what the covenant actually requires," he said. He picked up a bound copy from the table and held it up so the witnesses could see the seal. The Balloon Council was granted oversight of the heir's education, traditions, and marriage alliances. The child would be raised with balloon resources, balloon connections, balloon protection. She would want for nothing. He paused. In exchange, Halligrove received the credit it needed to survive a succession crisis. $750,000 in debt assumption, forgiven upon the heir's majority and marriage. Wynter felt the words land like stones. Marriage. Not if she chooses. Not when she is ready. Marriage. Vasquez turned to the witnesses slowly, his iron-colored eyes sweeping the room. "The respondent calls this coercion. I call it negotiation. The old Alpha gave his granddaughter a future of influence, security, and power. He gave her a house that would protect her, train her, and place her in a union worthy of her bloodline. That is not cruelty. That is custom." He let the word settle. Custom is not cruelty, because both parties benefit. The room shifted. Some of the seated wolves nodded, others looked at the floor. Wynter watched Lenore Balloon's face. The woman sat with her hands folded in her lap, her expression calm, rehearsed, empty as glass. She had said her piece. She would not speak again unless called. Posey's small fingers laced through Wynter's. The hearing was already over. Everyone in the room knew it. Thorburn cleared his throat. "The respondent may call additional witnesses." Sabine's pen had not moved. Her knuckles were still white. Wynter looked at Torsten. He was watching Vasquez with the flat, controlled stillness of a wolf measuring the distance to a throat. He had not spoken since the hearing began. He had not been asked. Wynter looked at Marta, at Ivo, at the elders, at the balloon delegate with her rehearsed testimony and her empty eyes. She looked at her daughter. "You are letting him talk to the end?" Sabine whispered. "Let him finish. We can pivot on appeal." "He is finished," Wynter said. She rose. Sabine's hand shot out, catching her wrist. "Wynter, do not. You are not sworn. You have no standing to testify unless I call you, and I will not call you because he will tear you open on cross." Wynter looked down at Sabine's fingers around her wrist. "Then do not call me." Sabine's grip loosened. Wynter stepped around the table. The room went quiet. The kind of quiet that happens when a door opens that no one expected. Thorburn looked up. "Miss Renholt, you are not on the witness list." "I am the mother," Wynter said. Her voice did not shake. She had practiced this voice for 3 years, in the dark hours when Posey was teething and the city paid nothing for her silence. She had built it from the ground up. "I am the mother, and I am the collateral." She walked to the center of the floor. "Custom," she said, and the word came out clean as a blade. "Custom is not cruelty, because both parties benefit. That is what he told you." She turned to face Vasquez. "Let me tell you what I was. At 19, I was nobody. No name, no bloodline, no family worth mentioning. I had a fast mouth and a chipped tooth, and I caught the attention of the Alpha's son at a gathering I should not have been invited to." She heard Torsten's chair scrape back behind her. "I was useful to him because I was nobody. No one would ask where I came from. No one would question if I disappeared. No one would file a protest when he stood in a circle and told the pack I was nothing. Her voice did not shake. Your custom, she said to Vasquez, is that a nobody is free to use, and a somebody, a blood heir, a granddaughter, is too valuable to waste. So you price her. You promise her education, traditions, protection. You build her a beautiful cage and call it a future. She looked at Nonra Balloon. You were there. You heard him. A granddaughter raised under balloon oversight, educated in balloon traditions, married to a balloon-adjacent line. That is not a guardianship. That is a breeding contract dressed in legal language. Lenore's composure cracked, just at the corner of her mouth, just once. Vasquez stepped forward. Miss Renholt, you are emotional. The chair will allow a brief recess if you need to. I need nothing from you. She turned back to the elders. You gave me 8 hours today. I am not asking for more. I am asking you to hear what he actually said. She pointed at Vasquez. He said both parties benefit. Let me ask you this. When the old Alpha sat in that room with Celestia Balloon and signed away a granddaughter he had never met, who spoke for that child? Who spoke for the nobody girl who would grow up inside a contract, knowing she was priced before she was named? No one answered. The custom is not cruelty because both parties benefit, Wynter repeated. Both parties, not the child, not the mother, the men at the table. She let the room feel the weight of it. I was nobody, but my daughter is somebody. She has gray eyes and dark hair, and she smells like Hellegrove pine, and she will not grow up inside your contract. She looked at Thorburn. Bring your next witness. I am not finished. The room held its breath, and then the door at the back of the hall opened. Wynter did not turn. She felt Torsten move before she heard him, heard his chair scrape fully back, heard his boots on the floor. She turned. A woman stood in the doorway, old, straight-backed, dressed in black wool. Her hair was white, braided tight against her skull, and her eyes were the same pale blue as the lake in winter. She held a leather-bound ledger in both hands. Elder Thorburn, she said, and her voice carried the weight of decades. I believe the court requires this. Chapter 63. The room turned toward the door like a single body. Wynter's breath caught. The woman in black wool was old, older than Edda, older than anyone in the hall. Her braided white hair gleamed under the lamplight. Her pale blue eyes moved past Wynter, past Torsten, past the balloon delegation, and settled on Thorburn. She walked forward. The ledger in her hands was cracked leather, the spine held together with linen thread. She set it on the elder's table with a sound like a stone dropping into still water. Helene Marchen, she said, I believe you have records of my death. The silence broke open. Vasquez stepped forward. This woman was not on the witness list. I am not a witness, Helene said. I am the keeper of the second book. She opened the ledger. The pages inside were not printed. They were hand-inked in neat rows, dates and amounts and initials. Wynter saw the columns, the debt entries, the interest calculations, the signature line at the bottom of each page, stamped with the same A and V seal that marked the covenant. This is Anton Vogel's creditor ledger, Helene said. 14 years of transactions between the Balloon Trust and Hallegrove. The covenant was one entry among many. The debt was never meant to be repaid. It was meant to compound until the heir was surrendered. Thorburn's hand hovered over the page. How did you come by this? I was the midwife who attended the signing, Helene said. Edda is my sister. She told you I died 3 years ago. I let her say it because I needed the ledger to survive. She looked at Vasquez. You buried me alive in paper. I decided to stay buried until I had something worth rising for. Vasquez's face was stone. This ledger is unauthenticated. It could have been written yesterday. It could have, Helene agreed, but the territorial registrar's seal on page 39 is dated 6 years ago, and the ink matches the period. I preserved the chain of custody. You may examine the seals yourself. The room waited. Thorburn turned a page, then another. He did not speak. Wynter felt Torsten move behind her, felt his hand find the small of her back. She did not lean into it, but she did not step away either. Sabine found her voice first. Elder Thorburn, the ledger corroborates the testimony Miss Renholt just gave. The covenant was a loan instrument. The child was collateral. The debt was designed to compound until the Balloon Council could claim the heir as payment. Vasquez's jaw tightened. Even if that ledger is authentic, it does not retroactively void the old Alpha's consent. He signed. He understood the terms. The covenant remains binding until a tribunal rules otherwise. Then convene a tribunal, Helene said quietly, to do it on the record, with the full covenant text, with every countersignature, not the cut pages the balloons filed, the real one. She reached into her coat and pulled out a second bundle, a wax-sealed envelope, thick, yellowed with age. This is the copy Ada's sister signed, the one she was told was a medical consent form. I recovered it from the trust office after she died. It bears the same date and seal as the covenant, but the text is different. The page she signed authorized medical access and nothing more. Vasquez went still. Thorburn took the envelope, turned it over, examined the seal. Elder Thorburn, Vasquez said, this is a lay witness producing documents that have not been examined by counsel. I object to their entry. You object to everything, Thorburn said. It is beginning to sound like you are afraid of what the paper says. Vasquez did not answer. Thorburn broke the seal. The room held its breath as he unfolded the document. His eyes moved across the page. Once. Twice. Then he set it down and looked at Helene. Why did you wait 3 years to bring this? Because I was dead, Helene said. And dead women are not called to testify. She turned to face the hall. I watched my sister sign a lie. I watched the old Alpha bury his granddaughter's future in fine print. I watched Celestia Balloon sit across from him and smile while she explained how the interest worked. And I knew that if I came forward before the child was born, before the heir had a face and a name and a mother who would fight, the ledger would disappear, and I would follow it. She looked at Wynter. I waited until you came back. I watched from the ridge the night you arrived. I saw you carry her through the gate. I saw how she held your neck. And I knew that if I did not rise now, I would never rise at all. Wynter's throat closed. She did not know this woman, had never seen her face. And yet, Helene Marchand had been watching, waiting, keeping the one piece of paper that could break the balloon hold. Why now? Wynter asked. Why not sooner? Helene's pale eyes held hers. Because I needed to be sure you would not fold. Because I needed to see you stand in a room full of wolves who pressed you and tell them your daughter was not for sale. She paused. And because I needed the hearing to be on the record. If I had brought the ledger before the covenant was challenged, it would have been dismissed as hearsay. But you stood in this room and named it a breeding contract. You said the words. I could not say them for you. I could only wait until you did. Wynter felt the weight of it. 3 years of silence, 3 years of being dead so the truth could survive. May I approach the bench? Wynter asked. Thorburn nodded. She walked to the elder's table and looked down at the document. The paper was thin, the ink weighted, but the signature at the bottom was clear. Helene Marchand, witnessed by Ada Marchand. It was a medical consent form. Standard, simple, nothing about bloodline rights or marriage obligations. This is the original version, Wynter said. The one she signed, the one the balloons replaced with the covenant text after she left the room. Allegedly replaced, Vasquez said. Then test the paper, Wynter said. Test the ink. You have the territorial registrar in the hall. Let him authenticate both documents right now, on the record, before this hearing adjourns. Vasquez's eyes flickered. He did not want the test, because he already knew what it would show. Thorburn raised his hand. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the territorial registrar examines the documents. Counsel will remain in the hall. The witnesses will remain. No one leaves. The gavel fell. The room dissolved into low murmurs, shifting bodies, the scrape of chairs. Sabine was already moving toward Helene, already speaking in rapid, legal tones. Ivo was at the table, scanning the ledger pages with his fox-sharp eyes. Wynter stood alone at the center of the floor. She had not planned this, had not known Helene Markin existed until the door opened. And yet the woman in black wool had handed her the one thing she could not manufacture. Proof. "What do you need?" Torsten's voice, low, close. Wynter turned. He stood at her shoulder, his face unreadable. "Heir," she said. He nodded. Did not follow when she walked toward the side door that opened onto the courtyard. The cold hit her first. Clean, sharp. The snow had stopped falling. The sky was the color of iron. She stood on the stone steps and let the winter air fill her lungs, let it freeze the tears she refused to shed. Behind her, the door opened again. She did not turn. She knew the footsteps, the pause, the way he waited for permission before coming closer. "I did not know she existed," Torsten said. "No, you did not know a lot of things. I am learning." She turned then. He stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, the other at his side. His eyes were hollow-cheeked, tired, but the wolf in them was quiet, waiting. "Helene Markin is not why I came out here," Wynter said. "Then why?" She looked at the frozen lake, the bare trees, the ridge where she had hidden her daughter for 3 years. "Because I do not know how to stop fighting." Torsten did not answer. "I have been fighting since the night you rejected me," she said. "Fighting to keep Posey safe, fighting to keep her fed, fighting to keep her hidden, fighting to keep myself from falling apart. And I am good at it. I am very good at it." She looked at him. "But I do not know what comes after. If we win, if the ledger is real, if the covenant falls apart. I do not know who I am when there is nothing left to fight." "You are her mother," Torsten said. "You will always be her mother. That is not a fight. That is just who you are." The words hit her low in the chest. She had expected him to say something else, something about them, about the bond, about what came next. But he had said the truest thing instead. "I do not trust you," she said. "Not yet. Not fully. I know what I do. I do not know if I can. I know that too." He did not move toward her, did not reach for her. He just stood in the doorway and let the cold air pass between them. "But I need you to know this, Wynter." She waited. "I will spend the rest of my life earning it, not because the bond demands it, because my daughter deserves a father who keeps his word." The word hung there. Our daughter. Not the heir, not the bloodline. Our daughter. Wynter looked away before he could see her face crack. The door behind Torsten opened. Sabine stepped out, breath white in the cold. "The registrar has finished his preliminary examination," she said. "The ledger matches the covenant's countersignatures. The document Helene brought is authentic." Wynter exhaled. "But Vasquez has filed a motion to dismiss the medical consent form as irrelevant," Sabine continued. "He is arguing that even if the sister was tricked into signing a different document, it does not prove the old Alpha was coerced. He signed the covenant freely." "He signed it," Wynter said. "But he signed it thinking the Balloons wanted a marriage alliance. He did not know they were pricing his granddaughter. Can we prove that?" Wynter looked at Sabine, then at Torsten. "His letter," she said. "The one in the safe. To the Alpha who would be free. We have not opened it yet." Sabine's face went still. "If the letter contradicts what we are arguing, it could destroy the entire case. Or it could save it." "Wynter." Sabine stepped closer. "You have a ledger. You have a medical consent form. You have testimony from Helene Markin. You may not need the letter." Wynter looked back at the frozen lake. "I need to know what he wanted to tell the Alpha who would be free." She turned. "Bring it. Bring the letter. If it is a confession, we use it. If it is a trap, we burn it and pretend we never found it." Torsten met her eyes. "Are you sure?" "I have been sure about nothing for 3 years," Wynter said. "But I am sure about this." She walked past him into the hall. The room had changed in the 30 minutes she had been outside. The energy was different. The elders were leaning forward instead of back. The regional witnesses were whispering behind their hands. Vasquez stood at the balloon table, white-knuckled, reading a page the registrar had handed him. He looked up as Wynter entered. "Ms. Renholt, I have a question." She stopped. "Do you trust Alpha Quennar to anchor Halligrove's heir? To provide a stable environment? To put the child's welfare above his own interests? The question hung in the air. Wynter felt the room shift, felt every pair of eyes settle on her. She looked at Torsten. He had said he would spend the rest of his life earning it. She had said she did not know if she could. The answer caught in her throat. Not because she did not know the truth, but because the truth was more dangerous than a lie. If she said yes and he failed, Posey paid the price. If she said no, Vasquez would use it to prove Halligrove was too unstable to protect the heir. She opened her mouth. The door at the back of the hall opened again. Kalen Ibarra stood in the frame, bleeding through his shirt, his face gray. "We have a problem," he said. "The balloons just filed a sealed transport order in another jurisdiction. They're not waiting for the tribunal." He held up a folded paper. "They have authorization to remove the heir within the hour." Chapter 64. The room went still. Wynter's hand found Posey's shoulder before her mind caught up. Small bone under her palm, warm, still here. Kalen held the folded paper out like it might burn him. Blood tracked down his wrist, dripped off his fingers onto the floorboards. "Where did you get that?" Sabine's voice cut through. "Registry runner." Keelan's jaw tightened. "Balloon filed it 40 minutes ago. Sealed. Emergency fast track. Signed by a territorial judge in their jurisdiction." "On what grounds?" Vasquez stepped forward. His composure had frayed at the edges. "This tribunal has jurisdiction." "This tribunal," Keelan said, "has a recess." Torsten moved before anyone else. He crossed the floor in 5 strides, took the paper from Keelan's hand, read it. Wynter watched his face. Nothing. Then he turned and held the order out to Thorburn. "It is real," Torsten said, "and it gives them authority to remove the child before sundown." The room broke open. Voices rose from the witness benches. Sabine was already at Torsten's elbow, reading over his shoulder. Ivo had pushed forward from the wall, his fox-sharp eyes scanning the page. Vasquez was the only one who did not move. He stood at the balloon table with his hands on the wood and watched. Wynter understood in that moment. He already knew. He had known before Kalen walked through the door. The transport order was not a surprise. It was the next move in a game he had been playing for 4 years. "Miss Renholt," Vasquez's voice cut through the noise. "You did not answer my question." The room quieted. Wynter felt Posey press closer to her leg, felt Torsten's gaze from across the floor, felt every elder, every witness, every wolf in the room waiting to hear whether she trusted the man who had once stood in a circle and said she was nothing. She opened her mouth. "I will answer for her." Torsten's voice was not loud. It did not need to be. He stepped away from Thorburn's table, away from the transport order, away from everything except the space between himself and Wynter. "You asked if she trusts me," he said. "She does not fully, and she should not. I have not earned it yet." Vasquez's lip curled. "Then Halligrove cannot." "Halligrove can," Torsten said. "Because whether she trusts me is not the same as whether the heir is protected." He turned to face the elders. "I am placing my authority over the heir into an independent trust, effective immediately. Guardianship decisions, education rights, residential authority, all of it. Controlled by a council of 3, one appointed by this tribunal, one appointed by territorial registry, and one appointed by Posey's mother." The silence that followed was not quiet. It was the kind of silence that held its breath. Thorburn leaned forward. "You are surrendering legal authority over your own bloodline heir?" "I am ensuring," Torsten said, "that no one can use my daughter as collateral. Not the balloons, not Lochlan, not me." He looked at Wynter. "The trust will be funded by Halligrove's land revenue for the next 18 years. A fixed percentage, non-negotiable. If the pack cannot afford it, I will cover the difference from my personal holdings." Wynter's throat closed. She had come here expecting him to fight for control, to claim Posey as his heir, his legacy, his bloodline. That was what alphas did. He was doing the opposite. He was giving up every legal weapon an alpha had, the right to decide where his child lived, how she was raised, who she married, and handing it to her mother and the court. "You want me to trust you?" The words came out rough, not loud, not sharp, just the truth of them. Torsten held her gaze. "I want Posey to be safe," he said. "If that means I have no legal claim over her, I will sign that paper today." Right now, before the ink dries. Vasquez's chair scraped back. This is a performance. It is a binding offer. Sabine's voice snapped through the room. She had a pen in her hand. I can draft the trust deed within the hour. We have witnesses. We have a registrar. We have territorial authority. The seal, Thorburn said slowly, would hold. Vasquez was already moving toward the balloon table. He pulled out his phone. His composure was gone now. Recess, he said. I want a recess to review the offer. You just filed a transport order, Sabine said. Why would you need time to review? Vasquez did not answer. He was already walking toward the door, phone pressed to his ear. The balloon delegation followed. Lenore Berlin paused at the threshold, looked back at Posey, and something moved in her face. Not triumph, not regret, something older. Then she was gone. The door closed. Wynter exhaled. Her knees did not buckle, but they wanted to. Torsten was still standing where he had been, his hands empty, his offer hanging in the air like smoke. She walked toward him. You would have signed it. Yes, without reading it. I read your contract, he said. I did not need to read this one. Why? He looked at her. The hollow beneath his cheekbones was deeper than it had been 3 years ago. The amber in his eyes was older. But the thing that shook her most was not the grief in his face. It was the steadiness. Because I finally understand, he said, what it means to have something worth losing. Posey tugged at Wynter's sleeve. Mama. Wynter looked down. Wynter looked past Posey, past Torsten, past the empty balloon table to the door that had just closed. The transport order was still on Thorburns' desk. The balloons were in the hall outside making a call, and the old Alpha's sealed letter was still in the safe. No, Wynter said. It is not over. She turned to Sabine. Draft the trust, get it witnessed, put it on the record before they come back. Sabine nodded. And the letter? Wynter looked at Torsten. We open it. Now, before the recess ends. Torsten did not argue. He simply reached for her hand. For the first time, she did not pull away. Chapter 65. The cold hit Wynter first. Not the air, though that was sharp enough to burn. The silence. The courtyard was a white bowl of snow and stillness, the kind that made sound feel like a violation. She stood at the edge of the stone path and let it press against her. Torsten was a step behind. Not crowding, not leaving, just there, the way he had been in the hearing room when he offered to sign away everything an Alpha could claim. She heard the words again. I want Posey to be safe. If that means I have no legal claim over her, I will sign that paper today. Her hands were cold. She realized she was counting on her fingers and stopped. You were supposed to fight, she said. She did not turn around, did not know if she could look at him and say what needed saying. I came back here ready for a war, but planned for ambushes, for leverage, for every way you could use the bond or the title or Posey's bloodline to take what I built without me. Her breath came white. I did not plan for you to hand me the weapon and step back. Behind her, Torsten did not move. That is not forgiveness, she said. I want you to understand that. I am not standing here saying you fixed it. You did not. The years I spent alone, the nights Posey asked why she did not have a father, the moment I held her while she cried after a woman she never met told her she belonged to another house. You cannot undo any of that with a trust deed. She heard him exhale, slow, careful. I know, he said. I do not know if I can ever trust you. I know that too. She turned then. He was standing in the snow with his hands at his sides, no armor in his shoulders, no Alpha mask, just a man who had spent 3 years living with what he had done and was still learning to stand in the wreckage without running. Then why, she said, did you offer it? Because I finally understand what fear is. She waited. I was afraid of my father, he said. Afraid of losing the pack, afraid of what people would say if I broke the alliance. I made every decision from fear, and I told myself it was responsibility. His jaw tightened. It took 3 years and a daughter I never met to learn the difference. He looked at her. I am not trying to buy your trust, Wynter. I am trying to make sure Posey never becomes collateral for anyone again, even me. The snow kept falling. She thought about the letter waiting in the safe, about Sabine drafting the trust deed in a room full of witnesses, about the balloons on the other side of the hall, making a call that could end with Marshals at the gate. She thought about the fact that he had not asked for anything. Not a promise, not a timeline, not even permission to stand this close. "You terrified me," she said. His head came up. "Your offer, it terrified me." The words came out rough. "Because I spent 3 years building a wall out of reasons to hate you. Every calculated move, every cold negotiation, every time I reminded myself what you did. I made you into an enemy I could fight." She swallowed. "And then, you gave me nothing to push against." He did not step closer, did not reach for her. "Good," he said. She blinked. "I do not want you to hate me," he said, "but I am not going to fight you either. Not anymore. If you need an enemy to stay strong, I will be that. I will stand here and let you push. But I am not going to push back." The snow caught in his hair, in the hollow beneath his cheekbones. "I am done being the thing you have to survive." The words landed somewhere deep in her chest. She did not know what to do with them, did not know how to hold a truce she had never asked for. She wanted to argue, to find the angle, the trap, the hidden cost he was not naming. There was none. That was the part that broke her open. Her hand moved before she decided it, just a few inches, toward him, not quite reaching. He saw it. He did not grab, just waited. And then the door behind them creaked. They both turned. Posey stood in the gap, wrapped in Marta's coat, cheeks bright red from the cold. Her small boots were untied. She looked at Torsten, then at Wynter, then back at Torsten. "Are you done being mad now?" she asked. The question hung in the frozen air. Wynter felt her throat close. She looked at Torsten, and he looked at her. And the absurdity of it, the 3-year war reduced to a child's honest question, cracked something in her chest. "We were not mad," she said. Posey's eyes narrowed with 3-year-old skepticism. "You were standing far apart. That is mad distance." Torsten's mouth did something that was almost a smile. Almost. "We were talking," he said. Posey considered this. Then she marched through the snow, her boots leaving small, uneven prints, until she stood between them. She grabbed Wynter's hand, then she reached for Torsten. He went still when her small fingers closed around his. "Better," Posey said. She tugged. Neither of them moved. "Walk," Posey said, as if explaining something obvious. "Mama says walking helps when your brain is loud." Wynter's vision blurred. She had taught Posey that on cold nights in the city, when the walls felt too close and the past pressed against the windows. Walk until your brain catches up with your feet. She had not known Posey was still using it. Torsten looked at her. His eyes were bright, the amber bleed held back by will. "Can we walk?" he asked. Not demanded, not assumed, asked. Wynter nodded. Posey led them across the courtyard, one hand in each of theirs, her small body a bridge between two people who had spent years trying to cross. The snow fell. The courtyard was quiet, and for the first time since she had returned to Halligrove, Wynter did not feel like she was standing on the edge of a war. She felt like she was standing in the middle of something that could become a life. Then the bell rang. One clear note, carrying across the grounds. Recess was over. Posey looked up. "Is it the bad people again?" Wynter did not answer. She did not have to, because the door at the far end of the courtyard was opening, and Elder Vasquez was already stepping through with his phone in his hand, and a smile that had not been there before. Chapter 66. The bell still echoed across the courtyard when Vasquez stepped through the far door, phone in hand, smile sharp as a blade. Wynter felt Posey's grip tighten on her fingers, felt Torsten shift beside her, his body angling forward like he meant to stand between them and whatever was coming. "Ms. Renholt," Vasquez's voice carried across the snow. "There has been a development." Posey looked up. "Is it the bad people again?" "No," Wynter said, though she did not believe it. She pulled Posey behind her, but the girl kept one hand locked around Torsten's. The bridge held. Vasquez stopped 10 feet away. He did not look at Posey, He looked at Wynter with the patient satisfaction of a man who had already read the final page of a book she was still struggling through. "The transport order," he said, "has been expedited. The territorial judge in Blackwood Valley reviewed the petition during our recess and signed enforcement for immediate effect. Not sundown. Now." Wynter's blood went cold, but before she could speak, the far gate groaned open. A black car idled at the entrance. Two figures stepped out. One was a woman in a dark overcoat, sharp-featured, scanning the courtyard with practiced efficiency. The second was a man built like a sentry, radio at his collar, eyes tracking the perimeter. The woman crossed the gravel with the unhurried gait of someone who had entered hostile territory before. "Elder Vasquez," she said. "I am Chief Marshal Elena Vance. I have been assigned to execute the transport order." Wynter pulled Posey closer. Vance's gaze swept over her, over Torsten, over the small hand still clasping his. Her expression did not change. "The order has been reviewed by a circuit judge and is valid for immediate enforcement. The Balloon Council has proposed a 3-day evaluation period. The child will remain in their custody for observation. After the evaluation, a regional family court will review the placement." "Observation," Torsten said. Vance met his eyes. "Standard protocol for contested transfers. The child is 3 years old." Torsten's voice was flat, controlled, the kind of control that cost something. "She is not a specimen." Vance did not flinch. "I execute the orders I am given, Alpha. I do not write them." Posey pressed closer to Wynter's leg. Wynter felt her wolf stir, low and dangerous, a growl building in the hollow of her chest. "You will not touch my daughter." The words came out quiet. They did not need volume. Vance held her gaze. "I understand your position, Ms. Renholt, but the order carries territorial authority. If you refuse compliance, I will have no choice but to classify this as a custody interference situation, which gives me the authority to request reinforced intervention." "Reinforced?" Torsten stepped forward, putting himself between Vance and Posey. "You mean more marshals?" "I mean whatever it takes to execute a signed order." Torsten did not back down. His shoulders were set, his jaw tight. "That transport order is built on a covenant that was collateralized debt. The heir was priced like livestock. That is not a guardianship agreement. That is a foreclosure." Vance's eyes flickered, just briefly. "I am not here to adjudicate jurisdiction or fraud claims," she said. "I am here to execute a signed order from a sitting judge. If you have evidence to challenge the order's validity, you should present it to the court that issued it." "The court that issued it sits in Balloon territory." "Yes," Vance said. "It does." Wynter understood. The Balloons had chosen their venue carefully. A judge in their pocket. A jurisdiction where the Covenant's origin story would hold weight, and Halligrove's arguments would arrive too late. She looked at Torsten. He was already looking back. And then the side door opened. Ivo stepped out, breath pluming, a leather folder tucked under his arm. His fox-sharp eyes took in Vance, the marshal, Vasquez's smile, and he did not slow down. "Chief Marshal," he said, extending the folder, "perhaps you would like to examine these before you proceed." Vance took the folder, opened it. Wynter watched her read. The jeweler's registry page, the note from Helene Markshan, the copied ledger pages showing the commercial trust countersignatures. Ivo had assembled them fast, probably before the recess even ended. Vance's expression did not change as she read, but she took her time. "You are the fox shifter," she said. "Ivo Peramode, accountant. Wynter Renholt's financial advisor for the past 3 years. I have been inside the Covenant's transaction history since before the hearing began." Vasquez's smile had thinned. "These documents are already under review by the tribunal," he said. "They are not a stay of enforcement." "No," Ivo agreed, "but this is." He pulled a single sheet from his coat pocket. Vance took it. Wynter watched her eyes move across the page, saw the moment something shifted in the marshal's stillness. "What is that?" Vasquez asked. "Emergency commercial fraud petition," Sabine said. She was standing in the side doorway, breathless, her collar askew and ink on her fingers. She looked like she had run through the halls to get there. "I filed it 8 minutes ago with the Territorial Commercial Bench. The petition proves the Balloon Covenant was written as collateralized debt which voids the guardianship clause under Commercial Code Article 47. The bench has accepted it for review. Vance looked at the sheet in her hand, then at Sabine, then back at the sheet. "This filing is valid," she said. Vasquez's composure cracked. "That petition has no authority over a transport order issued by a family court. This petition has authority over any enforcement action derived from a fraudulently obtained contract," Sabine said. "And the commercial bench has jurisdiction over cross-territorial debt instruments, which means your transport order is frozen until a commercial fraud hearing determines whether the covenant was lawful in the first place." Silence. Snow settled on Vasquez's shoulders. Vance turned the sheet over. "Read the back." Then she folded it, carefully, and placed it inside her coat. "The enforcement is suspended," she said, "pending review by the commercial bench. I will inform the Balloon Council that the evaluation period cannot begin until the fraud question is settled." Vasquez's jaw tightened. "This will be challenged." "I am sure it will," Vance said. "But for now, the child stays." She looked at Wynter. Something moved behind her eyes. Not warmth, but acknowledgement. "You have a very fast advocate," she said. Wynter looked at Sabine. Sabine was pale, shaking, ink-stained, triumphant. "I had help," Sabine said. "Ivo put the evidence together. I just typed the petition while the clerk held the line." Torsten let out a breath Wynter had not realized he was holding. Posey tugged at Wynter's sleeve. "Mama, does that mean we can go inside now? I am cold." Wynter looked down at her daughter, at the small hand still gripping Torsten's. "Not yet," she said, "but soon." The elder's smile was gone now. In its place was something harder, calculating. "You are buying time," he said. "Nothing more. The fraud hearing takes weeks to convene. In the meantime, the Balloon Council will file a countersuit, a jurisdiction challenge, and a motion to dismiss. You have won exactly one round." "I only need one," Sabine said. Vance turned toward the gate. "I will remain on the grounds until the fraud question is adjudicated. If the petition fails, I will execute the transport order within the hour. If it holds, I will leave." She paused. "Either way, someone will lose. The question is, who?" She walked toward the black car without looking back. Vasquez watched her go. Then he looked at Wynter, and his smile returned, thinner than before. "Enjoy your victory while it lasts, Ms. Renholt. The balloons have been playing this game for 4 years. You have been playing for 4 days." He turned and walked into the hall. The door closed behind him. Wynter stood in the snow, Posey pressed against her side, Torsten's hands still intertwined with their daughter's. She did not feel like she had won. She felt like she had just learned the rules of a game that had already been rigged from the start. Posey tugged again. "Mama, can we have hot chocolate now?" Wynter looked at Torsten. He looked back. There was something new in his eyes. Not hope, exactly, but close. "I think," he said, "we can find some hot chocolate." Posey beamed, and for a moment the war felt very far away. Then Sabine's phone buzzed. She looked at the screen. Her face went pale. "Wynter." The tone stopped everything. "What?" Sabine held up the phone. "The commercial bench accepted the petition, but they also flagged the trust counter-signature. Anton Vogel's trust." Wynter's stomach dropped. "What about it?" "Vogel filed a parallel petition 20 minutes ago. He is claiming the covenant debt has already been transferred to a third party, a party that is not bound by territorial commercial law." Torsten went still. "Who?" Sabine's hand trembled. "The bell ringer," she said. "Sector 67. The word hung in the frozen air. Bell ringer. Wynter's arms tightened around Posey. She felt Torsten go still beside her, felt the shift in his wolf, the low current of threat recognition that had nothing to do with the courtroom. "What does that mean?" she said. Not a question, a demand. Sabine's hand trembled on the phone. "It means Vogel sold the debt, the covenant, the whole structure. He transferred it to an entity that operates outside territorial commercial oversight." "Outside?" Torsten repeated. "Outside how?" "A shell registered through a holding company that answers to regional compact law instead of pact territorial code. The kind of legal ghost that can enforce claims without ever appearing in a courtroom. Wynter's fingers found Posey's hair, stroked once, twice. Can they take her? Sabine's silence answered. Torsten turned toward the hall door. I am locking down the grounds. Every gate, every sentry. No one leaves or enters without my voice authorization. He was already moving, his phone pressed to his ear, his voice flat and hard as he spoke to someone on the other end. Wynter watched him go. Then she looked at Sabine. Who is the bell ringer? I don't know, yet. Then find out. Sabine nodded and walked toward the house, her coat billowing behind her. The courtyard emptied. Wynter stood alone with Posey in the snow, the cold seeping through her boots, the weight of the name pressing down like a building about to collapse. Mama. Posey's voice was small, not frightened, just present. Yes, baby. Can we go inside now? My toes are cold. Wynter looked down at her daughter, at the dark hair, the gray eyes, the small hand that had never stopped reaching for her. Yes, she said. We can go inside. She lifted Posey onto her hip and carried her through the door. The great hall was chaos. Wolves moved in every direction. Sentries checked windows, locked doors, spoke into radios in low, clipped tones. The elders had retreated to the side chamber, their voices audible through the panels, sharp and arguing. Torsten stood at the center table, his hands flat on the wood, his head bent. Wynter set Posey down near the fireplace, where Marta sat with her knees pulled up, watching the door. Stay here, Wynter said. Posey nodded. She did not ask questions. She knew when her mother's voice went flat like that. Wynter crossed to Torsten. What did you find? He did not look up. 3 sentries have already requested reassignment. The transport order carries a trust seal from Vogel's office. Some of them think enforcing it is the legal move. They think losing a child to a debt collector is the legal move. They think the pack survives if they do not resist. Wynter said nothing. Torsten raised his head. His eyes held the amber bleed, and there was something raw in them, something she had not seen before. I am not losing her again. It was not a declaration. It was a wound, spoken aloud. You will not lose her, Wynter said, because I will burn this house to the ground before I let them take her. And if I have to burn it with you inside, I will. He looked at her, held her gaze. Good. She had not expected him to say that. Kalen Ibarra pushed through the side door, his wrist bandaged, his face pale beneath the stubble. Torsten, we have a problem. Torsten straightened. What? One of the south gates. It was opened from the inside 3 minutes ago. The sentry on duty says he stepped away for less than a minute, and when he came back, the lock was disengaged and the gate was standing open. Wynter's blood went cold. Who opened it? He does not know. There are tracks in the snow, 2 sets, leading out, not in. Torsten's voice dropped. Send 4 sentries to track them. Tell them to stay in pairs. No one moves alone. Kalen nodded and was gone. Wynter looked at Torsten. They are testing the perimeter, she said, finding the weak points. Or they already found one. She felt it then, the bond, a low hum of warning that she had learned to trust in the worst moments of her life. We need to move Posey, she said. Now. Torsten did not argue. He turned and crossed the hall in 8 strides, his voice cutting through the noise. Sabine, I need the trust deed drafted in the next 10 minutes. Marta, lock the doors to the east wing. Anyone who is not on the sentry roster gets held in the west parlor until I clear them personally. He reached the fireplace and crouched in front of Posey. His voice changed. Hey. Posey looked at him. Hi. I need you to do something for me. Can you do that? She nodded. I need you to stay with your mother, no matter what happens, no matter who tells you something different. Only her. Do you understand? Posey looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached out and touched his hand. You are coming too, right? Torsten's jaw tightened. I am going to make sure no one gets near you. That means I will be close, but not right beside you. Is that okay? Posey thought about it. Then she nodded again. Okay, but after, you owe me hot chocolate. He almost smiled. Deal. He stood and looked at Wynter. I will be at the main entrance. If anything comes through, I will hold it until you are clear. Wynter wanted to argue, wanted to tell him she could fight her own battles. But she saw what he was offering, not protection, time. She nodded. Torsten turned and walked toward the main doors, his shoulders set, his stride deliberate. Wynter gathered Posey into her arms and followed Sabine into the east wing, where the walls were thick and the windows faced the frozen lake, and the darkness was already pressing against the glass. Behind them, the great hall fell into a rhythm of locked doors, lowered voices, and the scrape of boots on old floorboards. The night had begun. Chapter 68. The east wing corridor stretched narrow and cold, the windows dark against the frozen lake. Wynter moved fast, Posey tucked against her hip, Sabine a step ahead with a small flashlight cutting the dark in sharp blue-white beams. No power in this wing yet. The floorboards creaked under their weight. "Safe room is at the end," Sabine said. "Old nursery, thick walls, iron shutters, second exit through the boiler room." "How far?" 50 feet. They moved. Posey's arms were locked around Wynter's neck, her breath warm and fast against Wynter's collarbone. She was not crying. She had learned not to cry when the danger was still active. Wynter counted the windows as they passed. 3, 4, 5. All dark, all reflecting nothing but her own shape hurrying through the glass. The 6th window was open. She stopped. Sabine turned. "What?" "There." The window stood ajar. The lock snapped, the curtains breathing inward on a gust of lake air. Wynter set Posey down behind her. "Stay against the wall. Do not move until I say." Posey pressed herself to the wainscoting, her small hands flat against the wood. Sabine killed the flashlight. The corridor went black. Wynter listened. The bond hummed low in her chest, not alarm yet, but close. Torsten was at the main entrance, 70 yards away, and the bond pulled taut between them like a wire strung through the dark. She heard it then. Breathing. Not theirs. Someone was in the corridor ahead, waiting in the dark where the window opened onto the lower drive. "Sabine," Wynter said quietly. "Get Posey back toward the main hall. Now." Sabine reached for Posey. The window scraped open wider. 2 shapes dropped through it in one coordinated motion, fast and silent, boots hitting the floorboards with practiced weight. Male, broad, moving like men who had done this before. Wynter did not wait. She launched forward. Her shoulder caught the first one in the chest before he could straighten, driving him back into the window frame. He grunted, grabbed her arm, and she bit down into his wrist hard enough to taste blood. He released her with a snarl. The second one was already past her, moving for Posey. "No!" Wynter's voice tore out of her, raw and animal, and she spun to chase. But the first guard caught her ankle and she went down hard, her chin hitting the floor, her teeth snapping together. Sabine had Posey. She was pulling her backward down the corridor, one hand locked around the child's wrist, the other fumbling for her phone. The second guard reached them in 3 strides. He grabbed Posey. Posey bit him. The sound that came out of her was not a child's cry. It was a scream, high and sustained. The kind of sound that cut through walls and wind and distance. The kind of sound a 3-year-old should never have to make. Wynter's wolf surged. She was on her feet before she knew she had moved, her body driven by something older than thought, and she slammed into the guard's back with her full weight, her fingers finding his throat, his hair, any part of him she could tear. He did not let go of Posey. Posey bit him again, harder, and this time she drew blood, and the guard roared and jerked his arm back, and Posey dropped to the floor like a stone. The corridor exploded with light. Torsten was at the far end, his hand on the breaker switch, his face white, his eyes blazing amber. He did not slow down. He crossed the distance in 4 seconds, grabbed the second guard by the collar, and slammed him into the wall so hard the plaster cracked. The guard's head snapped back. He went limp. Torsten dropped him and turned. The first guard was already fleeing through the open window, his wrist bleeding, his boots scattering gravel on the drive below. Wynter did not care. She was on her knees, her hands running over Posey's arms, her face, her ribs. "Posey! Posey, look at me! Look at me!" Posey's eyes were wide and wet, but she was not crying. She was breathing in hard, shaking gasps, her hands curled into fists. "I bit him," she said. Her voice was small, steady. "I bit him, and he let go." Wynter pulled her into her arms and held her so tight she felt the child's heartbeat against her own. "Yes, you did. You did exactly right." Torsten crouched beside them. His hand hovered near Posey's shoulder, not quite touching, asking permission. Posey turned her head and looked at him. "You came," his voice cracked. "I will always come." She reached out and took his hand. Sabine had the flashlight on again, the beam steady, her voice clipped and professional as she spoke into her phone. "I need a restraint team at the east wing, lower drive exit. One guard down, second fleeing on foot toward the south tree line. Wrist wound, fresh blood trail. Track him." She lowered the phone and looked at the unconscious guard slumped against the cracked plaster. "We have one. He is alive. That is more than they gave us." Wynter stood, still holding Posey. She looked down at the guard. His face was young, late 20s, brown hair, a sentry's build. Someone who had walked Halligrove's halls for years before tonight. Someone she recognized. "You are on the night roster," she said. He did not answer. His eyes were open now, bleary, blinking up at the light. Torsten stepped closer. "Who sent you?" The guard swallowed. His hand went to his collar, where a thin wire led to an earpiece, crushed in the fall. "Doesn't matter," he said. "You are already too late." Wynter knelt, looked him in the eye. "Tell me who opened the south gate." He held her gaze for 3 seconds. Then he told her. "Elder Thorburn." The name hit the room like a blade. Sabine went still. Torsten's hands tightened. Wynter did not move. "Thorburn?" she repeated. "The lead elder, the one who certified your succession, the one who granted us the 8-hour window." The guard's jaw tightened. "He took balloon money, said the pack would survive better under their oversight than with a broken alpha and a hidden child. He opened the gate himself, gave them the entry codes, told us where the safe room was." Wynter looked at Torsten. The bond between them hummed, cold and sharp. "How many more?" Torsten said. The guard shook his head. "I do not know, but the gate is still open, and the transport order is not the only thing coming through it tonight." Somewhere in the dark beyond the window, an engine turned over, then another. Posey pressed her face into Wynter's neck. "Mommy, I hear cars." Wynter held her daughter tight and listened to the sound of multiple engines approaching through the frozen night, each one closer than the last. Chapter 69. The engines kept coming. Wynter counted 3 distinct pitches, low growls of diesel and high whine of smaller motors, converging from different directions, closing on the open south gate. Torsten was already moving, his hands still locked around Posey's, his voice low and clipped. "Sabine, get them to the east wing cellar, the old passage behind the wine racks. It leads to the boathouse." Sabine's flashlight cut a white path down the corridor. Thorburn knew every route, every room. If he gave them the safe room, he gave them the passages too. Wynter pulled Posey closer. The child's small body was rigid but quiet, her fingers buried in Wynter's collar. "Then we do not use the passages." Torsten turned. His eyes met hers, amber bleeding through the gray. "What do you suggest?" She looked past him, down the dark hallway toward the main house, where the great hall still held half the pack, where Thorburn had sat at the center table and certified Torsten's succession with a straight face. "We take him to the council." Torsten's jaw tightened. "There is no council right now. Vasca is recessed until, then we convene it ourselves." She shifted Posey to her hip and started walking. Sabine fell in beside her. "Wynter, the elder who presided over the hearing is the one who sold you. You cannot drag him before the same room and expect impartial judgment." "I do not want impartial judgment. I want every wolf in that hall to hear his voice say what he did, before the balloons arrive and rewrite the story." The corridor opened into the main gallery. Light spilled from the great hall ahead, the tall doors half open, voices murmuring inside. Wynter did not slow down. She pushed through the doors with Posey in her arms and Torsten at her back, and the room went quiet. Elders turned. Sabine's stride lengthened as she realized the audience. Ivo was still standing near the side table, his leather folder open. Marta was at the far window, her phone in her hand. and Thorburn was seated at the head table, reading something on a sheet of paper, his reading glasses perched low on his nose. He looked up when the silence hit. Wynter crossed the floor and set Posey down beside Marta. Do not let go of her hand. Marta's fingers closed around Posey's without hesitation. Then Wynter turned. She walked to Thorburn's table and placed both hands on the wood. You opened the south gate. Thorburn's face did not change. He removed his glasses and folded them with slow, deliberate care. I did. The room inhaled. You gave them entry codes. Wynter said. You told them where the safe room was. You let armed men into a house where the 3-year-old was sleeping. Thorburn set his glasses down. I did what I judged necessary to keep this pack from tearing itself apart. Torsten stepped up beside her. His voice was quiet and hard. You betrayed your alpha. You betrayed the succession you certified. You betrayed every oath you took when you sat at that table. Thorburn looked at him. You are not strong enough to hold this pack, Torsten. Your father knew it. The balloons knew it. I watched you let a woman who despises you write your terms while a hidden child became your only political asset. Halligrove needs more than a guilty alpha and a secret heir. It needs solvency, stability, a future that does not depend on whether your mate decides to forgive you. Wynter's hands stayed flat on the table. You decided that for us. I decided for the pack. Vroven's voice carried the weight of a man who had convinced himself long ago. Balloon oversight is not occupation, it is stewardship. They have the capital, the connections, the legal infrastructure to keep Halligrove from becoming a footnote in territorial records. You think you can rebuild 3 generations of mismanagement in one succession? You cannot. And I will not watch this house fall because its alpha chose a broken bond over fiscal reality. The elders were stirring now. Low voices, shifting feet. One of them, a woman Wynter did not know, spoke from the side of the room. He is not wrong about the debt. Another voice, older, male, from the back. Thorburn certified the succession. If he has lost confidence in the alpha, what does that say about the line? Wynter felt the room tilt. Thorburn's confession had not shocked them. It had confirmed something they had already been weighing. The question was not whether betrayal had occurred. The question was whether the betrayer had a point. Torsten's voice cut through. I am not my father. Thorburn looked at him with something close to pity. No, you are worse. You have a conscience. Your father did not. And a conscience in this seat will bleed Halligrove dry while it tries to be fair to everyone. The great hall doors banged open. Elder Vasquez walked in with 3 wolves behind him, their coats marked with the territorial marshal's seal. Chief Marshal Vance followed, her face unreadable. Vasquez stopped at 10 feet from the table and surveyed the scene. Elder Thorburn, I see you have already begun your testimony. Thorburn did not flinch. I have told them what I believe. Vasquez turned to the room. The Balloon Council has filed an emergency enforcement motion based on Elder Thorburn's sworn affidavit, attesting that the current alpha has lost the confidence of his own governing elder and that the child's safety cannot be guaranteed on Halligrove grounds. He held up a sheaf of papers. The motion has been granted. Outside marshals will enforce the transport order at first light. The heir will be transferred to Balloon custody pending full tribunal review. Posey's hand tightened in Marta's. Wynter did not look at her daughter. She looked at Vasquez. First light is 5 hours from now. Vasquez smiled. Then you have 5 hours to say goodbye. Chapter 70. The great hall exhaled around her, the weight of 5 hours pressing down like lake water. Wynter turned from the table and walked to where Posey sat beside Marta. She knelt and took her daughter's face in both hands. You heard what the man said? Posey nodded. Her gray eyes were too calm for a child who had just heard she would be taken at dawn. 5 hours means we still have time, Wynter said, and I will use every second of it. Are we running again? The question landed like a blade between her ribs. Wynter touched her daughter's cheek. If I have to, but I am not done fighting first. Torsten was already moving. He crossed to the side table where Ivo stood with his leather folder and pulled out his phone. His voice was low, clipped, the voice of a man who had stopped weighing options and started executing. Sabine, I need every territorial contact you have who owes Halligrove a favor. Every judge who sat on my father's appointments. Every clerk who remembers the old registry. Sabine was already typing. I have a list. Half of them will not answer at this hour. Then wake them. Marta rose from her chair, still holding Posy's hand. I have balloon contacts who never agreed with the council. My mother's sister. 2 cousins who were cut out of the trust. If they know Thorburn sold the gate, they may speak. Wynter looked at her. You would testify against your own blood? They stopped being my blood when they sent men through a child's window. The room broke into motion. Ivo opened his folder and began reading numbers. Sabine's phone was already against her ear. Kalen appeared in the doorway, his wrist bandaged fresh, his face set. Torsten met his eyes. How many sentries do we have who did not request reassignment? 12, 6 more from the lake cottages who answered the call. I told them to hold the perimeter and report any movement. Good. Double the east wing. No one enters that corridor without Wynter's voice authorization. Kalen nodded and was gone. Torsten turned to Wynter. His face was stripped of everything except purpose. Come with me. She left Posy with Marta and followed him through the corridor, past the study where the old Alpha's sealed letter still sat in the safe, past the gallery where the portrait of his grandmother watched them pass. He stopped at the nursery door. The room was dark except for the moonlight through the window. Posy's small bed was still rumpled from where she had been sleeping before the attack. A stuffed rabbit lay on the floor, its ear bent. Torsten stood in the center of the room and did not speak for a long moment. I have spent 3 years regretting the past, he said, and 3 hours trying to fix it. I do not know if that is enough to earn anything from you. It is not, he nodded. I know. She crossed her arms, the old habit rising. But it is the first time you have not asked me to trust you. You just did the work. I should have done it 3 years ago. You should have. She let the words settle. But you did it tonight, when it cost you something. He turned to face her fully. The moonlight carved the hollows of his face sharp and deep. I meant what I said in the courtyard. I am not going to fight you anymore. Not the bond, not your distance, not the years you owe me nothing. I am going to fight for Posy, for Halligrove if it can still be saved, and I am going to do it whether you stay or go. And if I leave at dawn? Then I will make sure the trust follows you anywhere in the territory. I will make sure the fraud petition keeps the transport order frozen. I will make sure you have every piece of paper you need to keep her safe. His voice did not waver. And I will spend the rest of my life hoping you come back, but I will not ask you to stay. She counted her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The habit she had taught herself in the city, in the dark years when every decision had to be cold and measured. But her heart was not following the count. It was beating against her ribs, loud and raw and undeniably alive. I am not ready to promise forever, she said. I do not know if I will ever be. But if I stay until morning, it will not be because the bond pulled me here. It will not be because the contract says I have to. It will not even be because Posy needs a father. She stepped closer. 1 step. 2. It will be because I am choosing to fight beside you, and that is the only thing that has ever meant anything to me. Torsten's breath caught. He did not reach for her. He stood still, his hands at his sides, his wolf watching from behind his eyes. Then I will spend the next 5 hours making sure that choice is not the last mistake you ever make. She almost smiled. 5 hours, that is all we have. Then let us use it. He turned and walked to the door, paused with his hand on the frame. Wynter. Yes. Thank you for choosing. He left before she could answer. She stood in the moonlight with her arms wrapped around herself, the silence of the nursery pressing in. Then her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. An unknown number. 1 line of text. The bell ringer is already on Halligrove grounds. He has been here since the hearing began. Chapter 71. The corridor outside the nursery was empty when she stepped through it. Wynter's boots made no sound on the old boards. The text still burned in her hand, the screen dark now but the words carved behind her eyes. The bell ringer is already on Halligrove grounds. She found Torsten in the study with Sabine and Ivo, their heads bent over papers spread across the desk like a field of surrender flags. Marta stood by the window with Posey asleep against her shoulder, one hand cradling the back of the girl's head. Torsten looked up when she entered. "The text," he said. "You know about it." Sabine got the same message. He held up his phone. "From a different number. Same wording." Wynter's throat tightened. He wanted us all to know, or wanted us to waste time trying to find him. Sabine did not look up from the papers. "We have 3 hours until dawn. We need to decide who speaks for Posey at the enforcement hearing." "I do," Wynter said. "Legally, on the record. As her mother, yes, but the transport order names the Balloon Council as petitioners. They will argue your maternal claim is secondary to the Covenant's bloodline guarantee. They have paper. We need more than blood." Ivo slid a sheet across the desk. The fraud petition was accepted for immediate review. The Territorial Commercial Bench assigned it a docket number 40 minutes ago. That freezes enforcement until a judge rules on the petition's merits. "How long does that take?" Marta asked. "Depends on whether the judge is bought." Ivo's voice was flat. "If they are clean, we have days. If the bear ringer has reach into the Territorial Bench, we have hours." Torsten turned to Sabine. "The trust deed I signed, does it hold weight against the transport order?" "It establishes intent. It proves you surrendered claim voluntarily, but it does not supersede a territorial enforcement motion." Sabine finally looked up. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her collar askew. "What stops them at the gate tonight is not paper. It is bodies. It is the pack standing between the Marshals and Posey's door." Wynter felt the words land in her chest like stones. "Then we need the pack to stand. They are already gathering." Marta shifted Posey to her other shoulder. "Kaelin sent word through the sentries. Wolves who watched the hearing are coming up from the cottages. Some brought their families." Wynter crossed to the window and looked out. The lawn was silver under the dying moon. Figures moved through the dark, silent and purposeful. She counted them. 8, then 12, then more gathering near the main gate where the iron arch caught the first gray bleed of coming light. They were not holding weapons. They were just standing. "I need to go down," she said. Torsten moved to her side. "I will go with you." "No." She turned to face him. "If the Marshals see us together, they will argue we colluded to hide the heir. You stay here. Keep Posey inside. Let me be the one they see first." His jaw tightened, but he nodded. She walked out before he could argue. The cold hit her at the front door, sharp and wet with the lake's breath. She crossed the gravel alone, her boots crunching in the frozen dark, and when she reached the gate, she saw what Kaelin had done. Pack wolves lined the drive on both sides. Not sentries in uniform, just shifters in coats and boots, men and women, some holding coffee cups, others with their hands in their pockets. They watched her approach with faces she could not read. A woman stepped forward. Wynter recognized her from the kitchen, the one who had murmured Alpha's mate after the scent claim, Rite. "They said the Marshals are coming for the girl," the woman said. "Yes, she is the blood heir. She is my daughter." The woman held her gaze for a long moment. Then she stepped back into the line and stood with the others. The first vehicle appeared at the bottom of the ridge, headlights cutting through the gray dark. A second followed. Then a third. Wynter did not move. The lead Marshal's vehicle stopped at the gate. A door opened and a woman climbed out, tall and broad-shouldered, her breath pluming in the cold. She wore a Territorial Marshal's coat with silver insignia at the collar. Behind her, 2 more Marshals stepped out. They did not reach for weapons. The lead Marshal walked to the gate and stopped 3 feet from Wynter. "Wynter Renholt." "Yes." "I have a sealed enforcement order for Posey Renholt, minor child, to be transferred to the custody of the Balloon Council pending family court review." The Marshal's voice was calm, professional. "You are her legal guardian. I am her mother. I need to ask you to step aside." Wynter held her ground. The pack did not move. The lined wolves stood silent and still, their breath fogging the air, their presence a wall of flesh and bone that no paper could dissolve. The lead Marshal looked past Wynter, at the gathered shifters, at the dark manor where lights had begun to flicker on in the upper windows. "This does not have to happen at the gate," the Marshal said. "We can do it inside, with witnesses. It will not happen at all." "Ma'am, I have an order." Then read it. Wynter's voice did not waver. Read it to the people who stood in the hearing, who watched the Balloon Council lie about what my daughter means to them, who know the covenant is a debt instrument dressed as a guardianship. Read it to them and see if your order holds. The marshal's jaw tightened. Behind her, Ivo appeared at the edge of the drive, his phone pressed to his ear. He lowered it and walked toward the gate, his fox-sharp eyes fixed on the marshal. The fraud petition was assigned to Judge Marchetti, he said. She accepted it for immediate review. She wants statements from both parties by noon. The marshal turned to look at him. That is a territorial commercial matter. It does not supersede family court enforcement. It does if the family court order was obtained using fraudulent documents. Ivo held up his phone. Judge Marchetti's clerk just confirmed the petition includes sworn affidavits from 3 witnesses who saw the old Alpha signed under duress. The fraud claim has prima facie standing. The marshal was silent for a long moment. Then she looked at Wynter. Who speaks for the child legally? Wynter opened her mouth. A voice came from behind her. I do. Torsten stepped through the pack line, Posey in his arms, wrapped in a blanket. She was awake, her gray eyes fixed on the marshals with a calm that made Wynter's heart crack. Torsten reached Wynter's side and did not stop. He walked past her, past the gate, until he stood face to face with the lead marshal, Posey held against his chest. I am Torsten Quennar, Alpha of Halligrove and the child's father by blood and law. I surrendered my legal claim into trust tonight, but I am still her father, and I am telling you now, on my name and my wolf, that you will not take her from her mother. The marshal looked at him, at the child, at the pack lined behind them. I need a legal representative for the minor, she said. One name, on the record. Wynter stepped forward and took her daughter from Torsten's arms. Posey's small hand found her collar and held. Her name is Wynter Renholt, she said, and until a territorial judge tells me otherwise, I am the only voice that speaks for her. The marshal's radio crackled. She lifted it to her ear, listened, and her face changed. The Balloon Council just withdrew the transport order, she said, effective immediately. Wynter's breath stopped. Why? The marshal lowered the radio. Her eyes were unreadable. Because the bell ringer just filed a superseding claim. He is naming himself Posey's legal guardian under the original debt instrument. She paused. And he is already inside your house. Chapter 72. The marshal's words hung in the frozen air. Already inside your house. Wynter's arms tightened around Posey. The child's small body was warm against her chest, a heartbeat against her ribs, the only thing that felt real in a world that kept tilting under her feet. Who? She heard herself say. The marshal shook her head. The filing is under a trust designation, not a name, but the territorial registry confirmed the original debt instrument transferred in full. The claim is valid on paper. On paper? Ma'am, I understand. Look, no. Wynter's voice cut clean. You do not understand. You stood at my gate with an order from a council that lied to get it. Now you are telling me someone else filed a piece of paper from inside my house, and you are standing here talking to me like this is a procedural question. The marshal's jaw set. Your fraud petition is under review. That is a territorial commercial matter. This new claim is also a territorial commercial matter. Ivo stepped forward, his phone still in his hand. The bell ringer's filing uses the original debt instrument, the same instrument that the fraud petition argues was obtained under duress. The same instrument that Judge Marchetti has accepted for immediate review. If the fraud claim stands, the debt instrument is void. The bell ringer's claim falls with it. The marshal looked at him. That is for a judge to decide, not for me. Then wait. Wynter's voice was steady. Wait until noon. Let Judge Marchetti rule. If the fraud claim is dismissed, I will hand my daughter to you myself. A murmur ran through the pack line. The marshal's radio crackled again. She did not lift it. I have a sealed enforcement order, she said, and a superseding claim from a creditor with territorial standing. My duty is to secure the minor child until the competing claims are adjudicated. Then secure her here, Torsten's voice came from behind Wynter. In her home, with her mother, with me. He stepped up beside Wynter, close enough that she felt the warmth of him through the cold. You have territorial marshals on the grounds. You have the pack. You have every legal filing within 50 miles being copied to your office before the ink dries. There is nowhere safer for her tonight than inside these walls. The marshals studied him. You surrender your legal claim tonight, into trust. I did. And you are the child's father by blood. I am. Then you have standing to request voluntary protective custody pending adjudication. The marshal's voice shifted, professional, but considering. If the minor child is placed under territorial marshal supervision within the home, neither the balloon chancel nor the bell ringer can move her without a new order. Wynter's heart stopped. Supervision? One marshal. Into the house. Until noon. The marshal's eyes met hers. She stays with you. She stays safe. And the territorial registry has a neutral party on site to document that no one removes her before the judge rules. The pack held its breath. Wynter looked down at Posey. The child's gray eyes were fixed on the marshal, calm and watchful, as if she understood that the adults were circling something she could not name but could sense. No. The word came from behind the marshal. Elder Vasquez stepped out of the shadow of the third vehicle. He walked forward, his expensive coat unbuttoned, his iron-colored eyes fixed on Wynter. That is not how the covenant works. The Balloon Council holds first claim. We withdrew the transport order only because the bell ringer's filing supersedes our interest, but we have not withdrawn the covenant itself. If the fraud petition fails, the original terms resume, and those terms include a mandatory marriage clause for the heir. Wynter felt the words hit her like cold water. The heir will marry into the balloon line, Vasquez continued. That is what your daughter is worth. That is what she was always worth. The old Alpha knew it. He signed it. And no trust deed, no fraud petition, no territorial marshal with a soft voice will erase what he wrote. The pack stirred. A woman stepped out of the line, the same kitchen worker who had acknowledged Posey earlier. She walked past Wynter, past Torsten, until she stood in front of Vasquez. You speak of my pack's Alpha as if he were alone, she said. You speak of my pack's heir as if she were a debt. But I was in this house when the old Alpha signed. I saw his hands shake. I saw balloon papers spread across the table like a net. Vasquez's eyes narrowed. You were a kitchen worker. You were not in the room. I was the one who brought the tea. The woman's voice did not waver. I stayed. I listened. And I remember what the old Alpha said when he set the pen down. He said, "This will kill my son." The silence that followed was absolute. Wynter looked at the woman, at her lined face, her steady hands, the way she stood between Vasquez and the pack like a wall made of bone. What is your name? Lyra. The woman did not look away from Vasquez. Lyra Venn. I have been at Halligrove 43 years. I watched Torsten Quennar learn to walk. I watched him learn to fail. And I am telling you now, Elder Vasquez, that if you try to take that child from her mother, you will have to walk through every wolf in this drive. Vasquez's smile was thin. 43 years. And you never thought to mention this before tonight? I never thought the pack would need to hear it. Lyra's voice was quiet. I thought the old Alpha's shame would die with him. But you balloons do not let shame die. You feed it. You breed it. You turn it into contracts. Vasquez opened his mouth. A new sound cut through the night. Footsteps, fast, coming from the manor. Wynter turned. A figure was running down the drive, coat open, breath pluming. It took her a moment to recognize the dark hair, the coiled nape, Lenore Balloon. She reached the gate breathless, her composed mask cracked, her eyes fixed on Vasquez. "Stop," she said. "The hearing, the covenant, everything. It is not what you think." Vasquez stared at her. "Lenore, get back inside." "No!" Lenore's voice was raw. "I was there. I saw the old Alpha sign. But I also saw something else. Something my mother told me to forget." She turned to Wynter. "The bell ringer is not a stranger," she said. "The bell ringer is Anton Vogel, and he has been inside Halligrove for 3 days." Chapter 73. The cold air held Lenore's words like frost on glass. Anton Vogel. 3 days. Wynter felt Posey's weight shift in her arms, the child's small hand finding her collar the way it always did when the adults went still and dangerous. "He has been inside Halligrove since the hearing began," Lenore repeated. "Not outside, not watching from the ridge. Inside. Eating at your tables, walking your halls." Vasquez's iron-colored eyes had gone flat. "You are hysterical. You do not know what you are saying." "I know exactly what I am saying." Lenore's voice cracked but held. "My mother told me to forget. She said I saw nothing. She said the old Alpha signed willingly, and I was too young to understand the details." She turned to face the marshal. "But I was old enough to remember the man who brought the documents. Old enough to remember his name on the trust letterhead. Old enough to recognize him when I walked past him in the East Corridor 3 nights ago." The marshal's expression did not change. "You are certain it was Anton Vogel?" "I am certain." Vasquez stepped forward. "This is a family dispute. A young woman under duress, manipulated by the Quennars into betraying her own blood. Her testimony has no legal standing." "It has standing if I swear it." Lenore's chin came up. "And I will swear it. Before Judge Marchetti, before the full territorial bench, before every elder who sat silent while my mother's lawyers wrote a child into a debt instrument." The pack stirred behind Wynter. She heard boots shift on frozen gravel, the low murmur of voices passing judgment. The marshal raised a hand. "Then we wait for noon." Her voice carried authority that cut through the murmuring. "The fraud petition is before the court. The bell ringer's identity is now known, and if Anton Vogel is inside this house, he will be found and produced before the judge rules." Vasquez's jaw tightened. "You are exceeding your authority, Marshal. I am enforcing territorial stay protocol." The marshal did not raise her voice. "The child stays here, the mother stays with her, and every party with a claim on this minor will submit sworn statements by the court's deadline." She turned to Wynter. "Take your daughter inside. Lock the door. Do not open it for anyone except me or Judge Marchetti's clerk." Wynter moved before Vasquez could speak again. She felt Torsten fall into step beside her, his shoulder brushing hers as they passed through the pack line. The wolves parted without a word. Leora Venn was still standing where she had planted herself, her lined face turned toward Vasquez like she was memorizing every detail for the testimony to come. "You too." Wynter caught her arm as she passed. "Inside." Leora nodded once and followed. The great hall felt different now, emptier. The elders had retreated to the side chambers, their voices a low hum behind closed doors. Sabine was already at the long table, her phone pressed to her ear, her free hand scribbling notes. Ivo stood at the window, watching the drive. "He is here," he said without turning. "Vogel." "Somewhere in this house." The text was right. "He has been here 3 days. Wynter set Posey down but kept the child's hand in hers. 3 days. Walking past us. Sitting in the same rooms. Thorbrand let him in." Torsten's voice was flat, the same way he let the balloon guards through the gate. "Vogel has been operating from inside the perimeter since the hearing opened." Sabine lowered her phone. "That is not the worst of it." Her face was pale. "Judge Marchetti's clerk confirmed the fraud petition is accepted for review. But Vogel filed a countersuit 40 minutes ago. He is claiming the debt instrument predates the covenant. That the old Alpha signed both documents on the same night, and the covenant was only the public layer." "Predates?" Ivo turned from the window. "How could it predate? The covenant was drafted 4 years ago. The debt instrument was drafted 6 years ago." Sabine's voice was quiet. "Before Posey was born. Before Wynter left. Vogel is arguing the old Alpha pledged his bloodline to secure emergency capital, and the covenant was simply the mechanism to collect when the debt matured." Wynter felt the floor tilt under her. 6 years ago. Torsten's voice was hollow. "When my father was still borrowing against every asset Halligrove owned. When the ledgers started showing payments I could not trace. He pledged Posey before she existed." Wynter's throat closed around the words. "He pledged a child who was not even conceived yet. That is not legally binding." Sabine's voice sharpened. "You cannot collateralize an unborn person. There is precedent, territorial case law from the Glassmere ruling of '89. A debt instrument cannot name a specific minor who did not exist at signing unless the minor's legal guardian consented in writing at the time of the agreement." "Which means the old Alpha would have had to consent on behalf of an heir who did not exist yet." Ivo's eyes narrowed. "That is not how guardianship works. You cannot consent for someone who has not been born." "But he signed anyway." Torsten's voice was barely audible. "He signed both documents. He knew what he was doing." The door to the east corridor opened. André Balloon stepped into the hall. He looked different than he had at the porch. His coat was gone, his sleeves were rolled, his hair was disheveled like he had been pulling at it. "Marta," his voice was rough. "I need to speak with you. Now." Marta did not move from where she stood beside Posey. "I have nothing to say to you, Father. This is not about the pendant, or the inheritance, or any of it." Andre's hands were shaking. "It is about Vogel, what he is planning, what he told me before I drove here." The room went still. "Vogel spoke to you?" Wynter's voice cut through the silence. 3 days ago." Andre's jaw worked. "He came to the balloon house, not the council, my house. He told me the debt instrument was about to mature and that I should advise my daughter to cooperate or she would lose everything." "Why are you telling us this now?" Torsten's voice was hard. "Because I just learned what he meant by everything." Andre's face was gray. "He did not mean the inheritance. He did not mean the trust. He meant Marta's life. He told one of my cousins that if the fraud petition succeeds, he will trigger a bloodline forfeiture clause that nullifies every balloon marriage contract for 3 generations. Marta's face went white. "That is not possible. The covenant does not have a forfeiture clause. I read it." "It is not in the covenant." Andre's voice broke. "It is in the debt instrument. The one your grandfather signed. The one that predates everything. Vogel holds a claim on the entire balloon bloodline, not just Halligrove's. If he loses Posey, he takes everyone." The silence that followed was absolute. Wynter felt Posey's small hand tighten around her fingers, felt the weight of every eye in the room turning toward her, felt the clock ticking toward noon with a sound like a blade being drawn across stone. Torsten moved first. He walked past Andre, past Sabine, past everyone, until he stood at the window where Ivo had been watching the drive. He looked out at the frozen lake. "Then we do not let him lose." Chapter 74. Torsten's words hung in the air like frost. "Then we do not let him lose." Wynter watched him stand at the window, his profile sharp against the gray morning light, and felt something shift in her chest. Not trust, not yet, but a kind of recognition she had not expected. He was not running, he was not bargaining, he was standing. Sabine broke the silence first. "The fraud petition is our strongest ground. If the debt instrument predates the covenant, we argue the old Alpha had no legal standing to pledge an heir who did not exist. Glassmere 89 is clear. You cannot collateralize an unborn person without specific written consent from the future guardian, filed at the time of signing. Which means the covenant itself is fraudulent," Ivo added. "If the debt instrument was signed 6 years ago and the old Alpha used it to secure capital, then the covenant was never a family agreement. It was a collection mechanism. Vogel will argue the old Alpha consented as head of house." Vasquez's voice came from the doorway where he stood with arms crossed. "That bloodline authority includes future heirs. Territorial precedent on that is murky." "Then we make it unmurky." Torsten turned from the window. "We convene the elders, now, before noon. I want to vote on 3 reforms. Full finance oversight by an independent territorial auditor, heir autonomy protections written into Halligrove's charter, and a removal procedure for any elder who acts against pack interests without Alpha consent." The room went still. Thorburn was still in the Great Hall. So were the elders who had listened to his reasoning. "You want to put Thorburn's removal to a vote," Marta said slowly, "before the man who betrayed you has time to rally his supporters." "I want to put all of it to a vote." Torsten's voice was quiet. "The reforms, the removal procedure, everything. Let the pack see exactly where every elder stands. Let them choose between a future with protections or a future with Vogel. And if the vote fails," Wynter heard her own voice, steady and cold. "If the elders side with Thorburn's logic and vote down the reforms," Torsten met her eyes, "then we know exactly who we are fighting." Sabine was already on her phone. "The territorial auditor can be here by tomorrow if I file the request now, but the vote has to happen in open session with all elders present. That means recalling the ones who left after the hearing." "Kalen," Torsten's voice carried. "Can you round them?" Kalen was already at the door. "Give me 20 minutes. He was gone before anyone could answer. Wynter looked down at Posey, who had not let go of her hand through any of it. The girl's gray eyes were wide and watchful, tracking every adult voice like she was learning the shape of danger. "Come here, little one." Posey climbed into Wynter's lap without hesitation, her small body folding against Wynter's chest. Wynter felt the girl's heartbeat, fast but steady, and let herself breathe. She looked at Andrew. "You said Vogel threatened Marta's life. What exactly did he say?" Andrew's face was still gray. "He said the forfeiture clause would trigger automatically if the fraud petition succeeded, that the entire balloon bloodline would be exposed, that Marta's marriage, her standing, her safety, none of it would survive." His voice cracked. "I thought he meant financially. I did not realize he meant literally. But you came here." Torsten's voice was flat. "You drove here to warn her." "Because I finally saw the file." Andrew's hands were shaking. "Vogel's people left a copy on my desk this morning. The full debt instrument, the forfeiture clause, and a handwritten note from my father, Marta's grandfather, acknowledging the terms and agreeing to the bloodline pledge." "Your father signed it." Marta's voice was barely a whisper. "My father signed it." Andre closed his eyes, and then he died before he could tell anyone what he had done. The room absorbed that in silence. Wynter felt Posey's hand rise and touch her collar, the small, familiar gesture that meant the girl needed grounding. "Okay." Torsten's voice cut through the weight. "Then we fight the debt instrument on two fronts. Sabine handles the territorial law argument. I want the Glassmere 89 precedent filed with Judge Marshals before noon. Marta, I need you to call every balloon relative who might testify that the forfeiture clause was hidden from the family. If we can prove the clause was concealed from signatories, the entire instrument becomes voidable." Marta nodded. "And what do we do about Thorburn while the vote is happening?" Ivo asked. Torsten's jaw tightened. "We let him speak. Let every elder hear what he believes. And then we let them choose." The great hall filled slowly. Wynter watched the elders file in, their faces unreadable, their wolves pressed close beneath their skin. Some of them had been present when Thorburn confessed. Some of them had nodded along with his fiscal reasoning. Eldris Vasiliev took her seat at the center table without looking at anyone. Thorburn sat at the far end, alone, his hands flat on the wood. Torsten stood at the head of the table with Wynter beside him and Posey in her arms. "I am not going to repeat what was said tonight." Torsten's voice carried to every corner. "You heard Thorburn. You heard his reasoning. You know what he did. Now I am asking you to decide what kind of pack you want to be." He laid out the three reforms in plain language. Finance oversight by an independent territorial auditor, renewable annually, with full access to every ledger and trust document. Heir autonomy protections written into Hellegrove's charter, guaranteeing that no future leader could pledge a child's future without the child's legal guardian consenting in writing at the time of the agreement. A removal procedure for any elder who acted against PAC interests without alpha consent, requiring a 2/3 vote of the remaining elders to enforce. The reforms are not about punishing Thorburn. Torsten's voice was quiet. They are about making sure no elder ever has to choose between loyalty and survival again. Because that is what Thorburn believed he was doing, choosing survival. And if our pack structure forces good wolves to make that choice, then the structure is broken. The silence stretched. Eldris Vasiliev spoke first. "Who appoints the territorial auditor?" "The territorial commercial bench," Sabine answered. "Standard conflict of interest protocols apply. The auditor cannot have any prior relationship with Hellegrove, Balloon, or Vogel." "And the heir protections?" "Written into the charter as a non-waivable clause. Cannot be amended or removed without a full bloodline tribunal vote." The elders exchanged glances. One of them, a woman with silver streaks in her dark hair, leaned forward. "And what happens to Thorburn if the removal procedure passes?" Torsten met her eyes. "He steps down as lead elder. He retains his seat on the council if the remaining elders vote to keep him. But he cannot hold authority over pack security, finances, or succession for a period of 5 years." Thorburn did not move. "Vote." Eldris Vasiliev's voice was final. "All in favor of the reforms and removal procedure as presented?" 12 hands rose. "All opposed?" 10 hands. Wynter counted them. 10, nearly half. The reforms had passed, but the margin was narrow enough to feel like a wound. Eldris Vasiliev nodded once. The reforms are recorded. The removal procedure is enacted. Thoburn, you will surrender your security codes and finance access by dawn. Thoburn rose without a word and walked out. The hall emptied slowly. Wynter stood at the table with Posey in her arms and Torsten beside her, watching the elders file past. Some met her eyes, some did not. The silver-streaked elder paused at the door. Miss Renholt. Wynter waited. The reforms are good, but they will not stop Vogel. He does not care about our charter. I know. The elder held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded and walked out. Posey shifted in Wynter's arms. Mama. Yes, love. I am tired. Wynter felt the exhaustion hit her own body like a wave. The sleepless night, the confrontations, the vote. She looked at Torsten. I need to put her down. He stepped forward. I can carry her. It was not a demand, not even a request. It was an offer, quiet and open, with nothing behind it but the willingness to help. Wynter looked at Posey. The girl's eyes were half closed, her body heavy with sleep. Okay. She transferred Posey into Torsten's arms. The girl's head dropped against his shoulder. Her small hand found the collar of his shirt and held. Torsten stood very still, as if the weight of the child in his arms was the most precious thing he had ever held. Wynter watched him, and for the first time, she let herself believe that he might actually stay. Sabine's phone rang. She answered, listened, and her face went pale. Judge Marchetti's clerk. Her voice was quiet. Vogel has requested an emergency hearing. Tonight, in person. He wants to present the original debt instrument before the territorial bench. When? Torsten's arms tightened around Posey. Then we go. Wynter looked at her daughter, asleep in the arms of the father she had never known, and felt the walls she had built begin to crack. They were not safe, not yet. But they were together, and that was more than she had dared to hope for. Chapter 75. The nursery was quiet. Posey had been asleep for hours, her small body curled under the quilt, dark hair spread across the pillow. The nightlight cast a soft amber glow across the room, catching the edges of the wooden crib that had never been used, the stack of picture books on the shelf, the stuffed rabbit propped against the window seat. Wynter sat on the floor with her back against the wall, knees drawn up, watching her daughter breathe. The door opened. She did not look up. She knew the weight of his footsteps, the rhythm of his breathing, the way the bond hummed when he was near. Torsten crossed the room slowly and lowered himself to the floor beside her, not touching, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his arm without it pressing against hers. They sat in silence for a long moment. I used to imagine what she would look like, Torsten said quietly. After I found out, I would lie awake and try to picture her face, her voice, the way she would laugh. Wynter did not answer. She is braver than I imagined, fiercer. She has your chin. She has your stubbornness. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. I noticed. The silence returned, softer this time. Wynter looked at her hands. There are things I need to say to you, things I have not said because I was afraid of what they would cost me. Torsten turned his head, waiting. I am still angry, she said. Not just about the rejection, about the years, the first time she walked, the first words she said, the night she had a fever and I sat alone in a rented room, holding her against my chest, wondering if I should call you, wondering if you would even care. Her voice cracked. I am angry that I had to be strong because there was no one else, that I learned to trust paper more than people because paper was not leave, that I built a life without you because the alternative was waiting for something that never came. Torsten's jaw tightened. You have every right to be angry. I know I do. She turned her head to look at him. His face was half in shadow, the amber light catching the hollow beneath his cheekbone, the tension in his throat. But I am also tired, she said, tired of carrying it alone, tired of measuring every word, every touch, every moment of weakness as if it were a weapon someone could use against me. Torsten's voice was rough. What do you want, Wynter? The question hung between them. She could feel the bond pulsing, the pull of his wolf beneath his skin, the gravitational weight of 3 years of longing and grief and unfinished business. But that was not what he was asking. He was not asking what the bond wanted. He was asking what she wanted. I want to stop being afraid, she said. I want to stop treating love like a trap I have to outsmart. I want to believe that someone can choose me without it costing me everything I have built. Torsten turned his body toward her. Then choose yourself first. She blinked. I mean it. His voice was steady. Do not choose me because the bond pulls. Do not choose me because of the contract, or because of Posey, or because you think staying is safer than leaving. Choose yourself. Choose what you need. And if I am part of that, I will be here. If I am not, I will still be here. Wynter's breath caught. That is not what I expected you to say. I know. He held her gaze. I spent 3 years telling myself that if I could just get you back, I would fix everything. That the bond would do the work. That time would heal the rest. But that is not how it works. You cannot love someone back into trusting you. You can only prove, over and over, that you are worth trusting. His hand moved, not reaching for her, just resting on his own knee, palm open. I want you, Wynter, but I want you free. I want you to walk toward me because you want to, not because the contract says you have to, or because the bond makes it easier, or because you are afraid of being alone. I want you to choose me when you could walk away. She stared at him. The boy who had rejected her in the circle had been afraid of his father, afraid of the pack, afraid of losing everything. The man across from her was offering her the one thing she had never expected, permission to leave. And in that offering, he had given her the only reason she had ever needed to stay. She reached out. Her fingertips touched his jaw. The contact was light, barely there, but she felt the shock run through him. His wolf rose beneath his skin, answering the call of hers. Chapter 76. Sabine's phone rang before the door finished closing. She answered on the first ring, her face going still as she listened. The color drained from her cheeks, leaving her gray against the gray morning light coming through the study windows. Wynter felt the shift before Sabine spoke. The air in the room changed, tightening like a cord pulled taut. Understood, Sabine said. Send me the full list. Yes, I will tell them. She lowered the phone and looked at Wynter, then at Torsten, then at Ivo, who had risen from his chair with his leather folder already open. That was the territorial clerk's deputy, Sabine said. The appeal has been filed, but it is not just Balloon. Wynter's stomach dropped. Who else? 4 creditor packs, maybe 5. The deputy read the filings as they came in. They are all challenging the fraud freeze using the same argument. The debt instrument predates the covenant, so it cannot be fraudulent by definition. They are claiming the freeze violates regional commercial code because the instrument was registered under territorial law at the time of signing. Ivo's pen stopped moving. That is coordinated, he said. They could not have filed identical arguments in the same window without prior agreement. Sabine nodded. They have been waiting. The Balloon hearing was the trigger. Once the fraud petition was accepted, they had standing to intervene. They are using the debt instrument as a wedge to reopen claims on Hologrove through Posey's bloodline. Torsten's hand found the back of a chair. He did not sit. How many claims total? 7 so far. 2 more expected by close of filing. Each one argues that the old Alpha pledged the bloodline as collateral for separate lines of credit. They're treating Posey as a shared asset they can draw against. Wynter's wolf stirred beneath her skin, a low, quiet growl that vibrated in her chest. Shared asset. I am telling you what their filings say, not what I agree with. Sabine's voice was controlled, but Wynter caught the tremor at the edge, the fear she was holding back. Torsten walked to the window. His reflection in the glass was hollow, the light catching the sharp lines of his face. My father, he said slowly, did not make 1 deal. He made 7. More than 7. Sabine pulled a sheet from her bag, already covered in notes. The debt instrument is the primary, but the covenant was layered over it to give the illusion of a single obligation. The deputy said the filings reference ancillary instruments and supplemental pledges filed across 3 territories. They were structured to look like separate agreements, so no single creditor could be accused of predatory lending. Ivo set down his pen. They ring-fenced the debt. Each pack holds a piece. One cannot move without the others, which means challenging one claim triggers all of them. Wynter's hand moved to her throat. She could feel her pulse beating against her fingertips, fast and shallow. What do they want? Openings. Sabine met her eyes. They want the fraud freeze lifted. They want territorial recognition that the bloodline remains collateralized. Most of them do not want custody of Posey. They want Halligrove's revenue stream attached to her majority. They want the right to collect interest, dividends, and inheritance taxes through the bloodline trust. Taxes. Torsten's voice was flat. They are calling my daughter a tax instrument. Sabine did not flinch. They are calling her a financial product with a maturation date. The language in the filings is careful. They reference bloodline yield projections and generational return schedules. They have been planning this for years. The room went silent. Wynter could hear the clock on the mantel, the steady beat of it, measuring seconds she could not get back. Posey was asleep in the nursery. She had no idea that 7 Pax had just filed legal claims against her future. Torsten turned from the window. Can they win? Sabine hesitated. It was a small hesitation, barely a breath, but Wynter caught it. On the debt instrument alone they have standing. The Glassmere precedent is strong, but it has never been tested against multiple coordinated claims. If even one of these filings survives preliminary review, the fraud phrase could be partially lifted, and the territorial bench would have to adjudicate each claim individually. How long would that take? Months, possibly longer. And during that time, Posey's legal status would be contested, which means she cannot leave the territory, cannot be enrolled in any trust outside regional oversight, and cannot be removed from Halligrove without all creditors consenting. Ivo's jaw tightened. She would be trapped here. Legally confined, Sabine said, not imprisoned. But the practical effect is the same. She would need permission from the territorial bench to travel, to access medical treatment outside the region, to attend school outside PAC jurisdiction. Every decision would require a filing. Wynter's vision narrowed. She had spent 3 years building a life where no one could put Posey in a cage, and now 7 Pax were building a cage around her future using paper. No, the word came out harder than she intended. I did not fight through a rejection. 3 years of silence, a transport order, a balloon ambush, and a fraud hearing to watch my daughter become a financial instrument. We are going to fight every single one of these filings, and we are going to win. Sabine's expression shifted. Something like respect flickered in her tired eyes. Then we need a new strategy. The fraud petition was our shield. It protected Posey from immediate removal. But these filings are not about removal. They are about control. And control cannot be blocked by a single petition. Torsten crossed the room and stood beside Wynter, not touching, close enough that she could feel the heat of his arm. What do you need? Sabine's gaze moved between them. I need a territorial commercial lawyer who specializes in bloodline collateral. This is beyond PAC law. It is financial law layered over bloodline precedent. We need someone who has argued against these instruments before. Ivo was already scrolling through his phone. I know a name. Elise Carment. She worked regional appeals for 5 years before going independent. She broke a bloodline trust in the Northern Territories 2 years ago. Can she get here within the filing window? Filing windows are 72 hours for intervention claims. She can be on a plane this afternoon if I call her now. Do it. Sabine turned back to Wynter. There is something else. The filings are public. Once the territorial bench acknowledges them, the press will pick it up. Regional news, PAC bulletins, financial wires. Posey's name will be in circulation. Wynter's chest tightened. They will publish her name. Not publicly. PAC law prevents minor identification in open filings, but everyone in the territorial network will know who she is. Every creditor, every trustee, every PAC that wants leverage over Halligrove will have her on their radar. Torsten's hand found the back of Wynter's chair. The wood creaked under his grip. Then we make sure they understand what happens to PACs that target my daughter. His voice was steady, but Wynter heard the wolf beneath it. The same wolf that had crossed the corridor in 4 seconds to stop the attacker. The same wolf that had stood at the gate and declared himself father by blood and law. Sabine watched him for a moment. That is the right instinct, but we cannot fight 7 PACs with threats. We need a legal strategy that invalidates the underlying debt instrument entirely, not just the balloon covenant. And we need to file it before the 72-hour window closes. Ivo was already dialing. I will have Carment on a conference call within the hour. She will need full access to the dead instrument, the Covenant, and the old Alpha's letters. Wynter looked at Torsten. The sealed letter was still in the safe behind the portrait, the one addressed to the Alpha who would be free. They had not opened it yet. Maybe it held nothing. Maybe it held the answer to everything. But they were running out of time to find out. I will get the letter, Torsten said, as if reading her thought. Meet me in the gallery in 10 minutes. He was gone before she could answer. Wynter stood in the center of the study, the weight of 7 packs pressing down on her shoulders. Posey was asleep 2 floors up, and the real war for her daughter's future had only just begun. Chapter 77. Wynter stood in the center of her room with Posey's small bag open on the bed and realized she had forgotten how to pack for departure without making it look like flight. The last 3 years had taught her to move fast. 1 bag, essentials only, never leave anything that could be traced. She had packed this way a dozen times, motel to cabin to rented room, always with Posey's hand in hers and the engine already running. But this was different. She was not running this time. She was choosing to leave, and the distinction felt like a wound she had not known how to name. I want the purple sweater. Posey stood in the doorway with her stuffed rabbit tucked under one arm and her hair still sleep-mussed from the nursery. She had woken calm, as if she understood something had shifted in the night, and had not asked why Wynter was pulling out the small suitcase from beneath the bed. I know you do. It is in the dresser. I want you to pack it. Wynter stopped with her hand on a folded shirt. Then come here and help me. Posey crossed the room with the careful gravity of a child who had learned to read adult silences. She placed the rabbit on the pillow, opened the second drawer, and pulled out the purple sweater with both hands. Where are we going? Wynter took the sweater and folded it into the bag. Away from here, just for a little while. Because of the bad men? The question landed like a stone in still water. Wynter knelt and took Posey's face in her hands. Because I need to keep you safe. And right now, the safest place for you is not inside these walls. Posey's gray eyes searched hers. Will the bad men follow us? No, I will not let them. It was not a promise she could guarantee, but she said it like one anyway, because Posey needed to hear the lie before the truth could be made real. Sabine had been clear. The territorial bench could not compel Posey to stay within Halligrove's boundaries while the filings were under review, as long as Wynter maintained a registered address and kept counsel on retainer. The fraud freeze protected her from immediate removal, but it did nothing to stop the creditors from circling. 72 hours to file counterclaims, 72 hours to build a defense, and somewhere inside this house, Anton Vogel was waiting. Wynter zipped the bag and carried it to the door. I am going to get your coat. Stay here with Rabbit. Do not leave me. The words were quiet, not a demand, but a fear made small. Wynter turned back. I am not leaving you. I am going to the hall closet. I will be gone 30 seconds. Posey held her gaze. 30 seconds? 25 if I run. Posey nodded and gathered Rabbit closer. Wynter moved through the corridor at a pace that was not quite a run. The house was quiet in the way houses were quiet before a storm, full of held breath and drawn blinds. She found Torsten in the hall closet, already holding Posey's coat. He held it out without a word. Wynter took it. I was going to get that. I know. He did not ask where she was going, did not ask when she would be back, did not tell her she was making a mistake or that she should stay, or that he could protect them both if she would just trust him. He just stood there with his hollow cheekbones and his steady hands and his refusal to make her departure about him. It hurt more than any plea would have. It is not forever, she said. I know. It is strategy, distance while the filings are processed. Ivo is arranging a safe house in the Northern Territory. Sabine has the legal filings. I will be back for the hearing. All right. Wynter's grip tightened on the coat. That is all you have to say? Torsten's eyes met hers. What do you want me to say? I do not know. Something, anything. Tell me I am wrong to leave. Tell me I should stay and fight. Tell me I will not tell you what to do. His voice was quiet, and it cut through her like a blade. You asked me not to. You told me you needed to choose freely, and I meant what I said. I want you free, even if it means you leave." Wynter's throat tightened. "That is not fair?" "I know. You are supposed to fight me on this." "I already fought you. I lost. That was the point." He stepped closer, not touching, close enough that she could see the amber bleed of his wolf in his eyes. "I will hold the pack. I will manage the filings. I will keep Vogel in my sight and make sure the territorial bench knows exactly what kind of predator he is. And when you come back, if you come back, I will be here. Torsten, go. Take your daughter somewhere safe. That is what matters." He said it like it was simple, like letting her walk away was the only choice that made sense. And it hurt. It hurt because he meant it. Wynter took the coat and walked back to the room before she could say something she would regret. Posey was where she had left her, sitting on the bed with Rabbit in her lap and her small shoes already on. "Did you get it?" "I got it." Wynter helped her into the coat, buttoned the front, and smoothed the collar. The bag was packed. The car was waiting. Evo was already in the driveway with the engine running. She had done this before. 3 years of being ready to move at any moment. But this time, she did not feel relief. This time, she felt the weight of every step she was walking away from. Posey took her hand. "Are you sad?" Wynter looked down at her daughter's gray eyes, so like Torsten's that it stopped her breath. "No, I am not sad." "Then why do you look sad?" Wynter could not answer. She picked up the bag and led Posey down the stairs. The great hall was empty. The elders had dispersed. Sabine was in the study on the phone with Elise Carment. Marta was in the east wing with the door closed, and Torsten was standing at the bottom of the stairs, waiting. He did not block the door. He did not reach for her. He just stood there, letting her pass, letting her choose. Wynter stopped at the threshold. The cold hit her face, sharp and clean. Evo's car idled at the bottom of the drive, exhaust curling into the gray morning. "Wynter!" She turned. Torsten stood in the doorway, and for a moment, she saw the boy she had loved before the rejection, the man who had held her in the dark and promised her the moon. Before the pack, before the debt, before his father had stolen everything. "When you are ready," he said, "I will still be here." Wynter opened her mouth to answer, but Posey spoke first. "Are you coming later?" The question hung in the air between them, small and terrible and full of hope. Torsten's jaw tightened. "I am going to try." Posey considered this, then nodded. "Good, because Wynter needs someone to carry the bags." She turned and walked toward the car like she had decided the matter. Wynter followed. She did not look back, but she felt him standing there, watching, until the car rounded the ridge and Halligrove disappeared from sight. Ivo drove in silence for a long moment. She asked if he was coming later. "I heard. That is a big question for a 3-year-old. She learns fast." Ivo glanced at her. "And what did he say?" "He said he would try." "Will he?" Wynter watched the frozen trees slide past the window. "I do not know." But as the road curved away from Halligrove, she felt the bond pull like a thread tied to her ribs, stretching but not breaking, and she wondered if distance would feel like freedom or like a wound that had not finished bleeding. Posey's small hand found hers in the back seat. "I liked him," she said quietly. "He smells like the forest." Wynter's fingers tightened around her daughter's. "He does. Is that why you are sad?" Wynter looked down at Posey's serious face and realized she did not have an answer that would fit in a child's understanding. "No," she said. "I am sad because I forgot what it felt like to be chosen." Posey considered this. "Then he should choose you again." Wynter closed her eyes. She did not say that he had. She did not say that she was the one who had chosen to leave. The car pushed north through the frozen morning, and 30 miles behind them in the empty doorway of Halligrove, a wolf stood alone and let her go. Chapter 78. The cold came off the lake in sheets, gray water lapping at the dock planks where Wynter stood with her hands in her coat pockets. She had not heard him arrive, but she felt him. The bond pulled low in her chest, a thread that had stretched across 30 miles and snapped back the moment he crossed the ridgeline. Torsten walked to the edge of the dock and stopped a full arm's length away. He did not touch her. He did not speak. He just stood there, letting her decide if she wanted him closer. The silence stretched long enough that the lapping water filled the space between them. "Posia is asleep," Wynter said. "Ivo is watching her." "I know. I saw him at the window." "You drove 3 hours?" "Yes." "Why?" Torsten reached into his coat and pulled out a thick manila envelope. The paper was creased at the corners, weighted with something solid. "Because I told you I would keep my word," he said, "and I do not want you to have to trust me for it." He held out the envelope. Wynter took it. The weight was familiar. Paper, seals, the heft of a life reduced to signatures and clauses. She opened the flap and pulled out the first page. Trust deed. Independent territorial oversight. Heir autonomy protections. 3 sets of signatures. Her name at the bottom beside his. She pulled out another. Elder vote certification. The reforms passed. The auditor appointment. The removal procedures. Another. The Glassmere 89 filing. The fraud petition docket number. A note from Judge Marchetti confirming the noon deadline had been met. Page after page of proof. Proof that he had done what he said he would do. Wynter's fingers stopped on the last document. A single page, not notarized, not sealed. She read it twice before she understood what she was holding. A personal affidavit. Torsten's handwriting. Sworn before a witness, but not filed anywhere. Not meant for any court. It said, "I, Torsten Quennar, acknowledge that Wynter Renholt owes me nothing. Not her presence, not her trust, not her forgiveness. I have no claim on her choices, her movements, or her future. If she never returns to Halligrove, I will honor that decision without contest or pressure. Signed this day, freely and without reservation." Her throat closed. "You did not have to do this. I know. I would not have asked for it. I know that too." She looked up at him. He stood with his hands at his sides, no armor, no performance, no alpha posture. Just a man who had driven through frozen roads to hand her a piece of paper that gave her everything she had never dared to ask for. "Why are you giving me this now?" Torsten's jaw worked. "Because you said you learned to trust paper more than people, and I wanted you to have paper that proves I am not trying to trap you." The wind came off the lake and pulled at her collar. Wynter looked down at the affidavit in her hands. It would hold up in any territorial court. It was witnessed, dated, signed. She could file it tomorrow and walk away forever with full legal protection. She could. She did not want to. The realization hit her like cold water. Paper was no longer the only thing she believed. Torsten. He met her eyes. "I am not going to file this." His breath caught. Barely. A flicker in his throat that he tried to hide. "Why not?" "Because I do not need it to leave. I need it to stay." She folded the affidavit and placed it back in the envelope. "The paper gave me safety when I had nothing else. But it is not the only thing that feels true anymore." She stepped closer. One step. The first step she had taken toward him since the night she left. "You showed up." "I said I would. You showed up," she repeated. "And you gave me a way out before I asked for it. That means something." Torsten's voice came low and rough. "What does it mean?" Wynter held the envelope against her chest. "It means I am not finished choosing yet." The words hung between them, raw and unfinished, neither promise nor goodbye. Something flickered in Torsten's expression, hope and restraint fighting for control. He did not reach for her. He did not push. "Then I will wait," he said, "as long as it takes. You might be waiting a long time. I have waited 3 years. I can wait longer." She almost smiled. Almost. The curve of her mouth stopped short, but he saw it, and something in his shoulders loosened. They stood at the edge of the lake, the cold water lapping at the frozen mud, and for a moment the silence was not heavy with everything unsaid. It was almost peaceful. Then she heard the footsteps. Ivo appeared at the top of the path, his phone in his hand, his face set in an expression she knew too well. The moment shattered. Wynter's hand tightened on the envelope. "What happened?" Ivo held up the phone. "Courier just arrived at the safe house. The balloon appeal hearing has been advanced to tomorrow morning." Torsten's spine went rigid. "That is not enough time to file a response." "There is more." Ivo's voice was flat. Regional observers are already en route. 3 packs, neutral territory. They want to witness the proceeding. Wynter stared at him. Neutral territory meant the hearing would not happen in Halligrove. It would happen somewhere outside their control, their walls, their pack. She looked down at the envelope in her hands. The trust, the reforms, the affidavit. Paper that meant nothing if the hearing took Posey out of her reach. Torsten turned to her, and she saw the same calculation in his eyes, the same cold recognition that the war was not over. "I will find a way," he said. Wynter looked past him, past the lake, past the frozen trees, toward the road that had brought her here. She did not answer, because she knew what came next, and she was not sure either of them would survive it. Chapter 79. The courier came through Halligrove's front gate at 4 in the morning. Wynter saw him from the lake path, a dark figure against the security lights, moving with the flat efficiency of someone who had delivered bad news before. He did not run. He did not hesitate. He walked straight to the main entrance with a sealed leather pouch in his hand. Ivo had already started toward the house. "That was faster than I expected," he said over his shoulder. Torsten moved beside Wynter, his body angled between her and the courier's path, not blocking. Ready. "It was supposed to come through the territorial clerk," he said. "Not a private runner." Wynter's hand found the envelope against her chest. The trust deed. The affidavit. Paper that meant nothing if the hearing had already started without her. She followed Ivo up the path. The great hall was awake. Sabine stood at the long table with her phone pressed to her ear, her free hand tracing a pattern on the wood that looked like counting. Marta sat in one of the side chairs, fully dressed, her eyes on the door. Kalen was at the window with his hand on his radio. The courier stood in the center of the room, holding the leather pouch like an offering. He was young, maybe 20. His coat bore the seal of the territorial registry, but his boots were muddy, as if he had come through the forest instead of the main road. "I was told to deliver this directly," he said, "to Wynter Renholt or Torsten Quennar." Torsten stepped forward. "Give it to her." The courier turned and held out the pouch. Wynter took it. The leather was cold, the seal unbroken. She felt the weight of paper inside, more than one sheet, and something else, a smaller object that shifted when she moved the pouch. She broke the seal. The room went quiet. She pulled out the papers. Legal sheets, territorial stationery, the fine print of a proceeding filed under Regional Compact Code. The hearing was not tomorrow morning. It was today, 7 hours from now. The smaller object fell into her palm. A silver coin, worn smooth, stamped with a symbol she did not recognize, a tree with its roots exposed. "There is more," the courier said. Everyone looked at him. "I was told to wait for a response." Sabine lowered her phone. "A response to what?" The courier's gaze did not leave Wynter. "The bell ringer requests the child's presence at the hearing. He says she has a right to speak for herself under the original debt instrument." Wynter's blood went cold. "She is 3 years old." "I am only delivering the message." Torsten moved between them. "The child will not be produced. You can tell him that." The courier nodded, as if he had expected the answer. "He said you would refuse." "He said to tell you their refusal will be noted as obstruction." The room held its breath. Wynter looked at the silver coin in her palm, the tree with exposed roots, the symbol of something planted so deep it could not be removed without taking the whole ground with it. She thought of Posey sleeping in the safe house, her small hand curled around nothing, dreaming of a forest she had only smelled once. "I will give you a response," Wynter said. She placed the coin on the table between them. "Tell him I will be at the hearing. My daughter will not. And if he wants to argue obstruction, he will have to do it with a mother who has already burned 1 pack to the ground for her child." The courier's face did not change. "I will deliver the message." He turned and walked out. The door closed behind him. The silence stretched. Sabine was the first to move. She picked up the coin, turned it over, studied the symbol. "I have seen this before." Wynter turned. "Where?" "On the original debt instrument, to one Vogel submitted. It was stamped in the margin." Sabine's voice was quiet. I thought it was a watermark. Marta stood. It is not a watermark. It is a seal of origin. Everyone looked at her. Marta's face was pale, her hands steady. The Balloon family keeps a record of symbols. Each creditor who holds a portion of the bloodline debt marks their claim with a different one. The tree with exposed roots means the debt has been in circulation longer than anyone alive can remember. Torsten's jaw tightened. How long? Marta met his eyes. My grandmother told me about that symbol when I was a child. She said her grandmother had told her the same story, that it belonged to a lender who had been collecting bloodline debt since before the territories were mapped. Wynter's throat closed. Vogel is not the bell ringer. Marta shook her head. Vogel is the collector. The bell ringer is the debt itself. The room went still again, but differently this time, the stillness of something old and vast pressing against the walls. Wynter looked at the coin on the table, the tree with exposed roots, a debt older than the territories, a claim that had been waiting for her daughter before she was born. Torsten's hand found hers. She did not pull away. We still have 7 hours. 7 hours. Wynter looked at him, at the man who had driven through frozen roads to hand her freedom, at the pack that had gathered in the middle of the night, at the child who had chosen a forest-smelling stranger without knowing why. 7 hours, she repeated. She did not know if it would be enough, but she was not finished choosing yet. Chapter 80. The great hall emptied slowly, the way water drains from a frozen creek, reluctant but inevitable. Wynter stood at the table with the silver coin still in her palm, the tree symbol pressed into her skin like a brand she had not asked for. Posey was still asleep at the safe house, 3 hours north, 7 hours until the hearing. She had to move. Torsten was already on his phone, voice low and controlled, calling Kaelin to secure the North Road. Sabine had the coin in her hand now, photographing it with her phone, sending the image to Elise Carment with a caption Wynter could not read from this angle. Marta stood apart, arms crossed, watching the windows. They will know you are leaving before you reach the car. Wynter turned. Then I will leave faster. That is not what I meant. Marta's voice was quiet, not cold. The bell ringer has been inside this house for 3 days. He knows the gates, the roads, the timing. He will have people on every route north. Torsten lowered his phone. Then we use the lake road. The ice is not stable past the point. It will hold. 1 car. Marta looked at him for a long moment, then she nodded once. Wynter felt the weight of the decision settling into her bones. She was not running. She was choosing the ground. I need 10 minutes, she said. She found Torsten in the hall closet again, the same place he had held Posey's coat the night she left. He was not holding anything this time. He was just standing there, one hand braced against the shelf, breathing. She stopped in the doorway. You do not have to stay. He turned. His eyes held the amber bleed of his wolf, barely contained. I know. They will make you choose between the pack and her. I know that too. She waited. Torsten's hand dropped from the shelf. He crossed the space between them slowly, the way he had crossed the lake path that morning, giving her every chance to step back. She did not step back. I am going to stay, he said, because someone needs to be inside the room when they argue over her future, and because if I leave with you they will call it flight. They will say I abandoned the pack, and that will make every filing harder to fight. His voice cracked on the last word. Wynter reached up and touched his jaw, the same gesture she had made in the nursery, voluntary, deliberate, hers. I know. He closed his eyes. I will come north as soon as the hearing ends, whatever happens. She believed him, not because of the bond, because he had driven through frozen roads to hand her freedom, because he had let her leave without a fight, because he was standing here now, choosing to stay in a house that wanted to swallow him so she could drive away clean. Posey asked about you. His eyes opened. She said you smell like the forest. Something moved in his face, raw and unguarded. Tell her I will smell like the forest when I see her next. Wynter almost smiled. She left him in the closet, the door open behind her. The car was waiting at the side gate, engine running, Evo behind the wheel. Sabine had already loaded the legal pouch and the silver coin into the back seat. Marta stood at the gate with a folded piece of paper. "The Balloon family keeps records of all seals of origin," Marta said, handing her the paper. "These are the ones I remember from my grandmother's books. There are 7 symbols. The tree is the oldest." Wynter unfolded it. 7 symbols drawn in ink. Circles, lines, interlocking shapes. The tree with exposed roots was at the top, marked with a date she could not read. What did the others mean? But the Vogel or the bell ringer produces one at the hearing, you will know they have more than one claim. The weight of the paper was heavier than the coin. Wynter folded it into her pocket. "Thank you." Marta's face did not change, but something in her eyes softened. "I did not do it for you." "I know." Wynter got into the car. The gate opened. The road stretched north, dark and frozen, the lake glinting through the trees on the left. Ivo drove fast but steady, his eyes on the rearview mirror every few seconds. Posey was asleep in the back seat, strapped into her car seat, her small hand curled around the edge of a blanket. Wynter watched the trees thin as they climbed the ridge. At the top, she turned and looked back. Halligrove was a scatter of lights below, the manor dark at its center, the lake a sheet of black glass. She could see figures moving on the porch, too small to identify. One of them was Torsten. She knew it the way she knew her own heartbeat. The mate bond pulled, a thread tied to her ribs, stretching but not breaking. She let it. The car crested the ridge. Halligrove disappeared behind the trees. Ivo's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. "Sabine," he answered on speaker. Sabine's voice was tight, controlled, the voice of someone holding news she did not want to deliver. "Wynter, the hearing just got another filing." Wynter's stomach dropped. "Balloon?" "No, the bell ringer. He filed an ancestral claim under Regional Compact Code. He is arguing the debt instrument predates not just the Covenant, but the Halligrove territory itself." The tree symbol burned in Wynter's memory. A claim older than the territories. He says Posey's bloodline was pledged before Halligrove had a name, and he has a witness. Wynter's hand found the folded paper in her pocket. "Who?" Sabine was quiet for a beat. "The witness is the bell ringer. He is requesting to testify in person." Ivo's hands tightened on the wheel. Wynter looked out the window at the frozen road stretching ahead, at the dark trees closing in on both sides, at the sky beginning to lighten in the east. 7 hours. The coin, the symbol, the entity older than the territories. The war for her daughter's future had only just begun, and she had not even left the ridge yet.